After crossing the perfect world, you became Sherhao's half-brother from another mother. From a young age, you grew up supporting each other. Knowing the life of the Emperor of the Desolate Heaven, you naturally do not want him to embark on that invincible path of going against the world for eternity. Just thinking about Sherhao's enemies, you feel very helpless. Even if you can know the plot in advance, it's hard to help Sherhao, because what Sherhao is facing is not some conspiracy or trickery, but the darkness that has shrouded this world for countless epochs. Any calculation is just empty talk in the face of absolute strength. The three emperors of Song Hongyu, the old man of the end of the world, the immortal king Yunlan, the dark immortal emperor, these terrifying existences, none of which can be solved by knowing the plot. To break this darkness, only absolute strength is needed. Even Sherhao, with such terrifying talent and aptitude, has walked this path so difficultly, let alone you. Fortunately, you have awakened a system called the Library of the Multiverse. The Library of the Multiverse can record everything in the myriad worlds, including but not limited to cultivation techniques, aptitudes, physiques, and treasures, and you have the ability to load these record items. Said simply, the Library of Heaven's Path records the Supreme Bone, and you can then use the Supreme Bone. This is the confidence you have to help Sherhao. Even if your talent and intelligence are not as good as Sherhao's, you can still use the Heavenly Library to record everything about Sherhao. When the time comes, even if you can only be considered a castrated version of the Wild Emperor, it is still better than facing everything alone. Unfortunately, there is nothing worth recording on Sherhao's body now. No skills, no physique, no treasures. You want to copy what he has, but there is nothing to copy. Without experiencing many hardships, the current little baby is still very ordinary. There is something worth copying on Lucian's body, but the library's copying technique requires you to witness the other party's practice or the use of the technique with your own eyes. And now, most of the time, the Willow God is in a deep sleep. Without such an opportunity, you can't help but sigh. Just as you were thinking, a mechanical sound suddenly came from your ear. Ding! The chat and social group of the various heavens and worlds is now open. Welcome Fong Han, Xiao Yan, Yang Qi, Meng Qi, and Lin Dong to join the chat group. This group is dedicated to building friendly communication between different worlds and breaking the barriers of various planes. Congratulations to all of you for becoming beta testers. The beta testing period for this group is 1 year, and after 1 year, administrators can be selected based on votes from group members. Under the supervision of the River Crab God, please all group members get along harmoniously. Do not curse each other. Violators will be forcibly kicked out of the chat group. The sound coming from your ears made you freeze. Didn't I just step into a fan fiction? How did it turn into a chat group protagonist again? Shocked. Looking at the names of those group members, you can't help but take a deep breath. You feel like a sheep in a wolf's den among these people. Now you can start chatting. With the last electronic sound falling, your ears quieted for a moment. Then another voice came. Xiao Yan, shocked. Has Manhwa business expanded to all realms of the universe? Even created a chat group. Meng Qi at Xiao Yan, brother, give me a secret code. I bought 8 Swiss rolls. How many should I eat? Xiao Yan, you give me all to eat. You are not allowed to eat. Are you also from the Blue Star? Meng Qi, yes. I was watching the World Cup. Suddenly I was possessed, and I have no memory of this world at all. Xiao Yan, I am a fetus traveler. I have traveled for more than 10 years, and I have almost forgotten the memories of my hometown. It is said that when fellow villagers meet, tears fill their eyes. Xiao Yan and Meng Qi both came from the Blue Star and are not unfamiliar with things like chat groups. Although they didn't know where this thing came from, they quickly started talking. Others are observing carefully. After thinking about it for a while, you also joined the conversation. Soon, the three of them chatted enthusiastically. Several other people peeking at the chat group couldn't help but make a sound. Lin Dong, what is this chat group for? Can someone explain it to me? Lin Dong, who is more impatient, spoke first. The appearance of this chat group is already strange. He knows nothing about it, but you seem to be very familiar with this thing. Therefore, he could not contain his curiosity and asked a few people. Chat group, as the name suggests, is a place for people to chat, but the people chatting come from different worlds. Chat groups are tools for our communication and exchange. You briefly explained what a chat group is. Lin Dong, so what you mean is, you all come from different worlds? In this world, there are actually such powerful things that can allow people from different worlds to communicate with each other. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's face was full of disbelief. Let people from different worlds communicate with each other. There is actually such a miraculous thing in this world. Fong Han was also surprised to hear about the role of this chat group. He had just recently obtained an extraordinary opportunity to broaden his horizons, knowing that in their world there are powerful individuals who can use supreme magic to bring the dead back to life. This means is already surprising enough for him. But now this chat group is even more terrifying, as it can connect people from different worlds to each other. What kind of extraordinary means is this? Yes, the people in the group come from different worlds, but not absolutely. After pondering for a moment, he said, Lin Dong, Xiao Yan, you two are actually in the same world, but the world you are in contains many small thousand worlds. You two are in different small thousand worlds. When you ascend from the small thousand worlds, then you two can meet in the world after ascension. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't sit still. It's all from Blue Star. How do you know about my situation? Did you upgrade to VIP for Lama? Lin Dong also spoke up immediately. From what you're saying, it seems like you know me. You don't hide anything either. You have read quite a few novels in the chat group genre. The characters in the general group are from various film and television works. The protagonist of the novel, with the advantage of foresight and insight, plays tricks and creates a character of an all-knowing and almighty supreme immortal for himself, then use this persona to fool the people inside the group for favors. It's also known as the godly stream. But Shijian wasn't going to do that. The cleric stream is also just a little bit useful in the early stages. As time went on, Shijian was tired of playing the role and the risk of exposure was high. And there wasn't an easy one in his group except for him. Other than Lin Dong, Shijian did not have the confidence that he would be able to keep lulling the others into silence. And there's no snubbing them as necessary. Shijian is ready to go to the confessional stream. Nowadays, those who are added to the inside of the group are the ones who have a heavy heart, or at least know how to return the favor. By confessing with them now, Shijian would be able to directly make several people owe him a great opportunity. Isn't that better than playing God? There's also the risk of being exposed for playing God. Shijian, to be precise, I know all of you, and I know your future. Xiaoyan, how do you know about us and our future? Isn't it just a few years later than the two of us crossing over? Why are you so showy? Shijian, you and Meng Qi are both novel protagonists. I've read them all. Xiaoyan, you have the 3-year covenant. Pill old man. Meng Qi, on the other hand, has the reincarnation space. Shijian briefly nodded to Xiaoyan and Meng Qi's situation, adding a few points of credibility to what he said. Xiaoyan and Meng Qi were both travelers and were both confused when they heard this. Munch, that's a little outrageous. Xiaoyan, I'm the main character? Then wouldn't I be unable to die? At this moment, both Meng Qi and Xiaoyan were both shocked inside. What a surprise and a worry. They're fictional protagonists, which is tens of thousands of times more outrageous than crossing over. The shock is that they are just characters from other people's pens, joyfully being the main characters. Both of them are definitely going to be awesome in the future. Shijian, the same is true for Lin Dong and Fang Han. Both of them are also protagonists in the novels. The only difference is that Xiaoyan and you two are travelers, while Lin Dong and Fang Han are natives. Lin Dong and Fang Han looked shocked at what Shijian said. That man named Meng Qi and Xiaoyan were actually characters in a talking book? And their story? Shijian actually read it? What's more, the two of them are actually characters in the talking books as well. Has their story been read by Shijian as well? This is outrageous. Lin Dong, are you telling the truth? You really know me and know my future? Shijian, Lin Dong. Fu, Lin Langtian. Seeing Shijian's words, Lin Dong was completely shocked. This time he believed what Shijian said. Nowadays, his cultivation had skyrocketed because of a mysterious stone talisman he had obtained in the middle of the stone pool. This matter is hitherto unknown. Lin Langtian, on the other hand, was the goal of his cultivation. Lin Langtian had wasted his father in the clan competition, and Lin Dong had always wanted to take revenge for his father. Lin Dong instantly became excited. Lin Dong, have I succeeded in avenging my father's death in the future? Shijian, yes. Fang Han couldn't help but speak in the group at this time. Fang Han, in that case, does your excellency know something about me as well? Shijian, the 9 orifices of the golden elixir, the sculpture of the yellow spring. Once he read these words, Fang Han no longer had half a doubt in his heart. The 9 orifices golden pill, the Jiaofu yellow spring diagram. This was likewise the biggest secret in his heart. It was also his greatest opportunity to date. In that case, this Shijian did know their future. It's just that the way he knows their future is a little outlandish. It was actually from the top of the talk book. However, Fang Han didn't dwell on this matter. Chat group, this kind of thing had come out. This world didn't know how many other things he couldn't think of. It's possible that some great power saw their future and wrote it into a book of words to be passed on to other worlds. Instead of caring about this stuff, we should seize the present. Take advantage of this chat group. Fang Han, I wonder if your excellency could inform me of my future? I will certainly remember this favor. Seeing Fang Han say so, Xiao Yan, Meng Qi and the others greeted Shijian. All of them begged Shijian to inform them of their future. Shijian, don't worry, guys. Wait for me to upload the information inside the group file. Seeing Shijian's words, Fang Han and the others looked forward to it. It wasn't long before a string of messages had gone off in the chat group. Group member Shi Jian uploaded the file Fighting Dong Xiaoyan, One Life to Live Meng Qi, Eternal Life Fong Han, Martial Arts Qin Kuan Lin Dong, Sacred King Yang Qi. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Yang Qi in Trouble, Cross-Border Rescue. Chapter 3 Yang Qi in Trouble, Cross-Border Rescue. Shi Jian uploaded the file and thought about it, then spoke. Shi Jian, in your original stories there was no chat group that existed. Now that there is a chat group, your futures will definitely change. And not all of the plots in your original stories will necessarily happen. So you should be aware of that. Shi Jian, relying too much on your original future plot instead risks screwing yourself. Xiaoyan, not a big problem. The butterfly effect. I understand. I only understand a general. Good brother. This time I owe you a favor. Munch, me too. All buddy. I'll be at your beck and call if you need help in the future. Xiaoyan and Meng Qi, who were also travelers, counted some of the statements. Both of him were from Earth. Just like Shi Jian, born with an extra sense of intimacy. Now that Shi Jian has given them the script through again, the good feeling is even more drawn out. Lin Dong and Fong Han followed suit and spoke. Lin moved, nothing to say. In the future brother you have a hard time, just say a word. I can't do anything else. Just beat people, have a hand. Fong Han, thanks a lot. I owe you a favor all the same. Lin Dong and Fong Han were both people who knew how to repay favors, so they also made a promise. Shi Jian's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. That's the beauty of confession. In one fell swoop, he directly made so many people inside the group owe him a favor. It also gave him an even 3 points. With this lineup inside the group, in the future, if the little tits can't beat it, then there's someone to take the blame. Xiaoyan and Lin Dong's strength might be slightly inferior, but the two of them, Fong Han and Yang Qi, were not inferior to Shi Hao at all. Wait, Yankee? It seemed that he had never seen him speak since he joined the group itself? This is a core class person. The divine image prison suppressing strength that was cultivated was even more heaven-defying than even heaven-defying. There was no telling how many people in the heavens and the earth cultivated his pirated gong methods. This one is also a big-hearted one. Having uploaded the Saint King himself, it's not like he didn't show the slightest sign. As Shi Jian was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a message refreshed inside the chat group. It's not the other person who sent the message. It was none other than Yankee. Yang Qi, everyone. I wonder if someone could have the time to save my life. I was counted by a pair of dogs and men, and now I've lost all my cultivation and my life is at stake. At this moment, Yang Qi's entire body was scorched black and miserable. He had previously been hoodwinked by a woman and had stolen the Voltron pill from the city lord's mansion to give to his beloved, but he didn't realize that the man was just using him to steal the elixir. That cousin of hers even injured him badly. Now he's had his cultivation abolished by someone from the city lord's mansion, and he's been struck by lightning. If he hadn't relied on a mouthful of heart energy to hold him up, he was afraid that he would have fainted long ago. The previous tragic betrayal coupled with a series of strikes was too hasty, which caused him to never have time to care about the chat group. Now pushed to the brink of extinction, the chat group has become his only chance to turn the tide in the midst of desperation. He learned among the chat group that this chat group also has a cross-border function. It can help one cross the world. He looked at the group chat again and got a general idea of the chat group. That's why he sent out a plea for help. The teleportation function could allow him to travel to other worlds. And naturally, it could also allow people from other worlds to come to his world. If Yang Qi fell into the hands of the city lord's office, it would definitely affect the Yang family. Moreover, that adulterous couple is still at the end of walking away. Yang Qi really can't swallow this breath. That's why he asked for help in the middle of the chat group. Shi Jian's eyes lit up after seeing Yang Qi's words. Yang Qi's request for help? This is a heavenly opportunity. Not only can you brush up on your goodwill, but you can also take this opportunity to seek out the statue of God's jailbait power. Shi Jian, I'll help you. Shi Jian didn't hesitate and immediately spoke in the group. Then he found an empty stone house and used the cross-border function of the chat group. Group member Shi Jian has sent you a crossover request. Is it permissible to establish a crossover channel? Agreed/refused. A voice rang in Yang Qi's ears. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qi immediately chose to agree. A plain and unadorned talismanic door appeared in front of both of them at the same time. Shi Jian didn't hesitate and immediately went through the stone door, then came in front of Yang Qi in particular. At this moment, Yang Qi's state was incomparably poor, but he still raised his spirits and looked at the visitor expectantly. Then he was shocked. What appeared in front of him was clearly a 7 or 8-year-old waif. You're Shi Jian? Yang Qi asked with some surprise. He had read what Shi Jian had said, and in his opinion, Shi Jian was somewhat mysterious. But he never expected that Shi Jian was actually such a doll. Shi Jian's appearance instantly startled those guards of the city lord's mansion. A man in cold iron armor with a fierce face looked at Shurjian warily. Who are you and why are you here? Although Shurjian was a childlike figure, the man did not dare to take him lightly at all. Shurjian appeared in a way he couldn't fathom. Disciple of the Heavenly Position Academy. This Yang-Chi, I'll bail out. Shurjian's face was arrogant as soon as he appeared on the scene, and he was familiar with all kinds of screen name routines, knowing that now is the time to pull the wool over the eyes of the people. He also didn't expect Yang-Chi to have so many people here, and he directly teleported over in full view of everyone. So why not simply pretend to be someone from the Heavenly Ranks Academy? The city lord's mansion guard wearing cold iron was already scornful of Shurjian, who stepped out from the door. This means of appearing out of thin air was unheard of for him. I don't know what kind of realm it is to be able to do that. This Shurjian looked like a doll, but that guard felt a threat from him. So young to feel threatened. Only a top power like the Heaven's Position Academy could produce such a genius. The faces of the city lord's guards were a bit ugly. Looking at Shurjian and Yang-Chi, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Yang-Chi spoke up at this moment at the right time. Commander Luo Sol, you've already searched long ago. The Voltron pill is not in my possession, and I was also deceived in stealing the pill. Now that those two thieves have not yet traveled far, if you go after them, you may still be able to retrieve the Voltron pill. While saying that, Yang-Chi pointed at the direction where the dog and man pair left. Luo Sol was none other than the city lord's mansion guard commander who wore cold iron. At this moment, he couldn't help but hear Yang-Chi's words and his eyes flickered. Eyes wavered between the distance and Shurjian Yang-Chi. When Shurjian saw this look on his face, his heart fluttered, and a look of impatience couldn't help but spread across his face. Get out of here yet. Do you want me to kick you out? As he spoke, Shurjian took a step forward and then blasted a fist at Luo Sol. Shurjian dared to cross the border and come to help Yang-Chi. He naturally had the backbone. His strength had long since broken through the blood-moving realm, and he had also melted the bone text within his body. Now that he had mobilized his essence and blood, his entire body rolled like thunder, and his flesh and blood gave off divine sunlight. His strength was incomparably strong. Although he had not yet reached the blood-moving realm's 100,000 gene extreme realm, he still had a full 80,000 gene of strength. Such a terrifying force was his bottom line. The world that Yang-Chi was in wasn't simple either, but he guessed based on Yang-Chi's words that Yang-Chi was now at a point in time when he had just opened his mouth. That is, the beginning of the novel. At this point in the plot, the enemies he meets won't be very strong. Shurjian was confident that he could help Yang-Chi, no more than being able to save your life, and it's only a matter of moments before they cross worlds. If you can't do it, you can run. With such a guarantee, Shurjian dared to come over to help Yang-Chi. He was considered to be in the late stage of the blood-moving realm at this strength. Even the desolate Heavenly Emperor needed 50 or 60 chapters to reach the late stage of the blood-moving realm. They were all top-level 1,000 worlds. It wasn't as if the strength of 50 or 60 chapters on desolate Heavenly Emperor's side couldn't beat the monsters of the first 10 chapters on Yang-Chi's side. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Replicating the Statue of God's Prison Suppressing Strength. Chapter 4, Replica God Statue Prison Suppression Strength. Seeing Shurjian, this little waif, make a move at the drop of a hat, Luo Sol's face changed, but his strength was not extraordinary. Immediately, he reacted. The world of the Holy King specializes in the cultivation of chi. The chi they cultivated was able to achieve all sorts of incredible effects. Not only can they use chi to hurt people, but they can also turn chi into weapons, and in addition to that, they can also give chi all kinds of attributes. Luo Sol's body shook as an extremely strong aura erupted from his body. He stood with his hands in front of him, and countless cold air suddenly erupted around him. These cold chi condensed into an ice crystal spear, and there seemed to be an aura of freezing 1,000 miles above the long give. The spear instantly detached itself from Luo Sol's palm and ripped through the air to stab towards Shurjian. Even though Luo Sol made a move, he was afraid of Shurjian's identity, so he hesitated to stay his hand. Shurjian is a bit of a mystery, but he's still a doll after all. Even if he came from a big power, how powerful can a doll be? If he really hurt him, the consequences would be unimaginable. As his mind flowed, Luo Sol then wanted to collect a few moments of coldness, but unexpectedly, the next moment, his eyes widened. Shurjian's still somewhat fleshy little hand grabbed directly on top of his ice crystal spear with a single grab out of thin air. In the end, he actually crushed this ice crystal spear with brute force. Luo Sol couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Their cultivation was based on Qigong cultivation leading to physical body cultivation. After a Qigong breakthrough, the quality of the physical body would also increase. Now this little baby hard will of his ice crystal spear crushed. Just flesh cultivation is so horrible, that his Qigong cultivation should be how horrible? Luo Sol was lost in shock at this moment. In a flash, Shurjian threw a punch at him. Luo Sol stirred up the whole body's gas to resist, but his gas in front of Shi Jian's horrible power without the slightest resistance. Luo Soul's feeling as if by an ancient giant statue hit. The organs and bowels are to be shifted. His body was sent flying by Shi Jian in the blink of an eye. The other guards were instantly terrified when they saw their leader being knocked away by a little doll. However, those who could be the guards of the city lord's residence were all elites. They were fearful in their hearts, but when they saw the commander being attacked, they were quick to react to surround Shi Jian. But just then, Luo Soul quickly stopped them. Shi Jian left a few points of leeway, so Luo Soul wasn't killed by a single punch. Killing him would be trivial, but Shi Jian was afraid that killing him would leave trouble for Yang Qi. Luo Soul braced himself and stood up. Thank you, my lord, for staying. This time, he was certain that Shi Jian was definitely someone who had come out from among the Heavenly Plane Academy. It only looked like he was 7 or 8 years old and had such terrifying strength. Luo Soul had fear in his heart, so even though Shi Jian looked at him as just a child, he still honored him as an adult. Get lost. Shi Jian continues to maintain the awesome persona. Luo Soul spat out blood while leading the other guards in the direction Yang Qi pointed out. Your Excellency's favor today. Yang Qi will never forget it. Seeing that the city lord's houseguards who were holding him hostage were repelled by Shi Jian, Yang Qi immediately turned to Shi Jian and thanked him. The terrifying strength displayed by Shi Jian surprised him. Shi Jian looked only 7 or 8 years old and had such strength. How strong should his world be? It's nothing. In fact, if I don't come, the people of the city lord's office won't kill you. Shi Jian helped Yang Qi up from the ground. Now that the pair of dogs have run far away, those of them who go after them won't necessarily be able to catch up. With the loss of the Voltron pill, under normal circumstances the city lord's office would definitely hold the Young family accountable for this. But now that I'm here, the people from the city lord's office might think that I have a strong background and won't dare to make a move against the Young family for a while. You just happen to take this opportunity to quickly cultivate. By the time they react, the entire city lord's mansion will be destroyed at your fingertips. Shi Jian said to Yang Qi. Yang Qi sighed bitterly at the words. Now that my cultivation is wasted, whether or not I can regain my cultivation is still another story. Not to mention surpassing the city lord's mansion. Shi Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes as he listened to him. He had never seen a protagonist who was even more cool than Yang Qi. The guy has basically had no setbacks along the way, except for the opening swing by the female. What is it that is not Versailles to say such things in his presence now? You should know that I understand your future if you've read the group chat logs. Didn't you just get struck by lightning? In fact, the thunder just now was a heaven-defying chance. Among them is a heaven-defying technique that has never been seen before. That technique will not only help you recover your cultivation, but it will also enable you to have an incomparably bright future. The rest of the people inside the chat group besides me will all be able to dominate a world in the future. But none of the techniques they cultivate are comparable to this technique of yours. I came across the border to help you, but I also had a few thoughts of seeing this technique. Shi Jian said truthfully. Yang Qi immediately checked his status when he heard this. He had just learned about the situation inside the group, so he trusted what Shi Jian said. Without looking, it was a shock to see that he was now in a horribly poor physical state. He was severely traumatized after suffering a lightning strike, and his Qi meridians were all wasted. The body is charred. If he hadn't been holding on by a mouthful of heart energy, he would have passed out long ago. If he had seen his body wasted like this under normal circumstances, Yang Qi was afraid that his heart would have despaired. The meridians and Qi were all wasted, which meant that there was no difference between him and an invalid in the future. However, with Shi Jian's words, there was still a hope in Yang Qi's heart. Quickly, he found a hint of it within the mutilated body. As long as he closed his eyes and looked inward, he would be able to see a fist-sized thunder and lightning elephant rushing about in his Dantian Qi. When Yang Qi tried his luck, a small person with flickering golden light appeared deep within his brow. 8 large words appeared in his mind, shaking his mind and buzzing. Broken and invincible. The moment Yang Qi made contact with the golden villain, a wave of vast words and images passed into his mind. Divine elephant prison power. Yang Qi almost jumped up in excitement. The corners of Shi Jian's mouth also revealed a hint of a smile as he watched Yang Qi, who was in the process of handing down his feats. From the side, Library of the Heavens Kung Fu class, iconoclast prison power is being recorded. Using Qi to attract God. Using God to become an elephant. Throwing your hands and feet, the power of a giant elephant. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Confessing to Copying the Feats. Chapter 5, Confessing to Copying the Feats. Yang Qi slowly underwent a metamorphosis under Shi Jian's gaze. His flesh body let out a crunching sound, and its inner broken meridians as well as the sea of Qi regained cohesion in this instant, even becoming stronger than before. After successfully cultivating the divine image prison suppressing strength, Yang Qi's cultivation level was also completely restored. Meanwhile, Shi Jian finished recording his feats on the side. Yang Qi cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing strength once in front of him, and the library of the heavens naturally finished recording it. This gong method is too heaven-defying. I don't know how many times more profound than my Yang family's Qigong cultivation. It's indeed a geisha divine gong. New skin was born on Yang Qi's body. Old skin was shed, and the whole person was dragon-like and full of essence. He turned his gaze to Shi Jian. Your Excellency came across the border to save me, and informed me of my future. There is no way to repay the great favor, and since you came to see this divine skill, why don't I pass this divine skill on to you? A small embarrassed smile appeared on Shi Jian's face. Ahem. In fact, when you were practicing just now, this divine skill was already memorized by me by some means, and I was planning to practice it once I returned to my world. Having chosen to come clean, it is of course to come clean to the end. One would inevitably have to deal with Yang Qi in the future. If we were to hide it from him, we couldn't even refrain from exercising the divine elephant prison suppressing strength in front of him in the future. Could we? Might as well get it out of the way now to avoid a gap later. Yang Qi's heart was shocked when he heard this. He had practiced once in front of Shi Jian, and Shi Jian had memorized the gong method? This tactic is too terrifying. But then a bitter smile spread across his face. Your Excellency's methods are truly unbelievable. Only in this way, I have nothing to repay you now. Not only did Shi Jian inform himself of his future, but he also crossed the border to come over and help himself. This favor, Yang Qi naturally remembered in his heart, although he also saw that Shi Jian was here for the idle prison suppressing strength. No matter what Shi Jian's purpose was, he had always helped himself. More importantly, Shi Jian was candid. He had an agenda and he wasn't fooling himself. This kind of frankness made Yang Qi, who had just suffered from the woman's deception, touched beyond measure. Therefore, Yang Qi was thankful to Shi Jian from the bottom of his heart, and he wanted to teach Shi Jian the divine elephant prison suppressing strength as a way to repay this favor. But Shi Jian's means were heavenly, and just by watching himself cultivate he learned. This made Yang Qi fret. He really couldn't think of how to repay Shi Jian. Shi Jian also roughly understood Yang Qi's thoughts as he looked at his expression and spoke. You don't cultivate. I can't steal to this divine elephant prison suppressing strength. This is originally your chance. Now I learned it. It's my means dishonorable. Yang Qi shook his head. I cultivated once and you can learn it, that's your skill. What's dishonorable about it? If I had such means, I would hate to learn all the divine abilities in the world. Yang Qi's cognition was clear. Shi Jian was able to learn the technique by watching himself cultivate it once. This was his means to the heavens. That's not exactly stealing a lesson. It's like alchemy. Suppose he got the ancient Dan formula and refined the divine Dan. Shi Jian would only be called stealing if he stole his Dan formula and refined a divine Dan as well. But people just ate the elixir he made, and then they backtracked on the formula and made the same divine elixir. Can you say he stole it? People speak with strength. In the same way, Yang Qi was practicing divine elephant prison suppressing strength on the street. Others couldn't even tell that he was practicing a divine level technique. And Shi Jian just watched him cultivate and learned the divine image Jinjian. This is based on the ability. Yang Qi was convinced of this ability of Shi Jian. It was just that if Shi Jian had already learned the divine image prison suppressing strength, then there was nothing he could return Shi Jian's favor. That was the point that bothered Yang Qi. Meeting each other is fate. There are so many worlds in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, and each world has countless living beings. Out of countless worlds and countless beings, only a few of us met in the chat group. This is fate. I help you. You help me. Keep watch and help each other. Why care about this favor or not favor? Is it hard for you to return the so-called favor? And in the future when I am in trouble and ask for help in the group, you will not help? Seeing his entanglement, Shi Jian said in a somewhat old-fashioned manner. Then naturally not. Yang Qi couldn't help but retort at his words. He was truly grateful to Shi Jian. With his character, even if he returned this favor, as long as Shi Jian did not do anything wrong to him, then Shi Jian asked for help, he would definitely help. After all, it was Shi Jian who crossed the border at his most desperate time. God knows how desperate he was when he suffered a betrayal. His entire body meridians and chi were wasted, and his whole person was reduced to an invalid? Then no, you don't have to dwell on favors or not. The world I'm in is very dangerous, and I'll need your help in the future. When the time comes, if you don't help me, I'll hold you hostage and force your hand, Shi Jian said in a joking manner. If not for his lack of height, he would have wanted to pat Yang Qi's shoulder. Yang Qi seriously promised Shi Jian after hearing this. In the future, no matter how many times you are in trouble, as long as I am alive, I will definitely cross the border to help you. Shi Jian was satisfied in his heart when he heard this. Look, this kind is worthy of being the main character. Small favors he can remember until he dies. Big favor he can play you for your life. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that even if I helped him now, I'd still have a way of taking his life. I'm equally at your beck and call when you're in trouble. Shi Jian similarly promised to Yang Qi, and he said this with sincerity. He went with the confessional flow, just genuinely wanting to be friends with the people inside the group. Yankee can go through fire for him. Then he could also go to the fire for Yang Qi. It wasn't just Yankee. The others inside the group were the same. There is no denying that Shi Jian contacted them with the intention of hugging them. But as long as the people inside the group treat him as a brother, then he can be equally genuine. Of course, this range does not include the surnames Tang and Guyu. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Commonalities among the people in the group. Chapter 6 Commonalities among the people in the group. After both of them made their promises, they looked at each other and smiled. Promises between men need no words. Yang Qi also stopped dwelling on favors or not. You came across the border this time. Why don't you just rest here for a few days so I can entertain you? You also know my identity. Young master of the Yang family, I have some status within this city. He invites Shi Jian to stay and play in this world for a few days. I'd like to stay and play for a few days, but I don't know what's going on with the passage of time between the two worlds. Now that there's nothing going on here with you, I am going back. It happened suddenly, and I didn't say hello to anyone when I left that world, so if I'm gone for a long time, the people inside the village will be worried. Shi Jian politely declined Yin Qi's invitation. He does have an interest in the world, but he was also worried about the original world. If he stayed here long enough, it would be a problem if the people of Stone Village couldn't find him. It would be even more troublesome if the Willow God was alarmed by then. Now that Yang Qi's matter here was resolved, and he himself had obtained the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, it was time to go back. Yang Qi had the intention to keep Shi Jian for a few days, but after hearing Shi Jian's words, it was not good for him to stay. So be it. When you have time, feel free to come amongst my world at any time. Shi Jian nodded and then prepared to leave. He instructed Yang Qi again before leaving. If you have time, take a look at the Saint King I uploaded. If I don't remember wrongly, within these 2 days your 2 older brothers will be attacked with their cultivation completely wasted. So take precautions early. Yang Qi's face was shocked. He knew that Shi Jian had uploaded their future inside the group. He just hadn't had time to check it out since just now. He also thought he'd watch it as soon as he had time. He just never expected that within nearly 2 days his 2 brothers would be attacked. I'll inform my father as soon as I get back. A great favor. Or as I just said, as long as I'm alive, I'll be there when you call me. Yang Qi said firmly. Shi Jian nodded, and then finally communicated with the system. In the next instant, his figure disappeared in front of Yang Qi. After Shi Jian disappeared, Yang Qi clenched his fists and then headed in the direction of the Yang clan. As he walked and watched the Saint King uploaded by Shi Jian, an unprecedented light erupted within his eyes. Reappearing in the familiar stone house, Shi Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped out of the stone house, where Little Milkman and the rest of the villagers were still exercising on top of the stone village clearing. Shi Jian looked at the sun, whose position had not changed. Did time stand still after I left? Or maybe it's bound to a time anchor? Shi Jian's eyes lit up. The time in the original world did not change after he went to the other world. I don't know if it's because time stands still, or if he's bound to a time anchor. But then, there's a lot of room for maneuver in that, and it should work both ways. Someone inside the group going to another world his own should be forbidden as well. If you run into any life and death crisis, you can just run into the world of the other people in the group and practice hard for a few years. Then return and directly reverse the big picture. With this in mind, Shi Jian opened the chat group. Multiple messages had been swiped inside the chat group at the moment. Xiao Yan, Shi Jian, what's the situation with you traveling through the past? Has the problem been solved yet? Munch, what happened to that Yankee dude? There was a bit too much information. Mostly concerned about his situation with Yankee. Shi Jian looked at it and then entered the whole group. Shi Jian, the problem has been solved. I have returned to my own world. There is no need for you all to worry. The people inside the group breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Shi Jian reply. Xiao Yan, not returning messages for so long. I thought you two had hung up. I also want to cross the border to help, but the medicinal old remnant soul is in my body. I can't well mess it up. Meng Qi, I also want to help, but I've only just started practicing martial arts. I'm afraid that if I go, I won't be able to help you guys, but instead I'll drag my feet. Fong Han, you also have a residual soul in you? I also have a remnant soul in me. His name is Yen. His origin is mysterious, and I'm not good at crossing the border without being prepared. Lin moved. What does it feel like to cross the border? What is the world of that person called Yang Qi like? If I wasn't injured and afraid of dragging my feet, I'd want to join in the fun. When the other members of the group saw Yang Qi's request for help, they also wanted to cross the border to help, but it's all been delayed by a few things. Xiao Yan and Fong Han both had residual souls hosted in their bodies, And the relationship between them and this residual soul was still in the cultivation stage today, so neither is conveniently cross-border. Meng Qi, on the other hand, was too weak because the pre-world he was in was a martial arts opening. Meng Qi is afraid that crossing the border will not only fail to help, but also drag his feet. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was because he was injured. Otherwise with his nature how could he not be a part of such a lively event? Sure Jian, just a little trouble. It's solved now. The style of both Yang Qi's world and your world should be similar. It's just that the system you cultivate is different. Yang Qi also spoke at this moment. Thank you all for your kindness. With Brother Shi's help, my problem has been solved. I was rather busy before. I haven't had the chance to get acquainted with all of you yet. My name is Yang Qi. Please take care of me. Seeing that the last groupmate, Yang Qi, had also spoken, the others inside the group responded. The atmosphere was all of a sudden lively again. A few people chatted and soon realized that they had a lot in common with each other. The three people, Shi Jian, Meng Qi, and Xiao Yan, all came from Earth. Xiao Yan and Fang Han both have residual souls in their bodies to assist. Then Yanqi was blindsided by a woman and Xiao Yan was withdrawn from the marriage. People are naturally close to each other once they find common ground. Not to say how deep a relationship was established, but at least a few people knew each other. It's worth noting that those uploaded by Shi Jian he placed certain restrictions on. No one else can view the status of another person's file except the person themselves. After all, the file he uploaded is related to the future of several people, which not only contains the black history of the people, but also the people's aptitude, cultivation and other circumstances. These things are also more sensitively taboo. If everyone inside the group could see their future, then someone would definitely be uncomfortable. New book by a new writer, asking for recommendations. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I Joined the Chat Group is wonderful, please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 7 Practicing Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. Chapter 7 Cultivating Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. After Shi Jian returned to the Stone Village, he began to start cultivating Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. At night time, the bright moon was in the sky. The little tyke drank a large can of milk and then went to sleep peacefully. Shi Jian walked out of the stone house and began to cultivate. The Perfect World and the Saint King's World cultivation systems were not the same. The Divine Image Prison Suppressing Strength was a Qigong, which was very different from the Perfect World's Gong methods. But this was no problem for Shi Jian. The Library of the Heavens will optimize feats after they are included. Make it into the best fit for Shi Jian. Therefore, Shi Jian didn't need to worry about the problem of incomprehensible feats at all. With this Library of the Heavens in place, he was able to incorporate all of the laws of the heavens into himself. Shi Jian began to cultivate the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength as recorded on the Heavenly Tao Library. He worked on his physique one move at a time. Shi Jian didn't know what the original version of Yang Qi's cultivation was like. However, he immediately felt the power of this Gong method as soon as he cultivated it. When he was running, he could clearly feel that there was a flow of air in his body like a river running through his body. His fleshly body was already incredibly powerful, and now under the effect of this air current, his entire body's essence and blood were mobilized, and vaguely, his fleshly body was emitting the sound of rushing thunder. Shi Jian's breath changed. An aura of simplicity and heaviness rose from him. It was like an ancient divine elephant that was intimidating. Shi Jian practiced his punches and kicks. The power of each punch was incomparably ferocious, and the air was thunderous with his punches. What a berserk gongfu! Shi Jian felt his power slowly increasing. With the existence of the Library of the Heavens, although Shi Jian hadn't been able to obtain any heaven-defying items, he was still a little hungover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quench the strength of 80,000 pounds at such an early age. But 80,000 pounds of force was the limit of his previous physical body. Without the fate of the reversed heaven, Shi Jian could not reach the 100,000 gene force of the blood-moving realm extreme realm no matter how much he cultivated. And now, with the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, Shi Jian could completely reach the blood-moving extreme realm just like Shi Hao's side. Now that I have the Divine Image Prison Suppressing Strength, I won't need to worry about the secret techniques for a long time. As long as I practice step by step I can keep breaking through my cultivation level. But on the path of cultivation, it's not desirable to cultivate deeply behind closed doors. Only by constantly experiencing life and death struggles can you become strong. A group of guys inside the chat group are all hard fought all the way up. Maybe I can find a chance to try hunting that mythical beast. After collecting his energy, Shi Jian began to ponder over it. at the late stage of the blood-moving realm, with a strength of 80,000 gene. In this great wilderness, it would be difficult for an ordinary ancient relic to pose a threat to him. The only thing that posed a threat to him was that mythical beast. That mythical beast was exceptionally ferocious in strength, but now that it was very old, its strength had fallen drastically. If he was able to kill him, it would be considered a chance. The precious blood of the mythical beast could be used to baptize the flesh of Nurse and the other children inside the stone village, opening the path of cultivation for them. The mythical beast's treasure bone even had the mythical beast treasure art inscribed on top of it. The animal is a treasure. Previously, Shurjian had been coveting this swift ancient remnant seed for a long time. It was just that there wasn't too complete a cultivation legacy in the stone village. Shurjian had only raised his cultivation level even when he was open. Although his physical body had been cultivated to the point where his internal organs were crystalline and his bones were translucent, he didn't have much in the way of attacks. Therefore, he was too wary to strike at that mythical beast. But it was different now. He had the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. This gongfu could not only be a cultivation method, it also included a series of divine means. Any of the divine aptitudes taken out in this gongfu could be called a supreme power dharma. Shurjian could now cultivate 3 of these divine abilities. The first attacking divine ability, the Spear of the Underworld God, the strongest attack method, condensed with the God statue's prison suppressing strength Hell Vortex True Chi. A spear could break everything. The second essence of flight art, Devil's Wings, allowed Shurjian to coalesce his wings and gain the ability to fly with infinite wonders. The third protective aptitude, Underworld God Guardian. This aptitude could form a qigong protection around one's surroundings, and casting it could make one invincible, able to fight, carry and escape. By successfully cultivating all 3 of these divine abilities, then Shurjian would have the strength to fight against the mythical beast. After making up his mind, Shurjian started walking towards the outside of the village. He had moved a bit too much by cultivating this god image prison suppressing strength. Continuing to cultivate inside the village would only disturb the people inside the village. Shurjian found a relatively secluded valley and then began to continue cultivating. Although the divine elephant prison suppressing strength he practiced was different from the original version, the principle of its cultivation had not changed. The divine elephant prison suppressing strength, at its root, was also a method to develop the physical body. The practitioner transforms himself into 800 million tiny particles, each of which is a giant elephant embryo. Normally, these giant elephant embryos have not yet awakened, and practicing divine elephant prison suppressing strength is to awaken these giant elephant embryos. Each embryo awakened gives one access to the power of the giant elephant. The 800 million giant elephant embryos can again evolve into divine elephants. The so-called divine elephant suppressing the prison is the divine elephant composed of these 800 million embryos suppressing the boundless prison of hell. This cultivation method coincided with the purpose of the blood-moving realm's quenching of the physical body. As the night passed and Shurjian was practicing, a tiny particle within his torso suddenly made a cracking sound. An aura of an ancient flood beast awakening passed out from his body. For a moment, 100 birds flew around the valley, and all sorts of creatures were shocked by the aura. In the stone village far away from each other, the willow tree that had been blackened by the lightning suddenly gave off a burst of green color. A willow branch was raised high, pointing to where Shurjian was. After Shurjian practiced for a night, he finally awakened the first particle in his body, possessing the power of a giant elephant. This divine skill is indeed an invincible art that passes through the heavens and covers the world. I awakened the power of the giant elephant after practicing it for one night. Shurjian's eyes shone with unprecedented excitement. The difficulty of cultivating this gaijin technique was extremely high and incomparable. The reason why Yang Qi was able to get started was because he was struck by lightning and the lightning entered his body, which allowed him to get started with the power of the thunder elephant. If a normal person practiced such a divine skill, it would be difficult to cultivate it for 100 or 1,000 years. Shurjian was able to cultivate divine power overnight, and that was thanks to the blessing of the Library of the Heavens. The Library of the Heavens had optimized the technique to best fit Shurjian's cultivation, and that was why he was able to cultivate this technique by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the fact that he was already in the late stage of the blood-moving realm, his physical body strength was incomparably strong, which allowed him to easily awaken the particles in his body. The giant elephant embryo awakened and gave me a force of 100,000 gene. Now my physical strength plus this giant elephant force is 180,000 gene, which is beyond the blood-moving extreme realm. But why do I feel like I haven't reached my limit yet? Shurjian's eyes held a few moments of doubt in them. The blood-moving realm extreme realm was a force of 100,000 pounds, and he cultivated the divine elephant prison suppression strength to awaken the power of a giant elephant. This giant elephant is an ancient giant elephant, and its trunk has the power of 100,000 with a single wave and roll. The force of 100,000 gene. plus the force of 80,000 gene that Shi Jian already had. He now had the force of 180,000 gene with one swing of his arms. It had long since surpassed the moving blood extreme realm. Only, Shi Jian felt that his cultivation was not yet complete. After he carefully sensed it, he realized the reason for this. This giant elephant power is the power brought about by the awakening of the particles in his body, and it is not the same as the power of the blood-moving realm source. In other words, his strength in the blood-moving realm was still 80,000 pounds. However, he was able to stack the power from the particles of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength awakening. The optimized divine elephant prison suppressing strength had not only integrated the cultivation system of the perfect world, but also retained the cultivation system of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength's awakened particles. This also meant that Shi Jian was able to have two major cultivation systems by practicing a single technique. When cultivating this technique, the cultivation level of the blood-moving realm would increase, and at the same time, the particles in the body would be awakened. The presence of particles is like an external device. If Shi Jian's strength reached the blood-moving realm extreme realm, then he possessed the strength of 100,000 pounds. With this 100,000 pounds of force, he couldn't break through again. This was the extreme of the blood-moving realm. However, on top of that, if Shi Jian awakened 10 particles, it would be the power of 10 giant elephants. The strength of a giant elephant was equivalent to 100,000 pounds. Then Shi Jian would be able to strike 1,100,000 pounds of force at the blood-moving realm. This also meant that under the same realm, Shi Jian would always have one more advantage over others, the power of the giant elephant. If one day I cultivate into the immortal emperor realm and awaken all 800 million giant statue embryos in my body, what kind of sight would that be? Shi Jian couldn't help but long for it. The power of the immortal emperor, coupled with the power of the divine image. Shi Jian felt a little inflated. One could even touch the desolate heavenly emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Spear of the Stygian God. Chapter 8, Spear of the Stygian God. After awakening the power of the divine elephant, the pores of Shi Jian's entire body shot out terrifying streams of air in unison, followed by a long chirping sound like a steam whistle. Dots of light surfaced above Shi Jian's palm. The quantity of these rays of light continued to increase, changing from quantitative to qualitative, and finally coalescing together completely, transforming into a physical object like steel. An ancient battle spear with a pale aura appeared in Shi Jian's hand. Spear of the Underworld. The Spear of the Underworld God was a basic divine ability among the divine elephant prison suppression strength, and when Shi Jian cultivated the divine elephant prison suppression strength, he would naturally be able to condense the Spear of the Underworld God. One grant in hand. The world is mine. Shi Jian looked into the distance as a terrifying explosive force emanated from his hands. In an instant, the Spear of the Underworld God cut through the air and leapt hundreds of meters into the valley. The mountain was like tofu, unable to withstand Chang Yu's piercing. A deep hole appeared above the mountain. I don't know how deep it is. This Spear of the Underworld God is so powerful, it can be used directly as a weapon as well as projected. Red Peak Spear. Immortal Shield. In the middle of the perfect world, immortal King Yunlan also used a spear. I wonder when this Spear of the Underworld God of mine will be able to rival his Red Peak Spear. Shi Jian looked at the hole above the mountain and couldn't help but lament together the power of the Spear of the Underworld God. With his current physical strength coupled with the power of the dragon elephant, the Spear of the Underworld God shot out and had already killed the moving blood extreme realm with a shot. A weaker cave realm might also be able to be killed. It was important to realize that this Spear of the Underworld God was not as simple as a mere weapon. When it erupts, it has the sound of hellish howling, like thousands of evil spirits hissing in your ears. It is able to suppress a person's will above the spirit, causing both mental and physical attacks. That's what makes it really powerful. And its power will keep getting stronger as the stone's solid power increases. When he cultivated to the peak, this Spear of the Underworld God would be the true Spear of the Underworld God. It can suppress the underworld and subdue the demons. Shi Jian flexed his fingers and sucked on it, and Chang Yu shot out from the mountain and returned to his hand. Looking at the Spear of the Underworld God, Shi Jian set a small goal for himself. Use the Spear of the Underworld God to nail Yunlan to death. Only after the cultivation was completed did Shi Jian return to the middle of the stone village. At this time, the villagers in the stone village had already gotten up one after another. Shi Jian lifted the sleeping little tyke by the back of his neck. The future desolate heavenly emperor fluttered his little short legs and struggled inside Shi Jian's hands. Brother Shi Jian. Before the confused desolate heavenly emperor could utter a complete sentence, he was thrown onto the martial arts practice field by Shi Jian. At your age, how did you sleep? Hurry up and get up and cultivate. A boulder was pressed against the little tyke's back in a daze. Several 100 pounds of boulders pressed on Shi Hao's body, and Shi Hao didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Even without the supreme bone, Hao's fleshly body is still far beyond others by a large margin. Shi Jian looked at this scene and said in his heart, the Supreme Bone had an extraordinary physique. And even though Shi Hao had his bones dug out, the connection between this body of his and the Supreme Bone was not completely severed. Therefore he still had some divine differences left in this body. This also led to Shi Hao possessing a physical body that was much stronger than ordinary people. It was evident from the fact that he had lifted a 1,000-pound giant cauldron earlier. Nowadays, Shi Hao was only 3 or 4 years old and was able to lift 1,000 kilograms of huge tripods, and other children inside the village who were 13 or 14 years old were not necessarily able to lift that huge tripod. Being strong in the flesh has its benefits. Shi Hao's physique was extraordinary. Then he would be able to undergo baptism early and open the path of cultivation. When I kill my mythical beast and other ancient relics, and use their precious blood to baptize Shi Hao's fleshly body for him, I don't know how strong Shi Hao will be after such a metamorphosis. Shi Jian found a hint of nurturing pleasure. The Shi Hao in the original story also baptized himself with the mythical beast's precious blood. He was picking up the corpse of the mythical beast at that time. At that time, the animal's lifespan was about to end. Before dying, he tried to self-destruct his flesh again. Only he didn't succeed. So the corpse left behind was picked up by Shi Hao. The mythical beast corpse that Shi Hao had picked up was naturally considered a supreme treasure. It's just that the mythical beast destroyed itself once and lost all its flesh and blood essence and spirituality. Shi Hao bathed in precious blood for a day and a night only to barely metamorphose and achieve the blood-moving realm. At that time, he had 8,000 pounds of divine power in one swing of his arms. But this was far from Shi Hao's limit, and now that Shi Jian was there, he naturally had to provide better conditions for Shi Hao. What's the point of dictating the desolate heavenly emperor for all eternity? What Shi Jian wanted was the desolate heavenly emperor who could suppress the ages. Shi Jian set a goal for the little tyke as well, to shatter Shi Yi's dream of supremacy with 3 punches during the Battle of the Two Stones. Soon, some of the other teenagers from the Stone Village also came above the martial arts practicing ground. They also began to beat up the flesh. When Shi Jian first learned that this was the perfect world, he began to cultivate like crazy. As a result, he started a trend of wild scrolling in Ishimura. All the other children inside the village came over at dawn to practice. These children do not volunteer themselves. Shi Jian does not know. All he knew was that ever since he came to the square every day at dawn to practice, every morning he could hear the sound of children ghostly wailing inside the village. Then one by one, people in the square would come over covering their asses to beat up their bodies. Over time, the whole village developed the habit of waking up early. It's not just kids, it's adults too. Shi Jian was also practicing among the crowd. With his horrifying physical qualities nowadays, he naturally didn't need to sleep anymore. Eyes open is practice. Straight up or not closed. The Library of the Heavens was instrumental in his achievements today, but his own efforts are also very important. In full view of everyone, Shi Jian did not cultivate the divine image prison suppressing strength. Instead, they practice bone writing. True cultivation is more than just hammering the physical body is enough. It was even more important to comprehend the primordial runes and touch the origin of heaven and earth, or else it would be difficult to reach the pinnacle even if one's physical body was strong. In the perfect world, the true supreme beings all fused their physical bodies with their bone texts. They can produce a mysterious fall into fragments of the great Tao when they are hammering beings, dissolving in flesh and blood without distinction. The so-called blood-moving realm was to nourish the physical body by using the bone culture as a fleshly divine sun. The bone texts that Shi Jian practiced were all taken from village headman Shi Yunfeng when he was young and went out to retrieve them. Over the course of a few years, Shi Jian had practically devoured these bone texts. Halfway through his cultivation, Shi Jian saw the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, come before him. He stopped his cultivation and gazed at the village chief. End of chapter. Chapter 9 The Old Village Chief's Request. Chapter 9 The Old Village Chief's Request. Old Village Chief Shi Yunfeng opened his mouth to inquire about Shi Jian. Little Shi, how are you practicing those bone scripts I passed on to you? Pretty much. Those bone texts have helped me a lot, and now I have the strength of 80,000 pounds in one swing of my arms. Shi Jian replied. Shi Yunfeng was surprised to hear this. 80,000 pounds of strength? Then wouldn't your strength have already exceeded the blood-moving realm long ago? Shi Yunfeng had traveled out some years earlier and had grown to know the realms. When the flesh body metamorphosed, having 8,000 pounds of strength was already considered to be at the early stage of the blood-moving realm. A regular person with 30,000 to 40,000 pounds of strength would already be at the peak of the blood-moving realm. Shi Jian's strength had reached a full 80,000 pounds. Didn't that mean he had already surpassed the blood-moving realm? Shi Jian shook his head as he listened to the old village chief's words. Ordinary people possessing 30,000 to 40,000 pounds of strength in the blood-moving realm is already the limit, but those great clan prides can break through this limit. The true power limit of the blood-moving realm is 100,000 gene, and the closer you get to 100,000 gene, the greater the potential after the breakthrough. 100,000 pounds. The old village chief was even more shocked. Moving blood realm 100,000 gene extreme realm. This was indeed something he did not know before. You now have the strength of 80,000 pounds. So are you going to try to break through 100,000 pounds? Shi Yunfeng looked at Shi Jian in a somewhat dazed manner, then inquired. Shi Jian had shown a heaven-defying talent since he was a child, and after his physical body was cleansed, he even stepped directly into the blood-moving realm. The old village head was naturally happy to have a true dragon amongst their tiny stone village. It's just that Shi Jianli is progressing so fast that it's hard for the people inside the village to help him. Thus, the old village head Shi Yunfeng had not known to what level Shi Jian had cultivated to before. Now that he asked, it almost scared him silly. Shi Jian has the force of 80,000 pounds, but also to try to reach the blood-moving realm extreme realm 100,000 pounds of force. The village chief had only known that Shi Jian was powerful before, but he hadn't realized that he was powerful to this extent. Inside the village, the other children of the same age as Shi Jian's are all too weak to move a 100-pound boulder. People are more angry than people. I guess only Dot can compare slightly with Shi Jian. Shi Jian nodded. I won't break through the blood-moving realm until I reach the extreme realm. Shi Yunfeng sighed as he listened to him. Blame us for our inability. I've been to some prosperous regions in my early years and visited many tribes, and even the children amongst those millions of large tribes are hardly comparable to you. Those people have been tempered with rare Taiku Fei true blood since they were young. You're a bit innate compared to them in the middle of the stone village. The starting point is too low. I can't provide you with Taiku Fei true blood as those big tribes generally do. The old village chief's tone was a little low in mourning. He blamed himself a little for dragging Shi Jian down. It was not easy for a demon to come out from inside the village, but it turned out that they could not help at all. For Shi Jian to reach the blood-moving realm extreme realm, this sounded like something very remarkable. It's only right that their elders should support their children when they have such ambitions, but the stone village was really no match for those big powers. If Shi Jian hadn't said anything, the old village chief wouldn't even have known that there was such a thing as an extreme realm in the blood-moving mirror, let alone help him. Shi Jian's heart warmed as he looked at the somewhat self-condemning old village chief. Cultivating to the moving blood extreme realm relies on personal karma, chance, perseverance, and qualifications are indispensable. And is it not a realm that can be reached by relying on some true blood treasure pills? Shi Jian comforted the old village chief. The stone village has already done its best to give me the best things. How can this heart be comparable to those precious blood elixirs? Moreover, if I am truly extraordinary, even without the precious blood elixir I will still be able to rise. On the contrary, even more of these things are just flashy. Shi Jian had hangings, and he didn't require much in the way of general spirits. Only those top-tier treasures could benefit his cultivation spleen, but those top treasures are all unattainable things, not to mention the stone village. Even those great religions couldn't afford it. What's more, the old village chief had already done his best to give him the best, and this heart was something that none of those top-tier treasures could compare to. How could Shi Jian not be satisfied? Sensing Shi Jian's confidence, old village head Shi Yunfeng's originally hunched body couldn't help but straighten up a few points. Good boy, good boy. The old village chief patted Shi Jian's shoulder and praised him repeatedly. It's a stone village waif that can suppress others without the precious blood in great medicine. Seeing Shi Jian like this, the old village chief knew that he would not need to worry about Shi Jian in the future. He turned his gaze to Shi Hao. Little Dot's natural talent is not even remotely inferior to yours at that time, and in 2 more years he'll be at the time of his baptismal metamorphosis, as well as the other waifs inside the village. I would like to ask you to go out and hunt down some ancient relic species to refine some precious blood to prepare for their baptism, the old village chief pleaded. He had approached Shi Jian today to talk about this matter. It was just that he had originally intended for Shi Jian to hunt some ordinary giant beasts. The essence blood refined from ordinary giant beasts was a bit worse, but it could be accumulated more. It was just that he didn't expect Shi Jian to be so strong. He had previously thought that Shi Jian had at most 10,000 pounds of force. Now that surprisingly Shi Jian was so strong, then they could also aim a little higher. Hunting the swift remnant. In the Great Wasteland, there were quite a few ancient relic species. Not all of the Taiku remnants were very powerful. Even a top-tier ancient relic species like the mythical beast hadn't stepped into the inscription realm at its peak. Not to mention other general species of Taiku remnants. The weaker swift remnant species could be completely hunted down with Shi Jian's strength. Hearing the old village head's request, Shi Jian smiled. I am planning to do just that. In the past, the village sheltered me. Now that I have strength, I naturally have to do something for the village. But after I'm done with this rush, I might have to leave the village and go out on a trip. The reason why Shurjian had told the old village chief about his strength was because he had a mind to leave Stone Village. It was no longer appropriate for him to continue staying inside the village with his current strength. Shurjian also wants to see the outside world. Revealing his strength was for fear that the old village chief would be worried. Shurjian planned to leave after completing Shurhao's baptism for him. Although he wanted to help Shurhao, he wasn't babysitting Shurhao either. Shurhao himself had his own chance. How can he metamorphose into a wilderness without experiencing those things? Shurjian could support Shurhao at those necessary points in time, but it was always impossible for him to help Shurhao in everything. Letting people help with everything, is that still the desolate heavenly emperor? End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I Joined the Chat Group is wonderful, please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 10 Green Scale Python. Chapter 10 Green Jiao Python. After the cultivation ended, Shurjian looked at the chat group. The chat group was relatively quiet at this point. Several people inside the group were busy right now due to the fact that he had uploaded most of their futures. They see their future, so they are all busy making changes, especially for the bad part of their future. They're all planning ahead for change. Prevention is better than cure. As a result, no one spoke inside the group. Shurjian closed the chat group after taking a look at it. He had quite a lot to do right now. After a little preparation, he traveled to the middle of the Great Wasteland. The animal was his ultimate goal, but his current strength made it difficult to deal with the animal. Shurjian planned to take some slightly weaker ancient remnants to practice first. The sun was blazing at noon. The sound of cicadas rang out as Shurjian entered the Great Wasteland. The people of Stone Village hunt around the village for the most part. They will not go outside the range guarded by the sacrificial spirit. Nowadays, the place where Shurjian was located was far beyond the range where the hunting party inside the village hunted. This was already considered the depths of the Great Wasteland, and all sorts of huge beasts with huge bodies could be found everywhere. Although these giant beasts were not ancient relic species, they were huge in size and possessed enormous strength. The hunting team inside the village had to set traps for dozens of people to face this kind of giant beast, and they couldn't be more careful before they were able to capture it. However, this kind of giant beast could be destroyed with a snap of a finger for Shurjian. He didn't even bother to take a shot at these behemoths. His true purpose was those ancient relics. There is no use in taking this ordinary behemoth. The dense forest was filled with towering trees. A random tree is dozens of feet tall and rises up to the sky. The ground was covered with dead branches and leaves, and all sorts of corrupt and threatening odors filled the air. Shurjian scurried away from the tree like a dexterous ape. With a tap of his toes, dozens of trees swept by. If only I could cultivate demon wings. I could soar in the air with my wings up. The tree scurrying away was also fast, but Shurjian wasn't satisfied. It was to gather demonic wings and fly recklessly in the air. That was called spontaneity and ease. The compulsion can be much higher than scurrying around, and demon wings are extremely flexible. It was just that casting this devil's wing still required Shurjian to cultivate the divine image prison suppressing strength to a certain extent. At the very least, one would have to awaken more than 5 particles in their body. Shurjian has only now awakened a particle. It's still a ways away from 5 particles. Between thoughts, Shurjian's mind wandered a bit, and he had just exhausted his breath stopping on top of a large tree when a fishy wind suddenly came from beside him. When Shurjian turned his head violently, he saw a giant python with an incomparably thick body. This giant python opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. The python's mouth was surrounded by a foul odor, and there was a blue light flashing on top of its teeth, obviously carrying a strong poison. A triangular eye stared tightly at Shurjian. That is, there was even a bulge on his head. This giant python had clearly shown signs of transforming into a Jiao. Green anaconda. Shurjian's eyes lit up. This giant python that sneaked up on him was clearly one of the ancient relic species. Green scale python. An ordinary python transforming into a Jiao has to go through all sorts of trials and tribulations, but this green Jiao python was different. It didn't need to go through too many trials and tribulations to transform into a Jiao. As he grew older, he would automatically grow twin horns above his forehead and then transform into a dragon. This green Jiao python in front of him had not yet transformed into a Jiao, but it already had a hint of a Jiao's aura. The effect of its precious blood was far superior to that of other ancient relics. With a flash of his body, Shurjian jumped up and jumped on top of another big tree in a flash, avoiding the green Jiao python's nibbles. This green Jiao python had already developed a hint of cunning intelligence, and seeing that its sneak attack had failed, it once again opened its large mouth. A green stream of air formed in its mouth. The airflow then converged into a head-sized ball of air that came towards Shurjian like a stringed arrow. Green augur treasure art. Shi Jian's eyes lit up. This air mass is rich in poison, and regular people will die if they touch it. It also has a special corrosive effect on metals. This was precisely the treasure art mastered by the green Jiao python. In the middle of the great wasteland, a tribe of more than 100,000 people had once hunted and killed a green Jiao python that had completely transformed into a Jiao. This precious art was recorded in the bone text of that green Jiao python after its death. The people of that tribe hold this precious art against their enemies, and the bystanders dare not contend with them. Green Jiao Bao Jitsu people who touch it are poisoned and die. Fabric weapons will also be corroded and destroyed when touched. This thing was not considered a top-notch treasure art, but it was very useful. It would be nice if the one in front of him also had bone writing on it. Shi Jian may not necessarily use it, but he can leave it for the people of Shi village. This kind of treasure art that was effective, did not have a high threshold of comprehension, and was not too precious was just right for the people of the stone village. In the face of this green Jiao treasure art, Shi Jian's 5 fingers reported and the spear of the Underworld God appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the spear swept, easily shattering this green Jiao treasure art. The purple light of the green Jiao treasure art spread around, and any trees and vegetation that touched it instantly corroded into ash. It was evident that the poisonous nature of this treasure art was strong. If it was a weapon made of metal, it was estimated that it would be corroded when it touched this green Jiao treasure art. However, although the spear of the Underworld God was solid, it was condensed with energy. Thus the corrosion of the green Jiao treasure art was ineffective against it. The spear was unharmed. The green Jiao python was clearly taken aback. His intelligence wasn't low. It was already equivalent to an 8 or 9-year-old child, and in this great wilderness has long survived. Tend to avoid harm myself very strong. With just this exchange of hands, it could see that its opponent's strength far exceeded its own, so it curled up and immediately fled towards the tree. But what a huge carcass it is! The large size makes it invincible in this great wilderness, and it is hard to meet an enemy, as long as he doesn't meet those ancient relics that are too much more vicious than him. The green Jiao python is a well-deserved hegemony in this area where he is located, but now its huge body had become a disadvantage instead. With such a large body, how could one escape immediately if one wanted to? The very moment he fled, a spear instantly pierced through its body, pinning it to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the green scale python lost its breath. It was reasonable to assume that such a huge giant would not die even if it was nailed through. After all, Shi Jian's spear was no more than a thorn in the body to this giant python, and the injured area is not a vital one. With the python's terrifying vitality, it should still be able to do a trapped fight. But therein lies the power of the spear of the Stygian god. The spear of the god of the underworld would represent the supreme will of hell, and when the hellish chi entered the body, the person struck would be subjected to the punishment of endless hell. This green Jiao python's wound wasn't large, but its soul had been crushed by the hellish will carried by the spear of the underworld god. It's useless to have your soul put to death, no matter how vigorous your life force is. It kinda works. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the spear of the underworld god back into his hand, and Shi Jian could not help but lament. The attack of the spear of the underworld god that directly targeted the soul was very useful to him. He was meant to be hunting the swift remnant. During the hunt, bumps and bruises are inevitable. If he accidentally blew up the opposite side of the room and his prey was incomplete, he would lose a lot of money. Now that he had the spear of the underworld god, which directly targeted soul attacks, then he didn't have to worry about blowing up his hunting targets. Shi Jian leapt down and stepped on top of the green Jiao python snakehead. He looked at the behemoth in front of him and began to pan hard. A big guy like that, tow it straight back? The problem is he just got out. Isn't it a bit soon to be going back so soon? And he hadn't had his fun yet. That hunting of the swift remnant seed one was to baptize the little ones inside the village with their precious blood. The second is to hone their fighting skills. Although this green Jiao python was an ancient relic species, its strength was more than a little inferior to his. It's not at all difficult to beat him to death. It doesn't work as a grind at all. Shi Jian had the intention to find some more powerful Taiku relic species to practice on, but it was not a good idea to leave this green Jiao python's corpse here. There are so many giant beasts around. When he comes back, he'll probably be a skeleton. Throwing this corpse away directly, Shi Jian felt pity again. I need a storage space. Shi Jian looked inside the group. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Testing chat group functionality. Chapter 11. Testing chat group functionality. Storage space was very common in the worlds of the heavens. Storage bags, storage rings, this type of spatial magic treasure was endless, depending on the basic laws of the world. The value of these spatial magic treasures varied. Some worlds were so ubiquitous with spatial magic treasures that a white person who had just stepped into the cultivation world could use a storage ring. There are some worlds where only the strong have access to spatial magic treasures. Spatial magic treasures also existed in the perfect world, but with Shi Jian's current strength, they were definitely out of reach. The only way he could get the props for storage would be to start with other worlds. Nascent rings were relatively common among Xiaoyan's world. The ring that Pill Elder hosted was also a nascent soul ring. Only that one nagging ring was more special. It can take in soul bodies. Shijian was just about to speak and ask Xiaoyan to get himself a ring when he suddenly remembered that the chat group seemed to have a function to send red envelopes. The ability to send red envelopes means that the chat group has a storage function. Shijian hurriedly tried to see if the chat group was capable of storing items. With a thought of his mind, the green Jiao python in front of him disappeared. Immediately afterward, a void space appeared within Shijian's perception. The green Jiao python was being placed in this void of space. So it is. A hint of delight flashed in Shijian's eyes. This chat group does have the ability to store items, and the stored items can always be sent to others as red envelopes. There is also no limit to the size of the storage space. The piece of void space that Shijian could sense could all be used to store items. That void of space could barely be seen. Shijian hurriedly sent this message to the group. Xiaoyan and Feng Han did not have a very high demand for this storage space. One had a nascent ring, while the other had the Jiaofu yellow spring diagram. Both of these can store items, and there's plenty of room. But other people should be able to use this feature of the chat group. Yang Qi only obtained the storage ring after traveling to the Heavenly Ranks Academy, and Meng Qi, who had a martial arts opening, was even more so. Although Lin Dong had something to store items, the storage space was limited. The chat group storage feature is also a nice boost when used properly. Shijian, guys, I just researched the chat group and realized that it has the ability to store items and send red envelopes. Shijian, we can put the items within a piece of void space. Pick up and put down at any time. We can also send the items as red envelopes to other people. You can use this function as a space magic treasure. The chat group space is particularly large, and it can hold a lot of things. Diablo Continent. Xiaoyan, who had continuously chased after the Do Baotsong Dome for a day and a night, let out a long breath. Seeing his stumbling future only made him feel good. How can you have such an awesome life? What's even cooler is that this is his own life. What's the word for it? He had wanted to just finish the double star in one sitting, but the message that Shijian had sent instantly caught his attention. Chat groups actually have storage? Xiaoyan subconsciously rubbed the ring on his hand. Xiaoyan, I have a nascent soul ring, so it seems like I can't use this function, but having an infinitely large space is quite nice. Other people who had been immersed in their own future stories spoke up. Yang Qi, storage space? That's a nice feature. Ugh. Mingqi, this chat group is really bullish. Even the storage function has. Then I do not need to buy additional storage props. Lin Dong, what's the meaning of sending red envelopes? Sending something to someone? Feng Han, storage space, what a useful feature. The atmosphere inside the group was instantly lively again. Shekkin spoke again after some thought. Shijian, I don't know if you're all busy right now, but if not, how about we look into the functionality of the chat group? Shijian, this chat group has a grand role to play, and is related to our future development, so we'd better get a feel for its functions first, so that it will be easy to use in the future. Hearing Shijian say this, Xiaoyan felt that it was very reasonable, and he thought about it before speaking afterward. Xiaoyan, I think it's fine. I'm a pill refiner. I'll give out some pills to everyone to try out this function of sending out red envelopes. He picked and chose from amongst the nascent sacks, finally picking out 5 bottles of pills. It's the body Dan. Most of the elixirs in the double star world were related to Do Qi, but this body Dan is an exception. This elixir only targeted the physical body, specifically increasing the strength of the physical body. Considering that people from other worlds did not cultivate Do Qi, Xiaoyan had purposely selected this elixir. Even if the people inside the group didn't cultivate fighting Qi, eating this elixir would still be able to quench their bodies. Xiaoyan sends Shijian an exclusive red packet. Xiaoyan sends Meng Qi an exclusive red packet. A series of several messages appeared in the group. Xiaoyan, everyone try this red packet function. I have given you all an elixir called Body Pill. It can quench the flesh and strengthen the body. Even if we don't have the same system of cultivation, we can still take it. You guys collect it and try it. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the crowd received their red packets. A delicate jade porcelain bottle appeared in Shijian's hand. Shijian opened the bottle and poured out a light green colored elixir. The elixir was round and crystalline, revealing an aroma of elixir. Good quality? I wonder if it was refined by Xiaoyan or by Pill Elder. If he remembered correctly, when he was refining pills in the early stages, Xiaoyan often dripped on his behalf. Let Pill Elder refine those more precious pills for him. After all, the more precious the elixir, the rarer the herbs required. Before Xiaoyan's alchemy skill became a great success, those precious pills were all refined by the medicinal old man on his behalf. Carrying around old grandpa is just awesome. Dropshipping, dropshipping. Shijian leaned against the tree trunk and then swallowed a pill. As the elixir entered his body, Jian could clearly feel that the muscles in his body were greedily absorbing the gentle medicinal power that was gradually dispersing. He felt his own power increase a bit. The increase was not much, but the moving blood realm in the perfect world was originally cultivating the physical body. His fleshly body was already terrifying. The fact that this elixir could take effect on him was already extremely extraordinary. Jian, worthy of being Xiao a pharmacist, the shot is just magnificent. Jian made a statement thanking Xiao Yan returned a shy expression. Others also received red envelopes. End of chapter. Chapter 12 Interoperability of Resources. Chapter 12 The World of Resource Interoperability One World. At this point in time, before dawn, Meng Qi sneaked out of the Zen room, and then hid next to the creek where he usually picked water. The creek was empty at the moment, and the moon, which had not yet completely disappeared, shone a faint light on the creek. Meng Qi glanced around to make sure there was no one around, and then a small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand all of a sudden. It was not something else in this porcelain bottle. It was the body spirit Dan that Xiao Yan had sent to him. Meng Qi had also watched part of the contents of the first life, and he wasn't as cool as Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's people went with the explosive cool flow. All sorts of extras are added. He, Meng Qi, was different. He went for an infinite flow. How dangerous that main god space was to watch. He was the most thankful to Jian among the crowd. Jian giving him the One World Supreme was the equivalent of giving him unlimited space for a cheat sheet. The main god space is mainly about going on a variety of quests. There are a lot of potholes among these tasks, and knowing the future is the equivalent of having a mission strategy. The One Supreme is his Meng Qi's hanging, but even knowing the future, Meng Qi still had some worries in his heart. After all, the main god space still relied on strength in the end. He was just now coming into contact with cultivation, and he didn't have any strength at all, which made him feel very unsettled. Xiao Yan's elixir had precisely solved his pressing problem. He would bring up the strength of his fleshly body, and he would have a few more chances of winning when he broke into the main god space. Without hesitation, Meng Qi took out an elixir and swallowed it. The mild medicinal power instantly spread all over his body. Xiao Yan had used his heart in selecting this elixir, which had a very mild medicinal power, very easy to absorb. Moreover, the effects of this elixir were still very obvious to people like Meng Qi who were new to cultivation. Meng Qi could clearly feel his own physical quality increasing. Meng Qi, brother Xiao. In the future, you are my brother. This elixir of yours has solved my urgent need. I'm not considered to be unarmed when I enter the reincarnation space. He absorbed the medicinal power while thanking Xiao Yan and the group. The old family is just giving it a go. One gave him the script and one helped him get stronger. I'm sure the people in my old neighborhood are thick as thieves. Xiao Yan, reincarnation space. Infinite flow? How come the protagonist of your reincarnation space is mixed up so miserably? Sanctioned by the Lord God? Xiao Yan only crossed over in 09, and he has some understanding of the infinite flow. Infinite flow is indeed more brutal, no mistake. But Meng Qi is the protagonist, so he can't be that miserable, right? Meng Qi, I am now unarmed and am preparing to enter the reincarnation space. I am panicking a lot. With this elixir of yours I can more or less defend myself. It wasn't true that Meng Qi didn't have a bit of strength. He still learned some moves. It's more than enough to deal with a few ordinary people. However, in the reincarnation space, there were killing machines everywhere. So naturally, the stronger the strength, the better. Xiao Yan's elixir could at least enhance his physical quality by tens of times. That's more than a little bit of enhancement. Jian, I have many Taiku relics here. Each of these Taiku relics has thick qi and blood, which is very beneficial to cultivation. You can come to my world to cultivate for a while after you get the technique in the reincarnation space. Jian was clear about Meng Qi's situation. The One World late strength setting is terrifying. It involves the immortal gods of legend. The ceiling is high, but the lower limit is also very low. Martial arts opening. And Munch was sent to become a monk. He was more restricted in the middle of Shaolin Temple and had no personal space. The first stage is more suitable for practicing in the middle of other worlds. Stuck a time difference. When the time came, they could still catch the reincarnation space off guard. Meng Qi's heart was moved after seeing Jian's words. God knows how long it's been since he touched meat in Shaolin Temple. Moreover, he searched for a debt. He already owed Jian such a big favor. It didn't matter if he owed some more. Meng Qi, Tai ancient relic species? Is that the kind from the Shanhaijing? Jian, almost. Munch, then we'll be in trouble when the time comes. Smiley face. Lin Dong, Yang Qi, and Fang Han received the red packet after they were also figured out the function of this red packet function. It's just sending stuff across the world. They all tried the elixir issued by Xiao Yan, and although none of them cultivated Do Qi, this kind of elixir that simply quenched the physical body was also useful to them. Sort of a good cultivation resource. A few people were about to say something, but they ended up seeing Jian's trio chatting. They looked confused. What is this infinite space thing? How come Jian and the three of them know about it? Is it hard to believe that it's another specialty of that place called Earth? A few people had some trouble keeping up with the conversation, but that didn't stop them from doing their work. Lindong, I didn't realize that you, Xiao Yan, are still an alchemist. This elixir of yours has a good effect and is able to increase the speed at which I absorb yuan power. Lindong, I have some stone rune elixirs here to distribute to you all. This medicinal liquid is quite effective in quenching the body, and it also has an excellent wound healing effect, so it can be used for both cultivation and healing. Lindong was a righteous one, and he acted on the principle that if you are good to me, I will be good to you. You look at me and you don't like it, then I'll do it and cut you. Now that he had taken Xiaoyan's pills, he naturally had to reciprocate. Once he figured out how to use the red envelopes, he sent them to everyone. A smile flashed across Jian's face after he collected the red packet. This spiritual liquid should be refined by Lindong using a stone talisman. This spiritual liquid likewise had some effect on him, and was considered a good cultivation resource. But Jian was happy not because he had received the elixir. Rather, it's because of the atmosphere inside the group. The biggest role of chat groups is naturally the exchange of talents and resources. The group is full of absolute geniuses. In the future, he will definitely be able to become an existence that suppresses a realm. Such a group of protagonists linked together through a chat group is a force too powerful to be reckoned with. Anyone who runs into trouble should let us know. Countless protagonists cross the border. What world's villain can withstand this kind of build? It's all about talent interoperability. As for resource interoperability, the worlds in which the people are located are all great worlds, with countless heavenly materials and treasures, and magic treasures and feats. Everyone resourced each other through the chat group, and the speed of cultivation was able to multiply dozens or even hundreds of times at once. However, both resource and talent interoperability require a good relationship between the members of the group. Jian chose to confess the flow, tell the crowd about the future of the crowd, and establish a good relationship with everyone inside the group, which is a good start. Stone kin is sort of the tie that holds the congregation together, but that alone is not enough. In order to really realize the interoperability of resources and talents, it is also important to establish communication and friendship among other people in the group. Now that Xiao Yan and Lindong had both sent red envelopes was a good signal. It's kind of the beginning of mutual resource support. It's not a good time to push people's buttons because they're not familiar with each other, but when we all get acquainted, what's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. You have one hang, I have one hang, and we add up to 2 hangs. One group has a bunch of hang-ups. It would be hard not to be stronger by then. Jian felt good just thinking about that situation. What Feng Han was thinking in his mind was similar to what Jian was thinking. He had come from a slave's background step by step, so his heart was extraordinary. The existence of this chat group was clearly a heaven-defying chance that surpassed the Vajra Yellow Spring diagram. He was very grateful to Jian for informing him of his future. For the others within the group, he had a desire to befriend them. He could tell from the chat that a few people were very good-natured. It's worth a deeper friendship. From Xiao Yan and Lindong sending out red envelopes, then he naturally would not accept favors for nothing. It takes a lot of back and forth to make a friendship. He had wanted to hand out some pure blood pills as well, but while the effects of this stuff were good, the materials were a bit diabolical. The people inside the group don't always take it well. After thinking about it, Feng Han thought of another function of the chat group. Feng Han, I received the red envelopes from the 2 of you. Thank you very much. I also want to send some red envelopes to everyone, but the cultivation resources from my side you may not necessarily be able to accept. I'll simply try another function of the chat group. Feng Han uploads the Yuan Chen spirit technique. A group message flashed. Feng Han, this chat group can upload techniques. You guys try this function. This technique I uploaded is called Yuan Chen spiritual technique. It's a technique for quenching spiritual power. You guys should be able to cultivate it as well. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Uploading the Technique. Chapter 13, Uploading the Technique. Yuan Chen spiritual art? Jian looked at the group file with some curiosity. This was the feathered sex method of hammering the spirit, which Feng Han had conned from Immortal Crane. Although it was not considered a divine skill, it was very suitable for laying a foundation. The divine elephant prison suppressing strength he cultivated also had the effect of hammering the spirit, and there were variations of the supreme spiritual laws of the past that specifically targeted the spirit. It contains a series of spiritual teachings such as the elephant mind unconscious body, the great way of endurance, and the transcendence of the true self melting the heavenly and breaking the Taoist intentions. Any one of these techniques would be considered a supreme divine skill. However, with Jian's strength today he was unable to access this part. He could only rely on the consciousness of hell within the sphere of the Underworld God to hammer his spirit. It also works, but the means are too crude. Now that he had this Yuan Chen spiritual art in place, it was considered to have made up for Shi Jian's shortcomings in this area. This Yuan Chen spiritual technique can be used as a transition. Shi Jian attempted to download the Yuan Chen spiritual art, and then a wave of memories directly flooded into his mind. The sun wants to repair Kunlun without dying. A certain kind of realization rose in Shi Jian's heart. Shi Jian felt that his body was drained all of a sudden, and the incomparably thick qi and blood of his entire body turned into points of light that surged into his mind, and the spiritual power in the depths of his sea of consciousness grew little by little. This is Feng Han's sense of cultivating the Yuan Chen spiritual art? A look of surprise flashed across Shi Jian's face. After he downloaded this Yuan Chen spiritual art, he actually directly inherited Feng Han's sense of this spiritual art. That's a little scary. He hastened to speak to the group to make this clear. Shi Jian, it's too heaven-defying. I actually directly inherited Feng Han's perception of this technique after I downloaded it, and I directly cultivated it successfully in one go. Feng Han, yes. This chat group can not only upload feats, but also upload your perception of feats. Even something as vain as feats perception can be uploaded. It's really terrifying. Feng Han, who had been paying attention to the people inside the group after uploading the Yuan Chen spirit technique, spoke immediately after. He had just sensed the abnormality when he uploaded the Gongfu. The files uploaded by the chat group are determined by his intention. Anything he wants to upload, then he can upload. So not only did he upload the Yuan Chen spiritual art itself, he also uploaded all of his perceptions of the Yuan Chen spiritual art. He just wanted to see if others would obtain only this technique after downloading the Yuan Chen spiritual technique, or if they could obtain it along with his senses as well. Now that he saw Shi Jian's words, Feng Han was certain that it was the latter. This chat group was actually able to even upload something as nebulous as a sense of realization. A glint flashed within Feng Han's eyes. That makes this chat group even more valuable. After seeing Shi Jian's statement in the Doubao world, Xiao Yan hurriedly downloaded the Yuan Chen spiritual art. Various epiphanies were immediately generated in his mind. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the ground in a flash, his entire body boiling with dou qi. He only felt that his entire consciousness was immersed in a dark space, and then a door of light suddenly appeared in this dark space. Xiao Yan was like a fish constantly swimming towards the light door. During this process, his spiritual power continued to increase bit by bit. When he opened his eyes, an almost materialized light flashed through his eyes. Little fellow, how did your spiritual power suddenly increase so much? The voice of the Pill Elder came from his ears. Xiao Yan looked in the direction of the voice and the Pill Elder's spirit body appeared beside him early. At this moment, Pill Elder's face was filled with shock. The most important thing for the alchemists of the Double Star Continent was undoubtedly spiritual power. Xiao Yan was reincarnated as a human being, and his spiritual soul was different from normal people. That was why Pill Elder had said that he had a talent for alchemy. And just now, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength inexplicably increased a lot. This phenomenon also confused the medicine old man. I've obtained a secret technique that can increase my spiritual power. I wonder if it has any effect on you, teacher? Xiao Yan's heart moved. Then he read the Yuan Chen spiritual technique to medicine old man. A secret technique to increase mental power? Pill Elder was half convinced. He did know about pills that could increase spiritual power. However, the secret art of increasing spiritual power was unheard of for him. If there was a secret art to increase his spiritual power, he would have already cultivated himself to restore his spiritual body. And why bother sucking Xiao Yan's douqi for those 3 years? However, as Xiao Yan told all about the Yuan Chen spiritual technique, Pill Elder's eyes gradually brightened. Meng Qi, against all odds, old iron. Even skill proficiency can be inherited. This chat group is too powerful. Meng Qi in the One World shed tears of emotion. He had eaten Xiao Yan's physique pill, and the strength of his physical body had increased by dozens of times all of a sudden. Strong and scary. However, due to the rapid increase in power, he was unable to control this power at all. He was worried that he would be discovered by the Shaolin Temple's martial monks in a moment to discover the abnormality in his body. But he didn't expect that in a twinkling of an eye Feng Han uploaded the Yuan Chen spirit technique. Meng Qi instantly felt clearer in his ears and eyes after practicing this technique, and his mind was much more flexible. Although he was still unable to precisely control the power of his physical body, he was able to collect it without revealing it. He was on the verge of tears. What a godly group this is. Meng Qi, brothers, a great favor is not appreciated. I have nothing to repay you for my low strength right now. When I enter the reincarnation space, I'll move all the feats of the reincarnation space into the group. Meng Qi was also mercurial, and now that he had been favored so much by the people inside the group, he was also a bit embarrassed. But he was in a humble position and really had nothing to offer the crowd in return. It's just as well to make a promise first. He had read part of the contents of the One World Dawn and knew that there were many divine treasures in the reincarnation space. There were even gong methods at the level of 8-9 Xian Gong. The feats redeemed in the reincarnation space were not allowed to be spread out. There are restrictions. However, Mengqi felt that this chat group was so powerful that the reincarnation space definitely couldn't restrict the chat group. When the time comes, he'll just empty the reincarnation space. Xiao Yan, good fellow. All hitting on the idea of reincarnation space. Be careful of being sanctioned by the Lord God. Shijian, you're just a fake main god on your side. Surely you can't do anything about the chat group. So don't worry about stealing it boldly. Shijian, 8-9 Xian Gong. Rulai Divine Palm. Heavenly Emperor's Jade Book. Directly to the reincarnation space scripts bald. Munch, now that I've been beefed up and read the script, it's easy as pie to earn good karma. So I'm just waiting to bring a little wall-hanging shock to reincarnation space. The three chatted animatedly. Yangqi watched their chat and uploaded a mastery after thinking about it as well. Behavior of the undefeated king. It was something he had just learned from his own old man. It was a quasi-king level Jedi. Being able to condense a three-headed and six-armed Dharma body was very powerful. As for the divine image prison suppressing strength, Yangqi didn't have the idea of uploading it right now. Other than Shijian, he wasn't too familiar with the others inside the group. It's not quite to the point where you can share this divine power. If they really wanted to share this divine power, they would have to wait until Yangqi recognized the crowd. Yangqi, I've also uploaded a jutsu, the undefeated King's Fist, which is Qigong driven in my world. So try to see if your cultivation system is capable of driving this jutsu. I've signed a contract, so I'm begging for recommendations and monthly votes, please. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Interoperability. Chapter 14 Feats Interoperability. Yangqi's main purpose of uploading the undefeated King's Fist was still to study the characteristics of the chat group. Whether it was Xiaoyan's body pill or Feng Han's Yuanshan spirit, all targeted the human spirit and physical body. Even though the cultivation systems of each world were different, they basically cultivated the spirit and physical body. These two things possess universality. But the undefeated King's Fist was different. It was a jutsu that was specifically catalyzed by Qigong. Used Qigong to condense a three-headed, six-armed phallic form. Yangqi wondered if people from other worlds would be able to use this undefeatable king behavior after learning it. Replace Qi with energy from other worlds. If people from other worlds can drive this undefeated King's Fist jutsu, then correspondingly, he can likewise use Qigong to drive various jutsu from other worlds. It's about the future ceiling of the crowd inside the group. The others inside the group also understood Yangqi's meaning and downloaded the feats one after another. Undefeated King's Fist. Shijian attempted to use his entire body's massive qi and blood to power this mastery, and the qi and blood in his body formed a primordial treasure talisman, which emitted a burst of blood light and then hovered behind time. The bloody light spread out, and a three-headed, six-armed, blood-colored silhouette formed behind Shijian's back. It can be used? It seems to have been converted into a treasure art? A hint of surprise flashed within Shijian's eyes, and with a movement in his heart, the blood-colored shadow behind him blasted a fist forward. The wind of the fist raged, hitting the trees in the distance and causing them to sway. Kind of like a stand-in messenger? Shijian savored the power of this undefeatable King's Fist, which was the fist that Yangqi had used in the early stages to cover up the god statue's prison-suppressing strength that he had practiced. It's not too strong power-wise, but it's full of force. Be able to gather a three-headed, six-armed phantom behind your back for you to drive. Yangqi's world practiced Qi, and the Dharma phase was also composed of Qi. However, this undefeated King's Fist became something like a treasure art when it reached him. You can drive it with bone. This was kind of a good thing for Shijian and the others inside the group. They can learn all the mastery of other worlds. Shijian, this undefeated King's Fist can be driven by bone text. Shijian used the chat group's video function to take a video of himself using the undefeated King's Fist and uploaded it to the chat group. Xiaoyan, I can also use Doqi to catalyze this undefeated King's Fist. Should I say not to say that this move is really handsome? Ah. Hey, Shijian. Why are you so milky? Ah. Mengqi, that's so cool. Isn't this the substitute messenger? I'm too weak to use it, but one thing is for sure. Shijian does milk. Lindong, this undefeatable King's Fist is really good. With 3 heads and 6 arms. When the time comes, one hand will be a great desolate prisoner's finger. Although Lindong had not obtained the great desolate heaven imprisoning finger right now, he had already seen a part of his future and learned about this mastery. He felt that this jutsu was very much to his liking. A great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger when you see someone who is displeased. Coupled with this undefeatable King's Fist, he first summoned a 3 heads and 6 arms, and then a great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger with one hand. That scene, just think about it. Where did you learn this tactic from? The power is average, but this method of driving mana is very novel. In the eternal world, Yen looked at the 3 heads and 6 arms behind Feng Han instead. The power of the undefeated King's Fist was average if he looked at it with his eyes. However, This technique of using mana was very rare. Hearing Yan's words, Fong Han did not reply, but instead looked towards the chat group. He was taken aback when he saw the video uploaded by Shi Jian. He had always thought that Shi Jian was an adult, but he didn't realize that Shi Jian was still a small child. That's a bit of a contrast. Fong Han, I can power the undefeatable King's Fist with both my chi and mana. Fong Han also responded. Ishkin, this is a good thing for us. Shi Jian, if our Gong methods and divine powers can be interoperable, that means we have countless divine powers from various worlds to practice and learn from. Fong Han, this chat group is truly anticlimactic. Munch, indeed. A group of people inside the group lamented. The few people inside the group were almost all protagonists of a world with heaven-defying chances. They consider themselves to be open-minded people. As it turned out, the existence of the chat group refreshed their perceptions time and time again. This chat group is so awesome. It was actually able to connect people from all the worlds. What an opportunity this is. Shi Jian looked at the words of the crowd in his heart. He thought that the Library of the Heavens was his greatest chance. Who would have thought that he would be able to join a chat group? There's no one else to hang on to. Shi Jian's heart is also a little swell. This group inside this lineup. Which world villain cannot be built? Milk Wazi blocking spring water. Xiao Yan anti-wild. Yang Qi God image in prison playing confrontation. Fong Han gate of eternal life output. Lin Dong great desolate prisoner skyfinger hard control. Meng Qi Dao fruit hanging. Himself to lie down and win. This doesn't even use Yi Heizi and Shu Luoli. Blessed are the villains of the perfect world. And blessed are the villains of other worlds. How many divisions does he have in the Hall of Souls? How many reincarnation lords are there in the reincarnation space? Shi Jian felt excited just thinking about it. Nibbling on group members at the top, and nibbling on the nippers at the bottom. All of a sudden the hot-blooded tomato becomes a laying down tomato. Xiao Yan, Shi Jian. This chat group's traversal function. What was it like when you tried it before? After lamenting the power of the chat group, a few people studied the functions of the chat group. The most popular feature is the chat group crossover. It is possible for group members to go into the worlds of other members. What a great power it is to travel through the world. That's why the crowd was so concerned about the whole teleportation thing. Traveling to other worlds, no one can resist such a temptation. And it's a lifesaver. When you have a life and death crisis you run straight into the world of the group members. LOL okay. Shi Jian replied truthfully about his situation at the time of crossing over after seeing Xiao Yan's words. Shi Jian, crossing over doesn't feel like much. A door appeared in front of me after Yang Qi agreed that I should cross over. And I stepped through it and came directly into the middle of Yang Qi's world. Shi Jian, and after I left my world, time in my world stood still. And I came back and appeared in the same position. As if I had never disappeared. Xiao Yan, time stands still after leaving? Then wouldn't I be able to run to other worlds to cultivate for a period of time when I encounter danger? And then come back to kill the four directions when my cultivation improves greatly? Shi Jian, yes. That's why I asked Meng Qi to come to my world to practice. Fong Han, this chat group has once again refreshed my perception. Xiao Yan, I really want to try this traversal function, but I haven't talked to Medicine Old Man about the chat group yet. So I'll try this traversal function after I find an appropriate time to talk to him again. End of chapter. Chapter 15, The Old Village Chiefs Touched. Chapter 15, The Old Village Chiefs Touched. Shi Jian, Pill Elder and Yan are both trustworthy. The chat group matter Xiao Yan Yu and Fong Han can both reveal some of it appropriately. Shi Jian, after all, you can't keep the chat group thing from them all the time. Xiao Yan, that is exactly what I intend to do. I am going to find an appropriate time to tell Pill Elder about the chat group. Fong Han, I'll also find a chance to confess to Yan. Munch, I envy you too for having a carry-on old grandpa around to guide you. Unlike me. Shi Jian looked at the replies from both Xiao Yan and Fong Han and smiled faintly. Both Pill Elder and Yan were old monsters who had lived for a long time. He is very experienced and thinks things through. Letting them know that the chat group exists can only be good and not bad for the crowd. Moreover, what is more important is that the binding between Medicine Old Man and Yan and Xiao Yan Fong Han is too deep. You can't hide things from the chat group for sure. It couldn't be that Xiao Yan and Fong Han would never use the chat group's teleportation function for the rest of their lives, could it? That was why Shi Jian had advised Xiao Yan Fong Han to confess about the chat group. After Xiao Yan and Fong Han had taken care of Pill Elder and Yan, Shi Jian planned to organize an offline gathering to deepen the bond between his groupmates. Speaking of which, these guys inside the group were kind of Shi Jian's idols in his previous life. If he really had an offline party, then he'd be catching up with the stars. Yang Qi had already met him before, but he hadn't met the others inside the group yet. A few people chatted for a bit before working on the other features of the chat group. In addition to the previous features of the chat group also has a live function. Video function. Group members can freely upload video. Miscellaneous bunch of little features. But mostly it's entertainment. Shi Jian, the function of this chat group is considered to be almost researched. In addition to the live video, those miscellaneous functions. The most useful functions are only 4. Shijian, unlimited storage function. Red packet function. Function of uploading and downloading of divine power techniques. And finally world teleportation function. Shijian, at present, these are the features that have the highest utility. But in the future the chat group may add other features. After all, when binding the chat group there is a message suggesting that an administrator can be elected after 1 year. Shijian, after the election of administrators I expect that new members will join the chat group. And the chat group's functionality will probably be upgraded as well. Shekkin spoke to the crowd about his suspicions. He was sort of familiar with this chat group text trope. Xiaoyan, currently these few features are powerful enough. There is still more than a year of upgrading. It's not urgent. Munch, pick the administrator. Permission dog, I'm sure I'll pick you. Sure. Xiaoyan, that's right. At that time the newcomer added inside the group, if you have read his novel you can decide whether he stays or goes. The good guys stay. The ones with poor virtue are kicked. Fong Han, agreed. Yankee, agreed. Fong Han, Yang Qi and the others more or less understood what this administrator meant. They also all agreed with the selection of Stone Qin as administrator. After all, Shijian had done them a great favor. And there will be new people in the group by then. If Shijian knew the newcomer's story then he could just decide whether the person would stay or go. The one who deserves deeper friendship let him stay inside the group. Those who can't are kicked out. This will ensure stability within the chat group. The people were very satisfied with the atmosphere within the chat group today. But they didn't want the group to be filled with disgusting people. Shijian watched the crowd's chat in his heart and also sought the chat group to pull in new people. Now these few inside the group were all sentimental and righteous. And Shijian was naturally happy to have a deep friendship with them. But not all protagonists are as mercurial as Xiaoyan and the others. For example, the great love of heaven. Another example is a certain half-step blood-moving realm sea god. If the chat group pulls these people into the group, it would really be a rat turd stirring up a pot of soup. New people joining the chat group was indeed a problem, and he'd have to pay attention to that aspect. A few people chatted for a while longer on the topic of upgrading the chat group, and then silence fell inside the group. The crowd hadn't even finished reading the script of their lives yet, and after learning about the function of the chat group, they all went off to catch up on their books. The book chase is more fascinating than the water group. Seeing that the inside of the group had quieted down, Shijian also began to busy himself. With the chat group's unlimited storage of items he didn't need to worry about having nowhere to put the ancient relics he hunted. After dropping that green Jiao python into the storage space of the chat group, he hunted down some other ancient remnant species. However, it was a pity that none of these ancient relic species had a treasure art inheritance. Near nightfall, Shijian returned to the middle of the stone village. He approached the old village chief. Shi Yunfeng, village chief, I hunted and killed some ancient relic seeds today. Take them and give them to the people inside the village for medicinal baths. The old village chief was in tears. Tough on you, little stone. This is something we adults should have done. Shijian waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for the old village head to be polite, and then led the old village head to the top of the village square. The old village chief followed him in a daze. He thought that Shijian had placed the ancient relics that he had hunted above the square. As a result, he arrived only to find the square empty. He had just revealed a puzzled expression when he saw a corpse violently appear above the square. This is a long-toothed tiger? The old village chief was surprised. It was also an ancient relic species, and a dozen or so young adults in the stone village would not necessarily be able to subdue it. Before he could recover from the shock brought by the long-toothed tiger, body after body fell one after another, splashing a burst of dust. Troll ape, demon, shadow leopard. One by one, the bodies of familiar ancient relic species appeared in front of him, and the old village chief felt like he was going to faint from happiness. Yes, yes. The old village chief went up and stroked the corpses of these ferocious beasts, and he realized that they were all very well preserved. If so many ferocious beasts are all refined into true blood for the waifs of Stone Village, my Stone Village will rise. The old village chief was thrilled. The true blood extracted from the bodies of these ferocious beasts was very precious. Children can use it to strengthen their bodies to build a good foundation, and adults can use it to enhance their strength. Coupled with the fact that the village chief still had some ancient Dan recipes in his hands, these true bloods would be even more effective when used with some herbs. The true blood refined from so many corpses of ferocious beasts was enough for Shire Village to use for a long time. Normally, the Stone Village's hunting team wouldn't necessarily be able to hunt a ferocious beast even if they went out for a month. This was one of the points at which the old village chief had always felt guilty. Their limited strength makes it difficult for them to provide good resources for the next generation of people in Stone Village. Averagely gifted waifs are fine. The demand for resources is not high. However, those with outstanding talent like Shijian or Shire Village could not help them. In particular, Shijian's old village head didn't even react. and he had already grown up savagely on his own. And now it's turned around to help Ishimura. This really makes the old village chief sweat. Do you guys have any recommendation votes or moon ballots to cast? End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Original True Solution. Chapter 16, The Original True Solution. The old village chief had a sense of propriety, and he didn't probe how Shurjian had turned out these ferocious beasts, just rushed to call some of the adults in the village. The people inside the village came over to the square and were stunned after seeing a field of ferocious beasts. Village chief? Where did these ferocious beasts come from? Some of the men excitedly stroked the fur of those ferocious beasts before asking Shi Yunfeng. The old village chief didn't hide it. These are all obtained by Little Stone, who went into the middle of the big mountain to hunt today. Don't ask too many questions. Hurry up and refine these ferocious beasts' true blood, before preparing the big cauldron as well as the medicinal herbs. They'll be blessed when those little brats wake up tomorrow. The crowd looked at Shurjian in surprise at his words. They all knew that Shurjian had outstanding talent and was much better than their own waifu. However, none of them had expected Shurjian to be this powerful. Any kind of ferocious beast on this field, a dozen men inside their village may not be able to take it down. Little Rock is amazing. My leather monkey is still playing with pea and mud at the same age as Little Rock. How can your skin monkey compare to Little Rock? Little Rock has been working out in the square every day before dawn, getting up even earlier than the hunting party. The sounds of praise from the people of Stone Village came from the crowd. Shekkin's hard work is a well-known thing. He works so hard and is so talented that excellence is only natural. Shurjian is also considered to be the other family's child in this Stone Village. Shurjian listened to these praises with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. Good to hear. Love to hear. Say more. The great lords of the Stone Village quickly disposed of the corpses of the ferocious beasts. As he watched them dispose of these corpses, Shurjian suddenly remembered the treasure art he had obtained from the green Jiao python. He then took out the piece of primordial ferocious bone that he had taken from the green Jiao python. There were various runes inscribed on the ferocious bones. Village chief, this is the treasure bone I obtained from the green Jiao python when I hunted it, and it contains the green Jiao treasure art. You keep it. Shurjian handed the fierce bone to the old village chief. Green Jiao treasure art? God bless my clan. With one more treasure art, my stone village is a few points stronger. The old village chief received the bone with some excitement. He has also heard of the reputation of Qingjiao's treasure art. There is a large tribe is relying on the treasure art to cross the great wasteland. Now that the stone village also possessed the green Jiao treasure art, the stone village's heritage was a few points stronger. If he was able to comprehend this precious art, it would be much easier for the stone village to either hunt ferocious beasts or fight with people in the future. Child, you have the highest qualifications. Take this treasure bone first. It won't be too late to hand it over to me after you comprehend the treasure art on it. The old village chief returned the fierce bone to Shurjian, hoping that he would first learn the green Jiao treasure technique. I've learned. Just keep it. Shurjian responded. This green Jiao treasure art was nothing profound, and he comprehended the bone text on it after reading it a few times. Only then did the old village chief put away the fierce bone after hearing him say that. With so many more ferocious beasts at once, and having obtained a piece of primordial ferocious bone, the old village chief was going crazy with joy. He excitedly directed the crowd to make all kinds of preparations, just waiting to give the village cubs a big surprise when they get up in the morning. Shurjian also helped out on the side, and when he was done with everything, he wanted to go back to his room to cultivate, but the old village chief called out to him. Little Stone, there's nothing more I can teach you with your current strength, but you can try to communicate with our stone village's sacrificial spirit. The old patriarch's eyes went to the thick, charred willow tree at the entrance of the village. He then removed another piece of bone. One night several decades ago, thunder and lightning roared, heavy rain poured down, and countless large mountains were split down by lightning. When the sacrificial spirit willow tree in Stone Village was bathed in thunder and lightning piercing through the entire dome of the sky from the heavens, land with it and this crystalline bone. Shi Yunfeng's face still showed shock when he mentioned these things. As a young man he had witnessed Willow bathing in lightning falling from the sky, a scene he could never forget. He was well aware that the spirit sacrificing Willow tree in the Stone Village was very extraordinary. He had been taking this bone and worshipping the spirits for decades, trying to establish a connection with the old willow tree, but the old willow tree had ignored him. Shi Yunfeng reckoned that his talent was too poor for old willow to see him, but Shurjian is different. Maybe he'd be able to get old willow to think highly of him. After Shurjian heard the old village chief's words, his mind moved. Of course he knew what the bone was. Legendary, the original true solution. The complete primal true solution was almost equivalent to a quasi-immortal emperor's scripture. It is a technique that points directly to the great Tao, but the conditions for practicing primal true solution are also high. Only by reaching the blood-moving extreme realm and honing one's spiritual will to be harder than iron would one be able to comprehend the primordial true solution. Although Shijian had previously known that the primordial true solution was in the old village chief's hands, he had not asked the old village chief for it. His cultivation level was not yet up to the condition of cultivating the primal true solution, so it was useless to bring it. And suddenly it's going to be too abrupt. So this is on hold. Now the old village chief had instead directly handed over the primordial true solution to him. Shijian took the glistening white bone chunk. The old village chief opened his mouth again after seeing him receive the treasure bone and instructed, "Be careful when you are comprehending this treasure bone. The runes on it are so tedious that a regular person would vomit blood just by looking at it. So don't stare all the time when you are looking at it, or you will injure yourself." "Yes." Shijian gently rubbed the precious bone in his hand, then solemnly opened his mouth in response. The old village chief nodded and said seriously again, "Before comprehending this precious bone, you'd better make a sacrifice to inform the sacrificial spirit. The sacrificial spirit of our stone village is very extraordinary. It has been silently guarding the village, and it doesn't usually respond to our sacrifices. But if it's you, maybe the spirit of sacrifice will respond." The old village headman said and turned his gaze back to the darkened willow stump at the entrance of the village. Shijian followed his gaze, and a few more points of gravity were added to his heart. The people of the stone village didn't know where the sacrificial spirit came from. Could he not? It's the Willow God, the supreme immortal king giants of the immortal ancient era, known as ancestral sacrificial spirits, possessed battle power that shook the ancient world. Sure, Hao was able to rise to become the desolate heavenly emperor. This credit cannot be ignored. But nowadays, the Willow God had suffered a serious injury and had lost a large portion of his memory. Facing an existence of this level, Shijian was also a bit flustered, but he hadn't had any contact with Ryujin since he crossed over. Shijian had originally envisioned go to the rise of the desolate heavenly emperor. When the time comes, he will directly make a copy and make a beggar's version of the desolate heavenly emperor. With this in mind, he has always acted in a low-key manner, nor did he dare to get too involved with the Willow God. But now that there are chat groups, it's possible to change the mindset a bit. Now this was a chance to get in touch with the Ryujin. "I'll remember that, Mayor." Shijian put the precious bone away, then spoke solemnly. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Little Tit's Medicinal Bath. Chapter 17, Little Tit's Medicinal Bath. After the certainty of making contact with the Willow God, Shijian no longer hesitated and directly requested the old village chief to arrange a sacrifice. The old village chief also agreed directly without hesitation. "Choose a day. Let's do it tomorrow. Little Stone, you've hunted back so many ferocious beasts all at once this time. It's just right that you can take out a portion of them to sacrifice to the spirits." The old village head directly scheduled the time for tomorrow, and after he instructed Shijian for another sentence or two, he went to contact the other old men in the village to prepare matters related to the ritual. Shijian simply took the primordial true solution and returned within the stone house. Without disturbing Little Bit, who was lying asleep on the bed, Shijian directly took out the primordial true solution and read it. Although it was said that only those who had reached the extreme realm of the blood-moving realm were able to cultivate the primal true solution, this was not a hard and fast indicator. It just means that people who haven't reached that level will be harmed by the runes on top of the primal true solution if they watch it. Shijian now possessed 80,000 pounds of physical strength, and had awakened the giant elephant embryo of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. His actual strength reached 180,000 pounds. The qualification to study the original true solution has long been possessed. Shijian took out the treasure bone. Dense runes were inscribed on top of the clean white bone blocks, and Shijian was completely mesmerized after just one look. The most primordial true explanation dissected the mysteries of heaven and earth in the most primitive way, on which it recounted the origins of the runes and annotated the might of various ancient ferocious beasts. Almost all aspects of heaven and earth are involved, all-encompassing. Although there was no treasure arc recorded in this, it was a kind of dissection of the runic fundamentals, and there are examples to support the operational aspects of the runes. A beam of images above clearly displayed the duel between the ancient gods. That terrifying aura revealed from within the precious bones impacted Shijian's heart. Wow! Shijian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire spirit withered. However, his eyes revealed an unprecedented brightness in them, worthy of the primal true solution. Shijian sighed out with emotion. After reading the primal true explanation, his knowledge of the cultivation path became clearer. He used to cultivate as if he were applying a formula to a problem, memorizing the formula by rote and then applying the conditions. Away from the formula is nothing, and the original true solution is to teach you how to derive the formula yourself. Know what you know, but also what you don't know. Maybe I can try to rework the blood-moving mirror now. Shijian was thoughtful. After he read the primordial true explanation, his realization was very deep, and he knew the true intent of the runes. At the same time, he also knew the reason why he had been unable to break through the 80,000 pounds of force before. His previous realm cultivation was flawed. The force of 80,000 pounds is the limit. If he hadn't joined the chat group and obtained the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, Shurjian would never have been able to reach the blood-moving realm extreme realm. With the divine elephant prison suppressing strength in place, today Shurjian could reach the blood-moving realm extreme realm even if his cultivation was somewhat flawed. But why not when you can make up for those flaws? No one would mind getting stronger. And recultivation is not about abolishing your current cultivation and starting over. It's just a matter of going back and checking out the gaps to harden your cultivation. As soon as he said he would do it, Shurjian directly cultivated. Bone text after bone text appeared on the surface of his body. Divine sunlight filled the air, and his entire body was crystalline and holy. He closed his eyes, his breath hitting rock bottom at one point. However, in the next moment, countless heaven and earth auras poured into his body, nourishing his physical body, and his essence all of a sudden rolled around as if it were a long river. The chi and blood boiled, and a single rune was birthed within his body. His entire body was like a furnace, radiating terrifying heat. A sleeping milkman woke up hard from the heat. Milkmaid looked at Shurjian, whose flesh was crystalline and revealed divine radiance, and fell into a daze. He thought that something had happened to Shurjian and tried to wake him up, but he was forced back by the terrifyingly high temperature on Shurjian's body. He had no choice but to run to the old village chief with a pair of short legs. The old village chief, who had only been asleep for a short while, rushed over in a panic. He looked at Shurjian, who was immersed in cultivation, not knowing what to do. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. He is recultivating the blood-moving realm. Don't disturb him. The ethereal voice reached the old village chief's ears. The old village chief looked up and couldn't see the person who had spoken, and froze for a moment, before reacting as an afterthought. You are the spirit of sacrifice? The old village chief looked in the direction of the willow tree at the entrance of the village, which had raised a willow branch at some point. Aha! The ethereal voice sounded again, followed by silence. The old village chief heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't an accident. He was then afraid that it was that precious bone that caused Shurjian's cultivation to go awry. Now that the sacrificial spirits have manifested themselves, then it should be fine. The old village chief pacified the others inside the village, and Toki village was quiet again all of a sudden. The little tyke, on the other hand, was dragged by the old village chief to sleep in his house, silent in his cultivation. Shurjian knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. He was now in a marvelous state. Little by little, he was perfecting those runes within his body. By the time he woke up, it was noon the next day. 90,000 pounds of strength. I didn't think there would be an unexpected gain after reconditioning. Shurjian, who opened his eyes, was elated. After recultivating the blood-moving realm, his physical strength reached 90,000 pounds. Moreover, he felt that the giant elephant embryo inside his body was also stirring. One could only say that it was worthy of being the topmost cultivation method. Primal true solution. Just a simple look at it gave him such a gain. Gathering up the joy in his heart, Shurjian then noticed that it was light outside. This time the cultivation was a bit mesmerized, didn't even pay attention to the outside world. Fortunately this is in the stone village. I have to pay attention in the future. Shurjian secretly warned himself in his mind. No wonder the people inside the nobles had to find a cave for their seclusion and set up various formations for precaution. To be sneak attacked when he had an epiphany like he did, that would be a big mistake. Shurjian walked out of the stone house after cleaning up a little. The stone village was also exceptionally lively at this time. A cauldron was set up above the square where the crowd usually cultivated. Within the cauldron were all sorts of old medicines, poisonous insects, spring water, and the true blood of those ferocious beasts. One by one, the little waifs are baring their teeth in the pot and crying out in pain. It's washing the flesh. In the center of the room was a large pot, and the old village chief kept adding firewood to the bottom of the pot. Within the big tripod is not someone else, is exactly the little milk child. His body is vaguely haze generated. This is the sign of bone text practiced into flesh and blood. When these haze lights completely changed into divine sunlight, then he would have completely crossed over into the blood-moving realm. At that time, one could invoke the essence between heaven and earth to nourish oneself. Practiced on my own. It is a very scary process. The precious blood of various ferocious beasts penetrated into the body through the pores, and the raging power washed over the flesh and subsequently brought out the impurities in the flesh. This repeated baptism gives children a solid foundation. A child with a weak mind can be killed by living pain. The pain when the precious blood washed over the flesh was as good as bone cracking and strangling. This cauldron was the one with the most material and the most dominating power. None of the other waifs inside the village could afford this kind of raging power. Only the little tyke stood motionless among them with clenched teeth. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Little Stone. Have you finished practicing? The people inside the village greeted Shurjian after seeing him come out. Shurjian nodded in response one by one. The group of little children who were grimacing in pain were screaming strangely after seeing Shurjian. Little brother Shur. Little brother Shur. Grandfather Patriarch said that you can lift a giant tripod of 80,000 pounds. Is this true? Shurjian pressed a bare-bottomed boy back inside the pot, then opened his mouth with a grin. Of course it's true. I captured dozens of ferocious beasts back yesterday. You guys stay inside the pot for a little while longer, and you'll be able to become like me in the future. Little Bit stayed so long without crying for milk, so don't let him get past you guys. Hearing Shurjian say this, the original few boys who had cried in pain and wanted to climb out of the pot stopped crying again. Gritting his teeth, he squatted inside the pot. Shurjian smiled in satisfaction at the sight, then walked over to the old village chief. Little Stone, have you finished your cultivation? Yesterday you were as hot as a furnace and almost scared us. Luckily Lord Sacrificial Spirit woke up and said that you were recultivating and asked us not to disturb you. The old village chief told Shurjian about what happened yesterday after he met him, and he earnestly instructed Shurjian. The sacrificial spirit seems to attach great importance to you. You mustn't miss this opportunity. Did Ryujin notice himself? Shurjian nodded as he pondered. Don't worry, village chief. I'll try to communicate with the sacrificial spirit during the ritual later. Hearing Shurjian say this, the village chief was relieved. The items for the festival inside the village are almost ready. When the waifs inside the village had finished their baptisms, they began to worship the Willow God. After talking to the old village chief about some matters related to the sacrifice, Shurjian also busied himself on top of the square. His cultivation and eyesight were far beyond the people of the stone village, was able to easily see the tolerance limits of these waifs who were taking medicated baths. Although medicinal baths were a good thing, those that exceeded the limits of the physical body would instead injure themselves. The adults of Ishimura were not capable of judging the limits of the flesh of these waifs, and could only fish them out of the pot when they couldn't take it anymore. But with Shurjian in the medicinal bath the effect is maximized. Those who didn't reach the limit of their physical bodies were kicked into the pot even if they cried and screamed. The ones that reached the limit of flesh are fished out. For a moment, the entire square above was filled with the howling of children and the talking and laughing of adults. After a long half-day, all the other children except Shurhao had reached the limit of their fleshly bodies, unable to absorb any more medicinal power. And as there was still some precious blood inside the pot that hadn't been absorbed, a group of adults climbed back in to absorb it. This precious blood is also of some use to them as adults. It can add some body mass. People in Stone Village don't want to waste. The original crying father shouting mother's little babies see their elders into the pot inside also forget to cry, and hastily move firewood to add a fire to add a filial piety. Others crowded around the little bitty one to watch. Dot, don't you hurt? There was shock in the eyes of the several little waifs as they looked at Dot. They know firsthand how painful this medicinal bath is. It hurts so much that they cry out in pain. They were cooked in pots and pans, and Dot was cooked directly in a large pot. This cauldron hurt dozens of times more than their pots. As a result, Little Bit didn't make any noise or fuss within this big cauldron. It's really amazing. I'm afraid Little Bit's talent is even comparable to Little Stone's. He actually stayed inside the tripod for so long. Really angry. My family's baby is still older than the little one on 4 or 5 years old. The result just into the pot on the shouting pain noisy want to come out. I kicked him back again. My stone village is going to rise. With Little Rock in front and Little Bit in the back. God has blessed our clan. Actually sending over such a child. The adults also gathered around Dot and marveled, their faces beaming with excitement. The old village chief was also excited, but he still had some worries in his heart. Little Bit was too young. He was worried that Little Bit would leave hidden dangers in the middle of the metamorphosis process. So he approached Shurjian and inquired. Nothing will happen to Little Bit after absorbing so much precious blood, right? Shurjian shook his head and replied decisively. No way. Shurhao was a born supreme. And although the supreme bone had been dug up, the base was there. This amount of precious blood was still far from his limit. This level of baptism could lay a strong foundation for the other waifs in the stone village, but it could not lay a foundation for Shurhao. You want to cast the desolate heavenly emperor, who suppresses all the ancient times. You still have to take a strong medicine. It better be that mythical beast. Shurhao in the original story also baptized his fleshly body with a mythical animal, stepping into the blood-moving realm. But that was picking up the pieces to obtain the animal's corpse. That mythical beast destroyed a large portion of its own divine essence when it died, and Shurhao only rubbed a bit of residue on it. If one could baptize Shurhao with a complete mythical animal, it would be a great bull. In the original timeline it was the favored beast milk chaser for heavy pupils, breaking record after record of heavy pupils. This time, the heavy pupil is directly replaced by the heavy pupil to catch up with the footsteps of the favored beast milk, to see if he can break the record of the favored beast milk. Shurjian felt excited just thinking about it. Dictate the ancient desolate heavenly emperor? No, It's suppressing the 10,000 ancient desolate heavenly emperor. It was only after a few more hours that Little Bit finished the medicinal bath. Almost all of the essence within the grand cauldron was absorbed by him. He retreated a layer of pitch black skin, then revealed a crystalline body. Wow! Dottie, you smell so good. A group of waifs yelled. The old village chief and the other adults were also reaching out with a pair of big hands, feeling up and down on the little bitty body. Not bad. This fleshly body of yours already has a hint of divinity after the baptism. You can start to penetrate the runes, Shurjian commented. Dot was greatly embarrassed. Her little face flushed. Seeing him like this, the other adults inside the village had the bad taste to touch around. The desolate heavenly emperor was furious, and then was suppressed. He hadn't even been pinned down this hard on top of the plateau. Child, show us what a point you've reached now. It was still the old village chief who saved the desolate heavenly emperor from the fire, and handed him a shirt. Little Bit sniffed and hurriedly took the clothes and put them on his body, then ran to the square to raise the tripod. After the medicinal bath, the strength of all the children in Stone Village had increased by several hundred pounds or so. They've all lifted their tripods and tested their strength. Now the crowd is looking forward to what Dot will do. After all, the precious blood he had absorbed far exceeded others. Dot lifted from a few hundred pounds of copper tripod all the way up to 3,000 pounds. He had been able to lift 1,000 kilograms of copper tripods before, and now his strength had increased by 2,000 kilograms at once. The progress is just amazing. You know that Dot is less than 4 years old now. Shurjian was also very satisfied as he watched from the side. Desolate Heavenly Emperor Raising Program, initiated. End of chapter. Chapter 19, First Conversation with Ryujin. Chapter 19, First Conversation with Ryujin. After Dot had tested his strength, the medicinal bath came to a successful conclusion. The old village chief and the others from the Stone Village immediately arranged matters related to the festival. The people of Stone Village worshipped the Willow God year after year, so naturally they were familiar with the process. At sunset, everyone in the Stone Village gathered in front of the willow tree. The old village head, Shur Yunfeng, respectfully paid homage towards the old willow tree, and then explained to the Willow God the problems Shurjian had encountered on his cultivation path. Finally, he asked the Willow God on Shurjian's behalf how Shurjian should cultivate next. The people of Ishimura followed suit with their worship. In the past, the people of Stone Village worshipped the Willow God in the hope that it would bless Stone Village. This was the first time I had ever worshipped the Willow God for someone like this day, and it used to be that the Willow God hardly ever responded to their sacrifices. Today, however, the Willow God responded to the sacrifice of the people of the Stone Village. During the ancient times, those powerful ferocious beast cubs could lift 100,000 pounds of divine iron when they were young, and this is pure physical strength without using those supreme treasure arts. You've already read the primordial true solution. That means your pure physical strength is very close to the barrier of the 100,000 gene limit, and the next thing you need to do is to actually reach that limit. Willow God's ethereal voice appeared in the ears of the crowd, mostly to Shurkin. The people of the Stone Village were not too surprised when they heard this. They had already learned from the old village chief that Shurjian possessed the strength of 80,000 pounds. Their perceptions had already been refreshed once by Shurjian long ago. Now I'm not surprised to hear such secret stories. I'll work hard, Shurjian responded to the Willow God. The blood-moving realm extreme realm. There was nothing to say about this. He was definitely going to challenge this limit. However, his main purpose was to glean something good from the Willow God. So he took out the primal true solution and asked the Willow God, "This precious bone handed to me by Grandpa Village Chief yesterday is the original true solution you spoke of?" Ryujin didn't answer at first, but paused as if recalling something. After a long time, its ethereal voice then sounded. The primal true explanation is a supreme dharma that expounds on the great Tao of the world, and it requires the most solid foundation to reach the blood-moving extreme realm, as well as honing one's will harder than iron to be able to comprehend it. The treasure bone you hold is only a chapter amongst the primal true solution. You only peeked into a corner of it yesterday. You will only be able to truly comprehend it when you step into the blood-moving extreme realm. Shurjian nodded his head thoughtfully. He only read the primordial true explanation superficially and then he possessed such progress. How powerful would it be if he really practiced this Gong method? And more importantly, the primal true solution did not conflict with the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. The primal true solution is both a cultivation method and a great Tao method. One could either use it as a cultivation method or use it to sense the great Tao. Shurjian was perfectly capable of practicing divine elephant prison suppressing strength while comprehending the primal true solution. He opened his mouth again after thinking about it and asked the Willow God, "My fleshly body strength has reached 90,000 gene after I retrained in the blood-moving realm, and I'm not far from the blood-moving extreme realm. But although my cultivation is powerful, I don't have much experience in fighting people, and I don't have any powerful treasure arts at my disposal. The Willow God might help me? Shi Jian sidestepped, hoping to glean one or two treasure arts from the Lu God. As far as he knew, all the treasure arts mastered by the Willow God were top-tier treasure arts. Willow God Law, True Phoenix Law, the art of countering the 5 elements, these are all top-tier laws. Shi Jian, however, if he could get 1 or 2 pointers from the Willow God, it would be considered a great chance. My memories are tattered and there aren't too many suitable things I can pass on to you. But here's a formula for a Taiku fierce beast to build a foundation for its cubs that can help you quickly reach the blood-moving extreme realm. When the time comes, I'll send you to a place in which you can practice. You can also get some powerful treasure arts there. The Willow God transmitted his voice to inform Shi Jian of a Swami's formula. Shi Jian was not disappointed when he heard the words, there are jujubes and no jujubes to play a shot. Cannot get those top treasure arts? Can get a swine formula is also good. And you've got the original true solution yourself. If the Willow God allowed himself to cultivate the primordial true solution, then that would be considered passing the primordial true solution on to him. This was how Shi Haowen the original story was treated. Thank you, God Willow, for giving me the law. Shi Jian said gratefully to the Willow God. Come back to me after you have cultivated to the extreme realm. The voice of the Willow God fell silent. It was still in a state of serious injury and spent most of its time in slumber. If the vision of Shi Jian's cultivation had not disturbed it, it would not have awakened. Now that it had pointed out Shi Jian, it was about to fall back into slumber. Shi Jian was also aware of Lu Xun's situation nowadays, so he didn't bother Lu Xun. He also had a guess in his mind about the place in which he could train, as the Willow God said. Unsurprisingly, that place should be the Void God realm, the equivalent of a virtual world in general. One can kill in it with abandon. There are rewards for good behavior. Shi Jian also had a few expectations for the Void God realm. This kind of place where there was no danger to his life and where he could sharpen his fighting sense was too much for him. He has the hangout and has joined the chat group, so he has a bright future ahead of him. The current him didn't even have a high need for resource feats. What he lacked the most was experience in combat. The others inside the group had basically experienced some life and death combat, and their level of fighting was extraordinary. He was also the only one who hadn't experienced a real battle yet. Hunting green Jiao python and other ancient relic species wasn't really a battle in the true sense of the word. After all, his strength exceeded these ferocious beasts by a lot. The Void God realm is still looking forward to it, Shi Jian silently thought in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Have you ever fought for the milk of beasts in your life? Chapter 20, Have you ever fought for the milk of beasts in your life? After the festival, the adults of Ishimura dispersed. The children, on the other hand, were gathered together by the old village chief. The medicinal bath is over and it's time for you to study hard. The old village headman began to instruct the many children of the village of Chioshire in bone writing. The bone text was a symbol that was naturally manifested on the bones of a strong ancient relic species, possessing mysterious and unpredictable power. It is the foundation of the practice. Shi Jian's past knowledge of bone writing was also learned from the old village chief. It's just that the old village chief's knowledge of bone writing is rather crude. This resulted in Shi Jian not having a solid foundation for his cultivation in this area. That's why Shek Qin was rebuilt. Now that Shi Jian, who had practiced primordial true understanding, had a deeper understanding of bone writing, especially after he had retrained in the blood-moving realm. He couldn't listen to him anymore after listening to the side for a while. The old village chief's knowledge on bone writing was just too rough. But it can't be helped. Stone Village has no heritage in this area. These perceptions of bone writing were still worked out by the old village chief himself. Shi Jian simply took the old village chief's place directly and explained the bone script to the many children. The waifs who were originally listening with frowns immediately changed their expressions of excitement as soon as they saw that it was Shi Jian who was speaking. Shi Jian is now the idol of all the children in Shi Village. And when the idol himself gives a lecture, of course the crowd listens attentively. While Shi Jian was speaking, he was also combing through his own knowledge of bone writing. While explaining, he had a new kind of comprehension of these bone texts. In this way, many children gathered around him and listened to his explanation until the night was completely dark. The children listened with great meaning. And even the old village chief showed a look of sudden realization from time to time. After the many children dispersed, the old village chief despondently approached Shi Jian. Little Rock, your understanding of bone writing now surpasses my decades of research. The old village chief was both relieved and lost. Relief, on the other hand, was glad that Shi Jian was good. Loss, on the other hand, was due to the fact that he had studied bone writing for decades, but now he was surpassed by Shi Jian instead. Without your teachings, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have today. Shi Jian responded respectfully. It was true what he said. Without the old village chief, he would have to be blind even if he had the hang-ups in this aspect of learning bone text. Although these bone texts taught by the old village chief were crude, they could indeed lead one onto the path of cultivation. He has been studying bone writing for decades just to create a condition for the children inside the village that is not weaker than the outside world. God knows how many days and nights the old village chief has spent working on these rough bone inscriptions. Alas! The old village chief sighed at his words, then spoke with some embarrassment. Shao Shi, in the future, can I trouble you to be responsible for teaching these waifu bone texts? You don't have to teach them every day, just once every 7 days? The old village chief was also feeling a bit flushed when he said this. He had troubled Shi before to hunt the ferocious beasts for the waifs of the stone village, and now he's asking Shi to teach bone writing to the waifs of Shi village. The point is that Shi himself is a child. It was embarrassing the old village chief. However, for the sake of the children of Stone Village receiving a proper education, the old village chief had no choice but to pull his punches. Shi had thought it was something big, but after hearing the old village chief say so, he directly laughed. Of course, when the time comes, I will compile a basic book on bone writing, and in the future, even if I'm no longer in Stone Village, you can still use this book to enlighten the children of Stone Village. Writing a book on bone writing was an idea that had just occurred to Shi. Efforts were made, but the old village chief did have a crude knowledge of bone writing. What he teaches leads people on okay, but it's hard to teach genius. While Shi could teach the children of the Stone Village the bone text instead, it wasn't like he would stay in the Stone Village all the time. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Simply compose an enlightening book on bone writing. It just so happened that Shi could also take this opportunity to sort out what he had gained after reading the Primal True Solution. 2 for the price of 1. The name of the book, Shi, has already been thought of. It's called 3 Years of Bone Text, 5 Years of Moving Blood, keeping the children of the village called Stone have a happy childhood. That's a good feeling. Hearing that Shi was going to write a book on the basics of bone writing, the old village chief was instantly delighted. The bones he taught were fumbled and unorganized on his own. If Shi was able to write a book on the basics, it would certainly be 100 times better than teaching in a haphazard manner like he did. If you do write it, by rote I'll have to make these leather monkeys memorize it all, the old village chief excitedly promised. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Shi mouth when he heard this. With this from the old village chief, he kept this 3 years of bone text, 5 years of moving blood thick and heavy. After receiving Shi promise, the old village chief hummed a little song and went home happily. Shi also returned to the stone house with Little Bit. Have you memorized those bone inscriptions I just taught you? A jar appeared in Shi hand, and inside the jar was filled with sweet-smelling beast milk, which was also mixed with some precious blood as well as precious medicine. Smelling the tantalizing scent of milk, Dot's eyes stared straight into the jar. Learn all those bones I just taught you, and this jar of milk is yours. Shi's voice was like a demon's whisper. There was no doubt that he was giving Shi a small cooking stove. Yeah. Dot's eyes didn't leave the jar of beast's milk for half a moment, but the movements of his hands were unambiguous. He stretched out his 2 small hands, and then with a buzz, a glimmer of light appeared in his palms, and then a peculiar text surfaced in his palms. Not bad. Reward you. Seeing this, Shi was very satisfied and placed the beast's milk in front of Little Bit. Milk of the beast. Dot yelped in excitement, then clutched the jar that was almost as big as he was and gulped it down. He drank all of the beast's milk in one gulp, and then fell head over heels in a daze. Shi let out a laugh at the sight. This beast milk was laced with a portion of true blood. The energy was extraordinary. Little Bit had gone through the medicinal bath during the day, and now he was drinking such a large can of beast milk. He couldn't withstand it no matter how strong his physique was. Gotta take time to absorb it. So he drank it and passed right out. It's kind of milk drunk. Shi recorded the whole thing through the chat group, intending to show it to Desolate Heavenly Emperor later. Throwing Little Bit onto the bed, Shi couldn't help but lament the strength of this little guy's enlightenment. All those things he had said before in the square about bone writing, and all those things he had just given Little Bit in a small session. Little Bit had learned them all by listening to them once. This enlightenment is horrifying. Dot is already serious about her work, and her enlightenment is still horrible, and she has beast milk for temptation. With the triple buff stacking, Shi estimated that Little Bit would soon grow up. In the future, when the Desolate Heavenly Emperor suppresses the ages and looks back on today, he might also say something. Have you ever fought for the milk of the beast in your life? After the surroundings quieted down, Shi also returned to his bed, and then opened the chat group once again. Shi, brothers, today I got a very powerful gung-fu. Primal True Solution. See if your cultivation has any effect. Shi, the primal true understanding is called the source of all laws in this world of mine, the carrier of the great Tao and the origin of all bone texts. It is not a specific, single powerful treasure art, but it contains a profound explanation and understanding of the nature of cultivation, the rules of heaven and earth, and the supreme principles of the great Tao. Shi, although there is no bone writing in your world. This stuff should be good for your enlightenment. The originally silent group came alive all of a sudden. Xiao Yan, what the heck? Great Dao Carrier. What technique is so powerful? It sounds like it's 1,000 times more powerful than my incineration technique. Is it a technique that surpasses the heavenly rank? Fong Han, primordial true solution? The source of all laws? There's even such a technique in this world? Yang Qi, how does it compare to my divine elephant prison suppressing strength? Munch, no dude. I haven't even digested all my previous benefits. I'm going to be propped up. The original diving crowd was all blown out at once. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Chat Group uploads Primal True Solution. Chapter 21 Chat Group uploading Primordial True Solution. The crowd did not expect Shi Jian to be so forceful, giving them such a big surprise in just less than a day or two. The original True Solution, the source of all laws, the carrier of the way. For a technique to dare to be titled with such a name, this technique was absolutely powerful all the way to the top. Under the crowd's eager anticipation, Shi Jian uploaded the feats. Group member Sect uploaded the original solution. A message flashed, and then everyone opened the group file. Primal True Solution, source of all laws. Fong Han was shocked in his heart as he felt this extra gongfu in his mind. Shi Jian's perception of this gongfu was shallow, and they only had a superficial knowledge of this gongfu after downloading it. However, despite this primordial true solution also gave them a great shock. Fong Han sensed the subtlety of this gongfu with just a simple glance. The primal true understanding tells of the nature of the great way, which is in a sense more of a conceptual thing. It told of bone texts and runes in the perfect world. But when it came to Fong Han's hands, it became a divine skill that expounded on the nature of mana. Fong Han had gained a higher level of insight into his cultivation path just by simply looking at it for a few moments. This technique really lives up to its reputation as the source of all laws. Fong Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was definitely an astounding and heaven-defying technique. He no longer hesitated and immediately sat down on his knees to comprehend the primordial true solution and comb through his own mana. How can this mana of yours still be pure? Yan's shocked voice appeared in Fong Han's ears. Yan was stunned after seeing Fong Han purify his own mana. It was important to know that Fong Han was under his guidance to break through the divine power mystic realm. When Fong Han broke through the avatar mystic realm, not only did he have the 9 orifices golden pill to help him, he also cultivated the Yama golden body, and borrowed the star power of the sun, moon, and 5-star bracelet to break through the avatar mystic realm in the way of star refining body. 9 orifices golden pill, infinite blood pill, yellow spring sacred water, bijou pill, sun, moon and 5-star bracelet. Multiple buffs were stacked on top of each other to achieve the secret realm of the avatar. Its roots couldn't be stronger. The other divine profound mysteries could only take in a few Xianhuang fiery horses, and Fong Han was able to take in nearly 100 Xianhuang fiery horses just by breaking through. It can be said to have laid the strongest foundation of the Tao. Yan thought that this would be exaggerated enough. Who knew that after Fong Han had been fuming for a few days, he all of a sudden didn't know what he had sensed. It was actually able to condense its own mana. It's unbelievable. Listening to Yan's exclaimed voice, the corner of Fong Han's mouth hooked into a smile. I just obtained a feat that is unparalleled in the ancient world, and this is exactly what I gained after practicing that feat. An ancient and unrivaled technique? Where did you get it? Yan was dumbfounded. He had stayed right next to Fong Han, and he hadn't seen Fong Han obtaining any feats? Fong Han decided to tell Yan something after considering it for a while. There's more than one world like ours in this world, and this gong method of mine was obtained from one of the other worlds. Yan responded doubtfully. I naturally know that there is more than one world, and that after practicing to the secret realm of longevity one can ascend to the upper realm. Can it be that this gong method of yours is not a gong method of the upper realm? But how did you obtain it? It's not the upper world. It's another world. Fong Han corrected. Ah. Yan was a bit confused. All along he had been playing the role of a guide here in Fong Han. Quite an air of inscrutable superiority. And Fong Han was a bumpkin from a small place. But it was good that he was progressing fast. Only now Yan felt that Fong Han had changed. It was as if he knew something unimaginable all at once. The height of thought transcends itself all at once. Now you're the one who's a bumpkin. What is this other world? I'll take you to other worlds when I have the chance. You'll understand then. Fong Han said to Yan promisingly. Yan was even more confused after hearing his words. No, dude, what's your strength? Take me to another world? You have achieved the secret realm of the avatar. Not become immortal, much less live forever. How many peanuts did you eat? You're this drunk. Fong Han didn't need to think about it to know how Yan was cataloging himself in his mind. However, Yan could not see the chat group, so what he said on his lips was not as real as taking Yan across the world, so he simply didn't explain. When the time comes to take Yan on a world tour it will be honest. Yan, you passed on all of the great 5 elements techniques to me. Fong Han said softly. A world of honor. Meng Qi was a bit agitated. Originally he was a vegetable and became a monk. It couldn't be worse. As a result, I was suddenly pulled into the chat group. After pulling into the chat group, he was instantly looking forward to this day, as well as eating a 3-course meal. He had just finished digesting the red envelopes that the crowd had given out earlier, and now Shi Jian had given him another big surprise. The source of all laws, the carrier of the great Tao. Listening to these adjectives, Meng Qi couldn't even dare to imagine how powerful this gong method is. With excitement in his heart, Meng Qi immediately downloaded the primordial true solution in the middle of the chat group. Countless runes appeared in his mind all at once. Let's see what's up. Meng Qi focused his attention on comprehending the gongfu in his mind. After only 2 or 3 characters, he felt a little foggy in the head and a slight headache. At that moment, a message suddenly flashed inside the group. Shi Jian, by the way, brothers, this primordial true solution has relatively high requirements for cultivation in my world, and requires at least 100,000 pounds of strength and a will as tough as iron in order to cultivate it. Shi Jian, I don't know if there's still this restriction for you guys to download in the chat group, but just to be on the safe side, Meng Qi, you shouldn't cultivate for now, or else there's a chance that it could backfire on you. Meng Qi looked at the group's message and touched his nose again. A handful of nosebleeds. You didn't say so earlier. After the last thought flashed through his consciousness, Meng Qi fell back to sleep. Shi Jian, who had waited for a long time without waiting for Meng Qi to respond, scratched his head in confusion. Meng Qi doesn't look like the kind of person who has already read and won't reply, right? Is it hard to believe that he had already downloaded the cultivation and then got backfired? It's good to be young and fall asleep. After guessing Meng Qi's situation, Shi Jian couldn't help but lament in his heart. He wasn't worried about Meng Qi. The primordial true solution's backlash wasn't considered serious, and although the old village chief couldn't cultivate it, he often watched it. At most, you'll be dizzy for a while. Not a big problem. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Xiao Yan, it's bad. The rice bowl has been smashed. Chapter 22, Xiao Yan, bad. The rice bowl has been smashed. There are still cultivation requirements for this technique? In the Doubao world, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the contents inside the group. Meng Qi didn't speak. It should have been planted on this technique, but Shi Jian even uploaded it. That means the backlash of this technique shouldn't be strong. Probably unconscious or vomiting blood or something. Xiao Yan guessed in his heart. I wonder if I meet the criteria for this practice. With a thought, he then downloaded the feats as well. Countless subtle knowledge poured into his mind. Xiao Yan felt a little dizzy all of a sudden, but not to the point of passing out. This gong method is really powerful. Xiao Yan only felt that this primordial true solution seemed to be covered with a shadow in his own consciousness, and he could not really see it. It took everything he had to be able to see some of the characters, but despite this, the realization that these characters brought to him was extraordinary. It made him think, fighting spirit can be used in this way. This technique grade is definitely a supreme level, or even a master level technique. Xiao Yan had already finished reading the dueling vault, and Shi Jian had passed on that dueling vault to him that also mentioned some of the things that had happened to him after his ascension. It's just that these things aren't as detailed as they were before. However, it also allowed Xiao Yan to know about the existence of the Great Thousand Worlds as well as the realm after the Dodi. After the Dodi there were supreme beings, earth supreme beings, heaven supreme beings, and above heaven supreme beings there were masters. Xiao Yan felt that this technique was at the very least at the master level. It's awesome. Xiao Yan felt that he owed Shi Jian more and more. It's not finished. It's not finished at all. Xiao Yan recalled what Shi Jian had said about his world being more dangerous. He secretly resolved to cultivate more diligently, trying to help Shi Jian in the future. One more reason to fight. For the sake of the old man. 4 Karo square root. For the sake of the rock solid square root. The good thing was that it was still relatively simple for him to raise his cultivation. He cultivated the burning skill and was able to become stronger simply by devouring foreign flames. He had already learned the whereabouts of many of his world's foreign fires from the book, and now he could move directly to find them. And he can also go to the world of other people inside the group to devour foreign fire. I believe that his cultivation will soon be able to raise it. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was high. Primal true solution? I wonder which one is more precious compared to my stone talisman. This feat? Lin Dong's mind shook. Almost after watching Wu Dong Qian Koan he already knew the origin of the mysterious stone talisman in his hand. This was one of the 9 super divine objects created by the legendary rune ancestor. Extremely strong purifying power against foreign demons. It was also inscribed with the patterns of the 8 great ancestral symbols, as well as the power of the 8 great ancestral symbols, and the infernal divine prison discs that could sharpen spiritual power. In addition to that it could also absorb the energy of the heavens and earth and spiritual medicines. purifying them into more precise medicinal liquids and pills, as well as deducing feats. Functionality can be pulled right out of the box. It is a supreme treasure. The primordial true solution, on the other hand, was a supreme technique. The most important thing in cultivation was the divine skill, and the magic treasure, both of which were very important to the cultivator. The ancestral stone is just awesome as hell, and this primordial true solution is also a remarkable divine skill. I just don't know which of these two things is more valuable. He also didn't hesitate and directly downloaded the primal true solution. Countless knowledge poured into his mind. Lin Dong was immersed in the marvelousness of this primordial true solution and could not extricate himself. It was a long time before he came back to his senses. Compared to this gongfu, the gongfu I cultivated before is. He let out this cry of relief. As he watched Shijian blow this primal true solution up so much, he only felt that Shijian was exaggerating a bit. Before cultivating the primal true solution, his knowledge of the primal true solution was like a frog at the bottom of a well watching the moon in the sky. Having cultivated the primordial true solution, he then looked at this primordial true solution as if it were a floating grain seeing heaven and earth. This primal true solution is really awesome. Lin Dong took out the stone talisman and looked inside the group. He, Lin Dongxiang, came to repay favors with favors, and to take revenge with revenge. People had taken out such powerful feats, and he had nothing powerful here. The only thing of some value is the stone amulet. The people inside the group were generous, so he wasn't cheap. There are treasures to use together. Primal true solution. Yang Qi also downloaded the feats. Although he had the divine elephant prison suppressing strength already, who would mind having more divine feats on him? Similarly, the content about the primal true solution appeared in his mind. All the visions appeared at once in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Countless mysterious characters appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yang Qi already possessed a thunder elephant in his sea of consciousness, and this thunder elephant seemed to be disturbed by these characters and let out a hissing sound. Those characters transformed into a precious bone to confront the thunder elephant. A sudden fight ensued between the two sides with a bang. Yang Qi covered his head at once, only feeling a splitting headache. This is the divine elephant prison suppressing strength fighting with the primal true solution? The sudden change gave Yang Qi a fright. However, it was good that this pain only lasted for a short while, as the divine image in his sea of consciousness suppressed the precious bone. Various insights about cultivation appeared in his sea of consciousness. This is the primal true solution? To be able to make the divine elephant prison suppressing strength react. This technique just isn't as good as the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. That's not bad either. Yang Qi only felt a sudden surge in his cultivation. After such a stimulation from the primal true solution, several divine elephant embryos in his body showed signs of awakening. This primordial true solution can completely assist in divine elephant prison suppressing strength cultivation. Yan Qi's eyes lit up. After Shijian finished uploading the primal true solution, the chat group went cold for quite a while. The crowd went off to cultivate the primal true solution. It was only after a good half day that the group came back to life. The first to speak was Fong Han. Fong Han, brother Shi, this gong method of yours is truly a divine work of the world. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. I'll also upload some gong methods for everyone's reference. Group members uploading the Great 5 Elements technique to the chat group. Group members uploading Yama's golden body to the chat group. Fong Han uploaded several feats at once. Fong Han, most of these techniques are rather ordinary, so you can use them for reference. And the most precious of them is the Great 5 Elements technique. Fong Han, the Great 5 Elements technique, also known as the 5 Emperors and Great Devil Avatar, is the ultimate divine ability of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and after cultivation, it can reverse the elements of the 5 elements and possess the supreme power of creation. Fong Han, Green Emperor Wood Emperor Kung Fu revitalizes. Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi transforms all fire Qi. White Emperor Gold Emperor Chop is known for its sharpness and instantaneous killing speed. Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist is known for its surging atmosphere, long-lasting, dense and toughness. And Yellow Emperor Earth Emperor Dao assimilates all the back Earth Yuan Qi. Fong Han, our cultivation systems may be different, but the way of the 5 elements exists no matter which world. This Great 5 Elements technique should be able to help you. Fong Han spoke of the subtleties of the Great 5 Elements technique. The others inside the group sucked in a breath of cold air at the words. This chat group is also on intensity. First there was Shijian's primordial true solution, and now there is Fong Han's Great 5 Elements technique. It made them all feel the pressure. If they were the kind of people who were profit-oriented and forgot about justice, their mouths would be gaping with laughter, claiming welfare is over. But which one inside the group is not a heavy-hearted master? It's not in line with their principles to accept favors for nothing. Lin Dong, buddy righteousness, I recognize you as a brother. I don't have much to show for it here, but I got a treasure called the Ancestral Stone. Lin Dong, on it are the patterns of the 8 ancestral symbols and the power of the 8 ancestral symbols that can be referenced. In addition to that, it can also directly refine all kinds of heavenly treasures into spirit liquid pills, and it can even deduce martial arts, so we can take turns using it. Lin Dong recorded a video of an ancestral talisman. The others inside the group smiled after seeing his words, treasures in rotation. Thanks to Lin Dong for thinking of it. However, to be able to say such words, it was obvious that Lin Dong was also a man of nature. Xiao Yan was originally also smiling happily as he watched Lin Dong's words. According to Shi Jian's words, he and Lin Dong were in the same world. There was no chat group after the ascension and they were able to meet. Xiao Yan felt that Lin Dong was right up his alley. He had a feeling the two of them would be good friends in the future even without the chat group. After a moment's laughter, though, he realized something was wrong. He doesn't seem to have anything to hold on to compared to the guys inside the group. His only specialty was alchemy, and he could make pills for the members inside the group. But Lin Dong's stone talisman can directly refine pills. The job's been smashed. How am I going to shine in the group in the future? Thanks to the wind and rain old brother's reward. The first time to receive a reward, a little excited. End of chapter. Chapter 23. All group members have bright futures. Chapter 23. All group members have bright futures. Xiao Yan was really a bit fidgety. Compared to the others inside the group, he really didn't have anything on him that could be taken out. If you want a magic treasure, you don't have a magic treasure. You don't have a kung fu. You just have an old grandpa. We can't let him send medicine Lao to the group, can we? The burning technique was also barely a top-tier technique, able to support him all the way to the sovereign realm. But that's a later burning decision. The current burning decision was a yellow-ranked brother. It's too painful to brand for wiping your ass. He really didn't have anything to give back to the brothers in the group. But he wasn't screwed up enough to not accept favors from within the group just because he couldn't come up with something to reciprocate. That's not high character. That's Xiao Yan, brothers. I really have nothing to show here. Can only shyly receive the benefits of all of you. But do brothers in the heart. In the future, you meet trouble to say a word. I Xiao Yan do not help the field. I am a son of a. Xiao Yan had shyly begged for a few more do skills from Pill Elder after he had sent his words, and then sent them to the group in a brainwave. It's also the gift that keeps on giving. Shi Jian could not help but smile after seeing Xiao Yan's statement. All to Xiao Yan, this decent person anxious into Lin move. Swearing. He replied in the chat group. Shi Jian, we're all buddies. What's the point of saying such polite things? Feng Han, that's right. There are countless beings in all the heavens and all the worlds, and it's only a few of us who met in the middle of a chat group. This is fate. It's only right to help each other. No need to be courteous. Feng Han, I'm sure if you get the divine skill secret method, you certainly won't be stingy in sharing it with us either. The atmosphere inside the group was peaceful. Yang Qi looked at the chat inside the group, hesitated for a moment, and uploaded the gongfu as well. Yang Qi uploaded the idol's prison power to the chat group. A message flashed, and then Yanqi spoke in the group. Yang Qi, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. This technique is a qigong pioneered by the Supreme Lord, claiming that the human body is made up of endless particles. If each particle is cultivated into the power of a divine elephant, tearing the sky and earth and roaring down the stars would not be a matter of concern. This technique's grade should not be weaker than the primordial true solution, so you all can try to see if you can cultivate it. Shi Jian, Yang Qi, you're being modest. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength is a supreme divine skill that is one level higher than Primordial True Solution. It's frighteningly strong. You're taking advantage of us by taking out a skill of this level. Shi Jian responded immediately. Yang Qi taking out the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength truly surprised him a bit. However, as far as Yang Qi's character was concerned, it made sense for him to take out his gongfu. He had even taken out the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, so Shi Jian naturally had to let the people inside the group know the preciousness of this feat, so that the people inside the group would know how much Yankee had contributed. Yang Qi probably felt that the atmosphere had arrived, so he took out his gongfu. It doesn't necessarily require the crowd to be thankful to him, but the people inside the group have been favored, and this favor is definitely remembered. Several people inside the group were taken aback after seeing Shi Jian's words. The primal true solution was already a very astounding supreme divine power in their eyes. This divine elephant prison suppressing strength was actually more powerful than primal true solution? The crowd had downloaded the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. Another silence fell inside the group. It was a long time before anyone spoke again. Lin Dong, this gong method is really TM powerful. After practicing this gong method, my physical body strength has instantly skyrocketed. But this seems to follow the path of physical cultivation. Lin Dong, awakening the divine elephant embryo, with the power of the divine elephant added to his body. A single finger can wear down a mountain peak. Lin Dong was the first to speak. He was thrilled at this point. He felt that the divine elephant prison suppressing strength that directly increased his strength was too much to his liking. One force breaks all laws. After raising his power to a certain level, A single finger could grind down the heavens and earth. None of those fancy martial arts techniques. When you see someone who's upset, smothering is the way to go. Fong Han, one force breaks all laws. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength. It is truly extraordinary. Xiao Yan, this feeling of having a strong physical body is indeed cool, but compared to a warrior, I would prefer to be a mage. People have been speaking to the group. Shijian likewise downloaded the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength once more. All sorts of epiphanies surged through his mind. He had already copied the Divine Image Prison suppressing strength from Yang Qi before, but he was also curious about the difference between the Divine Image Prison suppressing strength copied by the Library of the Heavens and the Divine Image Prison suppressing strength downloaded from the chat group. So he downloaded it again in the chat group. After various perceptions about the Divine Image Prison suppression strength appeared in his mind, Shijian instantly sensed the difference between the two techniques. The technique downloaded from the chat group could only awaken the power of the Divine Elephant, and it was a purely physical body cultivation method, whereas his Library of the Heavens replicated to Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength could balance cultivation and Divine Elephant power. It's still a pretty big difference. The chat group download Divine Elephant jailbreak power is universal. It fits most people's sizes and can be stuffed by anyone who comes along. The Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength copied by the Library of the Heavens, however, was directly tailored to Shijian, and was more suitable for Shijian in terms of some characteristics, and was already completely and utterly in Shijian's shape. If Shijian cultivated the former, he would be more or less stumbling, and it would take some time to find the feeling. However, if he cultivated the latter, he was very skillful in finding a good position and then going into the middle of the cultivation state. This was more or less a relief to Shijian. If the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength downloaded from the chat group was exactly the same as the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength that he had copied from the Library of the Heavens, then his hanging would have been in vain. But it's good to know that there are some differences. The speeches of the crowd inside the group also verified Shijian's thoughts. Everyone else cultivating Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength could only increase the power of the Divine Elephant. It can only increase physical strength. If they still had to cultivate the systems of fighting chi and mana, they would also have to cultivate other techniques on the side. After Yang Qi took out the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength, the atmosphere inside the group became even hotter. Except for a certain unconscious unlucky man, the others were more excited one than the other. They had first obtained the primal true solution, the strongest auxiliary cultivation method, and then the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength, a supreme power method, so the harvest could not be described as less than abundant. The future ceiling of the crowd was raised a lot at once. After thinking about it, Shijian spoke inside the group to prompt the crowd. Shijian, according to my experience of reading novels for many years, the cultivation system among the heavens and the worlds is complicated, but in the final analysis, it is also to enhance one's essence. Shijian, although inside the group you can share the top gongfu of each world, but greed is too much to chew. It's best for all of you to choose one top gongfu to practice among each of the three domains of essence, qi, and spirit, and just refer to the other gongfu for reference. The crowd also felt justified when they took a look at Shijian's words. Xiaoyan, I use the burning technique to cultivate Do Qi, the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength to cultivate my physical body, and the primordial true solution to perceive the great Tao. This is the direction of my future cultivation. Being poor had its benefits. Xiaoyan's world pattern was no match for the world patterns of the others inside the group. The upper limit of the merit system is also no better than other worlds. He would just directly cultivate other worlds' techniques and be done with it. But the fighting chi side of it still had to continue practicing the burning technique. This feat was a bit weak, but it had a high ceiling. You are able to level up simply by devouring flames. With the existence of the chat group, Xiaoyan could completely travel to other worlds to devour the foreign flames among other worlds. Being fat first doesn't count as fat. Xiaoyan believed that his burning skill would have a day of prominence in the future. Fonghan, I'm pretty much the same. Using the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique to cultivate my mana, and then practicing the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength and primal true solution on the side. Fonghan also quickly set the direction of his cultivation. Lin Dong was similar. Several people were cultivating a technique from their own world on top of practicing Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength as well as primordial true solution. Shijian and Yang Qi, on the other hand, didn't need that much trouble. They only needed to major in Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength and then minor in primal true solution. After all, both of their Divine Elephant Prison suppression strengths had become sized to fit them. In this way, the people inside the group set their future practice direction. The people inside the group have a bright future. Shijian so lamented. After lamenting, he felt as if he had overlooked something. What have you overlooked? Shijian wondered. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Lindong, let's set up a force. I'll be the Grandmaster. Chapter 24 Lindong, let's set up a force. I'll be the big boss. It took a good half day for Shi Jian to remember that Meng Qi, the unlucky one, had fainted. But this chat group didn't have a remote wake-up service either. And Shi Jian had no way to wake him up. Just pass out. It's not like anything inside the group will be lost anyway. He didn't miss much either. Thinking so, Shi Jian watered up the group with peace of mind. After a few people exchanged some feats, they also started chatting. They've almost all read the script of their lives, and none of them are too busy now. Naturally, there are time water clusters. After some brief small talk, the crowd became more familiar. Lin Dong, I've decided on you brothers. Why don't we just find some time to become brothers and then form a force to break into the heavens together in the future? As they chatted, Lin Dong suddenly brought up the idea of becoming brothers and forming a force. The others inside the group lit up when they saw this. The crowd had become very familiar with each other and were in tune with each other's appetites. If they could become brothers or form a force, their relationship would be even stronger. That's a good suggestion. Yang Qi, yes. We can share the same blessings and difficulties in the future. Just what should be the name of the force we form in the future? Yankee was the first to respond. He was still a young man after all, even though he had suffered a great change and had been transformed. Intentional. To form a brotherhood and establish a force that would shock the heavens was right up the young man's alley. Lin Dong, how about calling it the martial realm? We can also develop some supernumeraries in each do world, and then a few of us will be in charge. Lin moves, after the bonding. The eldest brother will be the first lord, the second brother will be the second lord, and so on. Lin Dong suggested excitedly. Lin moves, big Dongjia and second Dongjia, how awesome that sounds. Xiao Yen, Fong Han, Yankee. He gave the crowd a dry silence with these words. Shi Jian let out a long sigh. He had played with abstraction all his life, but in the end, it was no match for a gifted person's bright idea. The world is so unfair. Shi Jian, I can only give you an 8.5 for that suggestion, because I have 1.5 words. The others didn't understand Shi Jian's terse words, but they could understand what it meant, because they're also a little bit speechless. Eternal world. Fong Han silently added another label after Lin Dong's original label of being righteous. Uneducated. Fong Han was really curious as to how Lin Dong had managed to say such refreshing words. Could it be that he was from a humble background like himself and therefore had not studied? How is this level of culture not even comparable to yourself? A horse slave. There was nothing fussy about the martial realm designation. It's a little more usual, but it's a normal name. But such epithets as big dog and two dogs. If the people in the group were to form a force, in the future, they would still be in existence that shocks the heavens, right? Such a powerful force. You big pawns, two pawns. How can you say that? Those who didn't know thought they were a gang of robbers coming out of some mountain clicker. Yang Qi, who had wanted to suggest calling the Holy King, also fell silent. He hadn't yet mixed his personal goods inside the group, but Lin Dong had mixed his personal goods first. That's a refreshingly unassuming name. He thought for the rest of his life that he couldn't come up with a name like that. The big dogs and the two dogs. Who in their right mind could come up with such a name? Xiao Yen, that's a good suggestion. Don't suggest it next time. Lin Dong looked at the reactions of the people inside the group with some uncertainty. Why did he feel as if the people inside the group weren't very interested in his suggestion? Is it because you don't like the name Martial Realm? It couldn't possibly be that he didn't like being called the big dog or the second dog. The big dogs and the two dogs. How awesome is that? It makes you feel dominant at first listen. He alone gave the whole group a dry cold shoulder. Shi Jian, it's all right to form forces by association. Let's get together sometime and have a base under the line. Shi Jian, we'll discuss the name of this power when the time comes. But I guess everyone is busy right now, so we'll get together again after everyone has taken care of the important matters on their hands. Shi Jian hastened to address the group. He was afraid that the crowd would really call the big dogs two dogs after they formed their forces. Then it will be a disgrace. Xiao Yen, I think it's okay. Fong Han, ditto. Several others agreed with Shi Jian's suggestion. Seeing this, Lin Dong also had no choice but to let out a long sigh, temporarily giving up the idea of being a big boss. But soon, a look of determination flashed across his face again. When the party came around, he made sure to give the crowd a good dose of his advice on this. Shi Jian closed the chat group, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The original bit of strange barrier between several people in the group was completely blown away by the explosion of the primordial true solution he used. A few people are considered to be completely united. The whole swarm was completely transformed into his shape. The people in the group have become his harem in a sense. Shi Jian's bottom line in this perfect world was also a few more points. Even if something went wrong with Iraq, with these people inside the group, he had the backbone to face everything. The desolate heaven emperor has fallen out of favor. Coming to us next are Shi Jian's newest favorite Saint King Yang Qi, Yen Emperor Xiao Yen, martial ancestor Lin Dong, Meng Qi of the other side. and Feng Han of the Gate of Eternal Life. Shi Jian only felt that the future was bright, and that the avenue was within reach. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Xiaoyan stands up? Chapter 25, Xiaoyan stands up? After obtaining the 2 divine elephant prison suppressing strength and primordial true solution, the people inside the group all began to diligently cultivate. The same goes for Shi Jian. In addition to training the divine elephant prison suppressing strength and also the primordial true solution, he also chose the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist among the great 5 elements arts. This jutsu was based on surging atmosphere, long-lasting, dense and tough, best suited to this monstrous power of his. The power of the giant elephant was added to his body, and with a single punch, even the cubs of the ancient ferocious beasts were unable to withstand one of his punches. He went out during the day to hunt all kinds of ferocious beasts and pick precious medicines, and then boiled them down to make great medicines for use according to the ancient medicinal formula given by the Willow God. In the evening, he didn't stay in the stone village, but ran to cultivate in the cluster of rocky waterfalls more than 70 miles away. This is exactly where practiced in the original. 3 large rivers converge here, cascading down from the middle of the rocky valley, with waterfalls falling in sheets and bringing in some tumbling stones from time to time, making a great noise. Those who didn't know heard the sound and thought it was as if there were 1,000 armies charging. This place is indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. After Shi Jian swallowed the precious blood of various ferocious beasts, he directly hammered his flesh and absorbed energy in that waterfall. The wild and incomparable pressure of the waterfall continuously hammered his flesh. The boulders that crashed down the waterfall from time to time were even more frightening. This kind of cultivation was not only beneficial to the physical body cultivation, it was also a kind of honing of one's spiritual will. Without utilizing the power of the giant elephant, Shi Jian's cultivation in this waterfall was difficult enough. He was also carrying bruises from time to time, but correspondingly, his progress was also terrifying. Leaving aside the increase in cultivation for the time being, just the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist alone, he had already cultivated it to a very profound level. The Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist was originally a majestic fist technique, and as the 3 great rivers converged to form a waterfall pouring down, that majestic might coincided with the mood of the Black Emperor's Water Emperor Fist. As Shi Jian traveled against the river under these circumstances, his cultivation senses naturally skyrocketed. After 10 days, he had already touched the threshold of the blood-moving realm extreme realm. In the meantime, he did keep an eye on the chat groups and such from time to time. He was improving, and the other members inside the group were likewise improving by leaps and bounds. World of fighting. Deep under the ground, a greenish-colored light enveloped the magma under the ground. Xiaoyan fixed his eyes and saw that in the midst of that greenish-colored light, a greenish-colored lotus flower was standing in a gentle manner. Green lotus earth heart flame? The foreign fire is really in this place. Pill Elder's excited voice sounded in Xiaoyan's ears. Xiaoyan had already told Medicine Elder about the chat group a few days ago. Pill Elder didn't believe it at first. Xiaoyan then directly took out the Do Bao Song Dome, compared to the chat group, which is a counterintuitive outlier. Then, future scripts are no longer a rarity. Therefore, Xiaoyan simply handed over the Do Bao Sang Dome to Medicine Old Man to read as well. Pill Elder's entire body was bad after reading it. Above the Diablo Dome was a record of everything that had happened since he and Xiaoyan had met. If there really was something in the past, it could still be explained by the fact that it was written by Xiaoyan himself. The problem is that there's still future stuff going on here. His origins, that disciple of his, Han Feng, all of this is recorded above the Do Di Tsang Dome. Moreover, all the future events recorded above the Du Bu Tsang Dome have a pulse to follow. Just this one book directly ate up Medicine Old's 3 views. But Pill Elder, no matter what, was someone who had experienced the poisonous beatings of society. He soon came to terms with that as well. He and Xiaoyan then searched for the green lotus earthly heart flame as described in the original book. In the original future, the green lotus earthly heart flame in the beginning was taken by Queen Medusa, and Xiaoyan only intercepted it later. But now they arrived at the place where the green lotus earthly heart flame was before Queen Medusa. Nowadays, that green lotus earth heart flame was still properly placed here. Green-colored flames burned above the flames, emitting a dazzling light. With just one glance, Xiaoyan's mind was completely captivated by it. Green lotus earth heart flame is the 19th flame ranked on the list of foreign flames, born deep in the earth. After countless hammering and fusion and compression of the underground magma, 10 years to become a forest, 100 years to take shape, 1,000 years to turn into a lotus. Pill Elder was also a bit excited to see this green lotus earthly heart flame. Green lotus earth heart fire brow deep a clear fire. This fire is the green lotus fire. This firepower is unpredictable, in the proximity of the volcanic zone and even able to trigger a volcanic eruption, resulting in a terrifying and incomparable destructive force. Those things I prepared for you can increase the success rate of you devouring the alien fire. But fusion easy is a very painful process, so you have to be prepared. Pill Elder instructed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded with a resolute gaze while his mind sank into a gongfu. That was the gongfu uploaded by Feng Han, a member inside the group. Name, Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi. But the fire attribute technique among the Great Five Elements technique. It can transform all fire. The Great Five Elements technique uploaded by Feng Han was also frighteningly strong. Although it was not as strong as the Primal True Solution in terms of grade, and the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength, but it possessed the power of the five elements regardless of which world it was in. So no matter which world it was in, this Great Five Elements technique would not be suppressed. For the members of the group, this Great Five Elements technique is extremely applicable. Thus almost all of the members inside the group chose one or two of the Great Five Elements arts to cultivate. The one Xiao Yan chose was precisely the fire attribute Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi. This gong method is claimed to be able to convert all fire Qi. It should help one recover the foreign fire. Absorb the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame when you're ready. You'd be better off absorbing the flame on top of this Green Lotus. The Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame is birthed from this Green Lotus. Both are of the same origin. At that time, even if you fail to absorb it, this green-colored lotus can still protect your life. The medicinal veteran opened his mouth to instruct Xiao Yan, who nodded and then swam towards the green-colored lotus flower. He carefully avoided those roots of the green-colored lotus, and then came to the top of the green lotus, above the small lotus platform in the center of the lotus flower. A small green flame burned here. This side is the legendary Green Lotus Earth Flame. This flame seems to have life in general, almost greedy absorption of the surrounding magma in the violent fire attribute energy. Even if it was a great dosher who was close to this Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame, in an instant, he would have to be burned to ashes by the terrifying temperature of this Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame. It was also Xiao Yan who was protected by the Pill Elder's Bone Spirit Cold Flame, otherwise he would have been burned to slag long ago. Looking at this small green-colored flame, Xiao Yan did not hesitate any longer and immediately swallowed the Snow Lotus Dam that Pill Elder had prepared for him before approaching this Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame. Xiao Yan stretched out his hand and aimed it at the small group of green-colored flames, and a suction force violently surged out to suck the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame into midair. After the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame detached from the green-colored lotus platform, a violent and destructive power awakened in it all of a sudden. Terrifying high temperatures that exceeded the previous 100, or even 1,000 times instantly swept across the entire underground. What had been a small mass of flames expanded 100-fold in size. It's as if a domesticated puppy turns its head and becomes a lion that shakes the beasts. Xiao Yan stiffly reached one of his hands forcefully into the foreign fire under the command of Pill Elder, wanting to grab the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame's most central spark. That terrifying temperature swept through his entire body at once. The protection he made before failed one after another in front of this horrible temperature. Once all of these protective measures failed, with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, I am afraid that he would have to turn into a pile of ashes within a few seconds in front of this flame. Pill Elder pinched a sweat for Xiao Yan from the side. However, Xiao Yan was not in the least bit anxious as he strongly endured the pain and operated the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi. In that instant of running the gong method, those flames that were originally incomparably violent became well-behaved all of a sudden. Wherever his hand passed, the flames retreated. Xiao Yan easily grabbed the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame spark. Pill Elder looked confused from the side. When did refining foreign flames become so simple? Xiao Yan looked at the fire seed in his hand with a burst of excitement in his heart. The green-colored fire seed tumbled in his hand for a while, and the colorful mottled energy raged as if it was a colorful star river sweeping towards him. This was the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame refusing to yield to Xiao Yan. So it rioted. Xiao Yan once again operated the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, and all of those mottled energies turned into fire Qi, boosting his cultivation level. Xiao Yan only felt a sudden surge in his cultivation. He, Xiao Yan, stood up. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Yang Qi's Revenge Plans. Chapter 26, Yang Qi's Revenge Intentions. Xiao Yan used this Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi for the first time, and he did not know that this technique was so powerful. It was actually possible to absorb these wildly modeled fire attribute energies to enhance one's cultivation. The key was that after being refined by the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, these originally violent and modeled energies were transformed into pure fire Qi, which directly converted into his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye he had broken through a small realm. Simply horrible. This isn't the burning technique? This is also the technique you got from that group? Pill Elder inquired as an afterthought. Xiao Yan nodded. This is the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, capable of converting all fire Qi. After saying that, he also stopped talking nonsense and directly swallowed the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame into his stomach. All of a sudden, a burst of burning pain emanated from Xiao Yan's body, and he closed his eyes as his mind immersed into his body, followed by carefully sensing and refining the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame. Although the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi though could ensure that he could refine the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame, the process wouldn't be too easy. After the green lotus earthly heart flame entered his body, the terrifyingly incomparable high temperature scorched the meridians in his body, and Xiaoyan was able to use the red emperor fire emperor chi to divide the green lotus earthly heart flame chi bit by bit and then refine it. Staying in the process, his body would be constantly destroyed and then reorganized. The red emperor fire emperor chi could guarantee that he would refine the foreign flame 100%, but the pain involved still needed to be endured by Xiaoyan himself. During this process, Xiaoyan's cultivation level was also rising bit by bit. After a long time, a green-colored flame began to ignite on Xiaoyan's body, who barely had a piece of good skin on his entire body, which was his do qi. He had basically refined the green lotus earthly heart flame, and his do qi had undergone some metamorphosis under the green lotus earthly heart flame's refinement. Peak de do shi cultivation, and the burning technique has also been upgraded to the Xian rank. Xiaoyan shed a layer of black skin on his body and then clenched his fists with incomparable excitement. How did you break through so much in this strength? Although devouring a foreign fire is able to can increase your combat power, it doesn't have the ability to increase your level, Pill Elder asked suspiciously from the side. This should be due to the red emperor fire emperor chi. When I devoured the foreign fire, it converted all the energy of the foreign fire into fire chi to enhance my cultivation. Xiaoyan responded after thinking about it. In his original life script, his refining of the green lotus earthly heart flame was by virtue of various pills and treasures resisting the flames of the green lotus earthly heart flame before he himself was able to refine the green lotus earthly heart flame's fire. It is like two armies fighting, soldier to general. Both sides have finished spelling soldiers. He can capture the thief and refine the fire. But now with the red emperor fire emperor chi, not only does he not need to consume the energy of the green lotus earth heart flame, but instead he is directly absorbing the energy of the green lotus earth heart flame. His cultivation level had thus skyrocketed. Red Emperor Fire Emperor Chi, there is actually such a terrifying technique in this world. This technique is practically specially prepared for burning decision. With this technique, it will be simpler for you to devour other foreign flames in the future. Pill Elder couldn't help but lament after hearing his words. He had really chosen the right person to choose Xiaoyan as his disciple. In the original future, Xiaoyan was an existence that had achieved the rank of Dodi. Now the future has changed a bit, but Xiaoyan, who joined the chat group, is even more powerful. Xiaoyan also nodded in agreement after hearing the medicinal elder's words. The Red Emperor's Fire Emperor Chi combined with the burning skill was truly absolute. The Pill Elder looked at the spirited Xiaoyan and opened his mouth again after thinking about it. With your previous situation, even after making all the preparations to refine the Na-Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame, it would be a crisis. But now that you have this Red Emperor Fire Emperor Chi, it will be much simpler for you to refine the foreign fire. You should also be able to refine the foreign flames at the top of the foreign fire list. After you stabilize your cultivation for a bit, I'll pass on the Bone Spirit Cold Flame to you. Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Teacher, that is your own foreign flame. Xiaoyan looked at Pill Elder in surprise. Medicine Old Man laughed. You even chat group in future life this kind of heaven-defying wonders can tell me this bad old man. I'm still wary of you. That will not be a villain. If you call me a teacher, what's the harm in me passing on the Bone Spirit Cold Flame to you? Pill Elder paused again when he said this. And it's also a good thing for you to raise your cultivation quickly. Listening to your description, the group of people inside your group are all absolute demons of a world. The stronger your cultivation is, the better you can get along with them. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened at his words. The world of the Holy King, Yankee, was likewise improving by leaps and bounds. After Shi Jian's reminder, plus the fact that he had also read the script of his own life, he had long guarded against the Shadow Poison Sect. Those Shadow Poison Sect disciples who had sneaked up on his two brothers had already been killed by him. With the support of the Primal True Solution, the speed at which he cultivated the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength increased greatly. In just a few days, he had broken through the Soldier's Chi realm. In the original script of his life, he had traveled to the Heavenly Places Academy only after half a year. He also met Yun Hailan in the middle of an adventure mission. It was just that at that time, Yun Hailan was still protected by Chu Tiangu, an expert of the life-snatching realm. This caused him to miss his best chance to kill Yun Hailan. Although he ended up killing Yun Haigang, it was ages later. Yang Qi couldn't bear to let Yun Hailan live for that long. He planned to quickly advance to the life-snatching realm and then directly kill Yun Hailan the moment he met her for the first time. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Entering the Void God Realm. Chapter 27, Entering the Void God Realm. Fang Han, Lin Dong, Meng Qi and the others were also rapidly raising their cultivation levels. As Shi Jian cultivated while keeping an eye on the situation inside the group, the crowd was moving in a good direction. Although today's crowd had not yet completely grown up, they were all people with extraordinary minds. Now that I've joined the chat group, I've learned more about my future. These people are much more comfortable dealing with their own world. Shi Jian believed that they would definitely grow faster than in the original. Soon you'll be able to nibble on the groupies yourself. A beautiful day is beckoning itself. Shurjian only felt that the days were getting brighter and brighter. But even with the chat group backing him up, Shurjian was not the least bit lax. If you lean on the mountain will fall. If you lean on the sea will dry up. People have to rely on themselves after all. Only when you're strong. That's when you're really strong. After seeing that the cultivation of the group members were all on track again, Shurjian also sank his mind into cultivation once more. After practicing in the waterfall for a few more days, Shurjian also managed to break through to the blood-moving extreme realm. Below the waterfall, he fiercely blasted out with a punch, the powerful wind of his fist tearing through the entire valley. The wind of his fist combed the waterfall hard against the downstream waterfall, giving it a center parting. Tens of thousands of pounds of stone fell down from above the mountaintop, wrapped in the force of the waterfall's impact and slammed hard into his body. Shurjian did not operate the slightest bit of bone text, but his flesh emitted a crystalline luster to block the boulder. His physical body had been cultivated to the point where his internal organs were crystalline, his bones were white, and the power of his physical body's chi and blood was able to protect his body on its own. This was also the mystery of the moving blood extreme realm. Those who moved to the blood extreme realm would automatically emerge a layer of precious light without the need to run the bone text muscle. When his arms shook, it was 800,000 pounds of divine power. After reaching this realm, Shurjian didn't go to the Willow God at the first opportunity. Instead, he consolidated his cultivation for a day or two and waited until he had thoroughly adapted to this realm before he went to pay his respects to the Willow God. Willow God, I have cultivated to the realm you spoke of, and now I have come to pay my respects to you. Shurjian arrived at the entrance of the stone village and then said to the charred willow tree. Willow sensed his arrival and then awoke from her slumber. You have reached the blood-moving extreme realm? The Willow God's tone seemed to carry some waves in it. Come on, it's too fast. Shurjian was only 90,000 pounds of strength before, and in just 10 days he had actually cultivated to the blood-moving extreme realm. Pushing the limits is not as simple as adding 10,000 pounds of force. The process of pursuing the blood-moving extreme realm was hammering one's flesh, treating one's flesh like a piece of iron and then hammering it 1,000 times. The denser the iron, the harder it is to increase its density. The energetic resources required to go from the strength of 90,000 pounds to the blood-moving extreme realm were afraid that they would be able to cultivate several 90,000 pounds of heavenly pride. Lucian originally thought that Shurjian would not be able to cultivate for at least a year or two to get to the blood-moving extreme realm. With him finished in 10 days, this is just too fast. Shurjian displayed that layer of protective radiance after hearing the Willow God's words. This was precisely the sign of the blood-moving extreme realm. You're doing great, and your progress has greatly exceeded my expectations, Ryujin said in awe after seeing the facts laid out in front of him. Shurjian's potential was beyond its expectations. Since that's the case, then I will also fulfill my promise at that time and send you to a place where you can improve your battle power. There, you can raise your battle power to your heart's content and engage in life and death duels with true wizards. The Willow God transmitted that a single closed-door cultivation does not produce true geniuses. Only through trials and tribulations can heavenly pride be produced. Shurjian naturally knew what place the Willow God was talking about, but he pretended not to know. I wonder where you're talking about. Willow God? Void God realm, Lucian replied, confirming Shurjian's previous guess. It is said that it is a spiritual world constructed by the gods enshrined by the ancient ancestors. It allows one's spiritual will to enter it, and one's spiritual will is the most mysterious of all. And if your spirit were to be disembodied in the middle of the realm of the imaginary gods, it would not be much different from disembodiment of the real body. Yanagami continued to explain. The spirit is sharpened once again, and after returning to reality, the spirit will bring all the insights to the physical body to cultivate together. As if the real body is cultivating in the realm of the Void God, this is the value of the realm of the Void God. Ryujin seldom said so much. To be able to say so many words was enough to see that it also valued the Void God realm. Although he had known this information for a long time, Shurjian still listened attentively. He nodded frequently. After explaining the concept of the Void God realm to Shurjian, the Willow God thunderously urged Shurjian to set off. Since you've already reached the blood-moving extreme realm, I'll take you into the Void God realm to cultivate. So say something to the people inside the village and we'll set off. Yes, Shurjian answered in a deep voice. He then went to meet with the old village chief and told him about his intention to cultivate in the middle of the Void God realm, and then also gave Dot the task of explaining bone writing to the children of Stone Village. Little Dot was so gifted that he outpaced the other children early on in his learning of the bone text. Teaching other kids is not a problem, the old village chief answered one by one, and then urged Shurjian to be careful and pay attention to safety. Shurjian nodded that he would be careful. The others inside the village he didn't say goodbye to again. After all, it was only a short time away. After saying goodbye, Jian rejoined the Willow God. I'm ready, Ryujin. Let's go. Yes, the Willow God answered. And then the willow strips on his body violently surged into radiant order, and 5 splendid willow strips pierced through the sky as a gloomy fog of light appeared. A gate of laws manifested in it. Jian suddenly felt his mind sway, and then his entire body traversed through the hazy portal into a strange heaven and earth. After the haze, a desolate world appeared before him. Above the vast expanse of the earth were great swaths of ruins. Palace after palace collapsed, leaving nothing but a mess. This is the Void God realm? Jian, who had seen this world for the first time, was also a bit surprised. A world so real to the touch. This is surprisingly the spirit world. It's also a virtual online game come true. There were upheavals in the ancient times, and this spirit world has fallen into disrepair, hence why there are so many ruins. The Willow God lamented as he looked at the wreckage. There are many people like you manifesting here in the Void God realm, and there are many heavenly prideful people among them. It's like a real land. Here, you can do as much as you want. Jian nodded. I know. Go towards there. Go in that direction and you'll soon be able to enter the true place of sharpening. The Willow God pointed in a direction then stopped walking. Without the slightest hesitation, Jian sniffed and directly took large strides in the direction pointed out by the Willow God. Less and less of the surrounding landscape was mutilated, and more complete buildings appeared. Jian stepped out of the ruins into a world of light. A golden channel shone down on him and then imparted him to a place. In the midst of this heaven and earth, countless crowds of people walked around. This is the initial place of the Void God realm. It was only after the cultivation here was complete that one could use the runic passages to travel to a higher level of geography. There are runic bones all over the top of the passage here. Dot had even dug up these rune bones when she first came here. Jian's eyes also glowed as he looked at the runic bones all over the place. If he remembered correctly, breaking the extreme realm and the Void God realm would result in benefits. Now that he had reached the physical body extreme realm, he was perfectly capable of trying to break some records. What's even more wonderful is that he has the power of a giant elephant. His pure physical strength could reach 200,000 pounds, which was definitely a divine strength that had never been seen before or since. It could completely blow away the records of the Void God realm. 100,000 pounds of extreme realm brushes the record once and then every additional pound. Hiss, can there be tens of thousands of precious bones in the Void God realm? End of chapter. Chapter 28 Breaking Records. Gathering the wool of the Void God realm. Chapter 28 Breaking Records. Gathering wool from the Void God realm. Jian's favorite thing to do was to gather wool. The setting of a reward for breaking a record was something he liked too much. Pound for pound breaks record once, pound for pound breaks record once, pound for pound breaks record once. All the way until all of his 200,000 plus pounds of strength was on display. If you are hard-hearted, 1 pound breaks the record once, 2 pounds breaks the record again, all the way up to his 200,000 plus pounds. Jian felt that the Void God realm could be gripped bankrupt by himself. His eyes were stupid. The Void God realm was a world constructed by the ancient gods, where they cultivated offspring with great potential. Even after a long time, the order of the rules here is still in operation. If someone was able to break some kind of extreme realm, they would gain some benefits, and in the process, the Void God realm would also give some protection. Masking the caster's aura will not expose the treasure art he is using to others. It's the equivalent of gaining anonymity. And where Jian was now was the initial land, where he could only utilize the strength of the blood-moving realm. Jian thought to himself that there was no one in the realm of blood-moving mirror who could be his opponent. Even the future Dot is no match for him. After all, he had cultivated the divine elephant prison suppression strength. His limits far exceeded the blood-moving realm. That way, he could show off his power bit by bit with ease, time and time again. Brush the limits to take the benefits. Jian was not an indecisive person, and after making up his mind, he immediately operated. His entire body glowed, and all sorts of ancient texts appeared on his body, densely covering the area he was in at once. Another newcomer? Or a waif? Which family's genius is this? What is he doing? Is it hard to believe that he's trying to cast a treasure art to break the record? Whose kid? After the surrounding people saw Jian, a child, appear in the initial land, they just wanted to talk about him twice, but they were confused as soon as the words left their mouths. Various kinds of haze light flew around, drowning Jian at once. Anyone who knew what they were doing could see that this was Jian casting a treasure spell. Casting a treasure art in a place like this was obviously going to perform a limit breaking, trying to surpass the extreme realm as soon as you enter the initial land. Whose family's waif is this? Surprisingly, he is so courageous. I'm not going to blink. Am I right? Is this kid trying to surpass the extreme realm? Whose child? So ungrateful. Doesn't know how much he weighs. Haven't the elders at home taught him well? Almost everyone's attention was on Jian. There's nothing unusual about newcomers coming to the beginning lands, but the newcomer wants to break the extreme realm as soon as he arrives. This is rare. The point is that this man is still a waif. Most of the people were holding their arms and letting out playful laughter, ready to see Shi Jian's jokes. As for the outside world, Shi Jian was not aware of the situation. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement. The thought of being able to pull the wool over the Void God realm made him want to laugh. A divine light descended on his body at once, isolating him from the outside world. This was the rules of the Void God realm protecting him. After isolating himself from the outside world, Shi Jian's eyes instantly became sharp. He directly threw out a punch towards the rule force of the Void God realm, and the violent power directly poured out at once. Shi Jian put away his treasure arts and only utilized the power of his pure fleshly body. It was the power limit record he was trying to break. This limit of power works by referring to the power of the purely physical body. The Void God realm would not recognize it if it was mixed with runic power. Shi Jian's punch catalyzed his entire body's chi and blood, and one punch was 800,000 pounds of divine power. Ka-ching! The protective screen of the Void God realm made a shattering sound. It seems that the strength of 180,000 pounds is not the limit recorded in the Void God realm, which is normal. The Void God realm has existed for countless eons, and I'm not the only one who has reached the blood-moving extreme realm during that time. I just don't know what the record of the blood-moving realm power extreme realm actually is. Shi Jian pondered. Then he once again stirred up his entire body's chi and blood, urging the power of the giant elephant, and fiercely punched towards the rule light curtain. 1,100,000 pounds. The 110,000 pounds of force of the bone text was not used. The berserk aura shook the world, and the curtain of rule light sent out ripple after ripple. Still not a broken record though. Shi Jian gritted his teeth and cranked up the force again. 120,000 pounds. His fist landed on top of the rule light screen like a shocking wave. The rule light curtain almost changed shape under that furious power. Under the impact of Shi Jian's 120,000 pounds of strength, a stone tablet finally rose. Mist was wrapped around the top of this stone tablet, and a line of words suddenly appeared on it. A dazzling light emanates from each word. Breaking the blood-moving realm power extreme realm. Rewarding a piece of primordial treasure bone. This blood-moving realm power extreme realm had obviously been broken by someone before. Shi Jian estimated that his record would have been between 110,000 and 120,000 pounds. But none of that matters. Now this record is surpassed by itself. The words on top of the stone monument constantly vibrated, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire initial land. The whole of the initial lands were startled. What's going on? Someone was actually able to break the previous record? The Void God realm even notified the world. Power limit? How is this possible? Previous record was beyond 110,000 pounds. Countless people murmured in surprise. The standard for the moving blood extreme realm was 180,000 pounds of divine power, which could automatically generate precious light on the surface of the body. On top of this foundation, 180,000 pounds of divine power could actually be increased further. It was just that every additional pound required the consumption of countless heavenly materials. It's too consuming, and consumption is not proportional to gain. The difference in potential between your 180,000 kilograms of blood-moving extreme realm and your 190,000 kilograms of blood-moving extreme realm is not much. The original record of 110,000 pounds in the Void God realm was set by someone from ages ago. It is tens of thousands of years old. The origin of the person who set this record could not be verified, but his talent origin was absolutely strong and terrifying. It could even be a divine descendant. And now, his record was just watered down and broken by Shi Jian. The monolith shimmered closer to Shi Jian. Countless people around them were freaking out. What? This little waif actually did break the record? How terrifying. Which family's heavenly pride is this? Can't it be that legendary heavy pupil? I've seen the heavy pupil man. He doesn't look like this. The chatter continued. Countless people looked at Shi Jian with a strange color in their eyes. Shi Jian ignored the fact that there were all these murmuring voices and instead looked at the stone tablet. He knew it was time to make a name for himself. The Void God realm was a virtual world, and a name in this world was naturally a screen name. Shi Jian had a sense of immediacy of playing a game in his previous life. He's like kryptonite on the charts now. What's the name? Shi Jian was in a state of hesitation. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Stuck in a Bug. Brushing Rewards. Chapter 29, Stuck in a Bug. Brushing Rewards. After Shi Jian thought about it, he raised his hand and wrote two words at the top of the stone tablet. Ba ba. The runes on the stone tablet flashed for a while, and the traces of what he had written glowed brightly. Two words were thus branded on top of the stone tablet. Bully. Ba ba. I wonder what kind of god this is. It was actually able to break the power extreme realm record left behind by the ancient sages? Ba ba is really powerful. I wonder which family's genius is it? Look into it for me with all your might. Find Baba at all costs. I don't know if there are any forces behind this person to support him. If there is no one to support him, he must be brought in at all costs. Baba is mine. The crowd in the initial land made murmuring noises as they eagerly discussed Shijian's origin. Shijian didn't care about the words of the crowd, and after writing the screen name, he wrote the name of the record he had broken on top of the stone tablet, the extreme realm of force. After he finished writing these 4 words, dazzling stone monuments also rose up in other higher-level cavernous blessed lands. The inscription on the stone tablet read, Extreme Realm of Force, ba ba ba. In an instant, almost the entire Void God realm knew that someone had broken the Void God realm's record. No one dared to take any record in the Void God realm lightly, because it represents the ultimate in a certain field that needs to be looked up to by countless people. Those who were able to break the extreme realm would be able to become world-defying powers in the future without exception. So the moment they saw the record, countless people were shocked. Bully? Why does that name sound kind of weird? Does it mean bully? Another heavenly pride of the ages. Actually breaking the extreme realm of force. The appearance of a new record was also a big deal for the Void God realm. After all, this represented a terrifyingly strong person who had reached the extreme in a certain field. Countless people rushed towards the initial place. Those who were originally in the initial land were also contacting the forces behind them. A bunch of people were paying attention to Shijian. They all wanted to go up and befriend Shijian. A celestial pride. After he had finished receiving the rewards from the Void God realm, just something unexpected happened to them. After Shijian finished inscribing his name on top of the stone tablet, another wave of light enveloped his body. It was still the light of the rules of the Void God realm. This represented another extreme realm challenge for Shijian. What kind of heavenly pride is this? To actually challenge the other extreme realms after challenging the extreme realm of force? He has already broken the extreme realm of force. I wonder which aspect of the extreme realm he will challenge. Speed? Treasure art? Explosive power? Countless people were surprised. But this time indeed, no one laughed at Shijian anymore. Shijian had already proved his strength by breaking the extreme realm of force before. The crowd was speculating about which aspect of the extreme realm Shijian, who had finished challenging the extreme realm of force, would also challenge. They all regarded Shijian as a supreme heavenly pride amongst that kind of terrifying power. Before that it had been famous and silently practiced. He was waiting for today to become famous in one day in the Void God realm, breaking several records in a row. And from then on, he would soar into the sky, rising up into the clouds and becoming a legend. Countless people were eagerly waiting, feeling like they were going to witness the birth of a legend. While Shijian, who was the main character, had some apprehension in his heart at this time. He also didn't know if it was feasible to swipe records to gather the wool of the Void God realm. If it doesn't work, he'll lose a lot of money. That's tens of thousands of treasure bones. Shijian composed his mind, and then revved up his entire body's chi and blood as he blasted out with a fist. He turned up the force by 1,000 pounds. This punch of his had a force of 121,000 pounds. It was only an increase of 1,000 pounds, but it was also beyond his record of just 120,000 pounds. The light of the Void God realm's rules flickered for a while, and a crack appeared on it. The previous monolith shone with a haze of light and rose once more, breaking the extreme realm of force, rewarded with a primordial treasure bone. The words on top of the stone tablet shone brightly, and everyone around the primal land could see the words on the stone tablet. It's out. It's out. Baba broke the extreme realm of power? How? Why is it still the extreme realm of force? The crowd that had been waiting with eager anticipation was instantly confused. They had guessed that what Shijian wanted to break was the extreme realm of speed, explosive power and so on. However, it never occurred to him that what Shijian had broken was actually the extreme realm of force. Give yourself a record to break? Could it be that bully wasn't satisfied with his previous play, so he challenged it all over again? Some people make such speculations. You fool, he's purposely trying to set a record here. Can't you see that he obtained another piece of primordial treasure bone after breaking the record again? Someone next to him said with an eye roll. Anyone who breaks the record will be rewarded by the Void God realm. Shijian broke 2 records in a row in just a few minutes. 2 primordial treasure bones were obtained in one go. The primordial treasure bones of the Void God realm were exceptionally precious, and Shijian had obtained 2 of them at once. So how could this not make people's eyes redden? The point was that the 2 consecutive records that Shijian had broken were records of the extreme realm of force, and they were also records that he had set himself. This operation is a bit of a show. Hiss, it's actually possible to obtain primal treasure bones through this kind of operation? The people around them just felt enlightened. It's actually possible to get the original treasure bone by refreshing your own record. This was pulling the wool over the Void God realm, but the crowd just knew there was such an operation and they couldn't imitate it. Breaking the Void God Realm's Extreme Realm record was originally a difficult task. Those who were able to break the Extreme Realm of the Void God Realm were all ancient sages and world-defying demons. Are the records set by these people from generation to generation so easy to break? To mimic Shurjian's maneuvers you would have to be far superior to the record yourself. But it's hard for the crowd to break records, and it's even harder to have abilities that far exceed them. If some geniuses and devils are willing to continue to cultivate the blood-moving realm after reaching the blood-moving extreme realm, they may be able to raise their level to an extremely high realm. Then you can break the records left by those who came before you and swipe the rewards. But then that would consume an astronomical amount of resources, and this genius demon would be left far behind by the others. That's not a good deal. Although Shurjian's operation was a bug jam, he was awesome to the extreme to be able to jam the bug of the Void God realm. The next person wants to learn, wash up, and really able to swipe rewards? Looking at the precious bones that appeared before him, a trace of excitement flashed across Shurjian's face. There were only 3 words in his mind at that moment. Get rich! After Shurjian put away his precious bones, he immediately started another challenge. A familiar glow enveloped him. Once again, the people around them were confused. No! Come again? End of chapter. Chapter 30 Domain Envoy appears. Seal warning. Chapter 30 Domain Envoy appears. Seal warning. The crowd was dumbstruck. It's amazing that Shurjian has any energy left to set a third record. Just what level of physical strength had he reached? Countless people speculated about Shurjian's limits. Shurjian, who was under the shroud of that curtain of rule light, once again simply swung out a fist. He added another 1,000 pounds of force to the last one. With a bang, the familiar curtain of light appeared once more, breaking the power extreme realm. Rewarded with a primordial treasure bone, the stone monument rose, and an incomparably precious piece of primordial treasure bone fell into Shurjian's hands. Before the crowd could react, the familiar curtain of light once again enveloped Shurjian's body. Fourth, the crowd let out one gasp after another. To be able to refresh the record 4 times in a row, it meant that the extreme realm of power that Shurjian had achieved far exceeded the original record. To be able to reach such a level, Shurjian's natural strength was terrifying to an unknown extent. What's more, what Shurjian is doing today is also astounding. He was actually drilling holes in the Void God realm. Not only was this person's strength and talent powerful, his heart was also very bold. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely be an extraordinary existence. The crowd couldn't care less about eyeing the primal treasure bone that Shurjian had obtained. They only wanted to see just how many times Shurjian was able to set an extreme record. The familiar stone tablet appeared once more, breaking the power extreme realm. Rewarded with a primordial treasure bone. Breaking the power extreme realm. Rewarded with a primordial treasure bone. The entire Void God realm was completely frantic. In the past, this kind of record-breaking information could only be encountered once in several years. Now that it hadn't even been an hour, the refreshed record on the stone tablet had flashed several times, and it's the same person setting the same record for the same extreme realm. Those people from the higher level of the Cave of Heavenly Blessings were also aware of what Shurjian was doing. He was deliberately controlling his output power to repeatedly swipe the rewards of the Void God realm back and forth. This kind of operation is unheard of even for those old-timers who have existed for thousands of years. This person called Baba is too obscene, actually deliberately controlling his power to constantly set new records in the Void God realm. He adds an extra 1 or 2 pounds of force each time, and as long as his strength exceeds the original extreme realm by 100 pounds, he'll be able to set a new record 100 times. Someone's eyes reddened with jealousy and said with a face full of indignation. There were some ancient existences that snorted coldly after hearing his words. Ignorant! How could the rules of the Void God realm be that simple? It's not like this method hasn't been tried in the past. There was once a celestial pride who had set 2 extreme realm records in a row, but there had to be a significant gap between the 2 extreme realm records before they would be recognized by the Void God realm. A small difference will not be recognized by the Void God realm. This person called Baba was able to go back and forth to break his record for the extreme realm of force, and he added at least 1,000 pounds of divine force each time. How many heavenly prides had come to the Void God realm? There's always a few geniuses out there who can pull off a tawdry maneuver. It's not like this kind of operation by Shurjian hasn't been tried before. It's just that the records of the Void God realm are limited by an interval. It's not possible that your increase of 1 pound of force is considered breaking the limit, is it? If that counted, the wool of the Void God realm would have long since been pulled over. Well, at least it's a world created by the legendary gods. How can it be that easy to get stuck with a bug? Shurjian was able to get stuck on the bug, and that's because he had it on. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that this person called Baba's physical strength is at least 120,000 pounds? The crowd let out a gasp after hearing that ancient existence's words. All of them had come from the blood-moving realm and knew how rare the blood-moving realm extreme realm was. Only some gaijin pride had cultivated to the blood-moving extreme realm. Everyone else broke through with 20,000 to 30,000 pounds of power. As for Shi Jian, not only had he cultivated to the blood-moving extreme realm, his strength had actually surpassed 100,000 pounds. This is too horrible to be true. 1,200,000 pounds is more than. Those ancient existences looked at the constantly refreshing records and said gruffly, "I'm broke." Shi Jian, who was shrouded in divine light, let out a wail. He had never thought that the Void God realm actually had a mechanism for getting stuck in bugs. Each time the strength would have to increase by 1,000 pounds at the very least to set a new record. He tried to increase dozens of pounds or even hundreds of pounds to blast out a punch after the fart had no reaction. In that case, it would be unrealistic for him to try to bankrupt the Void God realm by wool gathering. After all, his total was just over 200,000 pounds of divine power, starting from 120,000 pounds and increasing by 1,000 pounds each time. The most important thing he could do was only to refresh the record more than 80 times. Although being able to obtain more than 80 primordial treasure bones was already not bad, but that's a far cry from the thousands and thousands of dollars originally envisioned. Shi Jian felt that the future was gray. With all his thoughts, he kept refreshing the record as if it were mechanical. All that's left is the thought of being broke. While he was sad on his side, the people outside were all red warm. Has anyone counted how many times this is? How many precious bones has he acquired? Where exactly is the limit of this person's strength? The power he's displaying today must be at least 130,000 pounds of force. Is this still the blood-moving realm? The Void God realm had never been so lively. Shi Jian's tawdry maneuver showed everyone. The crowd for a moment did not know whether they should be jealous of Shi Jian for obtaining so many precious bones, or whether they should admire Shi Jian for actually being so strong in the power of his flesh body. Countless people wanted to know exactly where Shi Jian's limits were. And just when Shi Jian was lost and the others were envious and jealous, there was a sudden auspicious landing above the sky dome of the primordial land. A holy light emerged, and a golden channel spread out. Countless lotus flowers stretched out in the void, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with a strange fragrance. What's happening? What's going on with this sacred passage? Just as the crowd was surprised and puzzled, a figure slowly landed on top of the golden road, majestic and sacred. The crowd looked at the figure uncertainly. They had been in the Void God realm for decades and centuries, and had never encountered such an unusual situation. Who is this man? The silhouette stood on top of the golden avenue looking down at everyone, like an ancient god. The others didn't know who this person was, but Shi Jian did know who this person was. He hastily accelerated the movement of his hands. Unsurprisingly, this person should be the domain envoy of the Void God realm, specializes in maintaining the balance of the Void God realm, also known as the Game Warden. Oops, the person who maintains the balance of the game showed up. The figure was bathed in divine light around him, and his voice appeared in the ears of the crowd as if it were thunder. You have disrupted the balance of the Void God realm. If you don't stop, you will meet your punishment. As he said these words, the figure's gaze looked straight at Shi Jian. Obviously, he was speaking to Shi Jian. Shi Jian felt a hint of pressure. Oops, reputation points warning. It's not going to be a seal next, is it? Shi Jian put away the piece of primordial treasure bone in front of him, and then this time, he looked at the domain envoy. Breaking the records of the Void God realm will earn you rewards from the Void God realm. This is supposed to be the rules of the Void God realm. Where did I break the rules? Although he was afraid of the seal, Shi Jian was still hardened. Your own mechanics are faulty and you blame me for playing chicken claw streaming streak? It's not bullying honest people. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Sky Battlefield. Chapter 31, Sky Battlefield. The golden figure choked on Shi Jian's words. He was a will of the Void God realm, responsible for guarding this space. The matter of Shi Jian continuously refreshing the rewards of the Void God realm alarmed him at first. As the administrator of the Void God realm, how could he allow someone to pull the wool over the Void God realm under his nose? That's why he appeared here to stop Shi Jian. It's just that what Shi Jian said wasn't wrong. Breaking records to get rewards was originally the rules of the Void God realm. There's nothing wrong with his operation. But again, this behavior does affect the balance of the Void God realm. He had to manage. Breaking records to gain rewards is indeed a rule of the Void God realm. You haven't violated the rules of the Void God realm, but you have indeed affected the balance of the Void God realm. So I must intervene against you. The golden figure looked at Shi Jian with admiration in his eyes. As the will of the Void God realm, he didn't know how many heavenly prides he had seen. However, Shi Jian was also the most special amongst the countless heavenly prides. The limit of his power was strong to a very terrifying point, or else he wouldn't have been able to get stuck in the bug of the Void God realm. The Void God realm didn't even expect someone's strength to reach 150,000 pounds at the blood-moving realm. The only person who had been able to repeatedly swipe the rewards of the Void God realm over countless epochs was Shi Jian. Being able to make the Void God realm send down its will to sanction Shi Jian was considered an honor. Shi Jian was speechless for a while after hearing the words of the domain ambassador. I didn't break any rules and you want to ban me? Can there be any trust between people anymore? His gaze looked towards this radiant golden figure. Then he pretended to be puzzled as he asked, I want to know who you are. Why did you intervene after I affected the balance of the Void God realm? The golden silhouette spoke out his identity in a cold tone. I am a domain envoy, a piece of will of the Void God realm, responsible for guarding this piece of space. When his words came out, Shi Jian hadn't reacted yet, but the others who heard this were astonished for a moment. The Void God realm actually has domain envoys? How come I've never heard of it before? Legend has it that the Void God realm was created by gods. Is this domain envoy in charge of the Void God realm a god? This strength of Baba is really terrifying, to the extent that even the Void God realm had to specially descend its will to restrict him. The crowd was talking. The crowd's knowledge of the Void God realm had always belonged to the exploration stage. If it wasn't for the appearance of the domain envoy today, the crowd wouldn't have known that the Void God realm would actually have something like a domain envoy. The gazes of countless people looked up at the tall figure above the golden avenue flickered. Shi Jian stared expressionlessly at the domain envoy after hearing him state his identity. So what if you're a domain envoy of the Void God realm? I'm following the rules of the Void God realm. You're not qualified to punish me, unless you yourself go against the rules of the Void God realm and forcibly exorcise me. It was already annoying enough not being able to swipe the rewards tens of thousands of times, but now that he was sanctioned after only 30 or so swipes, Shi Jian was instantly displeased. If you can't afford to play, don't play. You can't leave if you win too much, can you? Shi Jian looked straight at the domain ambassador and didn't budge an inch. Don't make this rule if you can't afford it. He also has a bottom line. The domain envoy was a wisp of will from the Void God realm, an enforcer controlling space, and could not be angry for no reason. In the original story, the domain envoy had once stopped Yue-chan from fighting someone, but it turned out that neither of those two gave a damn about him. It's even been attacked. The domain envoy is only the enforcer, not the one who makes the rules. Shi Jian didn't fear him at all. Not to mention that Shi Jian was in the right. The domain envoy's expression moved slightly. This was the first time someone dared to provoke the Void God realm like this. But Shi Jian is indeed not wrong. Giving rewards for breaking the extreme realm record was a rule set by the gods of the Void God realm in the first place. Nowadays, it's also Shi Jian's ability to repeatedly swipe rewards. He had broken the record and the Void God realm didn't give him a reward, which was a bit unreasonable. You are able to surpass the extreme realm. Your talent is comparable to that of an ancient sage. With this kind of talent, a few primordial treasure bones and a few hundred primordial treasure bones don't make much of a difference to you. How about I open the sky battlefield for you and your reward counts towards the sky battlefield? The domain envoy's majestic voice spread throughout the room. Countless people were somewhat uncertain after hearing his words. The sky battlefield. What is that place? Countless people wondered. Shi Jian had some knowledge of the sky battlefield through the original story, and the Battle of Twin Stones was fought in the sky battlefield. But the description of the sky battlefield in the original is not exhaustive either. What can I get? He inquired. The sky battlefield cannot be boarded by geniuses who are not from the Pride 1 domain. As long as they can go up there are rewards. You can get everything you want on top of the sky battlefield. The domain envoy narrated unhurriedly. In the sky battlefield, all rewards can be accumulated. And in the end, the Void God realm will bestow a generous gift. Countless people's astonishment after hearing the words was great. How could there be such a place they didn't know? Only some of the old antiquities amongst the Swire God Mountains recalled the introduction of the sky battlefield after careful recollection. The sky battlefield. That's the venue where ancient god-level powerhouses battled against each other, and deities also fought in it. The old-timers and the youngsters among their own forces copied the sky battlefield, a place where deities duel. Although Baba's strength is strong, it's only at the blood-moving realm, so how can he go above the battlefield of that kind of deities? The young man who was listening to the old-timers' science inquired suspiciously. This sky battlefield was indeed awesome. Gods were fighting here, but the problem was that Shi Jian was only at the blood-moving realm now. How can he go to a place like that? The old antique in the middle of the divine mountain fiercely slapped the head of the person who was afraid of the question. I told you to read more. Don't just know how to cultivate. Your head is practiced to the tip. Shame on you. The sky battlefield is a sacred battlefield located above the celestial dome, where all the top-tier great battles are fought. And it's not only a place where ancient great figures duke it out, but it's also a venue where beings beyond the extremity realm duke it out. Every long period of time there will be collisions and battles between great domains occurring, when a group of young men capable of becoming gods will conquer the sky battlefield. The ring they have above the sky battlefield is also known as the god-level ring. The old-timer hated the kopeck. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Compared to the sky battlefield, they knew more about the divine ring. Legends had it that whenever there was chaos, there would be god-level rings between the various domains. The battle of the divine-level ring, that was a true contest, was an encounter between supreme geniuses, the absolute generation gods, the 10,000 ancient gods, and the world-pouring fairies. All the 10,000 ancient talented people will ascend to this ring. I didn't realize that this magical ring was right in the middle of the sky battlefield. The domain envoy was going to open the sky battlefield for Shurjian. Could it be that this was the Dusty Divine Ring tournament opening up again? End of chapter. Chapter 32, Selling Yourself in a Bag. Chapter 32, Packing and Selling Yourself. Shurjian heard the words of the people around him in his ears, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of yearning in his heart. Sky battlefield. There should be a lot of strong people there, right? Although he has always talked about chewing on the members of the group and chewing on the emperor of the desolate sky. But having been fortunate enough to cross over to the realms of the heavens and the earth, how could he be willing to just be a supporting character? He also had a heart eager to fight. It was a good opportunity to be able to fight against the strongest people from various domains. And being rich and not returning home is like traveling at night in brocade. He opened so many hangings and practiced so many powerful feats. Why does he work so hard if he's not going to act like a pussy? Yes, but I won't hand over the precious bones I've already acquired. Shurjian agreed to the domain ambassador's suggestion. May. The domain ambassador responded calmly. Do your best to challenge the extreme realm of force one last time. The higher the record, the richer the rewards you'll receive after cumulatively entering the sky battlefield. The eastern and western ambassadors who had already been rewarded to Shurjian naturally would not take them back. But he also wanted to see just where Shurjian's limits were. So he gave Shurjian another chance to challenge him. Shurjian nodded, and then a burst of divine light enveloped him. The surrounding onlookers couldn't be bothered to think about the sky battlefield. There is only one doubt in their minds today. That is, just how much divine power is Shurjian's extreme realm of force? Countless people waited eagerly for a result. Under the shroud of divine light, Shurjian also did not hesitate for a second, pushing his entire body's chi and blood, and the giant elephant embryo in his body emitted a hissing sound. Bang! With a simple and unadorned punch, countless cracks appeared on top of the rule-like curtain all of a sudden. 200,000 pounds. The figure above the golden avenue slowly spat out a few words. The surrounding people instantly sucked in a breath of cold air at the words. 200,000 pounds. Is this still human? The cubs of ancient ferocious beasts only weigh 100,000 pounds. Holy, is this really pure fleshly power? Not a single rune was utilized? Too terrifying. To be able to reach 100,000 gene of divine force is already a geisher heavenly pride. Baba actually has 200,000 gene of divine force, twice as much as a geisher heavenly pride. A heavy pupil is no match for Baba in the blood-moving realm, right? The entire void god realm was completely and utterly blown up. Moving blood realm's 200,000 pounds of divine power. This is still ing human. Baba breaks all laws with one force and creates the ultimate state of force. 200,000 pounds. Above the stone tablet, words emerged. Normally there are no specific grades on the tablet, but the record set by Shurjian was too shocking. Therefore, the domain ambassador has deliberately labeled it. The information instantly spread throughout the entire void god realm, and countless people were shaken. The domain ambassador spoke again. When you're ready, you can always contact me to enter the sky battlefield. After saying these words, the figure of the domain ambassador disappeared. That golden avenue disappeared with it. Shurjian appeared in front of the crowd, and in an instant, he was surrounded by countless people. None of the people surrounding him were from the great sects and clans. I don't know where you come from, little friend. Do you have any plans to join other forces? Countless people eagerly inquired about him, saying, the people who surrounded Shurjian today were basically the top echelons of various major powers. They were all prying into Shurjian's heel, trying to draw him into their forces. Shurjian looked towards these people, but he had some thoughts in his mind. Finding a power to join would be a good option as well. With a background in chat groups, it's a given that he'll grow up in the future. But before that, he was also in need of a place of refuge. After all, cultivation is not just a closed-door deep study. It still needs to be honed. Need to fight. Inevitably, it will offend a lot of people when the time comes. He could certainly run into the midst of other group members' worlds to escape danger, but that was more or less stifling. Now, although he had the Willow God behind him, the Willow God was a nuclear weapon and could not be used easily. From the moment he broke the record, he was destined for an absolutely uneventful journey ahead. After he walked out of the Great Wasteland, he would definitely cause a bloody storm. There are definitely a lot of people interested in him. Joining a power would be good for him too. As for whether or not joining a power would be restricted or anything, Shurjian wasn't worried at all. His kind of talent to join those big religions is the same as the 700 points to repeat the same reason. As a treasure for it is too late. How can be restricted? Of course, it is better to choose the kind of power with a better reputation to avoid some unnecessary risks. Once he thought about this, the expression on Shurjian's face eased a few points. I know your intentions. I also want to find a power to join it. Simply, whoever of you gives a good treatment, I will go to whichever side. Also, the power I join will have to help me auction off all the primordial treasure bones I obtained for resources. Shurjian joining the forces also had the intention of having them stand up for him in the process. The primordial treasure bones rewarded by the Void God realm were of extraordinary value. On top of each primordial treasure bone was a record of a powerful treasure art mastered by a pure-blooded being. The possessor can learn both the runes on it and the treasure arts on it. It's the equivalent of a legacy. Therefore it is very precious. In the original, Little Bit suffered an interception immediately after obtaining the treasure bone. However, although the primal treasure bone was precious, its value to Shurjian was not that high. The thing that Shurjian lacked the most was gung fu aptitude. He couldn't even finish cultivating that pile of top-level techniques inside the group. So how would he have the time to learn the treasure techniques above these primordial treasure bones? It would be better to exchange all of these for cultivation resources. If he wanted to break through the cave realm and condense the 10 great cave heavens, what he lacked the most were cultivation resources. Some caves and blessed places did have quite a few heavenly treasures. 100 broken mountains, Kuenping God burial. But there is a time limit for these things to be opened. To put it bluntly, they are all turned on for dot. Little Bit is still a baby now. Not yet in the main plot. Naturally, these caverns will not be opened. Shurjian has to learn to stand on his own 2 feet. The expressions on the faces of those people of the Great One sect who had gathered around became even more eager after hearing Shurjian's words. Shurjian actually wanted to join a party? This is a great thing. To be able to induce the consciousness of the Void God realm to personally take action to sanction him. Shurjian's talent needed no introduction. A proper teenage supreme being. Any power that gets Shurjian. Once he grows up, that power will be able to prosper and be strong for at least 100 years. Those great sects that had been passed down for a long time basically had a feeling that a storm was coming. They have a sense that another round of the Great World War is coming up. Heavy pupil person, this kind of supreme being was born in the current world. And there is also a stone Jin cross the world. Now the Void God realm had opened the sky battlefield. The crowd had a feeling that there was destined to be a lot of turmoil ahead. And in the midst of turmoil, a supreme being is the best C-pin. And Shurjian undoubtedly has the potential to do just that. Therefore countless forces wanted to have him in their pockets. The people didn't take a stance the first time after hearing Shurjian's words, but instead hurriedly contacted the people behind them to discuss the highest treatment they could offer. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Joining the Dear Academy. Chapter 33, Joining the Dear Academy. The initial place was so crowded that it was almost bursting at the seams. Constantly golden passages were constructed as batch after batch of people rushed over. Shurjian's matter caused an uproar, and all of the many experts who had been practicing in the cave heavenly blessed land came out of the gate. The entire Void God realm hadn't had a day as lively as today in decades. Crowds were everywhere. Some people had simply come over to watch the fun, while others had come to recruit Shurjian after learning that he had thoughts of joining other forces. Mending Pavilion, Stone Country, Deer by Deer Bookstore. The forces converge. Shurjian was located in the very center of the crowd, as if he was surrounded by stars. After he made his conditions, the many people of power did not answer at first. Instead, they contacted the people in power behind them. After a long time, someone finally responded. An ancient beast skin fluttered, with runes shining on it, and the skin descended to the initial land all of a sudden, and a majestic and extraordinary middle-aged man stepped down from the top of the skin. Master of the court. Immediately, someone in the crowd came forward to meet him. This middle-aged man nodded, then walked toward Shurjian. Little brother, we would like to invite you to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion, and all the scriptures and feats within the Heaven Mending Pavilion will all be open to you. The person who came was none other than the pavilion master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Heavyweights. He personally invited Shurjian to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Little friend slow to make a decision. Mending Heaven Pavilion. This kind of place is not necessarily suitable for you to cultivate. Mending Heaven Pavilion disciples are too many. It is difficult for the resources to be all tilted to you. It will be different if you join our ancient family. Another crane-haired old man arrived. A party of an ancient family that had once started an ancient country. There were also 5 colored lawn birds that rose up into the sky and then descended on the initial land. A man descended with a woman whose body was covered in gold armor, who possessed a proud figure and had straight, slender legs with a great sense of reason. This is the Dean of Deer Academy. Beside him was the female war god of the Deer Academy. Is it good for you to join Deer Academy? You can view all the scriptures and techniques of my Deer Academy. And in addition to that, My dear Academy will also bear all the resources before you break through to the Zunshur realm. The Dean of the Dear Academy promises. Enter my Taiku Divine Mountain, and my Taiku Divine Mountain will help you break through the 10-cave heaven realm. Another old man descended and spat out shocking words. People around them were watching. Even the forces in the middle of the Taiku Divine Mountain were actually alarmed, opening up the 10 great caves. This old man has such a big mouth. Shijian sniffed and looked at this old man, who was also watching him. Shijian's ears heard the man's voice transmitting. If you are willing to enter my Swire God Mountain, you will have the opportunity to obtain a 10 fierce legacy art. Shijian understood after hearing his words. This old man should be Yunshi's grandfather if no surprise? The 10 murderous legacy techniques he was talking about should be the Kuan-Peng's techniques. That thing is still in the Kuan-Peng Divine Collection. The Kuan-Peng Divine Treasure needed people from the 10-cave heaven to be able to open it. And the people from the Taigu Divine Mountain knew that the desolate domain was going to be in chaos next. So that's why they were plotting the Kuan-Peng treasure art. But Kunlun had placed a ban on his own tomb. Only geniuses from the 10-cave heaven were able to turn it on. It was just that geniuses from the 10-cave heaven were so rare. And the old man had approached Shijian because of his talent. Shijian was able to cultivate to such an extent at the blood-moving realm, and was bound to be able to condense the 10 great cave heavens. That was why he approached Shijian and promised to help him break through the 10 great cave heavens. A large group of people from the top powers gave all sorts of promises. On top of the scriptures being read casually and the unlimited supply of basic resources, the major powers took out all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. Immaculate gold body fluid, supreme treasure, pure blood treasure blood. All kinds of precious and rare treasures were promised by them one by one. After further deliberation, Shijian finally decided to join the Dear Academy. Among these forces, the power of the Swire God Mountain was undoubtedly the strongest. But the old man was not pure of heart. The reason he was pulling himself together was merely because he wanted a genius from the 10-cave heaven to open the Kuan-Peng Divine Burial. Moreover, the power relations in the Taiku Divine Mountain were too complicated. Joining in is totally asking for trouble. The conditions given by those ancient forces are generous, but most of them exist in the form of families. They gave a generous offer, but it wasn't an offer for nothing. Most often, there are implicit requirements such as marriage or marriage to a family. Shijian didn't have a good choice either. The most suitable thing for him to join was the Deer Hunting Academy, as well as a force like the Heaven Mending Pavilion that existed like a sect. This kind of power takes in anyone. As long as you have talent, they will focus on developing it. Fewer restrictions, more freedom, and resources for cultivation. Very suitable for Shijian. Considering that in the future, Shihao would go to the Heaven Mending Pavilion. So Shijian chose the Deer Hunting Academy. After making up his mind, Shijian faced the crowd and politely said, "Everyone, I already know all of your conditions, and after consideration I have decided to join the Deer Hunting Academy." The people of the many forces heard a burst of regret, but only the Dean of the Deer Academy had an excited look on his face. Well, little friend, you'll never regret it in the future if you join my Deer by Deer Academy." The Dean of the Deer Academy didn't even expect Shijian to pick them. After all, although the strength of the Deer Academy was strong, which of the forces that were here today were inferior to their Deer Academy? It was really surprising to him that Shijian had chosen their Deer Hunting Academy. Those who were acquainted with the Dean of the Deer Academy rushed to give him a burst of congratulations. No one was also annoyed because Shijian had rejected their solicitation. Like Shijian and other heavenly pride, even if they can't be recruited, they still need to befriend them. Killing him before he grows up is the next best thing in a feud situation. And these heavenly rebels are all people with deep blessings. It would be a hard thing to kill him. Not to mention they are still in the Void God realm. For all intents and purposes, the atmosphere between the people was quite harmonious. Shijian is not a rash. As the saying goes, do not hit the smiling face of the people. These big forces of the people are interested in making friends with him. Then he will not say something to kill the mood. He responded to the kindness of the crowd one by one. We've gotten to know each other a little bit, and we've kind of built a nice rapport. If there is a conflict of interest in the future, that's another story. After a while, the crowd in the initial ground gradually dispersed, and those people from the great powers also left. The old man from the Taiku Divine Mountain also sent him a message saying that if he could break through the 10-cave heaven, he would send him a chance. Shijian knew what this guy was planning to do, so he didn't make an obvious statement. In the end, only the Dean of the Deer Academy, who had an excited face, was left. The Dean of the Deer Academy discussed with Shijian about his welfare and promised that all the techniques and resources of the Deer Academy were all open to him. Shijian was kind of happy with the promised benefits he gave. A deeper agreement was reached unanimously. Shijian used the library of the heavens again to record all of those primordial treasure bones that he had obtained, and then also uploaded them to the chat group. After recording everything, He threw all the primordial treasure bones in his head to the dean of the Deer Academy. Let him auction them all off for himself in exchange for cultivation resources. The dean of the Deer Academy was dumbfounded. Shijian just handed over so many primordial treasure bones to him in such a watery manner? Shijian wasn't afraid that the dean of the Deer Academy would misappropriate these primal treasure bones. Just now all those top powers had the sense to buy the primordial treasure bones. For one thing, the primordial treasure bone was indeed a treasure. And for another, they also wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with Shijian. If the Deer Academy really dared to split with him because of these primal treasure bones, then the Deer Academy will be another mending pavilion in the future. After all, so many primordial treasure bones can't be eaten by the Deer Academy. Shijian believed that the dean of the Deer Academy had a measure in his heart. He himself had earned numbness anyway. The runes on top of these primordial treasure bones had all been recorded by him. End of chapter. Chapter 34, The Goddess of War. Chapter 34, Female God of War. Although she had joined the Deer by Deer Academy, however, Shijian's main body was still in the Stone Village. He had told the dean of the Deer Academy that he would not be traveling to the Deer Academy until a few months later. The dean of the Deer Academy naturally had no problem with it. After discussing some more things, he left the initial land and went to contact people to sell the primordial treasure bones. However, before he left, he also left behind the Deer by Deer Academy's female god of war to butt heads with Shijian. In the initial land, a tournament was taking place above a square. The protagonists of the match were Shijian and another ancient clan's heavenly pride. Shijian's most important purpose for entering the Void God realm was still to train himself. Record-breaking and all that is incidental. He hasn't forgotten about it. Thus after the dean of the Deer Academy left, he set up a ring in the initial land to challenge others. Due to the fact that he had made such a big commotion 2 days ago, his every move now was extraordinarily noticeable. After he set up the ring, there was a steady stream of people coming to challenge him. Moreover, these people were without exception the pride of the various races. There was no lack of strong people from the spirit transformation realm or even the inscription realm. Of course, their cultivation would be suppressed to the blood-moving realm after entering the initial land. And among the blood-moving realm, Shijian was invincible. He simply blasted out with a single punch, and the opposite ancient clan's heavenly pride was instantly crushed and flew backwards by him. If Shijian hadn't stayed his hand, the man wouldn't have been as simple as being sent flying. Although the one that came in among the Void God realm was only a spirit body, if it was killed, the main body would have to recuperate for several months at least. These people who dared to come and challenge Shijian were all people of great power, potential customers of Shijian's primordial treasure bone. It was not good for Shijian to overdo it. Defeated again. In the past few days' time there have been hundreds of heavenly prides that have come to challenge Baba, but basically all of them couldn't last a single move in Baba's hands. He has already achieved 100 consecutive crowns, and to know that among these people who came to challenge him there were even people of the inscription realm present, and such existences were actually unable to defeat him. Baba's rune cultivation is no less than his physical body. That one ancient clan pride lost his way and left, and the crowd of onlookers marveled. Realm to realm, battle power to battle power. 200,000 pounds of divine power was just the base power, empty of divine power. If the runic aspect of cultivation was not working, even with 200,000 pounds of divine power, that battle power would not be too high. Some celestial pride's base divine strength was only 80,000 or 90,000 pounds, but they could use rune treasure techniques to burst out with hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength. That was why so many people dared to challenge Shijian despite knowing that he possessed 200,000 pounds of divine power. Their realms were far beyond the blood-moving realm, and they thought that their cognitive control of runes and the like far surpassed Shijian's. Only then did he have the courage to come and challenge Shijian. It's just that while the idea is wonderful, the reality is revealing. Even a powerful person in the inscription realm was no match for Shijian after having his cultivation suppressed. Shijian's perception of runes was far above his physical realm. To put it bluntly, half of his physical realm relied on the power of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. His pure physical body cultivation was only 100,000 pounds of divine power, and although he was also a supreme heavenly pride, he definitely couldn't claim to be an unprecedented talent. But his understanding of runes was different. Cultivating the primordial true solution. His understanding of runes was beyond the reach of ordinary people, not to mention the inscription realm. Even if it was the column formation realm, a powerhouse of the Zunshur realm would have to be suppressed by him when they arrived at this initial land. 200,000 pounds of basic divine power plus the great 5 elements technique. Who can block his punch? Your strength is still terrifying. The female war goddess let out a gasp from the sidelines. She had been by Shijian's side these past few days, guiding him to familiarize himself with the Void God realm. Setting up the ring was her suggestion to Shijian. Jian sniffed and looked toward her, only to see a towering peak blocking him. Now that's a real fat lady. Deer Hunting Academy female god of war. This is definitely a severely neglected existence in the original. This one was clearly a great evil level existence. Ugh, Jian sighed and spoke despondently. Originally, I thought that I could have a good experience by entering the middle of the Void God realm, but it didn't turn out as expected. He longed to experience life and death combat, but his strength was too buggy. With 200,000 pounds of divine power coupled with the Black Emperor Water Emperor fist among the Great Five Elements art, he was almost invincible in this initial land and could not find an opponent. The warrior goddess was the first person he challenged, but the female god of war was no match for him even after her strength was suppressed. The female god of war wore golden armor and had a powerful aura, and she was also a generation of heavenly pride. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to break the name of female god of war. But the female god of war also lost to him in one move. Your strength is truly terrifying. I'm afraid you can rival a cave heaven powerhouse who has condensed 6 or 7 cave heavens. The war goddess heard him but did not think he was in Versailles after hearing his words. Instead she spoke seriously. Unless you enter the sky battlefield or return to reality to challenge the strongest, it will be difficult for you to get experienced in the middle of the Void God realm. Jian nodded slightly. In the Void God realm, while those in the higher realms could suppress their strength to travel to areas in the lower realms, those in the lower realms were unable to go directly to the higher level caverns. This caused him to stay only in the initial place of the Void God realm, and the initial lands had little effect on him in terms of experience. The sky battlefield Jian wanted to go, but he wanted to ask the Willow God about the situation regarding the sky battlefield first, to put a bit of stability before going. In that case, there was no use for him to remain in the initial land. You're right. Jian looked over at the female war god. I'm getting ready to leave the Void God realm. I'll be heading to the Deer Academy after a few months, so tell the dean that there's no need to worry about me. I'm not sure exactly when I'll go to the Deer Academy. I'll see you then. He said goodbye to the warrior woman. He had gotten along fine with the female war goddess over the past few days, and was barely a friend. Jian was still happy to make friends with this kind of person who had a great sense of reasoning. The female war god was stunned. She didn't expect Jian to make a decision so decisively. Good. Then you take care of everything. Reality is not like the Void God realm. In the Void God realm, Jian was a god in the initial land. His holiness came and had to pass cigarettes when he saw him, but reality was different. In reality, no matter how strong Jian's talent was, he was only a blood-moving realm. If a high realm powerhouse made a move against him, then he was in great danger. That's why the war goddess instructed him to be careful. Based on these few days together, she had gotten to know Jian a bit. Jian's talent is strong and terrifying, and his origin is also somewhat mysterious. However, he seems to be practicing alone. There is no protector of the path around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Deer Academy. The commotion that Jian had caused in the Void God realm was too great, and once his identity and reality was exposed, it would be another bloody storm at that time. Jian nodded, then left the Void God realm. Chart. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Transmitting the Great Five Elements Technique of the Willow God. Chapter 35, Transmitting the Willow God Great Five Elements Technique. The vastness of the ruins revealed an ancient and vicissitude atmosphere, and the broken tiles spoke of the past splendor of the past. Jian appeared in the middle of the ruins from before, also part of the Void God realm. These ruins were detached from the many caverns and existed independently. A heavenly willow tree was rooted in the middle of the ruins, and was absorbing the mist while condensing the chaotic chi. Willow God, I have returned. Jian walked towards the Willow God. The Willow God revived from some special state of cultivation, and it was a bit surprised after seeing Jian return so quickly. Why have you returned so quickly? With your strength, you should have practiced more in it. Jian smiled at his words. The effect of the initial land on my training is dispensable. I intend to challenge those ancient fierce beasts in the great wilderness. Why? Willow God inquired in disbelief, her voice serene and peaceful. Jian responded calmly. No one is my enemy. Ah! The Willow God was surprised, and its always calm and serene nature seemed to produce some sort of mood swing. With Jian's blood-moving realm extreme realms cultivation, although he was able to traverse the initial land, it wasn't to such a degree that he could fight all over the world. Was it? Jian didn't explain. He directly swung both his arms and blasted out a punch towards the remains of the ruins in the distance. The blazing runes on his body emitted a brilliant light as if they were the sun, and with just one punch, a gully appeared on top of the ruins in front of him. Large cracks spread. The rocks and mountains in the distance all turned into dust under this terrifying fist wind. The Willow God stared as it asked, "What kind of treasure art is this?" "Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist." Jian responded, "Your strength far exceeds 100,000 pounds. I broke the Force Extreme Realm record of 200,000 pounds in the initial land. Yanagami was silent. Moving the Blood Extreme Realm 200,000 pounds? Unheard of. The fact that Shurjian was able to break through to the moving Blood Extreme Realm in such a short period of time was enough to surprise Lucian. It didn't expect Shurjian to actually have a base 200,000 pounds of divine power at the blood moving realm. What was even more terrifying was that his cultivation of runes was also very profound. It also mastered unknown treasure arts. Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. The Willow God carefully recalled information about this precious art within her own mind, but she didn't have the slightest gain. With its eyesight, it was naturally able to see the power of this technique. It was reasonable to say that with such a terrifying art, it should have some impression even if it had lost some of its memories. For a long time, the Willow God wasn't talking. It seemed to be thinking, and it seemed to be in a daze. Only its 5 willows had been drawing essence from the void. After thinking about it, Shurjian decided to tell Lucian a little bit of the truth. Willow God, have you ever seen grass wither and prosper? Do you know that renewal and destruction, nirvana and rebirth, will surely far surpass the past? Ryujin was a bit confused at his words. They were a bit familiar. Why does it feel like the lines are being stolen? You seem to, know a lot. A few moments of doubt were brought into Ryujin's voice. In its perspective, a mysterious luster seemed to have been shrouding Shurjian. Logically speaking, the small stone village should not be able to produce this kind of talent. Among the stone villages, it turned out that the one that could barely make it look high enough was Dot. That's the Born Supreme. Although the Supreme Bone was dug out, if it could be ushered into life from the midst of destruction, even then it would be able to regenerate the Supreme Bone. In time, it may not be impossible to become a strong generation, and Dot doesn't count as being from Stone Village. His appearance was an anomaly in the Stone Village, and Shurjian was an anomaly among anomalies. Shurjian smiled slightly at Ryujin's words. I do know something, and I want to help you. Although the difference in strength was too great, the Willow God didn't feel that Shurjian was making a big deal out of it, so it inquired very seriously. How are you going to help me? I help you usher in a new life. Shurjian slowly spoke as he explained. The Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist I cultivate is part of one of the great divine abilities. This great divine ability is called the Great 5 Elements Technique, and it is also called the 5 Emperor's Great Devil Divine Ability. This is the ultimate divine ability of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and after cultivation, one can manipulate or even reverse the 5 elements at will, possessing the supreme power of creation. The 5 Emperor's Great Devil Avatar, on the other hand, was further divided into the Green Emperor Wood Emperor Kung Fu, the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Chi, the White Emperor Gold Emperor Chop, the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist, and finally, the Yellow Emperor Earth Emperor Dao. Among them, the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique can be revitalized with supreme power. Red Emperor Fire Emperor Chi can transform all fire chi. The White Emperor's Golden Emperor Chop was known for its sharpness and instantaneous killing speed. The Black Emperor's Water Emperor Fist is characterized by surging atmosphere, long-lasting, dense and tough. The Yellow Emperor's Earth Emperor Dao was able to draw in the essence of the earth and merge it with mana, practicing it to become the Earth Emperor's divine power, as thick and majestic as a mountain of ancient gods. This divine ability will be helpful to you as a newborn. Shurjian spoke out the information of the Great 5 Elements technique. The Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique among the Great 5 Elements technique could change the chance of happening, which was exactly what the Lucian needed nowadays. Now the Willow God was in a state of serious injury, but it would soon be reborn from its destruction. With the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique, the time needed for the Willow God to recover could be greatly shortened. If it regained its strength as early as possible, Shurjian would be able to have some more backbone. Compared to Yen and Medicine Old Man, Willow God, this old grandpa is obviously a bit more advanced. Shurjian wants to bring Ryujin into the chat group's alliance. He and the members inside the group wanted to set up a power that spanned the heavens, and apart from the members of the group, it was natural that they still needed to take in some other members. For example, Medicine Old Man, Yen. Another example is Ryujin. With Lucian's strength, he could completely defend the crowd inside the group, and he had gotten that primal true solution from the Willow God. It's only natural for Shurjian to return the favor. The Great 5 Elements art? The Great 5 Emperor's Devil Avatar? Lucian's voice became even more puzzled after hearing Shurjian's words. Listening to Shurjian's description, she felt that this divine ability was extraordinary. I'm afraid it's no less than the 10 fierce treasures. Just why doesn't she have any memory of it? Is her memory loss too severe? Let's return to the Stone Village first. I'll discuss this Great 5 Elements technique with you in detail then. Shurjian continued. A few moments of anticipation rose in the Willow God's heart. Yes, the Willow God's body glowed. A terrifying might surged from it, and its 5 willow branches, all of a sudden, pierced straight through the entire sky. The void shuddered. and at last the familiar door of light appeared once more. The door wrapped around Shurjian and disappeared into place. In the middle of the stone village, the Willow God's main body also glowed, and the last of his consciousness descended into the tree. Shurjian, who was sitting here on a plate, opened his eyes all of a sudden. It's back. End of chapter. Chapter 36, It's no disgrace for a child to drink milk. Chapter 36, It's no disgrace for a child to drink milk. Willow God, how is this Great Five Elements technique? After returning to the stone village, Shurjian passed on the Great Five Elements technique to Lucian at the first opportunity. The Willow God seemed to be sensing the subtleties of the Great Five Elements technique and didn't answer at first. After a long time, it then let out a sigh of relief. No less than any of the 10 fierce treasure arts, it exclaimed. This Great Five Elements technique was indeed extraordinary, and the 5 elemental subtleties contained within it really took its breath away. Especially that part of it, the Green Emperor Wood Emperor's scripture, which was a wood attribute technique that fit extremely well with the Willow God. Its rejuvenating effect was exactly what the Willow God, who now wanted to usher life out of destruction, needed most. With this Green Emperor Wood Emperor scripture, Lucian was confident that he could recover some of his memories and strength in a short period of time. It's good that it's helpful to you. You recover your strength as soon as possible. I might need your help in the future. Shurjian is also outspoken about his need for the Willow God's shelter. Yes. Ryujin was also very direct in his response. A sort of tacit understanding was established between the two. Afterward, Shurjian told the Willow God everything that had happened to him in the middle of the Void God realm. The Willow God sniffed another moment of silence, swiping the records of the Void God realm back and forth. What kind of tawdry operation is this? It saw a few strange moments in Shurjian's eyes. Not only is this kid mysterious, he's a little shameless, but cultivating a path is what requires this kind of shameless spirit. The Void God realm has mysterious origins, and by opening the sky battlefield, you will definitely be able to obtain considerable benefits in it in the future, which is a good thing for you. After a breathless moment, the Willow God instructed Shurjian. Although Shurjian had swiped dozens of fewer rewards, these rewards weren't simply gone, but rather, they were transformed into an invisible accumulation of rewards. By opening the sky battlefield, Shurjian would surely benefit greatly from entering it in the future. It's not a loss. After probing into the Lu God's attitude towards opening the sky battlefield, Shurjian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he spoke out about the Kuanpang divine burial. I have a piece of information about the nest of the ancient Kuanpang, in which the Kuanpang treasure art is recorded. Shurjian spoke out about the old man of the divine mountain. He was still wary of the sacred mountain. As the saying goes, the situation is stronger than the person. And although his natural talent is frighteningly strong, he has yet to grow up after all. Definitely not a match for the divine mountain elder. That old dang talked a good game, but he certainly wouldn't be soft when it was time to take a shot at himself. Shurjian wouldn't dare to trust his little life on the supremacy of his character. This is the kind of thing where making a vow is not a good idea. If the Willow God follows him, then there's nothing to worry about. It's them who should be worried. Shurjian would like to wait for sure how to grow up and then let him take the Kuanpang treasure art. But then it would be years at the very least. The Kuanpang treasure art is the Kuanpang clan's best technique, which can evolve the two types of Kuan and Pang, mastering the subtlety of the evolution of Yin and Yang, containing the infinite power of the sea and the power of the Tai Yin and Sun, with strong attack attributes as well as the extreme speed of the Kuanpang world. What's missing inside the group is this extreme speed type of Jedi. Shurjian wants to get his hands on this as soon as possible. In this way, his ability to save his life could be greatly increased. Kuanpang. The Willow God sniffed and was surprised again. This had only just obtained a Great Five Elements Art Supreme Divine ability, and now there was information about the Kuanpang treasure art. Is it possible that it's been in a coma for too long to keep up with the times? How come all these 10 evil level treasure arts are so ubiquitous? Its somewhat emotional voice came out. Kuanpang, the world-defying powerhouse that fell endless ages ago. It's a pity that its strongest aptitude was lost in this way. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to obtain information about it. The Willow God was rooted in the void, its charred black trunk towering into the firmament, the willows on its body swaying, displaying the unrest in its heart at the moment. The kunai seemed to be sort of an old friend to it. If there really is a Kuanpang treasure art, then you should fight for it, Yanagami affirmed without hesitation. The place where the Kuanpang fell did have a high probability of containing the Kuanpang treasure art. This kind of gaijin power was placed in front of him, even if there was only a 1% probability that he was going to fight for it. This is a Kuanpang treasure art. It all works for it. The beings of the Swire God Mountain are by no means good. In the secret realm it's fine that I'm confident in suppressing all my strong enemies, but after leaving the secret realm, I'm afraid of being suppressed by the strongest among them. Shurjian voiced his concerns. There was a realm restriction to entering the Kuanpang divine burial, and those of higher realms could not enter. Those of the lower realms Shi Jian was confident in suppressing all of them, but away from the secret realm he rested. There was no shortage of exalted ones in the Taiku Divine Mountain. If those existences were to shamelessly strike out at him, then he would have no choice but to flee to one of the other worlds. That's why he had to seek Ryujin's help. I'll help you, Ryujin said confidently. It estimated that it would take at least a year or two for Shi Jian to break through the Tenhole Heaven. A year or two was enough time for it to recover to a very powerful realm. At that time, the district's Taigu Divine Mountain could be suppressed with a single finger. Yes. After receiving the promise from the Willow God, a smile appeared on Shi Jian's face. After all this messing around, he now had some sort of deeper connection with the Willow God. It's kind of a real leg up in the future. Then I'll go cultivate to break through the cave realm. Having accomplished his purpose, Stone Nutbreak bade farewell to the Willow God, who raised her own willow branch in response. Shi Jian left Willow and returned to the middle of the stone village. So you're back, Little Rock? The people of Shi village were surprised for a moment after seeing Shi Jian. Your physical body doesn't move and your spirit is all gone. We thought something was wrong with your soul leaving your body. But the old village headman told us that you went to a place called the Realm of the Void God to cultivate. What kind of place is that? The people of Ishimura curiously sought him out. With the Willow God looking out for me. Nothing has happened to me. I'm just a god traveling through the void. Shi Jian answered the crowd. God traveling in the void? What kind of feeling is that? And what kind of place is the Void God realm? The people of Stone Village were curious. The old village chief also walked over at this moment, stretching his ears and waiting for Shi Jian's response. Not only were the other people in the Stone Village curious, the old village chief was also curious about the Void God realm. The rumors about the Void God realm were something he had heard about earlier when he was out of the great wilderness. It was just that he had never been to the Void God realm. He was curious about this place as well. Little Bit and the other children also gathered around, chattering and asking Shi Jian to tell them about his experiences in the middle of the Void God realm. Shi Jian smiled before telling everyone a part of his experience in the middle of the Void God realm. Little Stone is just marvelous, actually breaking the record of the Void God realm. The disciples of those great clans and sects outside can't even compare to Little Stone. Little Brother Shi is so powerful. I want to enter the Void God realm to cultivate like Little Brother Shi in the future. Children and adults marveled. Break the record. Break the record. The little tyke, on the other hand, screamed with glowing eyes. Ha ha ha, Little Bit, you haven't been weaned yet, and you still want to learn from your little brother Shi to break the record. Wean your milk first. The man next to him teased the little tyke. The little tyke sniffed and clutched the milk can in his hand. The crowd laughed again when they saw his look. Little Dot, you've broken the record for the latest weaning in our stone village. We should also follow the example of the Void God realm and erect a monument at the entrance of the village, and then write the record of Little Bit's weaning on it. Ha ha ha. The crowd let out a burst of laughter, and the entire stone village was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only the little tykes were holding their milk cans, mouthing things like it's not a shame for children to drink milk. Children should drink milk. These are difficult words to understand. All at once, it drew laughter from those around him. End of chapter. Chapter 37, The Cave Realm. Chapter 37, The Cave Realm. After laughing and joking with the people of the stone village, Shi Jian once again began his cultivation. He entered the deep mountains every day, dueling with all kinds of ferocious beasts, and waited until the depths of the night to cultivate the divine elephant prison suppressing strength and primordial true solution on his own. After a few days of this, he had a logical metamorphosis. The entire person was engrossed in cultivation, and there was nothing else but various runes inside his eyes. He held the primordial true explanation in his hand, sensing the true meaning contained within it. In a trance, Shi Jian seemed to see the five-colored peacock god king against Tao Dai. The ancient dragon slaughtered the gods all kinds of bloody images. This was the true terror of the primal true solution. It did not simply talk about the true meanings of the runes, but rather used a variety of battle diagrams to interpret these true meanings. The dragon slaughters the gods, the peacock takes on the Tao Tai. The battles between these horrible creatures were all recorded by the primal true solution. It was able to allow Shi Jian to directly stand in the shoes of these terrifying beings to perceive the subtleties of the runes, directly raising Shi Jian's horizons. Rune after rune kept surfacing around Shi Jian, and these runes kept flickering as if they were about to evolve into something. His fleshly body was undergoing the tempering of heaven and earth and was evolving towards a higher level of realm. Cave realm. This realm draws on the essence of heaven and earth to derive the true meaning of runic symbols, and uses the order of a world as a rule to reenact a small world. This is the cave. To open a channel of immortality within or without the body. The surging incomparable chi and blood rushed up, like waves lapping at the shore. Dazzling runes were nurtured within the blood chi, and the blood chi intertwined with the runes, evolving into a cavern, just like a volcano. This cavern volcano appeared above Shi Jian's head. ancient and atmospheric. In the cavernous volcano, there is a vibrant life energy that is bright red and brilliant. And this life energy is like magma emitting a bright and dazzling light. Cave realm. A glimmer flashed in Shurjian's eyes. Breaking through the cave realm, his life sublimated. He completed a metamorphosis. And heaven and earth resonated with it. The cave heaven connected heaven and earth. And he could constantly draw on the essence of the outside world through the cave heaven. Strength has skyrocketed. Shurjian was preparing to condense a few more cave heavens in one go. And with the depth of his foundation, he would be able to condense 4 or 5 cave heavens as soon as he broke through the cave heavens realm. A mouthful of cavernous sky was just his starting point. It was only when he had just revved up his body's chi and blood that a sudden change occurred. The giant elephant particles that he had awakened by practicing the divine elephant prison suppression strength suddenly let out a hissing roar. An incomparably thick chi and blood surged out of them, subsequently penetrating into the cavernous sky. The life essence in the cavernous sky that was like magma instantly transformed into a giant elephant hissing. This is an upgrade? Shurjian looked at the giant statue hissing above his head in confusion. After cultivating the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, he broke through the cave realm. He seemed to have produced some divine differences. His giant elephant particles have fused with the cave? After carefully sensing it, a hint of joy flashed in Shurjian's eyes. The giant elephant particles could constantly draw on the divine essence of the outside world to supplement and strengthen themselves after the cave fusion. In this way, the giant elephant particles possess growth. The power of the giant elephant he brings to himself will also continue to grow. The giant elephant particles of divine elephant prison suppression strength originally possessed growth as well. But there is a difference between the two. The giant elephant power from the giant elephant particles of the divine elephant prison suppression strength would increase with the number of particles. The further back the particles were awakened, the stronger the giant elephant power they brought with them. The back particles are stronger than the front particles, and the stone firm can keep the particles in front of it growing as well. This divine elephant prison suppressing strength became even stronger after combining it with the perfect world cultivation system. Shurjian felt as if he had stepped onto a very special path of cultivation. It both belongs to the cultivation system of the perfect world and does not completely belong to the cultivation system of the perfect world. He would not be restricted by the cultivation system of the perfect world, and he did not need to worry about the law creation tribulation of the perfect world blasting him to death. I take all the good. I avoid the bad. It's just not perfect. Holding back his excitement, Shurjian hurriedly continued to open a new cave. Boom! The volcanic cave heaven above his head was furiously and incomparably absorbing the heaven and earth's essence, and the giant elephant in the cave heaven flung its trunk, and all of the surrounding essence was forcibly plundered by it. For a moment, Shurjian only felt energized, and the whole person was always able to be in a peak state. This was the mystery of the cave realm, able to furiously plunder power from the outside world at all times to sustain itself. Keep yourself always in peak condition. In addition to this, the cave can also be warmed in the treasure weapon, runes and so on, with all kinds of subtleties. The incomparably thick chi and blood in Shurjian's body became even more furious, and a stream of chi and blood poured out, intertwining with the runes. Another volcanic cave was generated. Within the volcanic cavern, essence chi rolled as if it were magma, and in an instant, countless rains of light flew around Shurjian, and his entire essence chi was as majestic as the sea. Thick and thin is exactly what it is. An ordinary person breaking through the cave heaven realm being able to condense a mouthful of cave heaven was already the ultimate. However, Shurjian's foundation was incomparably thick, and the moment he broke through was 2 large cave days. The appearance of the second cavern seemed to have caused some kind of special reaction, and the essence in the volcanic cavern continuously fed back on Shurjian's physical body. With a click, the sound of something breaking seemed to come from within him. A giant elephant hissed inside him and rushed into the volcanic cave. The giant elephant particles have awakened. Shurjian was pleasantly surprised that after opening the second cave, it actually stimulated the giant elephant particles in his body, causing it to awaken. In the second volcanic cave, a lava giant elephant was generated. The size of this giant elephant was obviously quite a bit larger than the size of the giant elephant in the previous mouthful of cave heaven. Obviously, the power of the giant elephant brought by this second giant elephant was a bit stronger. Before Shurjian could finish being happy, the thick chi and blood in his body poured out once again. Bang! Another mouthful of cavernous sky was generated. Magma gushes out of the gray-brown volcanic cavernous sky. Subsequently, the power of the volcanic cave heaven fed back into the physical body, once again inducing Shurjian to awaken the giant elephant particles, opening up 3 great cave heavens and awakening 3 colossal particles in an instant. Shurjian only felt that all the hard work he had done over this period of time had not been in vain. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in this realm, only feeling incomparably wonderful. It was a powerful feeling, with explosive power filling the entire body, as if a casual move could topple heaven and earth. Shi Jian let out a long breath, finally breaking through. After the breakthrough, he just felt in a great mood as he opened the chat group. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Xiaoyan changes his last name to Tang. Chapter 38, Xiaoyan changes his last name to Tang. Shi Jian, has everyone's cultivation been going well lately? Shekkin spoke to the group. Xiaoyan, it's refreshing. I have continuously absorbed the green lotus earthly heart flame as well as my teacher's bone spirit cold flame, and now my cultivation has broken through to the Douling realm, and it won't be long before I can break through to the Do Wang. Xiaoyan, going to Canaan Academy in a few days to absorb the falling heart flame. I will be able to become a Do Huang by then, and by the time the 3-year appointment comes, I feel like I will be able to become a Do Zone. Xiaoyan was the first to speak. He was full of confidence at this point. He felt like he was outmatched in many ways by the others inside the group. The only thing he could take was this speed of cultivation. In the original, he became a Do Di when he was only in his 30s. Now that he knew the script of his life, his strength would only increase at a faster rate. When the strength became stronger, he could help when the people inside the group ran into trouble. Shi Jian, this cultivation speed of yours is really faster than a rocket. I've only broken through one great realm, and you've broken through several great realms. Shi Jian marveled. The original Xiaoyan seems to be only in the Do Shi realm at this moment, right? Now it's directly into a fighting spirit. If we were to fight for a little bit, it would be Do Di Xiaoyan coming to the 3-year appointment. Xiaoyan, just a fluke. Xiaoyan said modestly. He thought to himself that this was all due to the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, which was so powerful that it was able to directly tame those foreign flames into submission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recover the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame, and the Bone Spirit Cold Flame so easily. Without the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, it would be difficult for him to refine these two foreign flames even if he was able to obtain them. Regardless of whether it was dangerous to recover the foreign fire or not, just those preparations to be made would require Xiaoyan to expend a great deal of effort. In a few months' time he wouldn't necessarily be able to prepare the items to take in the foreign flames, so it wasn't that he was too powerful, it was the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi that was powerful. Xiaoyan thought about it before saying in the group again. Xiaoyan, I can make such great progress thanks to Brother Feng Han's great 5 elements technique. Feng Han, as long as I can help you all, no need to be polite. Feng Han's cultivation had also skyrocketed during this period of time, and now he possessed the power of 2,000 fiery horses galloping with unparalleled might. What made him even more comfortable was that he had gotten a treasure artifact Dan Furnace from the Desperate Islander through the advantage of foresight, which gave Yen a lot of joy. In the midst of the eternal world, what is the most important thing for a cultivator? It was neither a flying sword nor a precious garment, nor an assortment of magic treasures. Instead, it's a Danburator. The elixirs of the eternal world basically had no side effects. That's why people who cultivate want to be more powerful. They have to get high on pure elixirs. Only elixirs could replenish the huge amount of energy and nutrients needed by those who practiced cultivation. Pills are food to them, and alchemy requires a good furnace. A good Dan furnace is to a cultivator what fertile land is to a farmer. Moreover, the Dan furnace in the eternal world could not only produce pills, but could also refine flying swords and quench the fleshly body's mana. Some divine ability feats still needed to be cultivated in the Dan furnace. Although Feng Han also had a Dan furnace, his Dan furnace was of average quality. The pills he ate were all hardened by Yan's alchemy skills, but as the saying goes, if the public wants to be good, they have to be good. Even if Yan had heavily alchemy skills, if he didn't have a good furnace, the quality of the pills he could make would be limited. Now that he had obtained a treasure weapon Dan furnace all at once, Yan would be able to utilize it to a greater extent. Feng Han's strength was also able to soar once again. The gloom Hua Tiandu had brought to him had also dissipated a few points. He was in a great mood and was now using the Dan furnace to re-refine Shura. As he refined Shura, he responded to the messages inside the group. Nothing much happened inside the group during this period of time, but the people chatted in it often. Not only did we all mingle, we got to know each other a little better. Feng Han was also aware of the matter of a 3-year contract on Xiaoyan. He was also very curious as to how that person called Nalan Yenran would look when she saw Xiaoyan fulfilling the 3-year contract. With Xiaoyan's current cultivation progress, was he afraid that he would be able to exterminate that Nalan Yenran's entire clan with a single slap when the time came? No wonder Shi Jian said they were all talking heads. Other people aside, Xiaoyan's life alone is wonderful. First, he was withdrawn from the marriage. Then he met the remnants of a supremely powerful man who began to rise to power. And then the 3-year covenant. He looked forward to the day when Xiaoyan's 3-year appointment came across the chat group. If this was written as a book, it would sell like hotcakes. Feng Han searched for a good relationship with Xiaoyan, and when Xiaoyan's 3-year appointment came around, he would go and join in the fun. Let's see what Nalan Yenran's expression is after seeing Xiaoyan's cultivation level. Feng Han, my cultivation on my side is also quite smooth. I have just obtained a Dan furnace called the 5 Prison King Cauldron, so I will send you all a red packet after I have practiced the first batch of pills. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Yan, Feng Han also mentioned his recent cultivation status. Xiao Yan felt greatly ill after hearing Feng Han's words. Feng Han actually knew how to make pills as well? When he had watched Feng Han take out the Great Five Elements technique earlier, he had thought that Feng Han was only a heavenly pride in terms of cultivation. However, he didn't know that Feng Han actually knew how to concoct pills as well. Xiao Yan was also aware that Feng Han also had a remnant soul next to him when they chatted earlier. His Great Five Elements technique was obtained from the place of that remnant soul. Xiao Yan searched for a residual soul that was able to take out such a powerful technique should be that kind of combat-oriented big brother residual soul. Instead, it was a supportive residual soul like Pillbearer. Who knew that Feng Han actually knew how to make pills as well? And his alchemy should have been learned from that remnant soul as well. Xiao Yan only felt that the sky had collapsed in an instant. The title of the number 1 alchemist within my group has been taken. Xiao Yan, is the residual soul called Yan and you also an alchemist like Medicine Old Man? Xiao Yan could not help but inquire. Feng Han spoke in the group after careful thought. Feng Han, Yan is an alchemist. Right. In my world almost everyone is an alchemist. Dan furnace is the king of the treasure. A person's value how to mainly look at his furnace. The better the furnace, the more profound the cultivation. This is the truth. Not to mention other things. Just the Fei Hua Sect true disciples among the strength of the more profound. They are because of the accidental acquisition of the treasure level furnace cultivation which is only step by step soaring, beyond the other true disciples. And why is Watandu so great? His Dan furnace was none other than the Taoist artifact of the Panwu immortal sovereign, and it was of a high grade, which was why Hua Tiandu's mana was so high. Among the various magic weapons, the Dan furnace was also the most difficult to refine. Those other spells only had 1 or 2 large formations at most. But a good Dan furnace could use dozens and dozens of large formations. That was why Feng Han was so happy after obtaining a good Dan furnace. Xiao Yan's entire body was confused when he heard this. Everyone knows a handful of alchemy and everyone is an alchemist? Then wouldn't he be of no use at all within this group? Although Lindong's stone talisman could refine spirit medicines, the spirit medicines that were refined were rather homogeneous, unable to refine some special elixirs. Therefore Xiao Yan had previously felt that his alchemy skills would definitely be able to shine within the group. Now he feels like the sky is falling. Feng Han was also an alchemist, and his world level was much higher than his own. This also meant that his alchemy was far above his own alchemy. How can this be fun? Why is it so hard to contribute to the group? Is it possible that I, Xiao Yan, can only whore myself out for nothing, and change my last name to Tang Yan from now on? End of chapter. Chapter 39 Below the Line Baseline Recommendations. Chapter 39 Below the Line Baseline Recommendations. Xiao Yan, let's exchange alchemy when we have time and see how the alchemy of the two worlds differs. Xiao Yan quickly pulled himself together. The developed level of alchemy in the world where Feng Han was from was also a good thing for him. The alchemy of the two worlds colliding with each other would definitely be able to make him gain. Feng Han, good. Meng Qi, my cultivation has been going pretty well lately, but soon I guess I'll have to enter the reincarnation space. Lin Dong, cultivation has skyrocketed. Cool. The remaining few people also reported their recent cultivation inside the group. Things are kind of going well for everyone at the moment. After thinking about it, Shijian made a suggestion in the group to base it under the line. Shijian, if you all aren't busy, why don't we get together offline? And you guys try out the chat group's world shuttling function? In the Doubao world. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up after seeing Shijian's words. Traveling through other worlds was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. Xiao Yan, yes. We all know each other inside the chat group, but we haven't met in person yet. It's time to meet. And by the way, familiarize yourself with the functions of the chat group. Xiao Yan hurriedly spoke, and incidentally, he told Pill Elder about this news. Pill Elder was also flustered. Traveling through other worlds. This is exciting. He'd lived most of his life and hadn't encountered anything like this, and he was interested in the alchemy of other worlds. Feng Han, yes. But whose world are we going to? Feng Han was also slightly excited. Something like traveling through the world was too mysterious and he was curious about it. He told Yen about the party as well. Yen laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, traveling through the world. This is an experience that even the ancient great emperors didn't have. Meng Qi, party, eat meat. In Shaolin Temple or fast to me fade out of the bird. Meng Qi responded with equal excitement. Lin Dong, I've long wanted to experience the chat group's world traversal function. Lin Dong also had no opinion. After Shijian saw that everyone had no comments, he continued to speak to the group. Shijian, since we all have time, let's get together in the middle of my world. Shijian, I have a place here called the Realm of the Void God, where you can put your spiritual consciousness into it to experience. Just like the virtual world of the internet, so I'll take you all inside to have some fun at that time. Sure Jian, you guys get ready. I'll open the portal. Sure Jian turned his gaze to a short distance away after he finished his speech. Not far away was a fierce beast shaped like a white tiger with a pair of unicorn horns on its head and a hideous appearance, which was lured here by the commotion of his breakthrough. This ferocious beast had runes flashing on its body, and it was obvious that it was the overlord above this mountain range, just enough to entertain a few people. A thought flashed through Sure Jian's mind, and then he leapt up, crossing a distance of tens of feet in the blink of an eye, as he raised his left hand and slapped it fiercely towards the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast let out a hiss. Then with a claw, it slapped a tens of thousands of kilograms of boulder at its feet into smithereens, and its entire torso leapt up, pouncing ferociously towards Sure Jian. It opened its mouth and spat out a white light. This ferocious beast knew the mysteries of runes and already had the strength of the cave realm, but it wasn't much use in front of Sure Jian. Sure Jian slapped him to the ground with only a light slap, his consciousness grounded. Sure Jian grabbed a snow-white crystal and bone spur on its body, then carried it on his shoulders. Just then, a voice came to his ear. Feng Han requests teleportation to your world. Xiao Yan requests to be imparted to your world. A series of voices rang out. Sure Jian chose to agree without hesitation. And then the familiar light door appeared once more. The light door was opened and the deep passage appeared in front of Sure Jian. One after another figure came out of them one after another. Is this the other world? It doesn't feel much different from the Dochi continent. Xiao Yan was curious as he looked at the two surroundings, and he felt that the surroundings were not much different from the magical beast mountain range in the Dodi world. What difference can you tell in the wild? Isn't the wilderness the same in every world? Lin Dong also poked out from the passageway. The color of curiosity was also explored in his eyes. So this is what it feels like to cross worlds. Another person stepped out. This was Feng Han. Behind him floated a scroll of drawings. In the drawings there seemed to be a great river churning, a scaly dragon hibernating in the river. Suddenly, the augur manifested from within the picture, as if the second dimension had broken through the third dimension. Roar! Is this the other world? To be able to make one travel through the other world. What kind of power is this? This augur didn't need to be said. It was naturally Yen. It scanned its surroundings, sensing the differences in its surroundings. A spirit body was also transformed out of the ring beside Xiao Yan. Medicine old man. At this moment, Pill Elder gazed at his surroundings in shock. Traveling through other worlds. Little Yenzi, this chat group of yours is really something. A bald head followed immediately afterward. Munch. Finally leaving the Shaolin temple, he said with hot tears in both eyes. After seeing that all the people had arrived, Sure Jian welcomed towards the crowd. Welcome to Perfect World, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 40 First Meeting of Group Members. Chapter 40 The first meeting of the group members after the people met. They quickly became familiar with each other. Sure Jian and Xiao Yan didn't need to say much. They had previously uploaded videos when they were testing the chat group function, so everyone inside the group knows them. The others were quick to get acquainted. Meng Qi is a bald monk. Lin Dong is an uneducated spiritual boy. Yang Qi has some juvenile intentions, and Feng Han is slightly more mature. Without having to be introduced to each other, the crowd was able to recognize the others by feel. In addition to that, Feng Han and Xiao Yan introduced Yan as well as Medicine Old Man. Lin Dong also had a Sable Master. But Master Sable isn't awake yet. After everyone got to know each other, Sure Jian led them to the Stone Village. I'm here in the Great Wasteland, where civilization exists in the form of tribes, so there's not much of a good place to entertain you. So please forgive me for any poor hospitality. The crowd had been curiously surveying the surroundings of the Stone Village. After hearing Sure Jian's words, they all waved their hands. It's fine. Our offline gathering is mainly for mutual familiarity. The crowd naturally didn't mind this little thing. The people in the middle of the Stone Village greeted Sure Jian after seeing him return. These people are my friends. They'll be staying in Stone Village for a day or two. Everyone help me treat them well. Sure Jian dropped the ferocious beast and then greeted the people of the Stone Village. The people of the Stone Village were astonished for a moment at the words. Little Stone had actually made friends outside? That's a rarity. After the surprise was over, they, on the other hand, received the crowd warmly. Sure Jian's friends are naturally Shimura's friends. With a wave of his hand, the old village chief greeted the people and carried over the large pot that had previously cooked the little bitty one, and then sliced and boiled the essence of that cave realm ferocious beast into it. Sure Jian lifted a few more slightly lesser ferocious beasts from the chat group to the old village chief. The people of the Stone Village handled these ferocious beasts as well, and then set up a large pot to cook them. All sorts of strange and bizarre spirit medicines were thrown into them. Another portion was skewered and later set up over a fire. Each family also went home to prepare their own specialty dishes as well as the unique cuisine of the Great Wasteland, and the entire Stone Village looked like it was about to have a food party. Fong Han's few people were instantly overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the people of the stone village. It didn't take long for the meat of the ferocious beast in that copper cauldron to be cooked and glowing. It undulated in the boiling water, flowing with a haze of light, and the fragrance of the meat was overwhelming. The meat was stewed, and the essence and blood turned into sunlight and moistened into the thick juice. This is a method of cooking that is unique to the Great Wasteland. This was also considered a method of boiling treasure medicine, only that the utilization rate of the ferocious beast's precious blood was not as high as that of simply boiling treasure medicine. Similar to a medicinal meal, flavor-wise it's one of a kind. Everyone taste my unique cuisine. Of the Great Desolate, Shi Jian greeted the crowd. After saying that, he took the lead to fish up a piece of ferocious beast meat and bit into it. The meat melted in the mouth, and the golden juices erupted in the middle of the mouth, just like a flame burning. Then, I will accept the compliment. Xiao Yan was not polite and took a stone spoon and fished the meat into the copper cauldron. The others saw the situation and fired away. Not to mention, there's something about this primitive way of cooking. It didn't take long for Meng Qi, who was the weakest, to eat with a red face. The old village chief had also added some precious medicine in this cauldron, which naturally had a nourishing effect. What a powerful drug. Meng Qi felt a strand of essence continuously strengthening itself, and ate until his entire body was sweating. He finally realized why Shi Jian had invited him to cultivate in the middle of this world earlier. If he could eat this kind of ferocious beast meat every day, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. It is so fragrant, and the texture of the meat of the ferocious beasts of your world is also fantastic. Xiao Yan swallowed with a big mouthful as the golden-colored thick juice flowed, and the aroma was so fragrant that one's bones were tingling. This meat on his nourishing effect are not so strong, but earlier he has been looking for foreign fire suffered a lot of crime. Now it is not easy to idle down to eat a good meal. Naturally eat the taste. Yang Qi, Fong Han, and Lin Dong also ate happily one after another. Children from Ishimura also came over to dabble in the food, but these kids didn't get more than a few bites before they were too braced to move anymore. Converting it into precious blood to absorb, they could absorb a little more, but if they ate it directly, they would be propped up all at once. The only one who ate the most was Dot, a cauldron that was quickly divided among the crowd. With a wave of the old village chief's hand, another pot of boiled ferocious beast meat was carried up. A few people had a meal that went straight from noon to night. After the stew of ferocious beast meat, there was barbecue. During the period, Xiao Yan also showed a wave of his barbecue technology. After a meal, the crowd just felt all propped up. The people of the stone village had limited digestive capacity, and most of the food was finished off by Fong Han's few people. The only thing special about it is the little bitty one. This little guy was also eating out of the palm of his hand. What the hell is this little guy eating more than me? Meng Qi looked at the little dot in surprise. He felt so humiliated. He was less powerful than the people inside the group, so it was fine if he couldn't digest too much ferocious beast meat. But why did Dot, a 3 or 4-year-old, eat more than he did? Is it hard to believe that he can't even compare to a child? The others inside the group sniffed and looked at Dot. Little Bit was at that moment clasping the milk can, oblivious to the fact that he was drinking milk. After eating the stewed meat of the ferocious beasts, they ate barbecue, and after barbecue they drank the milk of the beasts. Dot just felt like life had peaked. This child is extraordinary. His body seems to contain some kind of very powerful force. Yen revealed his figure, and earlier, when they were in the stone village, both he and Pill Old Man had hidden themselves. Now that the people of the stone village had almost dispersed, they reappeared. Good eye. Shi Jian glanced at Yen in surprise. The world is not the same, can still see the abnormality in the body of the little bitty. Should say not to say Yen is still a little something. Little Bit's physique is extraordinary. He originally had a supreme bone in his body, but it was later dug out. Shi Jian explained. The supreme bone is a special physique in my world. You all know that my world is about the power of runes, and some people are born with a bone covered in runes, which will eventually grant the owner a treasure art. The power of the possessor with this supreme bone can be compared to that of an ancient divine beast. Whoever has this bone will be the supreme of the human race. In addition, the supreme bone has the ability to repair injuries and enhance resistance. Hiss. Sounds a bit powerful. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up at his words. Supreme bone. It sounded and felt extraordinary. Special physique? Yang Qi was surprised. There were special physiques in his world. Those with special physiques have a unique advantage in cultivation. His enemy, Yun Hailan, was specially recruited to become a core disciple of the Heavenly Position Academy because he had a special physique. No wonder this kid is such a good eater at such a young age. What does it mean to be dug up? Is it hard to transplant this supreme bone to someone else? Meng Qi was also surprised and inquired. Supreme bones can be transplanted to others and regenerate in nirvana. Little Bit's supreme bone was dug up and transplanted to someone else. Shi Jian responded calmly. A bone-digging feud? Who has such a great hatred with Little Bit? A few people sniffed with a burst of indignation. None of them were people who would do anything to cultivate. It was natural to look down on this kind of digging up people and taking their bones, not to mention laying hands on a child. With such behavior, even if one has a supreme bone, how can one become a supreme? This is a bit complicated to say the least. But Dot is a protagonist just like you guys, so you don't need to worry about him. Is he also from the old country? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. After he finished, he looked at Little Bit, who was holding the milk jar, and shook his own head again. I can tell by the looks of it that this shouldn't be old country. It should be the same indigenous protagonist as Yankee and the others. Can one who is this big and still not breastfeeding also be the main character of a talking book? Xiao Yan put his attention on the other hand. Shi Jian sniffed and rolled his eyes. You're a 3-year starter can be the main character. People just haven't been weaned. How come they can't be the main character? Cough cough. What words, what words? I was too excited about breaking through the Doshi realm, alright. Not on purpose. Xiao Yan was instantly weak. No, Xiao Yan. You're really born ah. I'm going to call the ING police to have you arrested. A sentence of 3 years to start. Meng Qi instantly comprehended the meaning of it as he righteously rebuked Xiao Yan. TMD. The same traveler. He is still in the Shaolin temple as a monk. Meat and fish cannot touch. And Xiao Yan ate it? It's not what you think. I didn't do anything. Xiao Yan hurriedly cried out, saying that he is an honest man. The other few people were a bit uncertain when they heard this. Although they did not understand the meaning, they also knew that this should be Xiao Yan's black history. Is this Xiao Yan's life that exciting? So much for the 3-year engagement. Now there's all this weird stuff. Why did they feel that their lives were not as exciting as Xiao Yan's? End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 41, Perfect World. Just a back garden. Chapter 41, Perfect World. Just a back garden. Seeing that the more he described the darker it became, Xiao Yan hurriedly steered the topic back to Little Bit. According to what you said, Shi Jian, wouldn't this little fellow's supreme bone still be able to regenerate? Shi Jian knew he was digressing, but he didn't care and went along with it. That's natural. Rejuvenated from destruction. The regenerated supreme bone will only be stronger than the original supreme bone. Yang Qi thought of himself when he heard that. How is he himself not renewed from destruction? On that day, his meridians and Qi were abolished, and he was struck by lightning, so his whole life was hanging by a thread, almost to destruction. Luckily, that thunderbolt contained a heavenly chance, causing him to regenerate his vitality and transform his body. He lamented, to be revitalized from the midst of destruction. What a great spirit, but I'm afraid it would be 1,000 times more difficult to embark on such a path. It was only a matter of one night for him to undergo a metamorphosis. But it was a long process for this little bitty person to recast the supreme bone. It was far more difficult for Dot to come back to life from destruction. How can you see the rainbow without experiencing the storm? I spent 3 years in the doldrums before my mind was sharpened to be as tough as steel, and now I'm riding on the clouds once I've gained power. Xiao Yan also had some feelings. He had lived a wasted life for 3 years, and it was only after Pill Elder's revival that he had risen again. How is this not a kind of rejuvenation in the midst of destruction? The regenerated supreme bone is stronger than the previous supreme bone. How has he not grown stronger through one ordeal after another? Everyone else had an epiphany, though after obtaining the chat group, the path of cultivation became much smoother for all of them. But the will of the people had long since metamorphosed. Xiao Yan is a 3-year scrapper. Fang Han is a slave for more than a decade to suffer from the white eye. Yang Qi experienced a great disaster of life and death. Lin Dong from a young age, adhering to the will to avenge his father's decades of day-to-day cultivation. Even Meng Qi was living on thin ice in Shaolin Temple. Their state of mind had long since become extraordinary, so a few people are very vocal about the ordeal dilemma. A few of them are kind of a handful at a young age. Seeing that the atmosphere between the people was a bit silent all of a sudden, Shi Jian raised the fruit wine in his hand, which was brewed by the people of Shi village. What can't beat us, only makes us stronger. He said something rather middle of the road, but it spoke to the crowd. Ha ha, that's right, Nailin Yenran, the Hall of Souls. These are destined to be nothing more than my defeated men. Xiao Yan laughed out loud. I will avenge my father. I will crush that son of a Lin Langtian with one finger. Lin Dong released a bold statement. Get Hua Tiandu killed. Fang Han was concise. Get Jin Haigang dead. Yang Qi followed his example. That reincarnation space. Meng Qi also chipped in. Seeing this and not knowing why, The little milk child hastily filled a mouthful of beast milk and said with milk stains at the corners of his mouth, "Change powerful. Ha ha ha." The crowd burst out laughing all at once. After the crowd had eaten and drank their fill, they too began to idle. After thinking about it, Shurjian asked the crowd, "Earlier I mentioned in the group that there is a place called the realm of the void god in the middle of this world, where a person's spiritual will can enter to experience. I wonder if you guys are interested in going in to have some fun. The void god realm is a holy place of experience, and all your senses in the void god realm will be fed back into your physical body." Xiao Yan was excited. "There's a place like this? No wonder you said this place is like a virtual network. This is something I definitely want to check out. You can fight monsters and upgrade in it? How cool it would be if Earth also had a void god realm." Munch was equally interested. As an Earthling, his biggest dream on Earth was to experience some virtual games. "I didn't expect that this dream didn't come true on Earth, but instead it came true in the other world." The remaining few were very interested in this, to be able to put their spiritual will into it for training. This was the first time they had heard of such a place. "I didn't realize that there was actually such a magical place in the middle of this world of Shurjian." After seeing that everyone was interested in the void god realm, Shurjian led them to the Willow God. "God Willow, these few friends of mine also want to enter the middle of the void god realm. Can you bring them into the void god realm?" he said respectfully to the Willow God. "This group of friends of yours is extraordinary. Their cultivation realm is very special. Is it a new law?" Willow God's clear and cold voice rang out. It had long since noticed the arrival of Feng Han and the others. However, it trusted Shurjian, so it had kept quiet before. Now that Shurjian had approached it, it spoke up. "Yes, the method they practiced is different from that of the Great Wasteland. Even, the method I practiced has produced some changes." Shurjian released his 3 great caves. In the cavernous sky, there were giant elephants perched on the ground. Ryujin was confused. There is also a quality gap between the cave and the cave. It was just that the Willow God had never seen this kind of cavern with living beings existing in it. "I can still break through the spirit transformation realm, but at the same time, I can infinitely condense cave heaven." Shurjian spoke of his gains from breaking through the cave realm. He could still continue to cultivate and break through according to the perfect world's cultivation system. Spiritualization realm, inscription realm, array realm. It was just that while breaking through these realms, he could continue to condense the cave heaven. This was the divine elephant prison suppressing strength that the library of the heavens had tailored for him. The new divine elephant prison suppression strength merged the cave heaven and the giant elephant particles into one. Shurjian kind of got out of his own way. The Willow God was even more shocked at his words. "You are the anomaly. Perhaps, you are the last hope," it murmured. Shurjian smiled at his words. He is indeed an anomaly, but he is by no means the last hope. There are so many other hitters inside the group, even without these fighters. Then there's Arakanese Emperor, Yi Heizi, Shu Loli. The future was already predetermined a long time ago. Willow God, it seems that you have regained some of your memories, but you don't need to worry so much. The future has long been predetermined. I'm just changing the process. Dawn will come eventually, and I'm just lighting a lamp before it does. Shurjian said softly. The trilogy exists to completely stack boxes. To put it bluntly, one is merely in one of the boxes. Since he existed, it meant that those 3 people had allowed his existence. Otherwise, according to the original setup, he was sanctioned when he flicked the itty-bitty little finch himself. Theoretically speaking, there were countless desolate heavenly emperors watching around him while he played the little bitty sparrow. He was able to allow himself to play his little finch, which meant that he was also an important existence to that desolate heavenly emperor above the sacrificial Tao. The future was already predetermined. The desolate heavenly emperor was destined to be the desolate heavenly emperor. The only thing Shurjian could change was just to make the desolate heavenly emperor on his line less bitter. Because of this, Shurjian is now becoming bold in Perfect World. That's why he invited the crowd to come and play at Perfect World. A perfect world. Just a backyard. End of chapter. Chapter 42. All gathered at the Void God realm. Chapter 42. The crowd gathered at the realm of the Void God. Shurjian silenced Lucian gone with a single sentence. She seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but in the end she said nothing. Shurjian was far more mysterious than it was supposed to be, but its intuition told it that Shurjian was someone worth trusting. "You can enter the Void God realm. I'll send you there when you're ready." The Willow God spoke softly. Shurjian turned to look at the crowd. "Get yourselves ready. We're sending out." Feng Han's few people were still a bit confused from listening to Shurjian and Lucian's conversation. However, they could also see that Lucian had come from an extraordinary background and possessed the demeanor of a big brother. Xiaoyan as well as Feng Han both looked at Shurjian with a strange expression. "There is also an injured big brother instructing beside you?" The Willow God was close to writing the words extraordinary origin on his face. And again it was obvious from the darkened willow stump that it didn't seem to be in such a good state. It's properly another on-the-go grandpa. They both felt a little numb. Why is this old grandpa everywhere? A group of 6. For with a carry-on old grandpa to guide them? Xiao Yan has Pill Old Man. Fong Han has Yen. And Lin Dong has Master Sable. Now Shi Jian actually has a Ryujin as well. It's a small world. Meng Qi and Yang Qi, on the other hand, felt isolated. Inside the group of partners next to actually have a big brother close to the guidance. Just the two of them eyes open and closed as dry? It's not fair. Technically, Ryujin is a grandpa specifically for the little bitty ones. I'm just hitching a ride, Shi Jian explained. He was also feeling karmic that 3 people inside a group had old grandpa hangouts. That's 4 if he counts. Though this old grandpa hangout of his rubbed off on the little bitty. Not wanting to delve into the subject, he urged the crowd. Alright, don't worry about these details. Get ready, we're heading to the Void God realm. The crowd sniffed and hurriedly sat down to wait. The Willow God's greenish branches skyrocketed to strike through the firmament. Then manifested a portal. A few people sat down under the charred willow tree. And without the slightest sensation its spirit detached itself from the physical body and stepped into the portal that shimmered with divine light. Is this the Void God realm? Countless mists filled the chaos, and Yang Qi and the others curiously surveyed their surroundings. A vast ruin was filled with all sorts of broken walls, and a pale and ancient aura came to the surface. Shi Jian, who had been here once long ago, explained towards the crowd. This is also the Void God realm, but these places are deserted and no human population exists. We'll go to the initial land first, and then from there we'll head to the major cavernous blessed lands. Yen surveyed his surroundings in amazement. There seems to have been a big battle here? Since it was a spiritual body, both he and Pill Master entered the Void God realm. These 2 people were also considered veterans, but they were both taken aback after seeing the scene in the Void God realm. One after another of the ancient divine mountains were broken by the beating. The chaotic clouds lingered in a vast expanse, and the relics all over the place told of the splendor of this place once upon a time. This is a world created by the gods and a battlefield for the ancient gods. Shek Kin cooed towards the crowd. A world created by the ancient gods? A hint of curiosity flashed in the eyes of Fong Han and the others. Those who could be called gods were definitely extraordinary existences. What an amazing place. If you hadn't said this was the spirit world, I'd have thought I'd brought my physical body in with me. Fong Han struck a green emperor with Emperor Qi towards the distance, shattering the distant building. I was able to drive the mana in my body. Xiao Yan also moved when he heard this and a green-colored flame appeared on his hand. Actually even the green lotus earthly heart flame can be summoned? Xiao Yan was surprised. Others have experimented. Ha 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 ha, this grandpa can finally use my peak strength. Yen transformed into a dozens of feet scaly dragon laughing maniacally in place. After spiritual will came to this Void God realm, he was actually able to exert his peak cultivation. Pill Elder also had an agitated look on his face. This feeling is like the feeling you get when you have a physical body. This Void God realm is by no means as simple as a mere spirit world. Both Pill Elder and Yen originally existed in the form of residual souls, and after they entered the Void God realm in a spiritual state, they instead possessed the feeling of manipulating their physical bodies. Others are in a state of mind where they don't feel like they are in a state of mind at all. If Shi Jian hadn't greeted them in advance, they would have thought that they had come here in the flesh. Shi Jian only felt that this Void God realm was even more mysterious as he listened to the words of the crowd. It seems to be based on a perfect analog and incarnation of the spiritual consciousness of man, and I don't know how. It was worthy of being a place where even immortal king existences had to hide. The crowd was having fun in this Void God realm for a while, especially since Yen also had Pill Elder. The Void God realm gave them the sensation of manipulating their fleshly bodies, a sensation they hadn't had for a long time. Yen, the extrovert in nature, needless to say, was all too happy to fly around in the sky and spill his guts. Even Medicine Old Man, who was of a calm nature, had tears in the corners of his eyes. This feeling of having a physical body is fantastic. Right now, although it was just a feeling, Pill Elder believed that Xiao Yan would recast his physical body for him sooner or later. Teacher, I will definitely recast my flesh for you. Xiao Yan noticed the change in the Pill Elder's mood and then stepped forward and solemnly promised to the Pill Elder. Teachers believe in you, Pill Elder said with tears in his eyes. The rest of the group was dumbfounded. Why the whole emotional theater? Yen, who was splashing around in the sky, couldn't care less about splashing around and hurriedly turned into a small dragon and flew down. Fong Han, I have to recast my flesh as well, and it has to be with a dragon bone. Fong Han was a bit confused when he heard this. After knowing Yen for so long, he had never seen Yen with such a gesture. Yen had always felt like an old devil to him. Now how is that a bit of a jealousy argument? He felt strange and incomparable in his heart, but Yen did owe him a great favor. Recasting his physical body for him was also something that Fong Han had already promised long ago. Fine, When I have the ability to capture a dragon king for you to recast your flesh with its dragon bones, Fong Han promised. Another warm little theater. The remaining few people turned their gazes to Shi Jian and Lucian. The meaning in the eyes was unmistakable. It's time for you guys to show some warmth. Shi Jian. Yanagami. Shi Jian was too lazy to bother with this group of douchebags, turning around and heading towards the end of the ruins. The remaining few looked at his back and smiled before following suit. At the end of the ruins was the familiar golden passageway, and Shi Jian stepped on it and his figure disappeared in place. The rest of the people saw this and stepped into it. In the initial land, one figure after another appeared. Is this the Void God realm? The crowd surveyed their surroundings curiously. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Xiao Yan and the Record of the Royal Fireway. Chapter 43, Xiao Yan and the Record of the Royal Fireway. Crowds of people came and went in the Void God realm, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual about it. It's like the real world exists. If they hadn't learned the truth ahead of time, they wouldn't have thought that this was the virtual world in any way. My strength seems to be somewhat suppressed. Fong Han opened his mouth after trying to drive over the Green Emperor Wood Emperor Qi in his body. The Green Emperor Wood Emperor Qi in his body was suppressed to a certain extent. This feeling was not present above that ruin just now. My fighting aura is similarly suppressed. Xiao Yan also said right after him. Several others have tried one or two, and have said that their strength has been suppressed. Only Meng Qi had an innocent look on his face. Will it suppress strength? No. I feel like I can use my full strength. He wondered. Shi Jian gave him a blank look, then explained to the crowd the reason why his strength was suppressed. This is the initial land. No matter what realm the cultivator is in, they will be suppressed to the blood-moving realm here. Although your cultivation system is different from mine, if the Void God realm is able to manifest your cultivation, then it can surely suppress your cultivation as well. Your strength exceeds the blood-moving realm or you will be suppressed. The crowd sniffed in realization. So it is. Meng Qi was the only one who looked deeply shocked. This Void God realm suppresses everyone else but him, right? Sometimes not engaging in targeting is a form of targeting. He's numb. This Void God realm is indeed extraordinary. It is actually so intelligent. Xiao Yan lamented the magic of the Void God realm, and then he excitedly said, although the fighting Qi has been suppressed, my foreign fire can still be summoned. I can just try to develop the Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus here. Xiao Yan had not developed the Buddha Fury Flame Lotus anymore now, but he had read his life script and had been salivating over this move for a long time. Now that he was in the middle of this virtual world, he could just develop this move. Moreover, he possessed the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, which could greatly reduce the difficulty of fusing the foreign flames. Once the Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus was developed, killing enemies across the ranks was not a matter of concern. It is indeed possible to try some of the more dangerous feats and experiments here. Yan's eyes glowed. The Void God realm is able to completely simulate a real physical body, and dying here is just a mental injury for a period of time. He had a lot of bold ideas he wanted to try. There should be a lot of supreme celestial pride here, right? I wonder if it's possible for me to have a good battle. Lin Dong was dumbfounded and his body was filled with battle intent. The rest of the group also had some thoughts. Just then, the people walking back and forth around them noticed Shi Jian and his group. They instantly recognized Shi Jian, who had created a storm only a short while ago. Bullies at it again. Ba. Are you going to break any more records this time you come to the Void God realm? Those people eagerly came up to greet Shi Jian. Dad? Xiao Yan and Meng Qi looked at Shi Jian in confusion, not knowing why this group of people called Shi Jian Dad. Did Shi Jian have so many sons at such a young age? Not. What's going on with your little juice? Why are so many people calling you Dad? Xiao Yan pulled Shi Jian and inquired in a low voice. Hey. Shi Jian answered with a serious face. Xiao Yan was confused for a moment and then reacted. You're taking advantage of me? Damn you. Meng Qi laughed out loud as he looked at the two of them, and the remaining few people were unsure. After dismissing the people around him, Shi Jian explained towards the crowd. There are many records of the extreme realm and the Void God realm, and after breaking these records, the Void God realm will record your name on top of the stone monument. For this name, you can use your real name or take a code name. Shi Jian spoke while pointing to a stone monument in the distance. On top of the stone tablet, it was recording the deeds of the extreme realm of force that he had broken. Baba broke all laws with one force and created the extreme realm of force. Yang Qi read out the words above the stone tablet. He then looked at Shi Jian curiously. You're Baba? Shi Jian nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, I am Baba. Baba. What a strange name you've chosen. Yang Qi was puzzled. Bully's name isn't weird. Shi Jian still replied with a smile on his face, and his tone seemed to carry infinite tolerance. Yang Qi was a bit confused when he saw him like this. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Xiao Yan and Meng Qi could not hold back their laughter. Fong Han looked at the two of them thoughtfully, then asked, Could it be that there is some mystery within this title of Shi Jian? Xiao Yan and Meng Qi laughed again before responding to the doubts of several people. Bully harmonizes with dad. And dad, which is an alias for father where a few of us come from. Oh. Fang Han Lin Dong came to a sudden realization, while Yang Qi blackened his face. That's what the sentiment was. No wonder I felt taken advantage of. No wonder Shi Jian looked infinitely tolerant. He hammered Shi Jian hard. Good you Shi Jian. I treat you as a brother. But you want to be my father. There was a roar of laughter from the others. After some noise, Shi Jian then talked about the main matter. If you guys are interested, you can also try to break the record of this initial land. All those who break the record will be rewarded with a primordial treasure bone or something else. Even if you can't use it, you can give it to me. Shek Qin was calculating, trying to get a few other people to work for him. Even if you don't care about the rewards, it's still nice to be able to make a name for yourself in the other world. He continued to compel. He then led several people to the stone monument. Fire Cloud Immortal. Treading on heavenly fire. The path of fire control reaches the extreme in the initial ground. Surprised to see a record. The record is tens of thousands of years old. It is the extreme realm of the Tao of fire control. To be able to leave a record in the initial lands, this one called Fire Cloud Immortal must be very terrifying. Brother Xiao feels that you can try to break this record. Fang Han looked at this record and suggested to Xiao Yan. In the way of fire control, the only one among the few of them who played with fire was Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan, who only cultivated the burning decision, should not be able to break the record. However, nowadays, Xiao Yan had also cultivated the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi. This is supposed to be the Dharma that unifies all fire. Xiao Yan had not yet tried it. Xiao Yan nodded as he heard this, and a hint of battle intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at this stone monument. He didn't necessarily have the idea of having to compete if he was in the extreme realm in other areas, but this way of fire defense, he does have some ideas. The crowd followed the record down. Demon Moon. A thought of blossoms. Withered wood regenerates. Life force is strong. No one surpasses in moving blood realm. A record that is thousands of years old. The man named Demon Moon set a record for vitality. Yen was very disdainful after seeing this record and hurriedly spoke to Fang Han. A thought of flowers blossoming. Dead wood regenerating. These are but small dower. This person's life force is even more powerful. Can it still be as powerful as you who have practiced the Green Emperor's Wood Emperor's Kung Fu? This record. You have to take it and give the people of this world a little shock. Fang Han sniffed with some tears and laughter. Yen, this guy, why is he like a child? But Yen really wasn't wrong. He is indeed strong in the area of vitality. After all, what he cultivated was the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique. The Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique of revitalization, which was a divine technique useful to the Willow God. It would be easy for him to break the record in this area. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel after the perfect opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 44, The Flame Lotus of Buddha's Wrath. Chapter 44, Buddha's Wrathful Fire Lotus. Even though Fang Han was usually a relatively calm person, he couldn't help but get up in arms at this time. It's very interesting to think about being famous in the middle of the other world. Lin Dong and Yang Qi on the side were even more foolish. These two are both teenagers, and they simply can't refuse this kind of thing that makes them stand out. Lin Dong scanned the various records, pondering in his mind what kind of record he should find to break. The same was true for Yankee. The most suitable challenge for Yang Qi was naturally the extreme realm of force. This was simply tailor-made for the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. But the record holder of this record was now Shi Jian. It wasn't good for Yang Qi to continue challenging this record. The Supreme Being, with the Supreme Bone showing its divine power, killed 7 beast kings in a single battle, creating a record in the initial land for the most number of king killers. The crowd saw another entry. It's actually a record set by the Supreme Bone owner, slaying 7 beast kings, the highest number of king slayers? That's an interesting record. Xiao Yan was surprised. Due to Little Bit's relationship, they were still concerned about the Supreme Bone. Can it be that this person is the one who dug up Little Bit's Supreme Bone? Meng Qi, who was on the side, was curious. Not. This record is thousands of years old. Fang Han, who was on the side, dismissed Meng Qi's speculation. Shi Jian also looked at the record as he listened to the crowd's comments, and he pondered. If he remembered correctly, the back of this record of the most beheaded king should have been broken by Shuri. With his heavy pupils opening up the sky, Shuri killed the 9-headed beast king, setting a new record. There are a lot of records in the initial land, though there are also a lot of differences from record to record. Some records are just particularly gold. Some records are a little less golden. This record of the most beheaded king has a higher gold content, because it is a real battle record. A beast king commanding a mountain range was so powerful that it was difficult for an ordinary person to fight against it. A beast king, an absolute powerhouse amongst the same realm, was difficult to contend with. Shuri had killed the 9-headed beast king in a single battle, which showed how powerful he was. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the mythical beast near the stone village. That is the king of beasts. And the people of the stone village honored it as the king of mythical beasts. This was not to say that its strength had reached the realm of the liege seal king. Rather, it said that its bloodline was extraordinary, and it was difficult for those in the same realm to compete with it. Shurjian had hit on it before, but was just slow to act. He had poked around with the Willow God, and that mythical beast had the battle power of the spirit transformation realm. Shurjian planned to find trouble with it after his strength had refined a bit. This record of slaying a beast king was a reflection of true battle prowess, and thus had an extremely high gold content. In the original, God had destroyed the passage to the Void God realm, thus also setting the record. But then that record of his is suspect of speculation and therefore of average gold. Shurjian would like to try to break that record early, but the Beast King is not easy to find. The crowd looked through many more records, and they had to say that the Void God realm was still quite comprehensive in this regard. All sorts of records are available. There are a ton of records on pure physical power alone. One step to the top of a mountain without using runes. It's a record in terms of explosiveness. How much distance is spanned without moving the runes? This is a record in terms of extreme speed. There is also the extreme end of the force that Shurjian broke before. There are a variety of records without the use of runes. In the case of moving runes, there are a variety of records. The comprehensiveness of the various records made the crowd open their eyes. However, those who were able to leave a record in the Void God realm more or less still had some skills on them. Those who were able to leave their names on the stone monument would be able to shake the party at worst. After Fong Han's few people read it, their hearts were all up in arms. They also wanted to make a name for themselves in the Void God realm. I've decided. I'm going to challenge the record of the Way of the Royal Fire, Xiao Yan said in a revitalized manner. His voice was so loud that it drew sideways glances from those around him. Another whimsical one? The record for the Way of the Fire has been held for tens of thousands of years. And just by you. You want to break this record? Someone spoke out to taunt him. That's not necessarily. Look who's next to this guy. It's Bully. This person is obviously acquainted with Baba. To be able to be friends with Baba, this person must have some strength. There are also counter-arguments. If Xiao Yan were to speak out alone about wanting to break the record, it would naturally be unavoidable to attract ridicule. When you walk down the street and hear someone on the phone talking about tens of billions of dollars in business, it's a wonder you don't laugh at them. But if this person is a friend with the surname of Ma, then you will feel that his words are still credible. Xiao Yan had always been accustomed to being mocked, and all of a sudden, he was still a bit unaccustomed to hearing that there were still people speaking for him. But he didn't care about that as he asked Shurjian, "How should I challenge the record?" "Just show your fire control aptitude," Shurjian replied. Xiao Yan nodded at his words before directly rubbing a fireball in place. His hands were facing the sky, flat in front of him, and above his left hand a morose white flame tumbled out. Bone Spirit Cold Flame. The blazing temperature burned the space to a slight distortion. The eerie foreign fire released ferocious energy. The crowd of onlookers could feel the power of the flames even from a distance. What kind of flame is this? It actually can't even withstand the void of the initial land? The crowd gasped in awe at the sight of the almost distorted space. The power of this flame was clearly beyond the tolerance range of the initial land. This person's desire to challenge the limits of imperial fire was clearly not an empty phrase. He does have the capital. The Bone Spirit Cold Flame appeared above Xiao Yan's left hand while a green-colored flame also rose above his right hand all of a sudden. Green Lotus Earth Flame. The two foreign flames were close to each other, and the terrifying temperature contained in the flames was impacting each other. The nature of the fire is overbearing and destructive. The two kinds of fire as if the enemy is extremely incompatible. If it is replaced by other people to control the two kinds of fire, the fire will blow up directly. However, the one controlling the foreign flame now was Xiao Yan. With the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, it was still very simple for him to control these two types of foreign flames. He slowly approached with both hands, leaning the two strands of foreign fire towards the center. The power of the two foreign flames fused together, and a terrifyingly incomparable temperature erupted all of a sudden. A muffled thunderous sound resounded from within Xiao Yan's palm the moment it made contact. His hands were instantly skinned and bloodied. Although the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi was powerful, however Xiao Yan's time of practicing this technique was still shallow. Thus he was not yet able to fully control the two types of alienation. Trying to get the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus was obviously still a bit difficult. However, Xiao Yan did not care about this injury as his eyes glowed and he forcefully controlled the fusion of the foreign flames in his hands. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Chatting Crowd Breaks Records in a Row. Chapter 45 The chatting crowd broke records in a row. The green and white flames, after coming into contact with each other at a critical point, reached some sort of bottleneck, the power in them constantly raging. Bang! Xiao Yan's tiger's mouth area was blown apart. The green and white flames flickered continuously as if they were balls of electricity, and berserk power raged on. Xiao Yan drove the red emperor fire emperor chi to continuously instill do chi into it, and as the do chi was instilled into it, the raging fire cluster gradually quieted down. It finally coalesced into a palm-sized greenish-white lotus seat amidst the gazes of the crowd. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. It worked! Xiao Yan gazed at the greenish-white lotus seat in his hand as a hint of exhilaration flashed through his eyes. In the next moment, the clear white flame rosette silently cut through the void and flew lightly into the sky. Then the power in the lotus seat became furious all of a sudden, and it quickly expanded away. An earth-shattering explosion exploded in the void. Destructive energy from the void spread out. The void of space flooded with ripples. Not far away, a towering mountain was this ripple shock, and over the mountain burst into pieces. Countless people watched as the brilliant greenish-white flames exploded in the sky, sweeping across the entire sky like a wave of fire, and the faces of the crowd were covered in shock and disbelief. The terrifying flames that swept across the sky, even though they were thousands of meters apart, the blazing temperatures still made people sweat profusely. All those who saw the scene were silenced in silence. The crowd's mouths dried up and they subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this the destructive power of the blood-moving realm? Obviously. This strike had already surpassed the extreme realm. Somewhere in a mysterious space, the domain ambassador was also startled by the commotion. The power of Xiao Yan's Buddha Fury Fire Lotus was too terrifying, and the power of this strike had already surpassed the limit of what the initial ground could withstand. However, he did not step in to stop Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had used the Buddha Fury Fire Lotus only after he had challenged the record, and if it was only once, it would not cause much damage to the initial land, so there was no need for him to step in and stop it. However, if Xiao Yan were to use the Buddha Fury Flame Lotus multiple times, then he would have to personally intervene to stop it. Destroying the initial ground once for the sake of a record challenge, that's nothing to sneeze at. But if you destroy the initial ground at will, it's a mess. It is necessary for him to come forward. The domain envoy was paying attention to Xiao Yan in the void. At the same time he saw Shi Jian. What exactly is the origin of this kid? Even if his own talent is so terrifying, he actually has a large number of heavenly prides around him? The domain ambassador secretly thought in his mind. He felt that the group of people next to Shi Jian were all very unusual. Spirit and fire unite. The lotus of Buddha's wrath. The way of fire control reaches the extreme. A stone tablet appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A message appeared above the stone tablet. You can leave your name on it. Shi Jian reminded Xiao Yan from the side. Xiao Yan nodded, slightly excited in his heart. Not only had he broken the record of the Void God Realm's Tao of fire control, he had also successfully developed the Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus, which could be considered a double blessing. With the fact that he had met unbeatable opponents, he had relied on Pale Elder's power, which had allowed him to escape. After that he's been rubbing people the wrong way by joining chat groups as well. It had always made him feel so out of place that he was even a bit of a paranoid bullseye. That's why he's always been obsessed with improving his strength. He also wanted to create a terrifying power with his ability that would make the crowds turn their heads. Now that he had developed this Buddha Fury Flame Lotus, he finally had a few points to himself. His speed of cultivation enhancement was much faster than the crowd, and with a weapon like the Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus, he was confident that he could help the members inside the group when they encountered trouble in the future. Xiao Yan revealed a smile before looking at the stone monument, pondering in his heart what name to leave. The first thing that came to his mind after watching the dueling dome was the name Yan Di. Yan Emperor Xiao Yan. How bossy. And that was going to be his title going forward. But it's a little early for him to be worthy of that name. And how to say it. At his current age and this strength, it was more or less a shame to write such a name. It feels a little middle-aged. Xiao Yan thought about Shi Jian's Baba name before deciding to live the whole thing as well. He put a pen on it and wrote the two big words, Yi Yi Yi. Yi 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 Yi. Spirit Fire Unity, Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. The way of fire control has reached the ultimate level. A new record covers the tablet. Everyone saw the entry. The crowd was surprised. In the past, the records of this Void God realm would not necessarily be broken once in a few hundred years. What's going on now? It's only been a few days and a new record has been broken? The Imperial Fire record has actually been broken. Where does this Yi Yi come from? Which ancient family in the world is surnamed Yi? Countless people wondered. Yeno. The other people inside the group looked at the name left by Xiao Yan and were speechless. The uninitiated might think it's a person's name. But with Shi Jian's previous experience, How could the crowd not know the mystery of the name? Playing harmony again to take advantage. At least we are the pride of a world. Can we be a bit more generous? Fong Han and the others had not spent time on Earth, and it was difficult for them to understand Shi Jian and Xiao Yan's psychology of wanting to father someone, and only Meng Qi was anxiously balled up beside them. When in the middle of the university to a dormitory of people as a righteous father is already the peak of life, now have the opportunity to give an otherworldly person as a father. Thinking about Meng Qi made him feel excited. Reverse butterfly. Reverse leaf. In just a few minutes, Meng Qi had already thought of dozens of screen names in his head. Unfortunately, he was too weak and didn't have a chance to break the record and stay famous, although he has infinite potential. But after all, it is a martial arts opening. The lower limit is too low. Coupled with the lack of contact with the main god space, the strength cannot grow quickly. This record of the void god realm, he really couldn't break it for a while. Meng Qi can only look enviously at the small partners to pretend. After Xiao Yan broke the record, Fong Han also stepped forward to challenge the life force record. He walked on top of a mountain forest and then exuded his own Green Emperor Wood Emperor Qi. Wherever the Green Emperor's Wood Emperor Qi passes, all plants welcome new life. Trees spitting out buds, tender green strips swaying in the wind. Tender grass drilled out of the ground, glittering in the sunlight. Hundreds of flowers bloomed. Butterflies fluttered. The whole mountain forest a thriving color. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the did this freak come from again? Countless people who had gathered together to see this scene looked at Fong Han with eyes like looking at monsters. The man before broke this record in terms of vitality with a single thought of blossoms. Now Fong Han is even more terrifying. A thought makes all things come to life. Where is this monster from? Just how terrifying was his life force? That just by emitting some breath he had brought a mountain forest to life? End of chapter. Chapter 46, The Naming Controversy. Chapter 46, The Naming Controversy. Revitalizing all things could not be simpler for the Green Emperor Wood Emperor scripture. That was why Fong Han had been suppressed to a certain extent in the Void God realm. Otherwise he could have directly turned that ordinary grass and trees into spiritual medicine by executing the Green Emperor Wood Emperor scripture in the middle of the outside world. Even the Spring Breeze Wood Spirit technique, which was rewarded to Fong Han by the feathered sect after he achieved the Avatar Mystic Realm, has the efficacy of transforming and nurturing all things, allowing him to use his true chi to catalyze all things to make elixirs, which can heal, strengthen, nourish chi, and increase longevity, and possess a terrifying life force. Not to mention this Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique that far exceeded the Spring Breeze Wood Spirit technique. The Spring Breeze Wood Spirit technique was only the next lower level of the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique. One thought and all things come to life, and the power of life breaks through. A stone tablet appeared in front of Fong Han. The record had been broken. A thought of flowers blossom, a thought of everything is born. The gap between them, it is a person who can see it. The faces of the surrounding onlookers gradually became grave. This person's life force is so terrifying. Could it be the cub of some ancient ferocious beast? I don't know what kind of relationship this person has with Baba. Baba casually managed to break the records of the Void God realm. This person can even do the same. And there's also Yi Yi just now. The crowd had originally seen Xiao Yan and the others together with Shi Jian. Thus they had looked at the group differently. The only people who can make friends with a supreme genius are supreme geniuses. It's kind of a generalization. It was just how they did not expect that Xiao Yan's group of people were actually geniuses to this extent, easily breaking 2 major records in the Void God realm in a row. Moreover, these people were as mysterious in their origins as Shi Jian, as if they had suddenly popped out of the stone. That would be weird. The ones who could break the record under normal circumstances were none other than the pride of various clans and the heirs of great religions. This kind of character should have been revealed early on. Just like that Stone King's house's heavy pupil person. The power of the heavy pupil has long been famous in all directions. If he entered the Void God realm and broke the record of the Void God realm, it would be a matter of course. It's just that Shi Jian, a group of people who were previously notorious, appeared all of a sudden and broke the record of the Void God realm. It's really puzzling. However, how a few people's origins were put aside for the moment, but it was a nail in the coffin that they were absolute heavenly prides. Some people who have learned that Shi Jian has joined the Deer Hunting Academy have brightened up. Shi Jian and this group of people are in the same group. Shi Jian is willing to join other forces. These people may also join other forces. At this thought, countless people's minds began to become active. Green Emperor, without the slightest hesitation, Fong Han wrote his screen name on the stone tablet. He cultivated the Green Emperor Wood Emperor scripture, and the record he broke was in vitality. Leaving a name of Green Emperor was more than appropriate. It's appropriate for one thing, but it's also overbearing. He is not like Shi Jian and Xiao Yan to carry out the whole work. After all, he does not know the fun of For the Elders. This name is domineering enough. You are called the Green Emperor, then I will be called the White Emperor. Lin Dong, who was on the side, spoke out. He practiced the White Emperor's Golden Emperor chop among the great 5 elemental arts. This divine ability was known for its sharpness and instantaneous killing speed, best suited to his windy and reckless personality. When he saw that someone was upset, it was a White Emperor Golden Emperor chop, killing faster than the Great Desolate imprisoning Heavenly Finger. He fell deeply in love with this divine ability the moment he saw its description. Both practiced the Great 5 Elements technique, and Feng Han had even taken the name of a Green Emperor, so he would take the name of a White Emperor. If he were to choose his own name, he'd want to be called Big Dog. However, when he heard that Feng Han had named himself the Green Emperor, he felt that the big boss was not as domineering as the Green Emperor. Then I will take the name of the Black Emperor. On the sidelines, Yankee also spoke. He also practiced the Great 5 Elements technique, and the divine ability he practiced was the same as the one Shi Jian practiced. It is the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. This boxing is surging atmosphere, long-lasting, dense and tough mainly. It was most suitable for him who had also cultivated the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Strength. The Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, which was originally a stacked value, was then combined with this fist technique, and it was simply a powerful flying brick. He had originally wanted to name himself Saint King, but it was just that Feng Han and also Lin Dong had named themselves after the Great 5 Elemental Technique, so he could simply name himself after the Great 5 Elemental Technique as well. To make up a bond, Black Emperor, White Emperor, Green Emperor. The 5 emperors set 3 of them, just one more Red Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and they will make up the 5 emperors bond. Alas, Xiaoyan, how good it is for you to take the name of the Red Emperor, and at that time Meng Qi will take the name of the Yellow Emperor, and we will have made up the 5 emperors. Lin Dong emotionally said to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan disdained this middle-aged way of naming them. You haven't read books on Earth. You can't comprehend the subtlety of the name Shi Jian and I. This is the obsession of us Earthlings. Don't believe me? Ask Meng Qi. See if he would prefer to take the name of the Yellow Emperor or a name like ours. You guys take some advantage verbally with this name, which is not as dominating as our name. And I didn't read a book in your place, but I did read a book in the middle of my world. Lin Dong retorted. The crowd all looked Lin Dong up and down with puzzled expressions. Really? Lin Dong actually read a book? Lin Dong looked at the crowd's eyes and jumped to his feet. What kind of expressions are you guys wearing? Don't believe I've read a book? The crowd shook their heads and nodded again. Lin Dong. There's still a big disagreement within the group about the naming thing. The crowd automatically split into 2 main gangs. The first major gang is the Form 2 group, with Feng Han, Lin Dong and Yang Qi as the main characters. These 3 people were named the Green Emperor, the White Emperor and the Black Emperor. The main focus is a dominant and cobbled together detention. Another big gang is the Reverse Butterfly and Reverse Leaf group. To Shi Jian, Xiaoyan mainly, the main one to take advantage of people, when people elders, in order to whole live. 3-2. Form 2 has a narrow lead. The pressure was all given to Munches here. The 2 major gangs are watching Meng Qi. One side expects him to take a domineering name, and the other side expects him to continue the Earth style. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Meng Qi felt pressurized. He wants in on either side. The Yellow Emperor? That's a loaded name right off the bat. It is also tempting to be a human ancestor and a righteous father, but the problem is, he can't even break the record now. He's still a little chicken now. Ahem, Brother Lin, you don't understand the bonds between us Earthlings. In the end, Meng Qi refused the Yellow Emperor's temptation and decided to recreate the glory of his college days. He's got a name in mind. It's Reverse Leaf. Not only could he take advantage of the people of the Void God realm, he could also take advantage of Shi Jian. Shek Qin is Baba, but he is master, a generation older. Hey! Lin Dong was speechless at his words. He couldn't figure out why these guys, Shi Jian, wanted to be people's elders so badly. Can a nickname that takes advantage of someone verbally be as important as a bully nickname? Until the time when he argued with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's sentence. I dare to honor you with the White Emperor. Do you dare to call me Yi Yi? Giving him dry silence. Xiaoyan dared to call him the White Emperor, but he really didn't dare to call Xiaoyan Yi Yi. He knew the significance of the title when others did not. How can you say that? After Lin moved to listen to those unknown people of the Void God realm around him who kept calling Xiaoyan Yi Yi, he seemed to have realized a hint of the joy of being someone's elder. End of chapter. Chapter 47 Void God Realm Law Creation Feasibility, Tuesday seeks catch-up reading. Chapter 47 Void God Realm Law Creation Feasibility, Tuesday seeks catch-up reading. Xing Di. This man is so bold that he dares to use the Emperor's name. The crowd of onlookers was taken aback. They were shocked beyond measure as they looked at Feng Han. The title of Emperor was a very high taboo. Anyone who claimed the title of Emperor would violate the karma of the underworld and then be punished by the descending of heaven and earth. If Feng Han dared to call himself an emperor, He was either ignorant to the extreme or arrogant to the extreme. That's even more arrogant than immortal. Sure, Jian was aware of perfect world's taboo, but he didn't care. People in chat groups are inherently anomalous, and the chat groups themselves come with a shielding feature, so basically no one in a chat group is tainted with any karma. Even if Feng Han and the others used the name Emperor, it would be difficult for them to touch the taboos of this side of the world. The taboos in this world regarding the heavenly court and the Emperor were set by Tsang, the immortal Emperor-to-be. The heavenly Tao of this world hadn't even discovered Feng Han's group of extraterrestrial heavenly demons, let alone the taboo set by just a single immortal Emperor-to-be. After Feng Han broke the record, Lin Dong and also Yang Qi broke the record one after another. What Lin Dong broke was the record in terms of the strongest killing, and what Yang Qi broke was the record in terms of explosive power. They have all left their titles, the White Emperor and the Black Emperor. The entire Void God realm was completely blown up, and in one day, the records in the Void God realm were broken several times in a row. And there are those who have violated the ancient taboo of taking the name of the Emperor. A series of events that sent the little hearts of the people of the initial lands into a poof of excitement. The sure Jian few, who were the instigators, didn't care about the outside storm at all. They avoided the crowds that were gathering more and more around them, and then ran off to roam the rest of the Void God realm. A few people had wanted to travel to a higher level of the Cave of Heavenly Blessings, but since Meng Qi's strength was too low, that idea was put on hold. For several days in a row, all the people in the initial place to experience the beauty of this virtual world. On top of that, the crowd also challenged some other records of the Void God realm. What extreme records! What extreme defense records! Anyway, the Void God realm had accumulated countless records over a long period of time. Among these records are some very odd ones. The original Little Dot's breaking of the Void God realm's transmission channel was recorded, so one can imagine how outrageous the Void God realm is in this aspect of recording. But as outrageous as these records are, they can't really be done without a certain amount of strength. After playing in the Void God realm for a few days like this, the crowd left the Void God realm with satisfaction, leaving the initial land and returning to that initial ruin. The Willow God then opened the portal to receive the spirits of the people back into their physical bodies. This Void God realm is really fantastic. I can't feel any difference between it and reality at all. In reality, Xiao Yan clenched his fists and then said with an excited expression, there was little difference between how he felt in reality and how he felt in the Void God realm. All have that real sense of control over the flesh. The realm of the Void God is a completely 100% realistic simulation. This is just amazing. What's even more rare and valuable is that everything I perceive in the midst of the Void God realm will be fed back to my physical body. This place is indeed a holy land for cultivation. Feng Han also spoke out. The biggest advantage of cultivating in the middle of the Void God realm was that there was no need to worry about death. He could make a strong build and perform all sorts of simulated cultivation. The greatest function of this Void God realm is to melt and create laws. Yen, who was on the side, pointed out the biggest role of the Void God realm for the crowd. Feng Han's group of people were all people with unbelievable talent, and in the future, they were all going to walk out of their own paths. To get out of your own way, creating a law is essential. There are many divine powers such as chat groups and the like, but manpower is limited and a few people can't cultivate them all. They all just picked a part of it to cultivate. Cultivating in this way can build a solid foundation for them. However, if they wanted to achieve supremacy and ascend to the other shore, then all of them would have to gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought among the feats of the chat group and create their own divine feats, and get out of their own way. This is how one can transcend and not be limited by a particular system of cultivation. It's just that this creation method is not normally difficult. The geniuses in each world create the law is only in a certain cultivation system on top of 100 strengths, and then out of their own way. The people inside the group, however, had to take the best of 100 schools of thought on top of the various cultivation systems and get out of their own way. The former only incorporates the powerful places in other people's gongfu into their own gongfu, while the latter incorporates the powerful places in other cultivation systems into their own cultivation. The process is tough as hell. The concepts of cultivation vary from one cultivation system to another. The meridians, the dantian, the sea of qi, these are all sensitive places in the human body. A little carelessness in cultivation will lead to a fire, and the existence of the Void God realm perfectly solved this drawback. In the middle of the Void God realm, the crowd could completely dare to try the cultivation techniques of other worlds. Moreover, the Void God realm could also perfectly simulate the physical condition of the crowd. It's just a damaged soul when you die anyway. With Yen and also Pill Elder present, the damage to the divine soul was nothing more than a minor injury. The realm of the imaginary god allows the chattering masses to advance on the path of creating the law. Yen told the crowd the key to this. The crowd was dumbfounded by what they heard. None of them had expected Yen to actually consider it so deeply. It is true that there is a treasure in the family. They had only just determined the direction of their cultivation, and Yan was already thinking about their future path to supremacy. After Shi Jian heard Yan's thoughts, his heart couldn't help but feel the far-reaching vision of this bastard. It's something he's actually considered. Although the worlds of the multitudes within the group are all considered great worlds, there is a difference between great worlds and great worlds. Xiaoyan and Lin Dong's world levels were then far lower than Fang Han's and also Yang Qi's. In the future, the two of them would achieve the realm of the dominator in their own worlds, and their strength would not be able to match up against the top-tier powerhouses in the worlds of a few other people. At that point in time, for the two of them to go further, they would inevitably have to resort to the cultivation systems of other worlds. It is also known as the creation of the law. It's just that Shi Jian thinks that's something that should be considered much later. I didn't realize Yan was exposing them to this aspect now. Yan is right. We do need to get out of our own way. Especially Xiao Yan and Lin Dong. The two of you can't compare to other people's world levels. Shi Jian opened his mouth to agree with Yan's words as he looked towards Lin Dong, Xiao Yan and the two of them. The cultivation system amongst your two-person world can only be comparable to the first-class powerhouses amongst Fang Han Yang Qi's two-person world even if you go to the end of the line. And you can't be considered top-tier powerhouses. If you want to go further, then you must create the law. Rome wasn't built in a day, and the early creation of the law was good for the congregation. This creation method does not allow you to directly create a cultivation system. The strength of the crowd was still far from that level. However, the crowd was able to try to create some gongfu aptitudes first. With the current strength and vision of the crowd, it was no problem to create some of the secret martial arts books in Meng Qi's world, or the yellow-ranked techniques in Xiao Yan's world. Xiao Yan and Lin Dong nodded solemnly at these words, knowing how important this matter was to them. Lu Xun, who was on the side, was dumbfounded as he listened to a few people discussing such a big event as if no one else was there. It's like discovering some secret? End of chapter. Chapter 48, Confessing the Chat Group with the God Ryu, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 48, Confessing the Chat Group with the Willow God, Requesting for Catch-Up Readings. After discussing the matter, all of them felt that the Void God realm was of great significance to them, very suitable for them to accumulate experience in pre-creation of the law. Several people made up their minds to come to the Void God realm every once in a while to try to create a method. Awesome stuff they can't get right now, but there's still no problem creating some mortal martial arts or something. Think of it as gaining experience. That way when they had to actually create the law in the future, they wouldn't be in the dark. With that, the realm of the Void God became the unanimous experience copy for the chatting masses. Menchi was more intent on being a second-hand dealer. Reincarnation space is for acquiring feats. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to sell those powerful feats inside the chat group to the Lord God. But the experiments of the crowd's method creation could be sold to the Lord God. At that time, the earned merit points will be taken to exchange the reincarnation space's powerful feats upload chat group. It was possible to both pull the wool over the Lord God's eyes and judge whether or not the level of the people's method creation had progressed based on the prices given by the Lord God. Munch felt like a genius. He is looking forward to the reincarnation space more and more. He told the crowd about his idea and they praised him as a genius. Fang Han's few people had also long understood what a reincarnation space was. The danger of the reincarnation space was ignored by them. They only know that the reincarnation space has a world of feats, weapons, and treasures. The crowd had previously planned to enter the reincarnation space and loot it after their strength had increased. Rounding up, what is in the reincarnation space is equivalent to what is theirs. Munch, this can only be considered an early take out of the house. After some more small talk and discussion, Fang Han and the others returned to their worlds. They also had a lot of things to do, so it was naturally impossible for them to stay in the perfect world all the time. This was also the reason why no one ran into other people's worlds with the help of the chat group timestop function to practice until they were invincible and then return to their own world. Several of Yang Qi's people were teenagers and had their own family and friends in the middle of their own world. No one wants to run away to an unfamiliar world to cultivate for 100 years and then come back. Even this can be invincible. They could still be just as invincible if they slowly cultivated themselves. After a few people left, only Shi Jian and Lu Xun remained. Ryujin, who had witnessed the crowd teleporting away all at once, was confused at this point. It has awakened more memories now. However, it couldn't see Shi Jian even more. Do you have a lot of questions? Ryujin. Shi Jian looked to Ryujin. The Green Emperor Wood Emperor scripture had a great effect on the Willow God. In the past, there were only 5 branches glowing with life on the Willow God, but now it was more than that. Yes, I can't see through them, much less you. Ryujin answered truthfully. There are few things in this world that it does not know. But a mystery has always shrouded Shi Jian. There was also Fang Han and his group. It's unusual for a group of people to practice a different dharma. They come from other worlds. Shi Jian had revealed the origin of Fang Han and the others. and since the people had been pulled over for a round of fun, it was naturally impossible for him to hide it from the Willow God any longer. Other worlds? Boundary seas? Ryujin wondered. It knew of the existence of the boundary sea, where a wave was a world. It's not the boundary sea, it's a different world. A completely different world. Shurjian explained. Something called a chat group connects us to each other, allowing us to exchange feats from among the various worlds, as well as traveling to other people's worlds. The Great Five Elements technique comes from Fenghan's world. Shurjian and Ryujin explained the differences between the worlds. The concept of the heavens and the worlds was also introduced. Ryujin was shocked to hear that. This is an area it has never touched before. If a regular person said such words, even if the person who said it was an immortal king, the Willow God would have to wonder if he had lost his mind. But it was Shurjian who was saying this nowadays, and it's only witnessed people from other worlds crossing into the perfect world. Therefore, no matter how outrageous Shurjian's words were, Lucian believed them. Not to mention, just that Green Emperor would Emperor scripture is a real divine skill. It sensed an aura of the same origin as it in the person called Fenghan. That person, too, had cultivated the Green Emperor would Emperor technique. Is there really something so amazing in this world that can connect people from all worlds to each other? Why are you telling me all this? Ryujin looked at Shurjian stonily. It knew very well that this was the chance against all odds. This kind of heaven-defying chance should be guarded to the death. Instead, Shurjian told it easily. I trust you. Shurjian looked at Ryujin sincerely, and it was the truth. He knows the trajectory of Yanagami's life and therefore trusts him. This was the reason why he had passed on the Great Five Elements technique and confessed it to the Willow God. Fusion of Emperor Fire battle quasi-immortal Emperor. Step by step, coughing up blood to carry the desert out from above the plateau. A proper prelapper and a late comrade in arms. If such a Yanagami couldn't be trusted, Shurjian really didn't know who to trust. Of course, the most important thing is that it's not like anyone else can rob the chat group thing. I'd like to invite you to join us at. Shurjian remained open and honest. The chat group has connected the destinies of several of us, and we have decided to rely on it to establish an organization that will span the heavens. I invite you to join in the fun. The Willow God heard the words and for a moment its heart was complicated. It couldn't help but give birth to a few moments of yearning in its heart. What a grand stage it is! The worlds of the heavens? Being able to achieve immortal king, the Willow God naturally had a heart to climb to the top, and now a very large stage is set before it. The opportunity to become an emperor may lie in it. It is also opportune for it. What made it even more side-splitting was Shurjian's trust in it. This unexplained trust gave rise to a few strange feelings in its heart. May, Yanagami replied as he looked at the teenager in front of him. It had no reason to reject Shurjian. Shurjian smiled. With Lucian's joining them, in the future, this chat group of theirs would be considered to have a backer. The Immortal King Realm's Willow God wasn't comparable to Pillbearer and Yan even if he was seriously injured. Pill Elder and Yan's strength could be much lower than Lucian's. In the future, with the presence of the Willow God, even though they could not traverse everyone's world, the crowd acted with a little more confidence. Other than that, there were very few people in the world of Xiaoyan Lindong's two people who were Willow God's opponents. Although the water in Yangqi and Fenghan's world was a bit deep, both of them were now in a low-level continent and hadn't descended yet. Among the lower-level continents, the Willow God was equally invincible. What is the name of your force? Ryujin inquired. It had joined the forces of Shurjian and the others, so it had to know the name of the force. An organization that spans the heavens and the worlds. The Willow God expects its name. The spirited Shurjian scratched his head at the words. Haven't thought about it yet. Ah, Ryujin was confused. Strawman, you call that great? End of chapter. Chapter 49, Breaking the Record. 11 Cave Days. Chapter 49, Breaking the Record. 11 Cave Days. After Fenghan and the others left, Shurjian practiced again in the stone village, and since breaking through the cave realm, his cultivation speed had increased once again. As a result, in less than a month's time, his cultivation level had broken through in succession. In the middle of the stone village, a sound of wind and thunder rang out. Purple chi rose, clouds drifted, and countless haze surged. Roar! A low roar came from Shurjian's body emitting a terrifying aura, and above his head one volcanic cave after another opened up, and the giant elephants in the caves let out hissing sounds. Magma flowed from the volcano and infused into his body. The essence of the entire stone village was swept away by him alone. 11th cave opens. A purple aura wrapped around a tiny figure walked out, emitting a terrifying aura. To actually break through the 11 cave heaven for real, you've achieved a feat that is unparalleled in history. Lucian's voice rang in Shurjian's ears. In less than a month's time, it had changed from 3 great cave heavens to 11. And this kind of speed could scare people to death if it was spread out. Others can only open a cave in a year or a few years. Instead, Shurjian was able to break barriers in a row and go to the next level. More importantly, he was opening up an unprecedented 11 cave heavens. It's also thanks to Feng Hanxin Yanwan Shodan. Shi Jian smiled and opened his mouth. Based on his own talent alone, it would be difficult for him to open up 11 caves in just 1 month no matter how heaven-defying he was. He mainly relied on the Yin Yang longevity pill that Feng Han had given him. This Yin Yang Wan longevity pill was refined from 3,801 immortal medicines, possessing all sorts of mysteries, and could also increase one's life by 600 years. In the original story, Feng Han took this Yin Yang universal longevity pill to pull in the other true disciples in the feathered sect, trying to use this alliance against Wadiandu. However, now that there was a chat group, Feng Han naturally didn't need to make an alliance with the disciples of the feathered sect, so he simply gave this Yin Yang longevity pill to Shi Jian. Shi Jian also accepted it without any hesitation. With the medicinal power of the Yin Yang 10,000 longevity pill, coupled with the fact that he had condensed the hell furnace and the divine elephant prison suppressing strength after he had broken through the cave realm, the combination of the two made it possible for Shi Jian to break through the 11 cave days in just 1 month. The hell melting furnace was a muddy cultivation method among the divine elephant prison suppression strength in the body to condense the hell furnace. Once the furnace is completed, it can refine everything, devour everything. It could plunder a large amount of life essence, heaven and earth energy, and even the essence of the sun and moon, and the power of the stars. All kinds of essences are melted through the furnace and transformed into one's life essence. Then the giant elephant embryo is stimulated through the life essence, and subsequently the embryo is awakened and fused with the cave. That was why Shi Jian's cultivation speed was so terrifying. He stomped his feet on the ground with great force, and then his entire body rose up against the wind, a pair of demonic feathered wings sprouting from its back. This was precisely the essence of flight technique recorded within the divine elephant prison suppression strength. Nowadays, his entire strength had taken a leap. In terms of cultivation, he had the primordial true solution and the demonic furnace to speed up his cultivation. In terms of defense, he had the strongest defense method, Underworld Guardian. In terms of attacks, he had the spear of the Underworld God and the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. In terms of stance, he has demon wings. These were all divine abilities that could be comparable to 10 fierce level treasure arts. In the cave heaven realm, there was absolutely no one who was a match for Shi Jian. Lu Xun, I want to challenge that old mythical beast. What do you think? He inquired of the Willow God. That old mythical beast, Shi Jian had been pining for it for a long time. For one thing, he could use it to baptize Little Bit. And later on, he could also use it to test his strength. Shi Jian didn't have a clear idea of his own strength right now, and he was in desperate need of a powerful opponent to show his hand. Moreover, he planned to leave the Stone Village and head to the Deer Academy after beheading the mythical beast. The resources in the vicinity of the Stone Village were already difficult for him to break through to the spirit transformation realm, and most of his possessions are still at the Deer Academy today. May, Ryujin answered. You're already strong enough to challenge that mythical beast. That mythical beast was only at the strength of the spirit transformation realm now, and with this configuration of Shi Jian, he could completely kill the enemy against all odds. Shi Jian nodded his head, then without hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the middle of the mountain range. He knew the mountain range that the mythical beast inhabited. Spreading his demonic wings, Shi Jian didn't take long to arrive in the middle of a wide mountain range. The animal's huge treasure body was very conspicuous in the middle of the mountain range. Its body emanated a golden haze, like a small sun rising and shining between the mountains and forests. Pillar-thick legs were strong and powerful, covered with golden beast hair, brilliant and dazzling, as if they were cast in gold. The most striking thing was the primordial runes constantly flashing on the animal's body, a dazzling haze of radiant light. The strength of ferocious beasts varied depending on their size, but this mythical beast also had a 6-meter-long body. Old mythical beast, an ancient and terrifying creature. It was just that the old mythical beast was already old nowadays. And although the aura on it was powerful, it was also old and late. The old mythical beast let out a hiss after looking at someone invading his territory. Roar! A hiss shook the mountains with 100 birds. Countless ferocious beasts paid attention. Good rivals. Shi Jian let out a loud laugh. Then the spear of the Underworld God coalesced in his hand, and in the next moment, countless Underworld God vortexes coalesced, and the spear of the Underworld God was projected by Shi Jian in one fell swoop. The spear emitted a brilliant light, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the body of the old mythical beast, piercing through its body in a flash. However, the spear of the Underworld God did not completely penetrate the animal's body, but only partially. The spear of the Underworld God that Shi Jian had thrown out could even pierce through a mountain peak, but now it couldn't pierce through this mythical beast, which was enough to imagine the strength of the old mythical beast's physical body. Roar! The old animal let out a pained roar. It's not even if this human race invades its territory, but they also take the initiative to attack him. Who can tolerate this? The old mythical beast's body was filled with golden light. Countless rays of light emanated out, and the entire forest was radiant, shrouded in golden light. The mythical beast leapt up towards Shurjian with ferocious might. A furious roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking the entire forest at once. The old mythical beast was so fast that it almost turned into golden lightning. A black armor suddenly appeared on Shurjian's body. Underworld God Guardian, the strongest defensive art. The golden light flashed, and the old mythical beast slammed into the top of the Underworld God's Guardian at once. And the speed was so fast that even though Shurjian's strain was divine, his entire body was sent flying. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel after the perfect opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 50 Hunting the Old Mythical Beast. Chapter 50 Hunting the Old Mythical Beast. Bang! His entire body crashed into the mountains, although the person was sent flying. With the presence of the Underworld God's Guardian, Shurjian really didn't suffer much damage. Undefeated King's Fist. Shurjian once again activated his demon wings and flew into midair, then used his undefeatable King's Fist. Although this undefeatable King's Fist rank was average, the 3 heads and 6 arms feature was very useful. Countless runes flashed, and a 3-headed, 6-armed giant appeared behind Shurjian all of a sudden. In the next instant Shurjian raised his hand, and several spears of the Underworld God coalesced and were finally held in the hands of the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. The 3-headed, 6-armed giant brandished the spear of the Underworld God in his hand and then killed towards the old mythical beast. The old mythical beast appeared 100 meters away in a flash, not forgetting his old age at all. There were clouds surging within its golden pupils, and suddenly a golden lightning bolt flew out and struck towards the 3-headed, 6-armed giant at once. The 3-headed, 6-armed giant wielded the spear of the Underworld God in a dense wave, blocking that golden lightning. The old mythical beast's golden pupils once again shot out 2 beams of light accompanied by the sound of thunder struck the 3-headed, 6-armed giant, and the runes on the giant's body instantly collapsed. However, Shurjian also killed in front of the old mythical beast at that moment. Looking at the 3 heads and 6 arms he had condensed with his undefeatable King's Fist being shattered, Shurjian even had the leisure time to reveal a disappointed expression. This undefeated King's Fist wasn't an extraordinary divine ability after all. Being able to block the old mythical beast for a moment was already awesome. Although the spear of the Underworld God, which was claimed to be the strongest killing technique, was able to fight against the golden lightning of the old mythical beast, the strength of the 3-headed, 6-armed giant condensed by the undefeated King's Fist itself was average. But bossy is bossy enough. Strong or not is a momentary thing, but handsome or not is a lifetime thing. Thinking about the weakness of the undefeated King's Fist in his mind, Shurjian's hand movements did not stop at all. Black Emperor Water Emperor behavior. The 11 great cavernous heavens behind him opened in unison, and in the cavernous volcano, crimson magma rolled out, while giant elephants hissed. The power of the cave heaven then carried the power of the giant elephant, and the terrifying power was all poured out in a flash under the Black Emperor's water yellow springs augmentation. One punch had the hidden power of a landslide. The old mythical beast sensed the crisis, and the golden light on its body became even more intense. The light sidelined its eyes, and the entire mountain forest was transformed into a golden ocean. The mysterious runes on his body intertwined densely as if they were electric snakes flying. The powerful force stirred the wind and clouds, and the treasure art would come out. Mythical treasure. The golden light collided with Shurjian's Black Emperor Water Emperor fist, all of a sudden emitting a burst of thunderous sounds that wailed throughout the entire mountain forest. With one man and one beast exchanging blows as the center, the mountains and forests within the surrounding miles were in a mess as if they had suffered a tornado. The earth crumbled beneath the 2 men. The old mythical beast was a terrifying powerhouse at its peak, and although it was now old and its strength had declined, it was still not to be underestimated. Even though Shurjian possessed all sorts of divine abilities, it was difficult to crush it. The 2 were at a stalemate for a while. Shurjian could only fight against it with all his might. One person and one beast fought to white heat, impacting all the way. The battlefield range was getting bigger and bigger. Countless mountain beasts lost their lives to the waves of fighting between the 2. The old mythical beast let out a hissing roar, and the golden ripples around it almost turned into substance, undulating like a tsunami as it catalyzed its runes to the extreme. As soon as the surrounding mountains, rocks, grasses and trees came into contact with these golden ripples, they directly turned into powder all of a sudden. Countless living beings in the great wilderness watched this horrifying scene with their entire bodies trembling. Shi Jian also stopped using the spear of the Underworld God, and instead directly clashed with this old mythical beast with the power of his physical body and the power of the giant elephant. The old mythical beast was astonishingly large, with a huge and majestic body, and its pillar-like claws had the power to destroy mountains and overturn the sea every time they fell. Shi Jian's thin body seemed worthless in front of the old animal. However, his fists were able to steadily knock the old mythical beast's claws away every time. If an expert had seen this scene, they would have been shocked out of their wits. To fight this old mythical beast with purely physical strength, what kind of terrifying physical body was this? The cubs of ancient ferocious beasts are not enough for a slap from Shi Jian. The shock and anger in the old mythical beast's heart was even greater. It also has spiritual intelligence and knows how to fake death to lure the enemy. Its realm was clearly so much higher than Shi Jian's, but now it was hard pressed by Shi Jian. This human teenager was like a heavenly god descending, his precious light covering his body, and his strength was terrifyingly strong. Even if it used its treasure art, it couldn't take him down, only evenly matched. Now, Shi Jian was getting more and more excited the more he fought, but the old mythical beast was getting more and more disheveled. He was already old and dying, and would not have had much life left in him, now experiencing such intensity of battle all at once. I'm afraid today is the day of its death. The old mythical beast let out a mournful cry. Kill. Shi Jian, however, felt that he had fought a painful battle, his whole body's blood boiling, his eyes revealing a divine light, and his whole person was incomparably heroic. In the past, battles could only be called hunts. Today this battle is called a battle. Several people inside the group had actually cut their teeth when they were in the Void God realm, but it was natural for the crowd to cut up, so it was not a good idea to lay down a hard hand. It's just to familiarize myself with the martial arts, not good to use some big killing moves. Now that he had fought with this old mythical beast, Shi Jian felt that he had fought a painful battle. All kinds of magical powers are at your fingertips. His eyes were intimidating as he once again killed towards the old mythical beast. Roar! The old animal let out a roar, which was no longer the wail it had been before. There is no way back for it now. This battle must be won. The old animal is going to fight for his life. The golden light emanating from its entire body became even more victorious, layer after layer, spreading towards the surroundings as if it were a wave. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of smoke, and the haze enveloped the entire area at once. The old mythical beast was in the middle of the sea of clouds, and the electricity all over his body erupted into a golden thunder god. The mythical treasure art was activated to the extreme by it. Its eyes were cold, and terrifying and incomparable electric light flew out of his mouth. Electricity flashed with terrifying power, causing the earth to crumble and rocks to pierce through the air. The mythical treasure art was comparable to that 9 heavenly thunderbolt. Terrifying and mysterious. Shi Jian had wanted to use the Black Emperor Water Emperor fist again to fight against the old mythical beast, but he remembered the main points in the Primordial True Solution at that moment. The Primordial True Solution records various scenes of great battles between gods. That kind of great battle in which the topmost existences sacrificed their lives had caused him to receive countless inspirations. There were no treasure arts in the Primal True Solution, but it contained the mysteries of the universal runes. The runes between Shi Jian's palms kept changing, and thunder and lightning runes, flame runes, and blistering wind runes. All sorts of generalized runes kept appearing in his hands. These runes joined together to emit a booming sound. In the end, these runes were doing battle with the old mythical beast's treasure art, and Shi Jian's body swayed, changing dozens of stances in the blink of an eye, either attack or fly back. The runes on his hands also changed dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Various universal runes were combined together, turning decay into magic, and completely dislodging the power in the mythical treasure art in one go. Ha ha! Shi Jian let out a laugh as his knowledge of runes advanced even further. It wasn't always necessary to use a gaijin power to fight against someone. This kind of ordinary rune was enough to rival a gaijin divine power when utilized well. Being able to use ordinary runes to solve old mythical Gaby's treasure technique meant that Shi Jian's use of runes had reached the point of mastery. He learned and stepped into a new world. Primordial True Solution. Shi Jian was considered to have entered the door. In a happy mood, Shi Jian leaped up and jumped onto the old mythical beast in a flash, and he raised his fist to smash it. The old mythical beast was already exhausted, and that great divine ability just now consumed too much of its essence, and now it's shriveled up and lacking in chi and blood. In one fell swoop, he was pinned to the ground by Shi Jian. The old mythical beast roared, emitting golden light all over its body, trying to lift Shi Jian off his body. Being ridden by a human race was a strange shame. It was just that it was not yet a match for Shi Jian at its peak, let alone now. Shi Jian emitted divine might and suppressed it, as if a heavenly god was riding a divine beast down to the world. The old mythical beast couldn't stand this humiliation and was ready to kill himself. destroying all of his precious blood and bones and refusing to take advantage of Shi Jian. Sensing its strange behavior, Shi Jian hastily summoned the spear of the Underworld God to pierce into the old mythical beast's head. Without the guardianship of the runes, it was difficult for the old mythical beast to resist the spear of the Underworld God with his physical body alone. Its head was pierced through by the spear of the Underworld God all of a sudden. Hellswell killed the old mythical beast in a flash. Only an intact body was left behind. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Preparing to leave Stone Village. Chapter 51, Preparing to leave Stone Village. Having hunted down the old mythical beast and furthered his control over runes, Shi Jian only felt in a great mood. He carried the old mythical beast on his body, then unfurled his demonic wings and flew towards the Stone Village. West of the sun, the sunset was red and the whole forest was colored with a halo of light. Near the Stone Village, there were fewer and fewer traces of ferocious beasts. In fact, occasionally, some ferocious beasts also routed in a hurry after sensing Shi Jian's aura. After a few breaths, Shi Jian returned to the middle of the Stone Village. The old village chief and the village Hans had already been waiting here. They sensed the change in the mountain forest and realized that Shi Jian was not in the Stone Village, thinking that Shi Jian had encountered danger. So the whole village went out to prepare to look for Shi Jian. However, the Willow God stopped them and informed Shi Jian about going to hunt the old mythical beast. It was only then that the entire Stone Village realized that the terrifying commotion around them was caused by Shi Jian. They had previously only known that Shi Jian was strong, but they didn't know how strong it was. Now that they had heard the Lu God's words, they realized that Shi Jian had actually grown to the point where he was comparable to the old mythical beast. Although they knew where Shi Jian was going, the crowd was still worried about Shi Jian hunting the old mythical beast. So they all waited for Shi Jian at the entrance of Shi Village. Little Rock is back. He's flying in the sky. He's carrying the old animal behind him. He really hunted the old animal. Countless people of the Stone Village exclaimed in shock. Shi Jian was naturally very conspicuous as he flew in the sky carrying the old mythical beast. The crowd saw him from a distance. They cheered the return of Shi Jian. The old mythical beast's huge corpse was thrown on top of the Stone Village's square, and the people of the Stone Village discussed gleefully around the mythical beast's precious body. Using this mythical beast and the true bones and precious blood of other ancient relic species sealed into the cauldron for boiling, all the waifs could usher in a rare great creation. To be baptized with the mythical beast treasure body was a treatment that none of the children of those top-tier great clans had. This strength of little stone is truly terrifying. Even this old mythical beast can be shocked and killed. My Stone Village is going to be rich. Countless people praised Shi Jian. Shi Jian, however, spoke to the old village head at this time about his preparations to go out for training after a while. The old village chief was prepared for this, and he sighed in despondent worry. With your talent, it is indeed necessary to go and venture out into a greater heaven and earth. But when you go out to venture out, you must remember to be careful. Before you leave, let me know and I'll pass on the Stone Village's treasures to you, as well as the medicine cauldron you can take with you. Ishimura had also been glorious and had left behind some very valuable treasures, and the tripod that the children in the village used to baptize their flesh. That tripod is a treasure. Shi Jian went out to make a name for himself. There was nothing the old village chief could do to help him. He could only pass them on to him and do his part as an elder. Save these for Dot. I can't use them. Shi Jian smiled slightly at his words. This tripod as well as Shi Village's treasures were of little use to him. Especially that tripod. That tripod was the pre-desolate Heavenly Emperor's rice bowl. If you take it away yourself, what will the pre-draconian emperor cook with? Dot. At the mention of Little Bit, a hint of happiness flashed across the old village chief's face as well. Little Dot had already completed his cultivation under Shi Jian's guidance, having integrated the bone text into his flesh and blood, translucent and bright, his whole body free of dirt, the ability to draw the essence of heaven and earth into the body. Little Bit's talent is also terrifying. In the old village chief's opinion, although Little Bit wasn't as good as Shi Jian, it was still a first-class heavenly pride. It was really fortunate for the Stone Village to have two great heavenly prides, Shi Jian and Little Bit, all at once. But Shi Jian and also Little Bit's talent was too terrifying, and the Stone Village was not destined to accommodate them. Little Dot was destined to leave the Stone Village to venture out in the future just like Shi Jian. Okay then. Seeing that Shi Jian had rejected the tripod and the village's treasures, the old village headman no longer forced his hand. Shi Jian had been able to decapitate the old mythical beast, and his strength had been terrifying to a level he couldn't imagine. Those things may not help him anymore. It's good to leave it to Dot. He turned to ask about something else. Do you think Little Bit can be baptized now? He's too young. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. Little Bit's cultivation had been initiated, and it was time for a formal baptism. Now with the old mythical beast around, it was just the right time to baptize Little Bit. But Little Bit was too small, and the old village chief was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it. That's why he purposely asked Shijian for his opinion. Shijian's strength far exceeded his, and his eyesight was naturally higher than his. Baptize him? He's far tougher than you think. Shijian replied so, as he hunted the old mythical beast originally to baptize Little Bit. Good. I'm about to have someone get things ready, and then the baptism will take place. The old village chief made a decision. There was also some anticipation in his mind. Despite the presence of Shijian Mingzhu, Little Bit's performance was phenomenal. With this old mythical beast baptizing him, Little Bit will surely grow into an existence comparable to that of the cubs of ancient ferocious beasts. As for Shek Kin, the old village chief felt that he had already surpassed the swift ancient fierce beast cub. You seem to think highly of him. Ryujin's voice rang in Shijian's ears, and Ryujin was a bit puzzled. It felt that Shijian attached great importance to Little Bit. This emphasis even outweighs it. This makes it very puzzling. You're my current thigh. He's my future thigh. Hearing Ryujin's question, Shijian responded with a smile. Thighs. The Willow God murmured, and a little more amazement appeared in his eyes as he looked at the little dot. After spending a long time with Shijian, Lucian was also used to some of Shijian's ways of speaking. I also understand the meaning of thighs. That's why it was surprised. It was an immortal king-level existence, and even though it had suffered some injuries, it was still frighteningly strong. That's why Ishkin called it the thigh of the present, and he says dot is the future of thighs. Doesn't this mean that Little Bit will be able to surpass immortal kings in the future? Stronger than it? Honestly, Ryujin really couldn't see anything special about Little Bit. In the past, although there was a supreme bone, the supreme bone was not considered a powerful physique. Even if Little Bit could be reborn in the midst of brokenness and regenerate the supreme bone in his body, that wouldn't necessarily make him immortal. Although his heart was in doubt, Ryujin didn't say another word. Shijian may have seen something by peering into time. He may have seen the future. But that future is fraught with uncertainty. Not always true. At least, Ryujin felt that Shijian had overlooked something. He neglected himself. He's the leg, both now and in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Plum Blossom. Desolate Heavenly Emperor encounters poisonous hands. Chapter 52, Plum Blossom. Desolate Heavenly Emperor encounters poisonous hands. Black Jiao wood. A hard and heavy strange wood. A palm-sized piece could cook 2 big pots of meat. That was the best fire source. The strong men of the stone village swung their huge axes and chopped hard for half a day before they could cut out a pile of black auger wood. Various preparations were made to baptize the people of Ishimura. Poisonous insects, old medicines, springs, ancient tripods. The best items were selected for all preparations. The waifs of Ishimura stripped naked to rinse their flesh with the sweet mountain spring, to be baptized with the purest flesh sealed in the tripod. A whole bunch of little tweedledums revealed themselves to the crowd. If it were usual, the adults would have had to flirt so much, but everyone was serious today. This seriousness even affected the children, and Dot and the others were silent and prepared in silence. The body of the old mythical beast was carried up. It was covered in gold. The light was brilliant. The fur was like golden satin shining, and the sunlight showed a bit more splendor. The black cauldron exuded an aura of antiquity, with carvings of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as scenes of ancient ancestors making sacrifices. This is that ancient tripod that has been rumored for a long time among the stone villages. The spring water in the cauldron boiled, and only the strongest flame could boil the most domineering precious medicine. The old village chief and the other old men in the stone village added all kinds of herbs to the cauldron with a solemn face, all of which were treasures of the past years. A medicinal fragrance spread out after the precious medicine was added to the tripod. The crowd then threw in a variety of bugs, including centipedes that were half a meter long, purple scorpions, and spiders that were silvery white, oddly shaped. This is an old recipe passed down from Ishimura. In a small amount of time, this cauldron turned colorful, and those who didn't know would think that it was refining poison. Dot, and the others, were instantly green in the face. It was a much scarier scene than when they had their medicinal baths, but this tripod is still mainly for Dot. The others used the stone cauldron next to them. Shijian personally disemboweled the old mythical beast, which was so terrifyingly strong that even with its corpse, it was difficult for the people of the stone village to shake it, and he had to do it himself. He summoned the spear of the Underworld God and then dismembered the bodies of the old mythical beasts one by one. The old men of the stone village were holding various vessels next to them to contain the blood of the old mythical beast. The old mythical beast's blood contained a golden light that shook one's eyes. This was what was so valuable in the old animal. His blood contained divine power. Ordinary blood could be comparable to the true blood of those other ancient relic species after boiling. All at once the floor was filled with all kinds of jars, which were filled with blood. These parts are used by other children in Stone Village for baptisms. As for the most essential part of the old mythical beast, the heart that was the size of a face basin and contained the purest divinity, It was definitely for Little Bit. The power in this was also something that only Little Bit could absorb. The others will just get propped up. Shurjian put this heart into the cauldron, and threw some other essential parts of the old mythical beast's body all into the cauldron, which burned and vibrated under the effect of some special power. The kind of ancient neural runes on it seemed to be coming back to life. The old animal's heart emitted a dazzling light. Prepare to enter the tripod. Shurjian lifted Little Bit with one hand, then directly threw him into the cauldron. The fire boiled the great medicine, and the aroma instantly filled the entire stone village. The sound of the old mythical beast hissing came from within the cauldron, a source of divinity left behind by the old mythical beast. The others in the stone village also threw the remaining parts of the old mythical beast into one of the stone cauldrons, and then let their own waifs enter them to baptize their flesh. In the blink of an eye, the entire old mythical beast was disintegrated cleanly. Only its bones remain in situ. On top of its bones were complex and mysterious glittering runes, which were like the stars in the sky moving and changing. These were the original runes left behind by the old mythical beast. This kind of ancient relic species would find ways to wear out their primordial runes before they died to avoid falling into the hands of other clans. However, this old mythical beast was detected in advance by Shurjian when it tried to self-destruct, and Shurjian directly used the spear of the Underworld God to wear out its will. Thus the original runes on it were preserved intact. Village Chief, Little Rock. The runes above this bone flow with mysterious power. The man from the stone village found the bone and then exclaimed, "What?" The old village chief and the others quickly rushed over. Unable to keep their cool any longer, they all let out a loud laugh after seeing the old animal's bone text. This is the bone of a mythical beast. Mythical treasure. Its value far exceeded Shurjian's previous green Jiao treasure art. God has blessed my stone village with two great geniuses, and now there's another extremely powerful treasure art. The old village chief was excited. Then he hurriedly instructed the crowd. This matter is of great importance. None of us should leak the news. Little Stone, this bone will be given to you. You come to realize the supreme treasure art above. Shurjian took the precious bone and received it inside his hand for the time being. Mythical treasure art. It's not bad to have some time to realize it. All the children in Stone Village were baptized, which is a longer process. After a day and a night, many children had ended their baptisms and then exited the stone cauldron. They've reached their limit. The animal's blood contains an overbearing power that the average child can't handle much. Only Little Bit was left to stay motionless within the giant cauldron with clenched teeth. The golden sap kept seeping into his pores and into his body, then brought out some turbid matter. So much for repeated baptisms. Painful as it was, Dot's spirits were getting fuller. His flesh became even more crystalline and radiant. For a day and a night, Little Bit underwent an unimaginable metamorphosis. The people of Ishimura surrounded him with concern. Someone tried to talk Dot out of it after seeing the pain on his face, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The Great Wasteland is brutal, and it's even more brutal out there. You can't live without strength. The kids, on the other hand, silently cheered him on. After several more days like this, 4 or 5 full days later, Little Bit came out of the tripod. He jumped out of the giant cauldron at once as if he were a stone monkey coming out of the world, and then landed on the ground. All at once the people of Ishimura gathered around to touch and pinch him. Observing the change in him, people called for fresh water to rinse him off and found that he had receded a layer of old skin. The flesh became even more crystalline and snow-white. "Son, let's see how you've changed." The adults of Ishimura went up and down on him, as was customary, and went back to flicking his little tits. This time, though, Dot's face flushed red with irritation, and she toppled a group of adults to the ground in one fell swoop. The crowd was then surprised. The power of this little thing has become too terrifying. Some adults were surprised. After the baptism, Little Bit underwent a complete metamorphosis. The Lord of Ishimura was no longer his match. "Let me see the strength of your flesh." Shurjian sniffed and stepped forward, plummeting the desolate Heavenly Emperor's little sparrow. Desolate Heavenly Emperor struggled, but he couldn't get away from Shurjian's poisonous hand. 18,000 pounds of divine power. Shurjian spoke of the change in Little Bit's strength. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Little Milkman, you'll understand when you're my age. Chapter 53, Little Milkman, when you guys get to my age, you'll understand. 18,000 pounds of divine power. And that's just for a kid less than 4 years old. What kind of demon is this? 8,000 kilograms of divine power would already be considered the blood-moving realm. And after Little Bit was baptized, he instantly surpassed this realm. A group of people screamed strangely and surrounded him, pinching and squeezing him. This is just too shocking. Although Shurjian was likewise very scary, he was muffled. The people of Ishimura had never been clear about his strength. Instead, Dot was undergoing a metamorphosis step by step in full view of the crowd. That's why the crowd was so excited. "Do you feel any discomfort?" the village elders inquired about Little Bit. worried that he had fallen into hidden dangers during the process of metamorphosis. "I feel energized and have inexhaustible strength," replied Little Bit in a childish voice. The village elders and other villagers then let go of their hearts. People in the village are very simple and sincere in their feelings, and whatever is on their minds is on their faces. It's a little rougher, but it gives you a warm feeling. Everyone inside the village was happy to see Dot grow up. After determining that there are no hidden dangers in Little Dot's strength enhancement, the old village headman then seriously admonished the children of the stone village. "Your baptism has been successful and your strength has skyrocketed, but remember not to be proud, and know that there are many terrifyingly strong people in this heaven and earth. Little Bit is better than you. Little Rock is better than you. Need to surge forward, but also keep a heart in awe of heaven and earth." The other kids at Stone Village are making horrible progress as well, having gone through many medicinal baths before, and now having been baptized using the mythical beast. A few of the children had reached 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of physical strength. This level could already be in the Stone Village's hunting team. The future is promising, but these kids are just a bunch of leather monkeys. They've improved in strength, and if they don't knock them around a bit, they might get into some serious trouble. That's why the old village chief had to warn them this time. In the ancient times, there were divine apes that had 180,000 pounds of physical strength alone, and the little stone had reached such a realm. Your little achievements are worthless compared to the little stone. You'll have to cultivate harder and harder in the future. Got it? The group of kids were instantly petrified. While they only had a few thousand pounds of strength, Shurjian had long ago reached the achievement of 180,000 pounds. How amazing is this fact? Moreover, moving runes was a different matter from mere physical strength. A few of the kids whose strength had risen faster were instantly honest. The cocktail dropped at once. They couldn't even compare to Dot, let alone Shurjian. The old village chief gave a smile after seeing the leather monkeys being honest. "Little Dot, Stone Monkey, Big Mountain, we'll go hunting in the middle of the forest later? You guys follow, with your strength is enough to hunt giant beasts." The old village chief named a few people to join the hunting team. It goes without saying that Little Bit's 18,000 pounds of divine strength was enough to push a giant beast across the room. The remaining few basically had 4,000 pounds of force and already possessed battle power. The foundations of their future have been laid, and it's time to meet the blood next. Only through the baptism of blood can one become truly strong, and you can't just hammer them. Hammering them too much just breeds cowards. Recognition should also be properly encouraged. By letting them join the hunting party, they are recognizing them. Good. Join the hunting team and hunt the ferocious beasts. The children whose names were called looked uplifted, their eyes filled with the color of longing for the hunting party. Among the villages of the Great Wasteland, hunting parties had always been a symbol of honor. Those who were able to join the hunting party were admired by the others. All of a sudden, these children heard that they could join the hunting team, and their hearts were naturally excited. Those children who didn't join the hunting team secretly resolved in their hearts to cultivate hard and strive to be chosen by the old village chief to join the hunting team next time. The old village chief snubbed these kids like a monkey. After completing the baptism, the stone village was quiet all of a sudden, and Shurjian was also preparing to leave the stone village. Still, he had to make some preparations before leaving the stone village. He had asked for a sacrificed Shura puppet from Fanghan, and that Shura puppet possessed extremely terrifying strength, with a stamina equivalent to 60 or 70 fiery horses. He then handed over this Shura puppet as well as its manipulation method to the old village chief. Even though Ishimura had the Ryujin, we couldn't have the Ryujin take care of some minor troubles, could we? With this Shura puppet in place, the stone village was considered to have a little more backbone. In addition to the Shura puppet, Shurjian also asked for some stone rune spirit liquid from Lindong, which not only has a cultivation function, but can also heal wounds. It's kind of nice stuff too. Shurjian filled a large jar for the old village chief. On top of that there was the 3 years of runes, 5 years of cultivation that he had previously promised the old village chief. Shurjian had already written a thick book a long time ago. His knowledge of runes was furthered after his battle with the mythical beast, so he thickened it up a bit. Therefore what he handed to the old village chief was considered a thickened version of 3 years of runes, 5 years of cultivation. The old village chief was moved to tears. "Little Stone, if you go out to travel, take care of yourself, and come back to visit if you're fine. This will always be your home." The old village chief spoke solemnly to Shurjian, who nodded. He's definitely going to be back more often. After all, Ryujin is still here. Be careful on the road, son, and make sure you protect yourself. Come back when you've been wronged outside. We can't help you, Willow God can help you too. All the clansmen came to bid farewell to Shurjian, from the village elders who were tens of years old, down to the children who were still breastfeeding. A bunch of people came to bid farewell to Shurjian. They urged and instructed Shurjian to be careful. Shurjian nodded in response one by one. Little Bit was even more reluctant to hug Shi Jian's thighs. He was the closest to him. He was living in the old village chief's house when he still needed care. When he got older, he stayed with Shi Jian. Now that Shi Jian was leaving, Little Bit naturally couldn't bear to part with it. I'm going to go out on an adventure with brother Xiao Shi. Exclaimed. Your strength is too weak. Come back to me when you are stronger. Shi Jian smiled and stroked Little Bit's head. And Little Bit still hugged him tightly and refused to let go. You're the only one who learned those runes I taught. You still have to teach the leather monkeys theirs. And who's going to teach them when you're gone with me too? Shi Jian again counseled him. Little Dot didn't say anything, but just hugged Shi Jian tightly. Sensing this little guy's dependence on himself, Shi Jian had no choice but to use his killing move. You won't get any beast milk to drink if you follow me. Dot's eyes widened momentarily, and the force in her hands began to slacken. He was small but sensible. He knew it was impossible for Shi Jian to take him with him when he went out, but he was too sad to leave Shi Jian behind. That's what kept him in his arms and hesitated to let go. Now Shi Jian's words shattered the last line of defense in his heart. If he couldn't drink the beast's milk by following brother Shi Jian, he would have to think about it. At his age, the milk of the beast was too big for the sky. Seeing Dot let go of his hand, the crowd of Ishimura, who had been sad to part, erupted into laughter all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, Dot. You don't want to go with Little Rock when you hear you can't drink the beast's milk, do you? Do you stay in Stone Village just to drink the milk of the beast? The crowd teased Dot, and Dot wasn't annoyed to hear the voices. When you guys are my age, you'll understand. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Leaving Stone Village. Chapter 54, Leaving Stone Village. After saying goodbye to the people of the Stone Village one by one, Shi Jian said goodbye to the Willow God again. Lu Xun, I'm leaving. I'll come back for you after I find the information about the Kuanping Divine Burial. Shi Jian hadn't forgotten about the Kuanping Divine Burial. There were quite a few treasures there, as well as the Kuanping Law. It's also considered a premium copy. However, the people of the Swire God Mountain were not simple goods. If you're going to make a copy yourself, you'll still have to take Ryujin with you. Aha! Willow God's ethereal voice rang out. I have something here for you. After it finished speaking, a willow leaf floated to Shi Jian with the wind. This willow leaf contains my law. I hope it helps you. And also, when you meet danger, offer this leaf. It can protect you. Shi Jian sniffed his mind. Ryu Shinfa? This was likewise something that was in no way inferior to the level of the 10 fierce treasure arts. Being able to recall the Willow God law, it seemed that the Willow God's strength had recovered again. The Green Emperor would Emperor Scripture should be of great help to the Willow God. Shi Jian didn't hesitate and immediately took the willow leaf. This willow leaf not only recorded the Willow God law, but also carried a part of the Willow God's power, which was a good thing to save one's life. Thank you, Ryujin. Shi Jian sincerely thanked Ryu Shindao. The Willow God wasn't responding and fell silent. Collecting that willow leaf, Shi Jian unfolded his devil's wings and then flew towards the distance. The great mountains and the great wilderness were one after another, towering and majestic. There are huge rocks scattered across the mountain, ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands of pounds. Shi Jian sped along at an unbelievable speed. With his strength of 11 cavernous heavens and this demonic wing, a few breaths was a distance of tens of miles. While he had been traveling at full speed, Shi Jian did not blush or gasp. This was the power of the cave realm. Those who had achieved cave heaven could constantly draw on the essence of heaven and earth to maintain their peak state, while others only had a few caverns where they could absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Shi Jian had a full 11 caverns where he could absorb the essence of heaven and earth. On top of that, there's a hellish furnace devouring the essence of all things. As a result, Shi Jian not only had horrible battle strength, but his staying power was even better in the kidneys. He made his way in the direction of the rising sun, which was the way out of the great wilderness and didn't need any map. Shi Jian cultivated while rushing along. It was difficult for an onlooker to do so, but having awakened the regional furnace, he could completely cultivate automatically. Along the way, Shi Jian also had a few inevitable fierce battles. He met some ancient relic species with terrifying strength. There are spotted tigers up to tens of meters long, and a long whistle shakes the trees of the entire forest to collapse. Another giant bug spews slime to erode a rocky mountain into 1,000 holes. There were also beasts of enormous size and terrifying strength swooping down from above the clouds. This is the great wilderness. Everywhere is full of danger. These terrible beings are everywhere. One second they are flaunting their power. The next second they are cool. Purely a world of the weak and the strong. It makes no sense. Shi Jian had gone through a real experience along the way. He fought countless bloody battles and killed countless terrifying beings. While his battle experience climbed by the day, his cultivation level was also rapidly rising. These strong enemies were terrifying, but all of their flesh and blood was the essence. Jian directly unfolded the hell furnace to devour the essence of it, which he then used to feed himself. In just a few days' time, he had awakened 3 more great cave heavens, which fused with the giant elephant particles and furthered his own strength. Jian was also discovering that this divine elephant prison suppressing strength was getting more powerful the more he practiced, especially after the giant elephant might fused with the cave heaven. The more caves he had, the faster his cultivation speed would be. The more colossus particles there are, the stronger the hell furnace is, and the stronger the hell furnace is, the faster the cultivation speed is. In turn, the faster the cultivation speed, the more giant elephant particle power in cave heavens would be awakened. It's like a snowball. Jian had only awakened a single particle even after practicing for almost a month at the blood-moving realm. However, since he had broken through the cave realm, he had awakened more than a dozen particles in just a month. Of course, Hell's Furnace gets all the credit. This thing just needs resources to keep awakening giant elephant particles. There was no bottleneck in cultivation at all. Jian just hardened himself and killed his way out of the great wasteland. After breaking out of the endless mountain range, there weren't as many ferocious beasts around. Jian arrived in the middle of a town in the corner of the border city of Shigua. Ancient kingdoms ruled over billions of miles of rivers and mountains, vast and boundless, with the fiefdom of one of the powerful princes having a population of hundreds of millions or even billions of people, and a vast and boundless territory. With such a vast territory, the Stone Kingdom couldn't manage them all. A central town can only be established at the center of each region to deter the living beings in that area. If there was a riot, the experts sitting within the town would quickly move out and then quell the riot. The town in which Jian now appeared was a small one. This kind of place is close to the wilderness, close to the primitive forest, but also has some meaning of adventurer's town. One after another, Jian met many people who looked like explorers and businessmen. They would go into the primitive forest to practice, and they would also buy animal skins and elixirs from those tribes in the primitive forest. Jian felt that these were still quite interesting, something that was not mentioned in the original. If he had traveled here when he crossed over, he might have thought it was some ancient morning mystery novel. Jian stayed in the town for a day to rest and recuperate, and then he inquired about the location of the Deer Academy before setting off again. He flew all the way around several regions before finally arriving at midday in the middle of the ancient Pure Land where the Deer Academy was located. Above this Pure Land, there were 2 top-tier forces, the Heaven Mending Pavilion, and the Deer Hunting Academy. The Heaven Mending Pavilion and also the Deer Hunting Academy were both built in the same area. The two were not very far apart, only 90,000 miles. This number could make mortals despair, but it was only average for cultivators. The mountains were rolling, the ancient trees were in the sky, the mists were lingering, and there were all kinds of auspicious beasts appearing. A large road passed through the mountains, and there were more and more pedestrians on the road. As one of the holy places of cultivation, the Deer Academy was naturally famous all over the world. Therefore, countless people aspired to be enrolled in the Deer Hunting Academy. After Jian had joined the Deer Exploitation Academy, the reputation of the Deer Exploitation Academy had risen to a higher level. Countless terrifying celestial prides had rushed to the Deer Academy, wanting to get a glimpse of Jian's true appearance. At this time, the Deer Academy could be considered the center of the storm. It was just that Jian had delayed actually coming to the Deer Hunting Academy, so all the winds and waves were hidden under the ocean. Now that he had arrived at the Deer Academy, it could be imagined that the Deer Academy would never be calm. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Coming to the Deer Academy. Chapter 55, Coming to the Deer Academy. After walking forward with the crowd for a while, Jian saw a huge stone monument standing in front of him. Above the stone monument were written the 4 characters of Deer Hunting Academy. With strong and majestic strokes, the font reveals a vast, grandiose aura like a god standing there. Before even approaching the place of the mountain gate, there were tens of thousands of people waiting here. These people are here to study. They came from all corners of the great wasteland, and were all geniuses from one of the big tribes or super tribes. Only those large tribes or super tribes were able to cross tens of millions of miles to bring these people to the Deer Academy. In the distance, there was a white feather across the sky, and on it stood dozens of women who looked out into the distance seemingly looking for something. Another beast skin crossed the air, and again a group of people stayed on it, seemingly waiting for something. There are many such men and women, revealing the eyes and ears sent by various forces. They stayed here precisely to find Jian. These people had come here ever since Jian had first traveled to the Void God realm and made a commotion. Without the slightest concealment, Jian directly unfolded his demon wings and flew towards this place. He didn't go to the mountain gate, but directly flew towards the palace at the center of the Deer Academy. That was where the Deer Hunting Academy greeted its honored guests. There are daughters of supreme human emperors there, as well as descendants of the ancient relics, and even visitors from other domains. All the dignitaries are concentrated here. Shi Jian's arrival quickly drew the attention of the crowd, and he had seen a lot of people with this face. He's here. He's really come to Dear by Dear Academy. That mysterious teenager. An exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. Who? Bully. Some people recognized Shi Jian, who had seen countless people who had seen his true face when he had first crossed the initial land. Plus, he didn't cover up in the slightest, so he was instantly recognized. He's destined to cause a heavenly ripple in the future when he comes to the Dear Exploitation Academy. Some great tribal patriarchs narrowed their eyes and said with emotion, Shi Jian, a teenager with mysterious origins and terrifying strength. The first time he appeared in the Void God realm, he displayed a terrifying talent and broke the record of the Void God realm, setting an unprecedented 200,000 pounds of divine power in the blood-moving realm. As soon as he was born, he was like a blazing sun, illuminating endless mountains and rivers, leaving behind terrifying legends. The prides of various clans had suppressed their cultivation to go to the Void God realm to challenge him. The results fell one by one. After that, he even had a group of mysterious teenagers appear together in the Void God realm. The group of mysterious teenagers were equally terrifying in their origins and had all broken the limits, setting a record that no one has ever set before or since. Green Emperor, White Emperor, Black Emperor, yee. The legends of these four people were still circulating amongst the Void God realm today. Their origins are as mysterious as bullies. The crowd knew nothing about them. Some people speculate that Shi Jian and the others are descendants of the gods. The Great Tribulation was about to begin, so they came out in droves. Others speculate that they are beings from the upper world, heirs of a great religion. There were many different opinions, and amongst these statements, the only thing that unified them was the point that Shi Jian had a horrible talent and a horrible background. It was for this reason that the various forces paid so much attention to him, even early to arrange for eyes to come to the Deer School to go. Moreover, there were also many great clan prides that joined among the Deer Exploitation Academy, presuming to compete with Shi Jian. They felt that Shi Jian was invincible in the blood-moving realm, but not necessarily in the cave heaven realm as well. Even that Shi, who had been a hideous head since childhood and had been shrouded in the aura of a teenage supreme since birth, wanted to join the Deer Hunting Academy to compete with Shi Jian. There were whispers that this heavy pupil had originally cultivated to a realm and was preparing to impact the Void God realm extreme realm. As a result, the realm of the Void God was hoovered up by Baba and those other mysterious teenagers. A lot of pole realm records have been set. Even heavy pupils are powerless to break the limit again. In short, although Shi Jian was not in the Jianghu, his legend was everywhere in the Jianghu. Now he has appeared in the jungle. Dear by Dear Academy. Bully, I'm here. Ignoring the comments of the people around him, Shi Jian directly announced his arrival by letting out a long whistle at the Deer Hunting Academy. Bully is here. Great. It's Bully. After hearing Shi Jian's voice, the elders and also the dean of the Deer Hunting Academy's face flashed with joy, and in the next instant, their figures appeared in unison in front of the mountain gate. Wow. It's really you. You're finally here. The dean of the Deer Academy was excited as he looked at Shi Jian. Although Shi Jian had joined the Deer Academy in the Void God realm, Shi Jian had not been coming to the Deer Academy, causing his heart as the dean to be in a state of flux. He was afraid that Shi Jian would be abducted by other forces. Now that Shi Jian had arrived, he was sort of relieved. Since I've joined the Deer Hunting Academy, I'll definitely come, Shi Jian replied calmly. The dean of the Deer Academy smiled at his words and was about to open his mouth again when suddenly scouts from all the surrounding forces surrounded him. He then grunted coldly. What is the meaning of this, fellow travelers, and what do you intend to do in front of the mountain gate of my Deer Hunting Academy? As he spoke, a runic light shot out from his eyes, and its sound rumbled and shook people's ears and eyes. Dao friend, please forgive me. We are only here to visit the Deer by Deer Academy. Someone spoke up, and the others followed and responded. Coming to visit my Deer Academy empty-handed. Are you all looking down on my Deer Academy? A dangerous gleam flashed in the eyes of the dean of the Sway Deer Academy. The elders and masters of the academy cooperated by radiating their own auras. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire field. Those tribal celestials who had simply come to learn instantly shivered. The group laughed dryly a few times. The crowd knew what their real purpose was. Now that the dean of the Deer Academy had taken advantage of the situation, they had no choice but to go for it. How could it be? I, the Gu clan, have specially come with generous gifts to congratulate the Deer Hunting Academy for taking in a junior supreme. After saying that, the man took out all sorts of treasures in a fleshly manner. The dean of the Deer Academy nodded in satisfaction. Then his biting gaze looked at the others. Ha ha ha, yes extremely. We are all here to congratulate the Deer by Deer Academy for receiving the junior supreme. Others had to scrape together gifts for the Deer School under strong pressure. A smile immediately appeared on the face of the Dean of the Dear Academy. Li Fu Ziware, you as my Dear Academy welcome elder. How can you let these honored guests stay at the mountain gate? Mountain gate at the wind and cold. Quickly welcome them into the outer courtyard in the middle of. The dean had a face of enthusiastic concern for the many guests. It's my hospitality. Immediately, an elder from the Dear Academy came out to answer the call, and then greeted the crowd with a smile. A group of people entered the Dear Academy with black faces. Shi Jian was watching with interest. This dean was quite interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Shi Jian learns Thunder Law. Chapter 56, Shi Jian learns Thunder Law after pitting a wave of scouts from other forces. The Dean of the Dear Academy welcomed Shi Jian into the academy. The interior of the academy is vast and sprawling, with one mountain peak after another towering over it, with pavilions and waterfalls hanging down, just like a fairyland on Earth. One after another beautiful mountain peaks above the dense purple gas and the steam. This is the ancient Pure Land. The interior has countless heaven and earth aura. There are also a large number of beasts, and atop the peak of the inner courtyard in the very center, a large group of people surrounded Shi Jian. This is Ba Ba. The aura of his body is truly terrifying. With Ba Ba around, my dear hunting academy will surely flourish. 200,000 pounds of fleshly body limit. This is a realm that even the ancients couldn't reach. I wonder how Ba Ba reached it. I'm afraid he also has this heaven-defying physique. Countless husband elders eagerly discussed it. There was eagerness in their eyes as they looked at Shi Jian. It was really hard to keep one's sanity with a terrifying teenage supreme being standing in front of them like this. The Dean of the Dear Academy even smiled into a chrysanthemum face. Ba Ba, after waiting for you for so long, you're finally here. He looked at Shi Jian with a smile on his face. Shi Jian raised an eyebrow, then told him, just call me Shi Jian. That's my real name. Shi Jian? Having learned Shi Jian's real name, the Dean of the Dear Academy was somewhat surprised in his heart. He didn't realize that Ba Ba's real name was actually Shi Jian. The last name is Stone, which is a bit special. Shi is also a big kind of surname. The most famous one is that Wu Wangfu. The martial king's mansion had produced a heavy pupil, and no one knew of Shi Yi's great name. Now Shi Jian. This guy Shi Heavenly Pride, actually also had the surname Shi. I just don't know if they're related. After hearing Shi Jian's name, the many husband elders of the Deer Hunting Academy were also astonished. But that's just a minor thing. It didn't matter what Shi Jian's surname was, and it didn't matter what relationship he had with the martial king's house. The point was that he was now joining the Deer School. Oh Shi Jian, since you've joined my Deer Academy, then in the future, you'll be the chief disciple of my Deer Academy. And on top of that, all the techniques and resources of my Deer Academy are open to you. But at the same time, you have to take up the responsibility of a chief disciple. The Dean of the Deer Academy solemnly spoke to Shi Jian. This was a treatment he had discussed with Shi Jian before. All feats are all open to him and resources are prioritized. The Deer Academy did not lack generations with outstanding talent, but it did not have the kind of supreme pride that could pick up the slack. There was only one female war heroine who could barely hold her own. But the female god of war is also much inferior to the heavy pupil. A female god of war can't break the records of the void god realm. Now that Shi Jian is around, it is natural for him to pick up the pillar of the Deer Academy in the future. Treatment and responsibility are mutual. Shi Jian nodded slightly. This is natural. The Dean of the Deer Academy revealed another chrysanthemum-like smile. That's great. From now on you're my Deer Academy's man. After saying that, he took Shi Jian to pay homage to the first-generation Dean of the Deer Academy. And then he took Shi Jian to get acquainted with the Deer Academy's sacrificial spirit. After doing all this, Shi Jian was then considered to have completely joined the Deer Hunting Academy. As the chief disciple, you are qualified to own a mountain peak alone. From now on this mountain peak is yours. You can give him a name yourself. The Dean of the Deer Academy brought Shi Jian to a beautiful mountain peak. Mountain peaks in the growth of ancient trees, spiritual medicine, but also inhabited by a variety of birds and beasts. The top of the mountain is flourishing above the essence of heaven and earth. The essence of heaven and earth almost into substance. Yes, Shi Jian nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. The Dean of the Deer Academy brought him down to the top of the hill, and then this was the time to talk about the main event. Those primal treasure bones you handed over to me haven't all been sold yet. This is the resources that I got in exchange for selling that portion. The Dean of the Deer Academy took out a treasure tool which possessed the function of storing things. Shi Jian received the treasure tool, then probed his spirit into it, and countless precious and incomparable treasure medicines, treasure blood, and other types of heavenly materials were placed in a pile. Shi Jian even saw the golden body liquid in it, although it was only that small of a bottle. Primordial treasure bones are of extraordinary value, but the primordial treasure bones you gave me are just too much, so I adjusted its price downwards. Those big clans gave almost the same price I sold it. and it was also considered selling a personal favor to others. The dean of the Deer Academy in Shurjian mentioning the trafficking of primordial treasure bones. Although the primal treasure bone was precious, things were as precious as they were rare. It was a difficult thing to sell so many raw gemstone treasure bones at once. Therefore the dean of the Deer School took the initiative to lower the price. This way you can sell more and get other powers to owe favors. No harm done, Shurjian said with a wave of his hand. So many primordial treasure bones would definitely cause a flooding of the market if they were all to be sold. It doesn't matter if you lower the price a bit. Just be able to sell it. He's got a bunch of this stuff on hand right now. The rewards that Fong Han and the others received after breaking the record were handed over to him. If you can sell it, help me exchange it for cultivation resources. And then again if you can't sell it. The runes on top of those primordial treasure bones had already been recorded by Shurjian using the Library of the Heavens long ago, so he didn't care about these primordial treasure bones. These primal treasure bones were the most useful to him after they were exchanged for resources. He is at a time when he is short of resources. Whether it was awakening more giant elephant particles or breaking through to the spirit transformation realm required a large amount of resources. The dean of the Deer Academy nodded at his words, stating that he would try his best to sell those primordial treasure bones for Shurjian. He took out another treasure tool, which could similarly store things. This contains the resources my Deer by Deer Academy has prepared for you to break through the 9 great cave heavens, in addition to my Deer by Deer Academy's top-notch treasure arts. As for the resources of the spirit transformation realm, you can come back to me for them after you break through the spirit transformation realm. If you want to open up the 10 great cave heavens, then I probably won't be able to help you. After all, there's no precedent of opening up the 10 great cave heavens since the establishment of the Deer Academy. The resources in the second treasure are not at all comparable to those in the previous one. This was the cultivation resources that the Deer Academy had promised to give Shurjian. Shurjian was not polite and took the treasure tool once again. With the resources he had gained from selling the primordial treasure bone, he did not lack this, but it's a negotiated resource, and he should still take it. After thinking about it, Shurjian decided to compensate the Deer Academy from other aspects. After all, the Deer Academy had done him a great favor by selling the primordial treasure bone for him. It wasn't a simple matter for him to exchange these primal treasure bones for resources on his own. So with a wave of his small hand, he decided to give 5 primordial treasure bones to the Deer Academy. Dean is polite. You pick 5 pieces from those treasure bones that were the Academy's payment for selling them for me in the first place. The Dean of the Deer Academy's face instantly smiled like a chrysanthemum again. How's this? Knowing that he was just being polite, Shurjian continued. This is what you deserve, Dean. I'm just doing a little favor. But if you're so polite, I'll take it with a generous heart. The Dean of the Deer Academy no longer excused himself and answered with a coiled face. Only after the two of them chatted about some more content did the Dean of the Deer Academy leave. Shurjian, on the other hand, stayed on top of this mountain peak, and he curiously examined the treasure art handed to him by the Dean of the Deer Academy. The lightning method? Lightning running thunder fist? The Deer Academy's best skill was actually lightning runes? Shurjian marveled. Comments section. Many people are playing the main character's name Terrier, so to the main character to arrange a small thunder law. Later learn Thunder Emperor Law. Thunder and Lightning Law King Shurjian. Haha. I try to send 2 chapters together so that you can read a little more fluent. Please daily catch up on reading. Do not feed the book. Balls. If you have a monthly vote or something, you can also vote for it. Take a big monthly vote and stuff it into my little book. Ahem. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Versailles of Chatting Crowds of People. Chapter 57 Chatting Crowds Versailles. After obtaining the resources, Shurjian first wrapped a red packet to the members inside the group. He took out 1/5 of those resources and sent it inside the group. Shurjian, I traded the primal treasure bone to get some resources. You each share some to take to cultivate. After posting the red envelope, he posted a selfie. Slap your whole mountain into it. Shurjian joined a mediocre power, became a mediocre chief disciple, and got a mediocre mountain peak. In the sacred king's world, Yangqi looked at the opposite square with a cold gaze. Above the square at this time, there were thousands of armor-clad sharpshooters. Among these armor-clad sharpshooters, there were also quite a few black-robed men as well as Chen clan experts mixed in. The Hidden Poison Sect and the Chen family joined forces to try to deal with the Yang family. Yang Qi had been preparing to deal with the Chen clan as well as the Hidden Poison Sect ever since he learned about this matter from within his life script. After his cultivation had advanced greatly, he had directly hit the door wanting to exterminate the Chen family and the Hidden Poison Sect in advance. Little brat of the Yang family, I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to dare to take the initiative to confront my Chen family. I'm going to exterminate you, then I'm going to exterminate your Yang family. The Chen family head smiled arrogantly. He, the Chen family, was discussing with the Hidden Poison Sect to deal with the Yang family, but it turned out that before they could act, Yang Qi hit the door first. This young family brat simply doesn't know the sky and the earth. Good thing too. There's no need for the Chen family, or the shadow poison sect to continue to exist in this world. Yang Qi looked at them calmly. Then true Qi shot out from its pores, which pierced through gold and cracked rocks like arrows whistling through the air. Countless true Qi transformed into arrows suspended in midair, and then each one of them spiraled strongly before splashing out. The overwhelming plumes of true Qi arrows instantly crushed the opposite formation of armor-clad sharpshooters. Yang Qi then took a step forward. Before the person arrived, the Qi arrived first. A terrifying and incomparable true Qi sword Qi swept through, and all those who stood in front of the sword Qi shattered like eggs. Great Five Elements Technique, White Emperor Golden Emperor Chop. Yang Qi brazenly launched an attack against an army of 1,000 men and countless experts with his own strength. Damn! The Qin clan's experts as well as the hidden poison sect's people instantly became furious. This Yang Qi simply didn't put them in his eyes. Countless people roared angrily and rushed forward wanting to grill Yang Qi to death. All of these people were great masters of the 7th and 8th stages of Qigong. It is the elite of the clan. Qigong had reached the peak of its power and was frighteningly strong. However, Yang Qi was not afraid in the slightest. He didn't even look at his fingers and several experts above the 7th stage fell with a single grab and slap. Yang Qi used the undefeatable king's fist again. Every inch of his muscles trembled, and his true Qi steamed like a furnace in the middle of hell. A fist blasted out, instantly subduing several Qigong experts who had joined forces. How is it possible? How can this little brat be so strong? The Chen family head and the experts from the Misty Poison sect were shocked. The strength displayed by Yang Qi had clearly reached the level of Qizone. Moreover, his true Qi was so thick that it was terrifying, with a constant flow, as if there was no stopping. Crowd fear. In just the blink of an eye, Yang Qi had exterminated thousands of people with the power of one person. The rest of them cowered at the moment and tried to flee, yet they could no longer escape. Even a strong person of the 8th Qigong stage could not block Yang Qi's strike. A few minutes later, the entire Qin family residence no longer had a bit of life in it. Soldiers from the Yang family appeared above the streets, and then countless people poured into the Chen family's residence and began to plunder the Chen family's money and supplies. It didn't take long for a large pile of treasures and elixirs to pile up on top of the square. Box after box of treasure, all kinds of demon beast demon core, demon beast fur elixir, precious ore, treasures are pile high. Yang Qi was listening to the people of the Yang family tallying these finances when he suddenly saw the message sent by Shijian inside the chat group. A smile then appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, the demonic wings unfolded and Yang Qi flew into the void. Below his feet, there was the pile of heaped up treasures, and the Chen family residence. Yan Qi took a selfie to send it to the group as an example. Yang Qi just destroyed a mediocre clan and seized some mediocre loot. He took half the loot and posted it inside the group. Meng Qi, who was practicing at the Shaolin temple, received a chat group prompt and curiously clicked on the chat group. As soon as he entered, he was shaken by the mountains of gold and silver underneath Yang Qi's body. In the midst of the Holy King's world, gold and silver and whatnot are the lowest common treasures. These were eliminated and reduced to materials for decorating floors and walls and building furniture. It was all piled up at Yang Qi's feet. This instantly silenced Munch dry. The world he was staying in now was also a martial arts world, where gold and silver were currencies and had a lot of purchasing power. Menchi, living a really mediocre life on a mediocre afternoon, eating a mediocre fast. Munch received a red packet. Munch, and then received 2 uneven red envelopes. Inheriting the property of the 3 pristine ones in this world, and inheriting the property of the other members inside the chat group. Am I considered to be underwritten? Meng Qi looked at the red packet he received and grinned a big grin. He's given up trying. Just be a mediocre nar. God bless me with all the gold and silver. Meng Qi easily lived the life that Shijian had been waiting for. Fang Han also laughed out loud as he looked inside the chat group. He received red packets from both Shijian and also Yang Qi. The quality of the things Yang Qi sent was a bit lower, but there were a lot of them, so Yen could take them and trade them after practicing. The ones given by Shijian were good cultivation resources, which helped him cultivate greatly. Fang Han acquired a mediocre piece of world tree debris on a mediocre afternoon, killed a few thousand mediocre heavenly demons, and refined some mediocre pills. He also took a selfie and sent it to the group. The place where he lived was likewise a mountain peak cave, and then the elixir bonus. After Lin Dong's mental strength increased greatly, he discovered Master Sable hidden within the stone talisman. The two of them stank together. Plus Lin Dong knew that this guy was his future best friend, so the two of them quickly got acquainted. Moreover, Lin Dong also discovered more functions of the stone talisman. He was able to use the yin-yang grinding wheel within the stone talisman to increase his spiritual power. He and Master Sable were happily looting when they suddenly saw a message from the crowd inside the group. His mind moved. Lin Dong, a mediocre heavenly demon Sable was found inside the mediocre stone talisman. And you can also use the stone talisman's mediocre grinding will function to hone your mental strength. He took a screenshot of Master Sable. Lindong, if you guys want to raise your spiritual power, look for me. I'll send you the stone talisman. There are 2 crystal grinding wheels in the stone talisman that can raise one's spiritual power. But the process is a bit mediocre. After sending the photo and text, Lindong collected the red packet. With a movement of his mind, an extremely high-quality precious medicine appeared in his hand. Where did you get this elixir from? It seems dozens of times more than that fire ancestor demon flower. Give it to me. I want to temper the demon spirit. Master Sable looked at Lindong in amazement. Lindong heatedly smiled, his eyes gurgling. Xiao Yan was silent as he looked at the chat inside the group. He's in the middle of the imperial capital attending a medicine practicing conference. He'd done nothing for a while and lived a really mediocre life. Now looking at the people inside the group Versailles, this was worse than killing him. Damn it, why don't you wait for me to win the pill refining competition before posting it? While thinking about this, Xiao Yan collected the red packet. If you can't pretend, then simply dive. End of chapter. Chapter 58 Breaking Through the Spirit Transformation Realm. Chapter 58 Breaking Through the Spirit Transformation Realm. Looking at the chatter of the people inside the group, Shi Jian would smile, and then he inquired about the recent situation of the people. After learning that none of the people had encountered any trouble, Shi Jian also began to continue cultivating. The people inside the group had all made great progress in their strength, and he couldn't afford to fall behind. Shi Jian recalled all the previous battles when he walked the Great Desolate Path, and then he sensed the lightning runes left to him by the dean of the Deer School. Within a few days he had familiarized himself with those lightning runes, and he felt as if he was particularly gifted in this aspect of lightning. There's a very comfortable feeling about it, especially that precious art called Lightning Running Thunder Fist. Shi Jian had clearly only shallowly practiced all of them, but it turned out that he had all of a sudden cultivated to the point of integration. That's going to give him a whole lot of trouble, but that's a good thing. Lei Fei is also very strong. After precipitating the experiences on the Great Wasteland Road some more, Shi Jian's sense of cultivation went even further. He had come out on the Great Desolate Road and experienced dozens of fights, and during these battles, he deliberately did not use the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist and the powerful divine abilities among the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength to kill his enemies. Instead, they used the basic runes recorded among the various primordial true explanations against their enemies. In this way, he honed his battle sense as well as his rune perception. He gained a great deal by doing so, and now that he looks back, those have become necessary precipitates. Shi Jian felt that he had touched the threshold of the spirit transformation realm. At the spirit transformation realm, one word transformation spoke of the true meaning of it. Evolution, remodeling, reinvention. This is a very crucial realm on the path of cultivation. Everything has a spirit, and the spiritualization realm is the process of shaping the true spirit, recreating the true self, and making oneself the strongest. The cave heaven realm was to lay an untouchable foundation and display one's potential. And the realm of spiritualization is the process of taking flight. This realm did not only involve the physical body, but also the soul. Shi Jian began to try to activate the spirituality of the various runes on his body, causing every spirit sun in his body to produce spirituality, far more than before. 14 cave heavens appeared in unison behind Shi Jian. When an ordinary person broke through the spirit transformation realm, he would usually fuse the treasure art runes he had mastered with the cave heavens. Then they raised the spirit god in their own cave. The spirit god's battle power was no weaker than that of the true body. In the original, Shi Hao had evolved a Koan Pang and mythical beast in the cave heaven at the time of his initial metamorphosis. Shi Jian easily caused the various runes and flesh and blood within his body to evolve spirituality as he sat on the ground. A dazzling light emanating from within his forehead bone. A layer of glazed divine light enveloped the entire person. From flesh and blood, to bone and blood, all of his flesh evolved spirituality. As if there was one god after another sitting within his physique guarding his form and spirit. This is a very long process. In the realm of spiritualization, one seizes all of heaven and earth and creates and evolves one's own spirituality to make oneself transcendent. However, a film of light appeared on all parts of the body, glistening and revealing a terrifying vitality. Shi Jian gradually immersed himself in this state of cultivation. A ray of haze lingered, and between Shi Jian's exhalations, a dragon-shaped column of qi passed in and out from between his mouth and nasal cavity. There seems to be some sort of pattern hidden. During this process, Shi Jian's flesh continued to metamorphose. Above the mountain peak where Shi Jian was, there was a flash of haze and a five-colored Luan bird appeared. The clouds flowed, the morning light was bright, and on top of the five-colored Luan bird, there was a woman wearing a golden battle dress on the end. She had picturesque eyebrows, a face that was jade and crystalline, and her golden battlesuit could hardly conceal her proud figure. This is none other than the goddess of war. She immediately came to look for Shi after learning that he had come to the deer hunting academy. The two of them were considered familiar with each other in the void god realm. Only she had just landed on top of the mountain peak and immediately frowned. She wore a golden battlesuit and gazed directly at the palace above the mountaintop, frowning with an otherworldly beauty. Is this, in the process of spiritualization? As she felt the otherworldly aura, she naturally knew that Shi was transforming his spirit. How did it happen so fast? She was puzzled as to why Shi had broken through the spirit transformation realm so quickly. Shi looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, and for him to be able to break the limits of the blood-moving realm at such an age was already very heaven-defying. Not to mention that he had also reached a terrifying divine strength of 200,000 pounds. Now that only a few months had passed, Shi was actually breaking through the spirit transformation realm? Could it be that he was already at the cave realm when he was in the initial land before? Only having your cultivation suppressed by the void god realm? The female war goddess had doubts in her mind, and curious at the same time. Judging from the words of Shi terrifying divine strength of 200,000 pounds in the blood-moving realm, Shi was definitely pursuing the extreme realm. Now that he had broken through the spirit transformation realm, then did this mean that he had condensed the 10 great cave heavens? With matters on her mind, the female war goddess left this place on a 5-colored lawn bird. She had to go and talk to the dean of the Deer Academy about the fact that Shi was making a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed, Shi finally opened his eyes revealing a spirituality, and his entire body had a state of emptiness. This is a manifestation of the incarnation of the flesh into the spirit. It can also be called transcendental. There was no doubt that Shi had broken through the spirit transformation realm, and his battle power had risen another notch. There were a total of 3 major steps in the spirit transformation realm. The first is the physical body becoming a spirit, then the spiritual remodeling of the true self, and finally the cave to nourish the spirit. Flesh into spirit is the most important part of it and the foundation. Shi quietly sensed the subtleties of this realm. The physical body is transformed into a spiritual body that can transform all kinds of spiritual power for its own use. Not only does the speed of cultivation multiply when one exhales enlightenment, it is also possible to turn the opponent's spirituality to one's own use when the enemy attacks. Only those who have truly reached this realm can realize the benefits, the mysteries of this realm. Getting stronger again, Shi clenched his fists, then looked towards his cave. Like the cave heaven realm, his spirit transformation realm was different from others. Other people in the spirit transformation realm take the third step of cave heaven nurturing spirit to nurture the spirit god in the cave heaven, so that the spirit and god dwell in the cave. And when Shi cave heaven was at the cave heaven realm, the cave heaven fused with the giant elephant embryo. The giant elephant spirit god has long inhabited the cave. It seems that I have long since completed the step of raising the spirit in the cave. Shi was thoughtful. He felt that he could drive the giant elephant spirit god in the cave heaven to conquer for himself. That's a big deal. This cavernous sky of his after fusing with the giant elephant embryo was something that could be continuously increased. Thousands of caves and tens of thousands of caves in the future. The giant elephants in each cave evolved into dragon elephants, yuan elephants, and divine elephants. At the peak of one's cultivation, one would be able to make the divine elephant spirits in the sky fight for oneself. At that time, the 10 great patriarchs of the plateau will be no more than those who inserted the label and sold their heads. Shi feels like life has peaked. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Killing an Inscription Realm Powerhouse. Chapter 59, Killing Inscription Realm. Powerful person breaking through the spirit transformation realm is not considered weak in this lower realm. Some of the elder husbandmen of the Deer Hunting Academy were only at this realm. If you take it a step further and break through the inscription realm, then you can be called a candidate. If you are in the realm of column formation, you can be crowned king. Shi was considered a strong person in the entire lower realm nowadays. After breaking through the barrier, Shi Chenggong decided to go out to learn about the situation of the Deer Hunting Academy. He had just stepped out of the hill he was on when he heard a roar in the distance. This voice was coming from the square in front of the main hall of the Deer Academy? A trace of curiosity rose in Shi's heart, and then he turned into a reclining light and rushed towards the main hall of the Deer Hunting Academy. At this moment, countless people had already gathered above the square. All sorts of ferocious beasts galloped about. The spiritual birds in the sky spread their wings, and all sorts of exotic beasts carrying people flew in the void, exuding a terrifying aura. A colorful peacock carrying a dozen women landed in the square. There were 9 more lions, stepping into the air and making thunderous hissing sounds. Countless rays of light flowed in the sky, and a green-colored foreign bird landed here carrying a terrifying carriage. These were all powerful supreme prides from among the various forces with their mounts. All of these people exuded a terrifying aura, secretly competing with each other. There was also a giant bird crossing the sky, and when its wings were spread out, It covered the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. A few old men with a teenager stood proudly above the giant bird, like a god descending to the world, defying the living. Shi Jian understood what was going on here with just a glance. This was the opening of the disciple acceptance ceremony of the Deer Hunting Academy. Some of these people who came might have wanted to join the Deer Academy, while others targeted him. Ever since he broke the Void God realm record, legends of him had been circulating throughout the entire Void God realm. Nowadays, he has the reputation of being the one supreme being of the young generation. He's too famous. Even that heavy pupil could not match him. Under such circumstances, it is natural that many people will be displeased with him. Descendants of ancient kingdoms, descendants of gods, geniuses of foreign lands, countless people wanted to knock Shi Jian off the pedestal. After figuring out the situation, a hint of sharpness flashed in Shi Jian's eyes. These people were competing here, recklessly letting the mounts underneath them fight it out. This was simply not putting the Deer Hunting Academy, which was the host, in their eyes. Shi Jian saw that the slightly weaker ones among those who had actually come to seek education were paralyzed with fear. Even with their mounts, it had clearly affected the normal order of the Deer by Deer Academy's apprentice intake. Is this how the people of the martial king's house educate their offspring? Shi Jian's entire body exuded a terrifying qi and blood. Then he took one step out of the void. Every step that fell was like a thunderous shock that rumbled the air. A terrifying pressure spread out as Shi Jian utilized the power of the hell furnace, and a wave of hellish will instantly suppressed all sorts of majestic beast mounts in the sky. These mounts let out a wailing sound and then fell to the ground. The divine sons and daughters from among the various forces also landed on the ground in a sorry state. The crowd originally thought that this was an expert from the Deer Academy striking out. After all, this power of qi and blood as well as the pressure was too terrifying. Who knew that after they looked up, they would only see a teenager standing in the void? Such horrible qi and blood at such an age. The man speaks for himself. The realm of the Void God, Baba. According to rumors circulating through the grapevine, his real name is Shi Jian. The most arrogant ones earlier were the people from the Martial King's mansion, who had been taken care of by Shi Jian's focus, and now fell to the ground with the most wretched appearance. An old man pointed at Shi Jian and chided him. Daring to disrespect my Martial King's house? Are you accusing the Martial King? The expression on this old man's face was very unforked. So what if Shi Jian was a junior supreme? Just a genius who hasn't grown up. How dare you question the legacy of the Martial King's house? It's not like they don't have geniuses in the Martial King's mansion. The three words heavy pupil alone could suppress a world. Shi Jian's eyes swept over him. Noisy. In an instant, the spear of the Underworld God coalesced, and countless swirling forces erupted as Shi Jian projected the spear of the Underworld God. And the spear of the Underworld God cut through the air in a stream of light, exuding a terrifying might that pierced the void. Rampage. That old man of the Wu Wangfu instantly angry. Shi Jian directly suppressed their mounts, but also questioned the Wu Wangfu even if, and now they dare to make a move on him. He is a strong inscription realm person. To that kind of large tribes are able to be the existence of the vassal. Even if Shi Jian broke the 200,000 pound limit of the blood-moving realm. So what? This is not the Void God realm. This old man's body erupted with divine light, as well as the runes within his body coalesced, and countless terrifying divine lights erupted. This was precisely the subtlety of the inscription realm, which could inscribe runes within the body. The old man wanted to suppress Shi Jian and maintain the dignity of the Martial King's mansion. Just as soon as the runes within him came up against the spear of the Underworld God, the spear of the Underworld God easily tore through the runes within him. How can? The old man emitted divine light all over his body trying to resist the spear of the Underworld God. But it was useless, and in an instant, he was suppressed by the spear of the Underworld God, and his will was worn down by hell. In a flash, a powerful person of the inscription realm was nailed hard to the ground. This is the Deer Academy, not the Martial King's mansion, and you'll have to pay the price for playing the bully in the Deer Academy. If you are not convinced, let the Martial King come to me. Shi Jian's cold and indifferent voice spread throughout the room. He had practiced many divine techniques. And now that he had broken through the spirit transformation realm all of a sudden, his strength had undergone an unprecedented metamorphosis. He could easily suppress an inscription realm like this one with withered qi and blood. If the Great Five Elements technique was utilized, the king of the liege would not be able to fight. And more importantly, he hadn't used much of those cultivation resources. After those resources were used up, his cultivation would reach an even more terrifying point. At that time, let alone suppressing a martial king, the 7 gods would be beaten into 7 dogs when they came. The whole room was silent. Countless people looked at this figure in the void with horrified and incomparable eyes, especially the royal sons of those ancient countries, the heirs of great clans. Nowadays, the entire lower realm was filled with the legend of Shi Jian. How could it not make people envious when a person younger than them possessed such a terrifying reputation? So they have a lot of disbelief within them. Just because Shurjian was dominant in the blood-moving realm didn't mean that he was strong in the cave realm. Everyone felt that they could overpower Shurjian in the cave realm, break his legend. That's why so many people come to the Deer Academy. To put it bluntly, they hadn't come to the Deer by Deer Academy to cultivate at all, but to challenge Shurjian, stepping on Shurjian's reputation to get to the top. But now, Shurjian directly shattered everyone's illusions with a spear of the Underworld God, a spear to kill a powerful person in the inscription realm. This strength was simply terrifying to the extreme, due to the limitations of the laws of the lower realm, coupled with the heaven and earth cataclysm. The honored ones in the lower realm were not many in the first place, therefore a cultivator of the liege realm was already a strong person. The inscription realm, on the other hand, was only below the column formation realm. The elders among the various great powers were only at this realm. Instead, Shurjian easily subdued the inscription powerhouse. More to the point, he was under 10 years old. I'm afraid that's all the gods descended to earth. Within 3 breaths, restore order here, and anyone else who disturbs it will die. Shurjian's gaze directly crossed over those geniuses and instead locked onto the protectors of those geniuses in the void. After those Tao protectors were fixed by Shurjian's eyes, a wave of fear might as well have been born in their hearts. The feeling of oppression that Shurjian gave off was just too strong. A single spear kills an inscription realm powerhouse. No one knows exactly where his limits are. The geniuses of the various great clans no longer dared to be special, but honestly abided by the order of the Deer by Deer Academy. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Meeting the Heavy Pupil for the first time. Chapter 61, Meeting the Heavy Pupil. Dean. We really picked up a big treasure this time. In the void, the Dean of the Deer Academy and the other Fuji elders of the Academy cracked their mouths with laughter. There was a wild look in their eyes as they looked at Shurjian. Shurjian's strength is really terrifying. Not only does it scare outsiders, it scares them. Originally, the people only thought that they had received a promising teenage supreme. Who knew that this junior supreme had displayed such terrifying strength after only a few months? Break the extreme realm of 200,000 pounds of force in the blood-moving realm. Subduing and killing inscription realm experts. Who would have imagined that it was the same person who did both of these things? And it was only a few months apart. Baba should have broken through to the spirit transformation realm. He just entered the Deer Hunting Academy and started to break through in seclusion. The Dean of the Deer Academy smiled and spoke about Shurjian's previous seclusion. He was also startled when he learned from the female war god that Shurjian had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Shouldn't we be breaking through the cave realm? How did it become a breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm? The first thing he did when he got the news was to run to see Shurjian. After sensing the terrifying movement above the mountain peak, he was then certain that Shurjian was breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. He was worried about that for a while. He was afraid that Shurjian hadn't laid a firm foundation in the cave realm and had broken through after condensing only a few caves. However, now that he saw this terrifying battle power of Shurjian, the scruples in his heart were gone at all. Baba has such terrifying strength just from breaking through the spirit transformation realm. Is it possible that he has condensed the legendary 10 cave heavens? The other elders were surprised. Although they had already learned Shurjian's real name, they were used to calling him Baba. That's why they still call Shurjian by the name Baba. It must be the 10 cave heaven, the Dean of the Deer Academy said with great certainty. When he finished speaking he stared intently at the square. Just now, it was the geniuses of the various clans and their mounts who were engaged in a fight, and it was not good for them, the higher-ups, to step in and regulate them. There is a suspicion of adults bullying children. Now that Shurjian had suppressed all of these high-minded guys, this was naturally a great thing, but he also had to guard against those who weren't very nice making a move on Shurjian. After upholding the majesty of the Deer Hunting Academy, Shurjian turned around and was about to leave. The ear went to a sudden voice. Your Excellency just finished insulting my Martial King's mansion, and you're just going to walk away. Shurjian looked over at the voice and then saw the teenager on the ground who was about his age. This person's face was calm, with some sort of divine light hidden in his eyes, and some sort of terrifying power lurking within his torso. There was a different kind of aura about it. This person was no one else, it was none other than the heavy pupil Shuri. You're not convinced? Shurjian looked at him indifferently. He had noticed Shuri before. Just thinking about this guy being a grinder for dot. So just leave him alone. Unexpectedly, he dared to make a sound after seeing himself decapitate the inscription realm. Shuri felt great pressure on Shurjian, but he still issued a challenge. Do you dare to fight me in the Void God realm? If the reality of a battle, Shuri naturally did not dare to touch base with Shurjian. The inscription realm powerhouses were all killed by Shurjian with a single spear, let alone him. However, for the battle at the Void God realm, Shuri had some confidence and backbone. There was no other reason because he had the supreme bone and the heavy pupil and had condensed the 9 cave heavens. 9 cave heavens, which in the eyes of the world would already be the cave heaven extreme. 10 cave days, that's a legend. What's your bottom line? The heavy pupil on your body? The captured supreme bone? Or the condensed 9 cave heaven? Shi looked at him with a smirk. Shi's original calm expression could no longer be maintained for half a minute. A captured supreme bone? How did he know? Shi has a heavy pupil in addition to having the supreme bone. This matter. Few people know. Even fewer people knew that he had taken this bone. How did you know? He stared at Shi dead in the face. There's nothing in this world I don't know. Shi said calmly. He did not expect that he did not set up a clergyman persona in the chat group, but instead set up a clergyman persona in the perfect world. This feeling of revealing someone's secret all at once is kinda cool. The heavy pupil is the path to invincibility. So why borrow another person's bones? You are not worthy to be my enemy. Shi's tone and eyes were filled with contempt. It seemed that Shi, the heavy pupil, was a failure in his eyes. Shi's mental cultivation is not yet home after all, and today he is much younger than when he appeared in the original. Thus he was instantly enraged by Shi. Damn you! A divine light surfaced on Shi's body, and behind him, 9 cave heavens opened at once, which absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and poured it into his body. This scene shocked everyone present, and they all exclaimed that it was worthy of being a born supreme, so young to have actually opened up the 9 great cave heavens. Another heavy pupil. This Shi also has a promising future, but unfortunately, he meets bully. Shi didn't even look at it, and casually punched out a fist, and in an instant, electricity raged, and a terrifying electric light swept across the entire field. Boom! In a flash, Shi's figure flew backwards. Even those 9 great caverns shattered in an instant. Can't even block a strike from my suppressed cultivation. Shi wiped his hands, as if he resented dirtying his hands by fighting Shi. Shi, who had been electrocuted to the point of blackness, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground at once. The few Dao protectors around him hurriedly surrounded him, then looked at Shi with careful vigilance. Supreme bone record 3%. Repeat pupil record 1%. The information from the library of the heavens flashed by, and a hint of disappointment flashed within Shi's eyes. Although Shi said on his lips, the heavy pupil is the invincible road. Why need to borrow other people's bones? But in fact, his real idea is heavy pupil is invincible road. More bones, more road. Shi was very interested in both the heavy pupil and the supreme bone in Shi's body. As long as the library of the heavens recorded these 2 items, then he would be able to utilize the divine might of the heavy pupil and the supreme bone. It was just a pity that today Shi had developed these 2 things to an average degree. The library of the gods could not complete the collection. This was also the reason why he deliberately irritated Shi. If you give him pressure, he will cultivate more diligently and activate the power of the heavy pupil and the supreme bone more vigorously. When the time comes, you can then just include it over yourself. Shi has gotten stronger, and he's going to pressure little bit again. Also had to work harder on her training. One move for all. Don't worry. I'm not interested in decapitating the weak. Shi looked at the guarded Dao protectors next to Shi and said calmly, Shi spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this, and his entire body fainted from anger. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Remodeling the True Self. Borrowing Lin Dong's Stone Talisman. Chapter 61, Remodeling the True Self. Borrowing Lin Dong's Stone Talisman. After suppressing the people from the various forces, Shi came to the interior of the Deer Academy. The dean of the Deer Hunting Academy and the other elder husbandmen had appeared in front of him, and female war heroes. At this moment, the female god of war was looking at Shi with a complicated expression. I can't imagine that your strength has already reached such a point. She was known within Jua Deer Academy as an absolute heavenly pride, and was much older than Shi. But today it was only the spirit transformation realm. With the strength that Shi had displayed, he could completely suppress her. Ever since she had met Shi in the middle of the void god realm, the female god of war had predicted that Shi's cultivation would surpass hers sooner or later, but she didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's only been a few months. This strength of yours is just too terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass me. The dean of the Deer Academy was even more eager and incomparable as he looked at Shi. I see that your battle power is so terrifying. I wonder if what you have condensed is the legendary 10 cave heaven. The elders and teachers among the other academies also perked up their ears at the words. Wanted to hear Shi's answer. In the eyes of the world today, the 9 great cave heavens would already be the limit of the cave heaven realm. 10 cave days, that's more of a legend. And now, it was highly likely that Shi had condensed the legendary 10 cave heaven. It was an unprecedented honor to witness the legend. Can blow for the rest of my life. Jian took in the crowd's reactions and smiled slightly. Behind him, the 10 cave heavens opened. The cave heavens erupted with auspicious qi nourishing his physical body. And in the 10 cave heavens, the divine haze was all over the place, like a rune of order. And the essence in that void was instilled into Jian's body. As soon as the 10 cave heavens appeared, they instantly revealed their terrifying divine differences. 10 cave heaven. It's actually the legendary 10 cave heaven. The many elder masters of the Deer Academy were shocked as they watched this scene. The 10 great caves. These are the 10 great caves of legend. This is unprecedented in the present world. Even the human race heritage of the ancient books are avoided, which seems to exist some kind of taboo, never specifically recorded which existence has succeeded. And now a living example is before the crowd. Stone firm, the openers of the 10 caves. Such terrifying cave heavens. Each mouthful of cave heavens is majestic and magnificent, lofty and majestic. All of my cave heavens combined can't compare to any one of these cave heavens. A Fujoshi of the inscription realm shuddered out in shock. This husbandman had condensed the 7 great cave heavens and was considered a party of heavenly pride. However, the quality of the cave heavens he had condensed was average, and when added together, they were no match for any of Jian's 10 major cave heavens. 10 great caves. This is an unprecedented legend. No wonder it was able to kill inscription powerhouses with the transformation spirit realm. Some others were relieved and seemed to understand why Jian was able to cut down the enemy against all odds. Well. The dean of the Deer Academy was even more excited and said 3 good words in a row. It was surprising that he, the Deer Academy, was able to have the honor of receiving such a peerless supreme being who had opened up the 10 great cave heavens. He deserved to have the Deer Academy flourish in his hands. In the future, if you encounter any problems with your cultivation, you can find us, without fail. He cheered up and promised Jian. Before, when Jian had handed over so many primordial treasure bones to him, it was a sign of trust in the Deer Academy. Now, Jian stood up for the Deer Academy again, which showed that he already had a sense of belonging to the Deer Academy. With these 2 points, the dean of the Deer Academy could put all his chips on Jian. If you really need it, I won't be polite. Jian nodded in response. If he really needed to use the Deer Hunting Academy, he definitely wouldn't be polite with the dean. After seeing Jian's 10 great caves again, many of the husband elders of the Deer by Deer Academy also came forward to get acquainted with Jian. Jian also had a general understanding of the top management of the Deer Hunting Academy. After that, he strolled around the interior of the Deer Academy under the lead of the female god of war to get a better understanding of the interior of the Deer Academy. Speaking of which, there were some similarities between this Deer Hunting Academy and the Heaven's Position Academy in Yang Chi's world. There is an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. Moreover, being the same Holy Land, the Deer by Deer Academy was much larger than the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After all, the Deer Academy was called an academy, and the scope of accepting disciples was naturally much broader than the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After spending a few days outside, Jian once again returned to the mountain peak and closed his eyes to cultivate. Jian, Lindong, do you use the stone talisman lately? If not, lend it to me for 2 days? I want to sharpen my spiritual power with the help of the spiritual grinding plate in it. Jian had aided Lindong in the group. The spirit transformation realm is divided into 3 stages. The physical body becomes a spirit. The true self is reshaped, and the cave nurtures the spirit. Now that Jian had completed the first stage of fleshly body spirit nourishment, he was going to carry out the second stage of cultivation next. That is, the spiritual reimagining of the true self. This is a realm where spiritual metamorphosis takes place, and to cultivate spiritual power, Lindong's stone talisman was a more than suitable auxiliary item, especially the spiritual millstone in it. That's a great tool for hammering mental strength. Lindong, if you want to use it, take it and use it. In the world of Wudong Qian Koan, Lindong, who was practicing cultivation, saw the message inside the group after his mind moved. He had received many benefits within the group, but was slow to get anything back to the members of the group. Although he had mentioned many times that he had a stone talisman, no one had ever really borrowed it from him. Now that he saw Jian borrowing this thing from him, Lindong was eagerly waiting for it. It's called brotherhood when there's a back and forth. Lindong, using the spiritual grinding disc to hone your spiritual energy is a very painful process. You need to be prepared. It's best to get some spiritual medicines that can temper your spiritual energy. That way you can get twice the result with half the effort. Lindong said some precautions for using the stone talisman. He then drove Master Sable out of the stone talisman and sent it to Jian as a red packet. Where's my family? Where's my big family? Master Wolverine was confused. He lived in the stone amulet, and the stone amulet was his home. Now the stone talisman is gone, and so is his home. Lindong, where did you get Master Sable's stone talisman of mine? Why can't I sense its aura anymore? Master Sable looked up and down on Lindong, and even went to pick at Lindong's pants. Lindong pushed him away with a black face. Why are you peeling off your pants? I can't hide the stone talisman here. The stone talisman was lent by me to someone else. What? You're ing short of heart. Is this something you can borrow? Master Sable is furious. End of chapter. Chapter 62. The Library of the Heavens includes chat groups. Chapter 62. The Library of the Heavens includes chat groups. Shi Jian received the red packet, and some spirit medicines as well as stone talismans appeared in his senses. These spirit medicines were spirit medicines in terms of spiritual power, which Lindong had sent along with the stone talisman. Shi Jian looked at these elixirs with some surprise. Was this something Lindong could do? This guy actually does things in a rough and tumble manner. Shi Jian smiled, then extracted the stone talisman. The stone talisman appeared in Shi Jian's hand, and he touched his spiritual energy into it. A mysterious spiritual space was soon felt within the stone talisman. Shi Jian expanded his mental power and soon found two huge crystal grinding wheels slowly rotating in the middle of a void space. At the very center of the mill, a special kind of fluctuation slowly spread out. This is the spiritual millstone inside the stone talisman. Just need to sit at the intersection of the crystal mill. This mill will crush the person's spiritual power, and then recover, so the cycle is repeated. It can rapidly boost one's spiritual power. This cultivation method is fast, but the difficulty is also quite high. That kind of severe pain of having one's spiritual power crushed was not something that anyone could withstand. It was that if it didn't last, it might even hurt the spirit of the being and leave some aftereffects. After hesitating for a moment, Shi Jian rushed straight into the disc where the two giant grinding discs met. In an instant, a huge force that was difficult to resist enveloped his body. Under this kind of power, Shi Jian lost control of his body all of a sudden. His body then began to disintegrate inch by inch. A sharp pain that was hard to describe eroded. The two crystal grinding discs rotated slowly at a constant speed, and Shi Jian's fleshly body was easily crushed like a mole cricket under these crystal grinding discs. Cracks visible to the naked eye were all over every part of his body. Grass mud horses. Shi Jian couldn't help but burst out of the nationalist, knowing that practicing with this stuff would hurt, but he didn't expect it to hurt this much. Lindong, this bastard, was really a ruthless person, using this as part of his daily cultivation. For a moment, Shi Jian even thought about giving up, but then he thought about it. This stuff hurts, but the effects are real strong. Shi Jian could clearly feel the light energy surging out of the crystal grinder, mending his spirit. His spiritual power was getting stronger little by little. After feeling the progress, Shi Jian gritted his teeth again and persisted. Meaningless pain, he naturally won't tough it out, but this kind of pain where he can feel his progress all the time, it can come a little harder. Pale white light surged as the crystal grinder's terrifying power poured over Shi Jian's body. One at a time, his spiritual energy was crushed by the mill and subsequently reorganized. Shi Jian's spiritual power was also increasing little by little, and at the same time, his will was getting stronger. It was only after a few dozen whole times that Shi Jian felt a sense of weakness at the soul level. Shi Jian hastily withdrew from the crystal grinder. He opened his eyes, his entire spirit revealing a feeling of exhaustion and weakness. However, his spiritual energy was much more powerful and solidified than before. Shi Jian hastily consumed some spiritual pills that toned his spiritual power, and only then did he feel his spirit recharged. Cultivating in the middle of the stone talisman space did not cause any damage to the main body, but it was a great drain on the spiritual energy. No wonder Lindong had asked him to prepare spiritual pills in terms of spiritual power. 50% of stone amulets included. A message flashed past him. The Library of the Heavens is in the process of including stone runes. The corners of Shi Jian's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Waiting until the Library of the Heavens had finished including the stone talisman, he would be able to use the Library of the Heavens to quench his spirit. The Library of the Heavens can contain all things, including but not limited to feats, aptitudes, physiques, and magic treasures, and Shi Jian can load these items. If the stone talisman is included, then he can just load it. At that time, he could return this stone talisman to Lindong. The function of the Library of the Heavens to include physiques and magic treasures, Shi Jian hadn't used it before. Mostly, there is nothing to include that would be worthwhile as a treasure. There were a bunch of powerful feats inside the group, but there were very few treasures to hold. Only the stone talisman and the Yellow Springs diagram are considered precious. The stone talisman he was now including, and the Augury Ambrosia Yellow Spring figure was much less effective without yen, so it didn't necessarily have to be included. Before the party, Shi Jian did try to go over to include Feng Han. After all, this guy was the artifact spirit of the Gate of Eternal Life. It would be awesome to just include the Gate of Eternity yourself. Unfortunately, the Library of the Heavens did not respond. It was probably because Feng Han was now an individual. After paying attention to the progress of the income from the Library of the Heavens, Shi Jian left it alone. Instead, I opened the chat group. Then again, chat groups are considered an item, right? I wonder if it can be included. Just after opening the chat group, Shi Jian suddenly thought of a good idea. He tried to use the inclusion function of the Library of the Heavens to include the chat group. In the next instant, he was stunned. The degree of inclusion of the chat group of the gods. 1%. That's fine? Shi Jian was stunned. The Library of the Heavens can actually include Heaven's chat groups? While this progress is insignificant to the extreme, a big string of zeros, it does indicate a possibility. And I wonder what effect the inclusion of the chat group had. Shi Jian had some expectations, but looking at the big string of zeros in the progress bar he had some despair. This progress bar is afraid to simmer. Shi Jian shook his head and no longer cared about the Library of the Heavens, but instead looked at the chat group. A whole bunch of messages had been swiped inside the chat group, and there were several red envelopes sent to him. Xiaoyan, Shi Jian, why haven't you bubbled for so long? I almost thought that you had hung up. Those spirit medicines you sent me last time were too powerful. Medicine old man has completely recovered with those spirit medicines. Thanks a lot. Xiaoyan, he also went out and refined some spirit-related elixirs. So I'll send you some. Fanghan, you want to raise your spiritual power? I also have some elixirs here. After the crowd saw the chat between Lin Dong and Shi Jian, they knew that Shi Jian needed spiritual pills and elixirs in the area of spiritual power. So they all gave him red packets in this area. Shi Jian looked at these red envelopes and smiled slightly. Worthy of being a base bar buddy. Giving strength. Shi Jian, before the closed door to break the mirror it, entered a state similar to an epiphany. So I did not notice the situation inside the group. Shi Jian mentioned about his previous closed door cultivation. Fanghan, so it's a broken realm. No wonder I don't see you bubbling. Fanghan had also learned some modern language from Xiaoyan and the others. Knows about bubbling and diving. Xiaoyan, when I absorb foreign flames, it also takes me many days. Yang Qi, right now it's fine. Our realms are all still low. Even if we break through the realm it won't take much time. But in the future when the realm is high enough to break through a realm, we might have to shut down for a few hundred years and a few thousand years. Lin moved, that's right. The great cultivators' retreats are all decades and centuries to start with. The group chatted about the retreat aspect. Suddenly, a message caught everyone's attention. Munch, brothers, it's bad. I'm going into reincarnation space. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Meng Qi enters reincarnation space. Chapter 63, Meng Qi enters reincarnation space. Shi Jian, great, we can finally invade reincarnation space. Xiaoyan, great, we can finally invade the reincarnation space. Lin Dong, great, we can finally invade the reincarnation space. Fanghan +1, Yang Qi +1. Meng Qi looked at the message inside the group and slowly keyed out a question mark. Munch? He met the Xian Tian Sect disciples as well as the sword-washing pavilion disciples in the temple today. And this is the sign that he entered the reincarnation space in the original. Even though his strength had skyrocketed, the water in the reincarnation space was simply too deep. That's why he spoke to the group. It wasn't so much that I was looking for help, but I was simply a bit nervous and wanted to do something to lighten the mood. As a result, these guys are only interested in the world, and talk about invading reincarnation space. Meng Qi, I met the Xian Tian sect and also the disciples of the sword cleansing pavilion today, and according to the future that Shi Jian gave me, I'll be pulled into the reincarnation space tonight. Shi Jian, just pull into the reincarnation space. With your strength, the pre-incarnation space copy is not much of a threat to you. Don't panic. Shi Jian, finish the quest well. Get a little more good merit, and then exchange the merit to pass it on to the group. Shi Jian comforted him. Meng Qi, there's nothing wrong with saying that, but the water in the reincarnation space is too deep. I'm afraid I'll be found out to be abnormal. Munch said he was a little flustered. Shi Jian, if those guys could have noticed your abnormality, you would have fallen long ago. Don't panic, Shi Jian, besides, even if people discover your abnormality, so what? You just have to be good and inherit the legacy of the three pristine ones. And then even if you can't transcend in that world, you can come to other worlds to attain the fruits of the Tao. Xiaoyan, what's with the legacy of the three clearances? Isn't Meng Qi in the reincarnation space? Xiaoyan was a little confused as he watched the conversation between the two inside the group. He was aware that Meng Qi was in the reincarnation space. But isn't this reincarnation thing cruel and cold? How come Meng Qi even inherited the legacy of the three Qing? That's a triple clear. Shi Jian, this involves Meng Qi's future. You'd better ask him yourself. Meng Qi, it's nothing really. The reincarnation space in the middle of my world was made by the immortal gods in mythology. Meng Qi, the three Qing want me to inherit everything from them, carry their karma, and then allow them to gain transcendence. This involves some realms within my world. Meng Qi, in short, I'm going to inherit everything from the three Qing. Meng Qi spoke of his future in 3 words in the group. The crowd had also discussed the topic of reincarnation space during the previous chat. The discussion wasn't deep though, and these things he did not say, but he's saying it now. Xiaoyan felt like the sky had collapsed after seeing Meng Qi's words. Inside this chat group, he felt that the only one who pulled more than him was Meng Qi, dished to the point of gouging, and was forced to leave his home at the Shaolin Temple. Miserable bunch. He couldn't bear to see the old folks mixed up like this. He would send Meng Qi a copy of the elixir after he practiced it, just to fish for a handful of old folks. As a result, now you tell him that what Meng Qi is going to inherit is the legacy of the three Qing. Who the heck can take this? That's the three Qings, the innate sage, the supreme god among Taoism. He grew up familiar with those deities. What the 3 altars of the sea will be the great god Neza. What the irrigation Jianko Erlang god Yangjian. These are but the disciples of the 3 purities. Meng Qi, on the other hand, inherited all the property of the three Qing. Who the hell can stand it when the friend you're picking up with bubblegum is a 10 billionaire? Xiaoyan, damn you to hell. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and spoke in the group. He had thought that Meng Qi was the most miserable. Turns out this guy is deep cover. You're the one who's the worst off among the people in the group. Yang Qi, Lin Dong, and Feng Han were uncertain. Yankee, who are the three Qings? Yang Qi asked the common doubt in the hearts of the 3. Shijian, the three Qing are characters from Earth mythology. They are. Shijian gave a few people a rough explanation of what the 3 purities were. A few people also had a rough idea of the 3 purities after hearing this, knowing that these were 3 extraordinary powerhouses. So there has been consternation. Meng Qi was the weakest among the crowd, and his presence had been low. The crowd didn't expect this guy to be blessed with such a powerful blessing. 3 powerful men who stood at the very top of the entire world were going to pass on everything they had to him. What kind of luck is this? And what kind of counterintuitive place is this Earth? Anyway, it's okay for Earthlings to travel to other worlds, but their myths are in other worlds too? Lindong, you deserve to die. Yankee, damn you to hell. The crowd typed the same words as Xiaoyan. Shijian spoke after some thought. Shijian, start a live stream. Show the brothers what reincarnation space is like. The remaining few people were also very interested in this reincarnation space. Therefore, they have spoken out to let Meng Qi open the live broadcast. Originally, Meng Qi, who was a little panicked in his heart, was calmed down quite a bit after such an interruption from the people inside the group. Munch, I'll give you guys a live stream when I enter the reincarnation space. Munch, I'm going to sleep first. Wait for the main god space to come to me. He spoke to the group, and with those words he lay down, ready to fall asleep. With his current realm cultivation, it wasn't difficult to control himself to fall asleep. After a few people inside the group saw his words, they also waited in silence for him to start the live broadcast. It didn't take long for the chat group to flash a message. Group member Munch turns on the live broadcast. End of chapter. Chapter 64 Items in Reincarnation Space. Chapter 64 Items in the Reincarnation Space. Shijian and some other people quickly flooded into Meng Qi's live broadcast after seeing the chat group message. The live streaming feature of this chat group is very powerful. You can cut to the live camera from several views around Munch. First person. Third person is fine. Reflecting in front of everyone's eyes was a square paved with stones similar to alabaster. The center of the square was empty, surrounded by statues of various dragons, phoenixes, braves and other divine beasts. On top of that, there were a few people standing above the square. Besides Meng Qi, there were several other young boys and girls. Where's my big ball of light? Where's my big, fat god? Xiaoyan sent a pop-up. This was very different from the reincarnation space he had imagined. The bare minimum of a big ball of light is missing. Is this the reincarnation space? It feels SOSO. Mr. Yankee made a statement. The crowd originally had great expectations for this reincarnation space, but now that they had seen it, they only felt that it was very average. Just one square. This is only the reincarnation space in Meng Qi's world. If reincarnation space also existed in all the heavens and worlds, it would definitely be stronger than the chat group. Shijian speaks out for the Lord. Meng Qi stood up from the ground and carefully surveyed his surroundings. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he watched the bars of pop-ups flash before him. The live streaming feature of this chat group is too advanced. I can't believe I'm posting pop-ups. He ignored the speeches of the people inside the group and instead looked to the people next to him. Only just met the sword-washing pavilion girl Jiang Jiwei, the true martial arts sect disciple Zhang Yuanshan, Xian Tianzong Qingjing. These are the people he's just met. There were others he hadn't seen today. Shi Xia of the Dajiang Gang, the incense master of the Dajiang Gang, Yan Wujiang. All of these people he had already met once in the middle of his life script. What do you Shaolin Temple want to do? Do you want to become the public enemy of all sects? Xingjing's face, which was full of anger, appeared in front of Meng Qi. Like the script of life, the same words, the same reactions. Meng-Chi was in a trance. If he hadn't gotten the chat group, he would have been confused this time. Traveling through cluelessness once, entering the reincarnation space is clueless again. I thought it was a crossover metaphysical stream, but it turned out to be the Lord God of the heavens stream all of a sudden. And then in the end it turned into the immortal and mythological stream. But right now, Meng-Chi wasn't panicking in the slightest. He is the man who has read the script of life. Xingjing, don't jump to conclusions. Check behind these statues first and then see how things develop. Zhang Yuanshan said calmly. Zhang Jiwei followed suit and several people discussed about this mysterious space. In the distance, the people from the Great Fragrance Gang came out with them, as well as a raccoon blossom sword sect disciple named Qi Zhangyan. Up to this point, everyone within the reincarnation space had come together. Shijian and a few others were having fun watching from inside the group. It has the feel of watching a movie to catch up. Bam! A mellifluous bell rang out, and the crowd looked in the direction of the bell ringing, but they saw nothing but a grand, icy voice rang in their ears instead. Welcome to the world of reincarnation. It's endlessly dangerous, but you can also get everything you want from here. You may call me the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. After the sound appeared, the crowd hurriedly focused and carefully explored the origin of the sound. Just looking left and right, they couldn't find the source of the sound. Only a grand, icy voice could be heard continuing. As the world turns, you will experience world after world, completing the tasks I have issued and accumulating good deeds, which can be exchanged for everything you want. Divine weapons, supreme techniques, life-extending pills, whatever you've heard of is here, and what you don't know is here too. The corners of Meng-Chi's mouth twitched twice after hearing this voice. He felt that the picture of this world was getting weirder and weirder. First you cross over, then you get a chat group, and now you get a reincarnation space. His mind spat, but his eyes looked toward the high alabaster dome. A curtain of light appeared there. Below the Rulai divine palm, there were the 7 swords of heaven interceptor, followed by a series of Gaishur divine feats such as the 8-9 Xiangong, the golden book of the human emperor, and the jade book of the heavenly emperor. After the few people other than Meng-Chi saw these feats, their hearts were all pounding. These were the fundamental divine skills of their clan, the foundation of their clan. Each divine skill was incomparably terrifying. Now it's just laid out in front of them in plain sight for them to take. How could they not be enthused by such a supreme martial art? If he hadn't opened his eyes in the middle of the chat group, I'm afraid Meng-Chi would have been too excited to help himself at this point. However, he had been baptized by the series of divine feats inside the chat group, and his insight had long been extraordinary. These divine works given by the Lord of Reincarnation could not touch his mind at all. The content on top of the light screen jumped around rapidly, and soon a second page appeared. It says Dharma body level divine skill. It took a full 3 pages to show the divine power of this level. Subsequently, there are Outlook level mastery, Enlightenment level martial arts and Chi storage stage martial arts. A series of feats. This is the price for redeeming the secret book. If you want to get started directly, just double the price above the original price. Up to 5 times. The voice of the Lord of Reincarnation rang in the ears of the crowd. Not only could the reincarnation space redeem these feats, it could also allow the crowd to be directly initiated into these feats, instantly saving countless hours of hard work. But the corresponding price will also be much doubled. After his voice fell, another silver curtain of light appeared. The words "The Great Divine Soldier's Spectrum" appeared on it. The Emperor's Sword, forged by the Emperor of Man, the first in the way of kings. The Lightning Blade, suspected to have been made by heaven and earth. The first of the inexplicable, missing. Reincarnation Seal, Mystery First. The Wonderful Tree of Bodhi, where nothing is brushed. A series of divine weapons appeared. Then there were all sorts of immortal pills, heavenly treasures, and miscellaneous items. This reincarnation space is too low in its compulsion, isn't it? It's still a big ball of light. Didn't it say that everything can be exchanged? Where's the promised Gundam? Where's the promised Scion bloodline? Where's the promised straight death magic eyes? Xiaoyan's pop-up spoke to Meng-Chi's heart. Even though Meng-Chi had long known that this was a reincarnation world set against the immortal world, he was still a bit disappointed when he saw the reincarnation world exchange items. All sorts of things are mutilated. Not at all pushy. This reincarnation space does low a bit. Shijian also sent pop-ups. This was, after all, only a reincarnation space within the one world. The resources inside are only those in this world. This is to be replaced with that real main god space. That is called all-encompassing. It had the resources of countless worlds in it. You guys are itching to say that I'm dead, right? You still don't think that this reincarnation space is strong enough? Meng-Chi looked at the two men's pop-ups and silently spat in his mind. If he were that big ball of light, I'm afraid he would have been wiped out with a data anomaly. Collect 300. 000 good deeds and you can exchange it for the other side talisman to get out of the reincarnation space. But anyone who divulges the existence of the world of reincarnation space to outsiders will be wiped out. Anyone who kills a companion in the same camp will be deducted twice the amount of good merit rewarded by the current mission. And anyone who does not have enough good merit will be wiped out. And anyone who exchanges a secret book in exchange for a secret book will be wiped out. The icy voice announced another set of rules. The rules of reincarnation space. These rules are invariably centered on the word erase. Move to obliterate people. Meng Qi was looking at the rules and was about to spit something out when he saw Shi Jian's pop-up. This counterfeit product functionally imitates the main god. Imitation is not in place, but the rules are imitated perfectly. Moving to erase people. Meng Qi was speechless for a while as he looked at the pop-up. You've given me all the grooves to spit out. What am I talking about? Immediately afterward though, his gaze was aghast. The mission. It had begun. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 65 Hidden Emperor Castle Passing Copy. Meng Qi Pretending Up. Chapter 65 Hidden Emperor Fort Pass Copy. Meng Qi loaded up Hidden Emperor Fort Master in order to seize the throne. Invented the heart pill secretly controlled the Sect masters. The four masters by chance to recognize the conspiracy. And then a total of Hidden Emperor Fort. They a moment of carelessness, by the number of organs trapped in the fort. Mainline mission. Kill the Hidden Emperor Fort's Fort Master within 3 hours. Reward 50 good deeds for completion. Wipe out for failure. Side quest. Save the 4 great masters. For each person saved, participants are rewarded with 10 good deeds. No penalty for failure. Meng Qi and the others' figures fell into darkness all of a sudden as the light changed. When they opened their eyes again, the scene in front of them had been transformed. From the reincarnation space, he came to a hidden emperor castle. The ruddy flames burned out rows of writing on the stone floor, and as the flames died out, so did the writing. This is a task issued by the Lord of Reincarnation. It's definitely a conspiracy by the Shaolin Temple. I don't think I'll be doing this inexplicable mission. Xing Jing's face was angry and twisted, glaring straight at Meng Qi. I think it's better for us to go and finish the mission. The expert who can change our position at will is at least a Dharma body level land god. This kind of existence wants to kill me. Very simple. Zhang Jiwei drew her long sword then said. A few of the rest of the group also said they could go ahead and finish the mission. Meng Qi did not say anything, but his attention was focused on the pop-up screen in front of him. There's not even a wristwatch. This reincarnation space is really sub. It's a human being behind this reincarnation space. I want to laugh at the thought of an existence of this level pretending to be a god to make these writings. I'll give it a bad rating without that. You're the best quality of the newbies in the bunch. This was a pop-up posted by Xiao Yan. This little Taoist is too arrogant. Brother Meng. Get him. This was Lin Dong's pop-up. This reincarnation space does have a bit of a doorway. You guys just seem to have been shifted. Feng Han also sent out a pop-up. Looking at the pop-ups, Meng Qi felt a bit strange. It was supposed to be a tense and exciting mission in the reincarnation space, but it turns out he's now doing live broadcasts and pop-ups. The painting is also too strange. It's like being back on Earth. Munch wanted to yell that okay, family, little monk, want to go along on the mission? A voice came from his ears, and Meng Qi looked over after it. It's Zhang Jiwei. Several people other than him had reached a consensus and were on their way to finish the mission. Meng Qi thought about the script that Shi Jian had given him, and then said to the crowd, we don't know much about the strength of the Hidden Emperor Castle's Fort Master, so it's best if we go to save the 4 great masters first, and then go with them to besiege the Hidden Emperor Castle's Fort Master. However, among the information given by the Lord of Reincarnation mentioned that the Master of Hidden Emperor Fort had researched the heart-snatching pill to control people, and it's possible that the 4 great masters have been controlled by him. Remember to be careful of being backstabbed when saving someone. This is kind of a direct penetration of the topic by Meng Qi. In the original future, it was that all 4 masters were controlled by the heart snatcher pill, and then they were attacked by a sneak attack when they went to free the 4 masters. Xingjing died and Zhang Jiwei was seriously injured. Although Xingjing's words and actions were a bit obnoxious, Meng Qi wasn't above watching him go to his death. You can still pull it if you can save it. Zhang Yuanshan's few people nodded seriously. They felt that what Meng Qi said also had a few points. Speaking as if you know the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation well. You're very experienced? And you still say that it wasn't your Shaolin Temple that messed up. Qing Jing, on the other hand, squinted at him. Meng Qi didn't bother with the child and turned his eyes toward the distance. A black shadow in the distance flew towards the few of them. like a floating evil spirit. Meng Qi could see clearly that there was a rope hanging from the back of this black shadow, which was upside down on top of the guide rail of the stone wall. And this black shadow was flying in midair with a sling, playing God. Meng Qi coldly grunted. In the middle of the original life script, he was surprised by this thing. Now that it's awesome, he naturally wants to get it back. He casually picked up a stone on the ground and then threw it towards the distance. The stone made a cracking sound and then broke the rope behind the black shadow in one go. The dark figure fell down at once. Zhang Yuanshan and also Zhang Jue were slightly shocked after seeing the scene. It took the two of them opening their eyes to see that the man was playing God. How did Meng Qi, a young monk, see it? And a stone he casually struck had such a terrifying power. This monk is not easy. This person should be a member of the Hidden Emperor Castle. You guys can try to force the specific arrangement and situation of the Hidden Emperor Castle out of him. Meng Qi took control of the black shadow and then said to the crowd. Qi Xia of the Dajian gang stepped forward. My little sister has some pointing needs to try. But please don't mind my little sister's cruelty. Meng Qi nodded slightly. Then that Qi Xia walked to the front of the black-clothed man, his right middle finger and index finger together to form a sword, quickly pointing acupuncture points on the black-clothed man's body. All at once, the man in black let out a scream that roared like a wild animal. The voice gave Meng Qi goosebumps. But in the next second, a look of speechlessness flashed across his face. Xiao Yan sent another pop-up. That's not how the formula works. While it is true that these elements are present, are they two different things? Xiao Yan, this guy is indeed an immodest. No wonder he dares to start 3 years. But wherever there was an authority of the heavens, Meng Qi had to report a wave. Great justice. And interrogation. Falling into enemy hands. Shi Jian also sent a pop-up. Meng Qi was silent. It was too humiliating. The old countryman was too humiliating. He's the only decent guy out of the 3 old-timers. Heart tired. Needed to borrow a movie to talk to soothe his wounded heart. Fong Han and the others sent out confused pop-ups. They can't keep up with the channel again. What's with all the encrypted chat on Earth? Reverse tilde stop. No please. Please you guys. Stop. I can't stand it. I said. The man in black couldn't stand it and screamed for mercy. He was sweating like hell. His shirt was soaked, and his whole body seemed to be going. He again trembled and broke his voice to explain the specific arrangement of the Hidden Emperor Castle, as well as the situation of the castle master. Zhang Yuanshan drew a map on the ground based on what he said. This was done to familiarize himself with the road, and also to prevent the man in black from lying. If he's rambling, there will be some inconsistencies when it's mapped. The map is complete and there is nothing wrong with it. This so-called Shadow Emperor Castle is built in an underground cavern. It is extremely vast, and there are many other mechanisms. Our time is not exactly abundant. Zhang Yuanshan spoke in a deep voice. According to his description, this so-called fortress master should have opened 6 orifices. Let's split up and set off from the east and west to rescue the 4 warriors. Munch made a comment. When you save them, be careful to watch out for them being controlled. Or if they are, then kill them. We'll meet again in the center when the time comes. Good. Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment, then said, I'll go to the east side with senior brother Qi and Xingjing, while you guys, senior sister Jiang, senior sister Qi, and senior brother Zhending, will go to the west side. The rest of them nodded, and then the crowd headed towards the front. Along the way, a figure kept rushing out of the road to intercept them. Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Xia, and the others made their moves. There were constantly black-clothed men dying in their hands. After Meng Qi looked at this scene, he also moved his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Meng Qi's Heroic Rescue. Chapter 66, Meng Qi's Heroic Rescue. In the original plot, Meng Qi, who had just completed his 100-day foundation building, naturally had no battle power at all. It can only serve as a liability. Today, however, he is all but transformed. Although his martial arts realm was only at the Qi storage realm, his strength was terrifyingly strong. After practicing the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength that had been revamped by the chat group, and after obtaining many resources from the chat group, his physical quality had now reached a terrifying level. Before he was even enlightened, he was able to see places that Zhang Yuanshan and other people with enlightened eyes couldn't even see. Meng Qi estimated that he had a half step outside battle power anyways. It's just that his actual realm looks lower. Meng Qi casually picked up a sword from the hands of a man in black. Being a floating swordsman had always been a dream in his heart. In the midst of the future that Shi Jian had given him, he was forced to formally cultivate the iron cloth shirt, and then he practiced swordplay, further and further down the road of recklessness. Nowadays, he could go ahead and try to be the ethereal swordsman. Change your sword. Swords are hard to learn and swords are easy to use. For you, using a sword is at least twice as strong as using a sword. Jiang Jiwei reminded him after seeing him pick up the sword. For the uninitiated, it's easier to use a knife than a sword. Meng Qi crooked his mouth and smiled evilly after hearing this. If there was no chat group and he was still a rookie, then he would have had to drop his longsword and switch to a long sword. But, the one standing in front of you now is no longer that new recruit Egg Meng Qi. Rather, chat group owner heir to the three Qings, Yan Emperor Xiaoyan's hometown friend, sacred King Yang Qi's group friend, the best friend of Fang Han of the Gate of Eternal Life, Shi Jian's hometown, holding the script of life in his hands, aspiring to gnaw on the heavens and the earth, as well as the future owner of the chat group, Groupie, and the future floating sword god Meng Qi. Manganese Kong. He casually pulled a sword flower with his hand, and the harsh sword chi instantly raged out. Several sounds of sharp blades entering the body rang out. Several men in black fell in front of Meng Qi. The surrounding Zhang Yuanshan's people were completely shocked. What's wrong with this little monk? How come the strength is so horrible? Isn't this guy just an errand boy monk of the Shaolin Temple? Feeling the surprised gazes of the crowd, Meng Qi let out a flat breath. The heart was in a state of euphoria. It turns out that he in the middle of the life script can only look up to the nose of others, carefully making a living among the copies. But now he's pushing straight across. The medium is called cool. But his good mood was soon broken. Fang Han, Yang Qi, didn't you guys ask me last time what it means to be a pretender? This is called pretending. Xiaoyan sent out a pop-up. The Dragon King's crooked mouth and evil smile is truly extraordinary. I've taken a screenshot. This is a pop-up posted by Ishkin. He then sent a screenshot of Meng Qi's crooked mouth and evil smile to the group. Meng Qi opened the chat group, took a look at the pictures inside, and instantly felt bad about his entire being. The others inside the group also looked at the picture of Munch with a crooked smile. They just felt there was something weird about the photo. The angle of the shot is actually quite good and handsome, but it's just a little bit of an underdog. And there was something about the surroundings that felt inexplicably familiar. Bad. I usually seem to be smiling like this. Fang Han, Yang Qi, Lin Dong and the others were all shocked. This strength of yours doesn't look like the strength of a Shaolin Temple miscellaneous monk. Xing Jing looked at Meng Qi, then said with a skeptical face. He always felt that it was the work of the Shaolin Temple. You're only allowed to join a large sect, and I'm not allowed to have some chance? Meng Qi calmly glanced at him before speaking. There was a bit of a tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two. Alright. Senior brother Zhending's strong strength is a good thing for us. After all, we are now in the same boat. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Very quickly, all the blacks were decimated by the crowd. Meng Qi also saved Yan Wuzhang in passing. The group of people then split into two lanes as previously stated, killing from both sides. Meng Qi, Qi Xia, Jiang Jiwei, and the others soon arrived in the secret room where one of the four great warriors was being held. Qi Xia observed the situation of the stone door and finally used the art of organ to open the door of the secret room. Which friend saves the day? In the middle of the secret room, a middle-aged man in plain clothes looked surprised. My name is Chung Yong. Thank you for saving me, girl. I wonder who you are under. The man asked. Great warrior Qin. The late generation and the others were born in a hidden sect and were invited by great warrior Ma to come and assist you in eliminating demons and defending the Tao. Jiang Jiwei made up a random lie. So it is. Chung Yong gently nodded, then walked towards the crowd. May I ask the girl's name yet? Late generation Jiang Jiwei. Jiang Jiwei said while sizing up Chung Yong. In her mind, she remembered what Meng Qi had said about the heart-snatching pill. A true hero. Let's quickly set off to rescue the others. Who is this? Chang Yongshuan inquired about Meng Qi's identity as he headed out. His Dharma name is Zhending. Jiang Jiwei responded with a half-turn. In the next instant, that Cheng Yang suddenly struck out. His left hand all of a sudden was like a swimming fish inside the water, flexible and agile, striking at Jiang Jiwei's abdomen in a fast lightning-like manner. The moment he did so, Meng Qi did likewise. The refined longsword in his hand stabbed forward as if it were lightning. The blow was like a spirit snake spitting out its mail, and in the blink of an eye it pierced Cheng Yang's throat. Then the sword was withdrawn again. Incredibly fast. After Cheng Yang's throat was struck through, his entire body didn't even have time to react. The left palm still struck forward. Jiang Jiwei had also been on guard in her heart for a long time, so she exerted force under her feet and backed up towards the back at once. The long sword in her hand was about to be sheathed, but she was shocked to find that a bloodstain had appeared above Cheng Yang's neck. To the side, Meng Qi had long since put away his sword and stood. A masterful act. When did he get his sword out? Jiang Jiwei was inexplicably horrified as Meng Qi made a set of moves to withdraw his sword. It's too fast. Not only did Cheng Yang not react, she didn't react either. Doesn't this mean that if Meng Qi wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to react? Meng Qi's face was calm. still acting like an expert. In the original plot, Jiang Jiwei saved him. And now, he saves Jiang Jiwei. But his masterful expression lasted only a moment before it crumbled. The people inside the group popped up again. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Xiao Yan, this heroic rescue posture of yours is not right. 6-7. Xiao Yan sent out a series of unexplained pop-ups. The pop-up hardened Munch's eyes. Harder fists. He realized that this Xiao Yan fellow was more or less a bit stuffy, and he had not felt this way when he first joined the group. When he played with it well, his stuffy nature was revealed. Now inside the live broadcast, he was even more reckless. This is a live broadcast room, not a no man's land. Xiao Yan, you should restrain yourself. Shi Jian spoke to scold Xiao Yan. Meng Qi's heart warmed after seeing the time pop up. It's still got to be me. Sure, knowing to protect the shortcomings, but the touch only lasted a moment. Xiao Mengyu, this hero to save the beauty play cannot. You have to wait until Jiang Jiwei was seriously injured and then strike. In this case you not only saved her life, and she was seriously injured. The next can only rely on you. A wounded woman depends on you with all her heart and soul, and you get to be Jia Jia Jia. The pop-ups Shi Jian posted were among the originals. In the original story Jiang Jiwei was injured and had difficulty moving. Then Meng Qi acted as her humanoid mount. The two of them directly merge into the Mengjiang beast. Meng Qi looked at Shi Jian's pop-up and blackened his face. I'm serious about my raid copy. And you're talking about this? Makes it seem like I'm an evil person. Meng Qi wanted to kick these two goods out of the live room. He stopped paying attention to the pop-ups on the air and looked at the writing in front of him. Jiang Jiwei. Meng Qi rescued Cheng Yong from the control of the heart-snatching pill, completing the side quest, each rewarded with 10 good deeds. The blood on the floor converged into handwriting. The side quest is complete. You really got it right. The 4 great masters are all under control. Jiang Jiwei looked at Meng Qi with a complex expression. She felt a mysterious luster shrouding Meng Qi's body. And thanks for stepping in to save me just now. Jiang Jiwei spoke out in gratitude to Meng Qi, although she also took precautions. But the process of Yong shot in haste, even if she reacted to it, she would have to suffer some injuries. I should go and join the others first. Meng Qi faintly voiced out. Jiang Jiwei nodded, and the two were about to leave when they suddenly realized that the words on the ground had changed. Qi Xia saved Ding Changsheng from the control of the heart-snatching pill, completing the side mission, rewarding 10 good deeds. Zhang Yuanshan, Clearview Rescue. Several messages flashed by in succession. A smile blossomed on Jiang Jiwei's face. Sister Qi and senior brother Zhang, Qing Jing and the others have also completed their mission. They should have taken precautions after hearing your words. The 4 warriors are not weak, but it was far worse than Zhang Yuanshan's words and theirs. Knowing in advance that they were being controlled by the heart snatcher pill, the crowd naturally wouldn't be sneaked up on. Meng Qi frowned and pretended to analyze. Since the 4 warriors are controlled by the heart-snatching pill, why else would they be locked up in a secret cell? It's obviously a trap. There's no way the hidden Emperor Castle's burgomaster could have known that we'd come for a quest. Jiang Jiwei blurted out after he reminded her so. Unless the trap is not for us, perhaps there are reinforcements behind the 4 warriors, and these 4 warriors are a trap designed for those supports. Jiang Jiwei voiced her guess, and after she finished speaking she looked with a burning gaze. It was as if he was expecting to be recognized by Meng Qi. Meng Qi, who had already read the script, naturally knew that this was the truth. He was deliberately leading Jiang Jiwei to think in this direction. So be it. Meng Qi paused his tone before continuing. The Lord of Reincarnation should be wanting us to unite with the native experts of this world to crusade against the fortress master of the hidden emperor. Aha! Jiang Jiwei answered. The two of them were about to leave after some discussion when a sudden sound of footsteps came from the distance. The people who came were the very reinforcements they had suspected. 7 or 8 people, all in short beat plainclothes. These people were shocked after seeing Meng Qi's duo and Cheng Yong's body on the ground. Guzhuang master, they killed Sheng warrior. A somewhat sharp-looking man exclaimed, while the others raised their weapons to look at the 2 men warily. When Jiang Jiwei saw the scene, she knew that this group of people were reinforcements. She did not want to start a conflict with these people, so she opened her mouth to explain. Don't misunderstand. We are following our master's entrustment to come to help swordsman Ma. After we entered the hidden emperor fort we learned that warrior Ma and the others were trapped in the fort, so we split up to rescue them. Who knew that after the 2 of us arrived here and opened the stone door to rescue warrior Chang, he was controlled by the heart-snatching pill and suddenly sneaked up on me in secret. It's fortunate that senior brother Dingjin stepped in and killed him. Jiang Jiwei told what happened. After the crowd heard her words, they all turned their gazes toward Meng Qi, a little monk with red lips and white teeth. How is this possible? This little monk at a young age started practicing kung fu from inside his mother's womb, but it's impossible to defeat Cheng warrior, let alone seal Cheng warrior's throat with a single sword. The sharp-tongued one from before questioned. I have to say, Munch does sell well. As he stood there, he did have a masterful demeanor, but too young. How could he put Chung Yang in a sword? Everyone saw the injury on Chung Yang's body. A little bit of red at the neck, eyes wide with disbelief. Apparently the anti didn't even react and got a sword to the throat. With that kind of strength, it would have to be a swordsmanship grandmaster striking out anyways. How could it be from this little monk? The rest of the few people agreed, and their wariness of Jiang Jiwei's duo deepened. When Meng Qi saw such a scene, he knew that his chance to act like a bully had come. He gave another wicked smile. Coming, all get out of the way. My brother Meng is going to start pretending. Oh no, the Dragon King is grinning. Xiao Yan and Shi Jian both immediately cupped their hands in the middle of the chat group. Fang Han Yang Qi and the others only felt inexplicably familiar when they saw this scene. When my strength was wasted and my father convened the family assembly, it seemed to be a similar scene. Yang Qi thought darkly. After he stole the Voltron pill and his cultivation was abolished, all the major branches of the Yang family turned on his father. He himself has been questioned. He then displayed his cultivation of the violent Qi realm to suppress everyone at once. That scene was similar to Meng Qi's situation today. Did I laugh like that then? Yankee was a bit skeptical. Looks like I smiled like this during the family competition. Lin Dong also recalled his youthful years. He had also been challenged during the clan competition in the beginning. As a result, because of the stone talisman, his strength skyrocketed, and thus his art surprised the entire audience. Did I laugh so much at that moment? Lin Dong reveals a wicked expression. Meng Qi had basically immunized himself from the chat group's pop-ups, and he raised the refined longsword in his hand, preparing to display a wave of swordplay. To hell with mangaka and all that. He is a great swordsman who kills a man at 10 steps and leaves no one behind for 1,000 miles. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Meng Qi demonstrates swordsmanship. A sword immortal. Not Meng Jin Gang. Chapter 68. Meng Qi demonstrates swordsmanship. A sword immortal. Not Meng Jin Gang. Seeing Meng Qi raise his sword, the nerves of those few people instantly tightened, fearful that he would strike the next instant. As a result, Meng Qi just casually pulled a sword flower, then pointed his sword at the distant stone wall. He moved his arm, and in a flash, sword light raged. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. It's time to whisk away and hide deep. Two quotes from Among the Chivalry were carved by Meng Qi on top of the stone wall with his profound swordsmanship. Hiss. This son is terrifying as hell. To have such a terrifying sword technique at such a young age. It's truly terrifying. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles? Great poem. Young warrior so handsome kung fu. I want to marry you. A series of words of shocked approval. A black line flashed across Meng Qi's face, and there was no semblance of coolness in his heart, because it's a chat group pop-up. If Jiang Jiwei and the others had said this about him, he would have had to be secretly happy in his heart. But when the people inside the group said this about him, there was nothing but shame in his heart. Heroes come out of youngsters. Heroes come out of youngsters. Young warrior, this hand of yours is enough to be called a grandmaster. Alas, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Seeing a young friend of your exceptional talent, I only feel that half of my life has been in vain. Here comes the real crowd pleaser. Among those people, the one named Lord Gujuan looked at Meng Qi with a face of admiration. If you don't say that people are old-fashioned, talking just makes people feel good inside. Young warrior, good stance, good swordsmanship. Others also spoke out in praise. Meng Qi's hand had indeed surprised them. They estimated that their group wouldn't last more than a single sword in Meng Qi's hands. With such strength, it was unlikely to be someone from the hidden emperor fort. I wonder what the masters of the two of you are called. Lord Gujuan looked at the two men politely. Meng Qi was so strong, so he thought that this little girl's strength should not be weak either. He poked around to find out where the two had come from. My master, Su Wu Ming, has been living in seclusion for many years. Gujuanju should not have heard of him. He had a nickname in the past years, called the Heavenly Divine Sword. Zhang Ji responded with a slight smile. She was telling the truth. But this group of people definitely hadn't heard of the great name of the Heavenly Divine Sword. Mr. Go has been a loner. I haven't heard of the great name of the Sword God. That Go Zhuangzhuang master was a bit shocked in his heart. The Heavenly Divine Sword. This name is not ordinary. To be able to cultivate Jiang Jiwei, which is a heavenly pride, the strength should not be weak. It's only logical that it should be rich and famous in the jungle. However, Zhuang Master Go didn't look deeper into the matter, and instead looked at Meng Qi. Meng Qi thought about it and then told the truth. I have many masters. One named Baba, one named Yi Yi Yi, one named Black Emperor, one named Green Emperor, and one named White Emperor. One is named Baba, one is named Yi Yi, one is named Black Emperor, one is named Green Emperor, and one is named White Emperor. Meng Qi opened his mouth with a whole bunch of names. He's telling the truth here. He learned everything from the people inside the chat group. There's nothing wrong with saying that the person inside the chat group is his master. Lord Guzhuang and the rest of the few people were dumbfounded when they heard this series of epithets. Zhang Jiwei was also confused. The crowd only felt that Meng Qi was teasing them. It's just that Meng Qi was serious again when he said these names. Not like he was lying. Ha ha. Gumao is really lonely. Guzhuangmo was a bit embarrassed, so he had to change the topic and introduce himself. Gumao is the falling wild goose village Wang master. Looking at Meng Qi's introduction, the faces of the people inside the group all had a promising smile on their faces. I didn't realize that watching a live stream had them in it. Meng Qi sighed as he watched the crowd's reaction. Honestly, you guys don't believe me anymore. Who to talk to about this? Let's hurry to the central hall. The hidden Emperor Fort's Fort Master has locked himself up in the central hall. He's afraid that he's plotting something. If we go late, we'll probably be too late. Meng Qi spoke to the crowd in a deep voice. Several people from Zhuang Master Go nodded, and then the group was preparing to leave. Just then, in the middle of another secret door, Qi Xia and some other people dressed as chivalrous men walked out. Brother Lu, where is your brother? Lord Guzhuan went up to ask one of those chivalrous dressers. The man's face was sad. My brother was killed by Ding Changsheng. What? Lord Guzhuang exclaimed. They then converged to explain the situation. Ding Changsheng is also controlled by the Heart Snatcher pill, and these chivalrous men joined Qi Xia to save him. As a result, he was attacked by him instead, and one of the several chivalrous men perished on the spot. After listening to the encounters of these chivalrous people, that Zhuang Master Gu no longer doubted the identity of Meng Qi and the others. Without Meng Qi and Zhang Jiwei, it was estimated that some of them would have fallen into Cheng Yong's hands. Lord Guzhuang immediately turned to Meng Qi with another burst of gratitude. After the rendezvous, the crowd rushed towards the center hall in unison. Along the way, there were occasionally some black-clothed men who came out to stop them, but they were all easily killed by the crowd. It didn't take long for the few people to arrive in front of a stone house. Zhang Yuanshan as well as Qing Jing and the others had already been waiting here. Several people looked a bit wretched, especially Qing Jing, who had blood seeping out of his abdomen and was obviously quite injured. Elder brother Zhang. Zhang Jiwei hurriedly went forward to greet the two. Zhang Yuanshan nodded, then spoke with palpitations in his heart. What senior brother Xinding said was really not wrong. Senior warrior Ma and also senior warrior Tan were controlled by the heart-snatching pill. Fortunately, a few of us took precautions in advance. After we rescued warrior Tan, everything was as usual, and he went forward with us to rescue warrior Ma. But it turned out that just as we were opening the stone door, warrior Tan suddenly sneaked up on senior brother Qingjing. Luckily, I had taken precautions against him and saved senior brother Qingjing in time. It was just that when we faced off later on, Lord Yen Xiang was inadvertently killed. Meng Qi sighed at the words. Lord Yen Xiang was none other than Yen Wuzhang. In the original storyline, he was as much a drag as he was a drag. Originally died at the hands of those black-clad minions, but Meng Qi had saved his hand before. As a result, he's still dead now. From dying at the hands of minions to dying at the hands of elite mini-bosses, there was nothing Munch could do. He wasn't a saint. He had already helped Yen Wuzhang once. Can't always help. Yen Wuzhang and Qingjing were different. Qingjing did have strength even though he spoke a little bit less than a punch. Mention him twice and he'll live. Yen Wuzhang was timid and weak. This kind of person wouldn't be able to survive in the reincarnation space. If you don't die now, you'll have to die on the next reincarnation mission. Speech Fragrance Master. Qi Xia looked at Yen Wuzhang's corpse with a pang of sadness. This was a person from her Dexiang gang. And these are? Lord Guzhuang and the others looked at Zhang Yuanshan's few people and inquired about their identities. Zhang Jiwei sighed. These three are all fellow disciples of the late generation, and so is this one on the ground. Lord Guzhuang was a bit shocked in his heart as he had just heard what Zhang Yuanshan had said and already knew what had happened here. Zhang Yuanshan and his group of young warriors were too strong. That little monk was able to seal Cheng Yong's throat with one sword. These guys can kill warrior Ma and also warrior Tan, though people have died among them, but the strength is undeniably strong. Little friend Zhang, don't be sad. This Lord Yen Xiang also died for the sake of the righteousness of the martial arts. We will definitely keep that in mind. But now the most urgent thing is to rush to the central hall together to thwart the thieves' plot. Lord Guzhuang said with slight sympathy. There's no time to lose. Seniors, let's set off now. Zhang Yuanshan collected his sad expression and became resolute and composed again. It was clear that he had become a lot more mature after seeing a companion die. Lord Guzhuang nodded, and then the group quickly headed in the direction of the central hall. End of chapter. UUU Novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful, please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 69 Meng King Kong stayed in the name of the Jianghu. Meng Qi shattered. Chapter 69. Meng Qi shattered the crowd in accordance with the road that has long been explored, running toward the central hall. There was nothing more within this passage than a burning torch. The crowd lifted up their light feet and their footsteps were light. Qing Jing walked next to Meng Qi with a slightly twisted expression. Meng Qi looked at him uncertainly. It was only after a long time that Meng Qi heard those few words from his mouth. Thanks for the reminder. If it weren't for Meng Qi's amazing ear power, he wouldn't have been able to hear the voice. After saying those words, Qing Jing lifted his vertical to the distance in a flash. Meng Qi shook his head as he looked at his departing back and continued to follow the large group. That was not saving him for nothing, and no gratitude. With this thought, the pop-up screen in front of Meng Qi's eyes flashed again. Seeing this pop up, Meng Qi stumbled on his feet and almost fell off. Why is this Qing Jing so squirmy? Like a pussy? I don't know. It's not a heroine, is it? Look at the way he carefully peeked at Meng Qi. Absolutely. Lust for love. That's the kind of thing you're talking about. TMD. Meng Qi wanted to explode at the moment. As soon as he looked at the people who had sent the pop-ups, unsurprisingly it was none other than Xiao Yan and Shi Jian. My ING orientation is normal. Meng Qi's hard to kill at this moment is. He took one look at the chat group and the sky fell in. Shi Jian took a picture of Qing Jing coyly looking at him from an unknown angle. It was clearly Qing Jing's juvenile mind that couldn't wipe his face and apologize to him. The result is a screenshot of the Shi Jian screenshot. Old-timers meet old-timers and stab them in the back. Several people arrived all the way to the central hall without any problems, which was a large hall imitating the style of a royal palace, surrounded by passages connecting the square with all corners of the castle. The doors were open and some flowers dotted the entrance to the Great Hall. Dozens of people were kneeling in the middle of the Great Hall, and on top of the throne sat a slim middle-aged man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. I have been waiting for you for a long time, the middle-aged man said majestically. Those black-robed men at his feet turned around one by one with twisted faces and red eyes. Senior, Uncle Sherfu. A loud chant came out from amongst the group of supportive Jianghu people. Obviously, these black-clothed men were their friends and family, only to be controlled by this man with the heart-stealing pills. Devil, what have you done to them? Someone bellowed in grief. The slim middle-aged man stood up. Do you still have any thoughts of honor and inferiority? How dare you rant about your father? They voluntarily disguised themselves as beasts to pioneer for me, and after I eliminate the rebels, I will surely guarantee their descendants eternal prosperity and wealth. This middle-aged man had a heavenly, earthly, only me approach. Meng Qi was already in a bad mood after being teased by the people inside the group. Once he saw that this guy was still acting like this, his mood got even worse. I won't allow anyone to speak louder than I, a man who has read the script. You're pretending you're mom's ice. Get over here and die for the master. Meng Qi stared scornfully at the middle-aged man in the yellow robe, then hooked his finger at him. This middle-aged man was instantly cursed and confused. It's a ING military general, cursing so fiercely. I am commanded by heaven and obeyed by all overseas. You dare to insult me. Suffer death. The middle-aged man was furious after he reacted, and as soon as his words fell, the dozens of black-robed men jumped out of the hall and pounced towards the crowd. All of them have strength close to the enlightenment realm. Jiang Jiwei sighed, and was preparing to deal with these black-clothed men. Who knew that Meng Qi was charging straight up? With a sweep of the long sword in his hand, countless terrifying sword chi raged out. In the blink of an eye, the figures of those black-robed men all fell to the ground like broken meat. Senior brother, senior uncle. Those martial artists who had come to support them let out cries of grief. Originally, they thought that these black-clothed people were a bit troublesome. All of them were friends and relatives from the past, and they couldn't lay their hands on them. As a result, there is no need to dwell on it now, because their friends and family have become one piece at a time. The crowd subconsciously gulped and looked at Meng Qi in horror. This little monk looked like he had red lips and white teeth and was harmless. It's surprising how fierce it is when it comes out. At this moment, Meng Qi exuded a terrifying aura. He stared viciously at the middle-aged man in yellow robes. I can't beat the people in the group. I can't beat you? He pointed his toes and the floor under his feet instantly turned into powder. The entire person shot out violently, and before the middle-aged man in yellow robes could react all of a sudden, he was pressed down on Meng Qi's head then viciously clasped on top of the throne behind him. Bang! A vibration rang out. TMD told you to pretend again. Meng Qi said viciously. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe was stunned, and Zhang Jiwei as well as Zhang Yuanshan and the others were also stunned. This terrifying physical cultivation. So barbaric. A force to break all laws. Unbridled. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe struggled and slapped his hand hard on Meng Qi's body. He practiced martial arts similar to the iron sand palm, and his hands were practiced like iron palms, with the powerful force of opening monuments and breaking rocks. As a result, such a terrifying strike was as motionless as flowing into a quagmire after hitting Meng Qi. How is this possible? He let out an exclamation of surprise. Are you tickling me? Meng Qi lifted his head and slammed it on top of the seat behind him again and again. The pupils of the middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe contracted, and there was only a strong look of fear and unbelief in his eyes. His expression stiffened on his face, his vitality receding little by little. Zhang Yuanshan and the others just watched as a strong Enlightenment realm practitioner with at least 6 orifices opened was whacked to death by Meng Qi. They all stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Granted, they came with Munch, but before that, they weren't familiar with Meng Qi either. It was only known that Meng Qi was an errand boy monk of the Shaolin Temple. Can a journeyman monk have that kind of strength? The hidden Emperor Fortress Lord is dead. The main quest is complete. Each person is rewarded with 50 good deeds. Return. The voice of the Lord of Reincarnation rang in the ears of the crowd. Subsequently, Meng Qi, who was in the midst of his great power, suddenly felt a blackness before his eyes, and then he couldn't see anything anymore. Having completed their mission in the reincarnation space, the Lord of Reincarnation was pulling them back into the reincarnation space. Although his eyes couldn't see, Meng Qi's ears vaguely heard some sounds. This is the voice of Lord Guzhuang and other martial artists. Hiss, this Xinding young monk's horizontal training skill is truly terrifying. Originally thought he was only outstanding in swordplay. Who knew that his horizontal training skill was also strong to such an extent? This fighting style is so reckless. The Buddhist sect has the angry eyes Vajra, and the little monk Xinding lives up to the name of Vajra. In the future, if he is to roam across the Jianghu, there will be one more Mang Jin gang in the Jianghu from now on. Yes, extremely. Mang Jin gang killed the hidden Emperor Fort Master and saved the Jianghu world from fire. In the future his great name will certainly resonate throughout the Jianghu. Mongkong is invincible. Listening to the sound of some words coming from his ears, Meng Qi only felt like throwing away all his strength and means. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 70, Breaking Through the Column Formation Realm with the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Chapter 70, Breaking Through the Column Formation Realm with the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. A flash of white light appeared and the crowd returned to the white jade plaza that was like an immortal's pavilion. A direct return? Zhang Yuanshan and the others were amazed. Mission accomplished. Get one free treatment. The voice of the Lord of Reincarnation rang in the ears of the crowd. A milky white light sprinkled down on everyone's body, and they only felt warm and comfortable, as if they were soaking in a hot spring where all kinds of fatigue and soreness disappeared. The injuries are healing so quickly. The Shaolin Temple's great restorative pill doesn't even have such an effect. Jiang Jiwei exclaimed. Perhaps only a land god of the Dharma body realm striking out can have this miraculous effect. Zhang Yuanshan similarly lamented. As they were lamenting the miraculous healing function of the reincarnation space, the voice of the Lord of Reincarnation resounded once again. In the future, if you complete the reincarnation quest, if the main quest is completed, no matter how badly injured you are, as long as you are not dead you can enjoy healing without the need for good deeds. If you are unable to complete the main quest, in addition to the corresponding punishment, requesting treatment requires the payment of the corresponding good deeds, and the more serious the injury, the more good deeds are required. Hidden Emperor Castle Mission Evaluation. Except for Meng Qi, who was evaluated as excellent, the rest of the people are all ordinary with no lottery chances. Meng Qi is rewarded with 1 lottery chance. The crowd looked at Meng Qi in unison with surprise at his words. They hadn't forgotten Meng Qi's performance at the last minute. That horrible physicality. That brutal play. And this reincarnation space actually has extra rewards and lottery chances? Senior brother Xinding. I didn't expect that besides your outstanding sword skills, your horizontal training skills are also so powerful. Jiang Jiwei tentatively opened her mouth and said to him, logically speaking, Meng Qi, a Shaolin Temple's handyman monk, shouldn't have such terrifying strength. Meng Qi also knew the concerns in their hearts and spoke bluntly. I was halfway to the Shaolin Temple, and before I went there, I had another master, another teacher? Ba, yi, Qing Di? Jiang Jiwei was stunned, remembering the scene when Meng Qi had introduced his mentor. She introduced herself with a real background. Could it be that what Munch introduced was also a real background? It's just a weird name calling. After a few people heard Meng Qi say this, they couldn't be bothered to go any further. After all, It's a personal secret. Several people turned to the question of what to redeem. Zhang Jiwei wanted to exchange a Tian Tsung pill, wanting to use the power of the pill to open her ear orifices. Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Zhangyan and the others also had things they wanted to exchange. Meng Qi is indifferent to this exchange of things. Reincarnation space inside the poor things he cannot see. The group to take out a random are better than the reincarnation space. It's not like he can afford to redeem the good stuff. After thinking about it, Meng Qi decided to use the lottery opportunity he had obtained. Lord of Reincarnation. I'm going to use my draw. Meng Qi opened his mouth. Successful draw. Obtained the first 4 levels of the Kung Fu Golden Bell. A voice rang in his ears. Golden Bell Shield. One of the Shaolin Temple's stunts. The first 4 levels belong to the Qi storage stage. It adds up to a total of 220 good deeds required. If the 12 layers of the Golden Bell Mask are perfected, you will be able to realize the Vajra Dharma body, which is hard to be hurt by any law. It belongs to the top external power. In the original plot, Meng Qi just couldn't afford this Golden Bell Shroud and thus practiced the iron cloth shirt derived from it. The lower version. Now all of a sudden, this thing was drawn out, and if Munch hadn't had a chat group, he would have had to be happy for half a day. But now, can only say I used my lottery chance and drew the first 4 levels of Golden Bell. Meng Qi spoke out what he had drawn. In the future, Zhang Yuanshan and the others were in the same formation as him, so it would be good to let them understand this lottery function. Shaolin Temple's Golden Bell Mask Kung Fu? You can still draw feats from the raffle? That's not bad. I've read that this Golden Bell Shroud has to add up to 220 good deeds. Zhang Jiwei searched for the Shaolin Temple's Golden Bell Shield technique in the light screen and then opened her mouth. Then it seems that this lottery chance is something that can be drawn out of the reincarnation space. Zhang Yuanshan analyzed from the sidelines. Feats, miscellaneous items, pills, divine weapons, should all be able to be drawn out, depending on luck. Meng Qi added from the sidelines. The crowd's minds were instantly alive. Munch was able to draw the first 4 levels of the Golden Bell. Does that also have a chance to draw those top-level feats in the light curtain? Those feats they can't afford. But if it's a raffle, behave better on a mission and you should get a chance to win the sweepstakes, right? In case of a jackpot. Meng Qi knew what the crowd was thinking when he looked at their expressions. If it's really main god space, it's really possible for the raffle to blow up a god's armor. The pop rate is even lower. That's still a pop rate. It's not going to be underhanded. The Lord God also has a platoon. But this fake reincarnation space, dark box can be too much. Trying to get out of a god costume is trying to eat. The thoughts of Zhang Yuanshan and the others were doomed to fail. But Munch didn't point this out either. The voice of the Lord of Reincarnation once again rang in the ears of the crowd. The intervals between missions can be as short as a month or as long as 3 to 5 years. What about our next mission? Zhang Yuanshan asked in a loud voice as he sniffed. 500 good deeds for this message. The Reincarnation Lord's voice was as cold as ever. After Meng Qi heard his words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind. He agreed with what Xiao Yan had said earlier. This will space is just low. You can't learn the greatness of the main god space, but you have learned the meanness of the main god. Dead for money. Meng Qi was about to close the light screen when a pop-up suddenly floated by in front of him. It's a pop-up from Stone Kin. Help me find the formation diagram of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Meng Qi was a bit confused when he heard this. The Immortal Execution Sword formation chart? As an Earthling, Meng Qi naturally knew what the Immortal Execution Sword formation was. That's the legendary Unbreakable by the Four Saints sword formation. What does Shek Qin need this for? Doubtful in his mind, Meng Qi nevertheless rummaged through the curtain of light. Shi Jian, who had just sent out a pop-up, was also a little excited in his heart. He was now at the spirit transformation realm, and the next step was to break through inscriptions and array formations. Inscriptions and columns, in the end, were the innate bone inscriptions of various heaven and earth exotic beasts, inscribed onto one's body, then gain strength to form a large formation. Normally people at this realm would choose to inscribe the bone texts of powerful pure blood beings. Sure Hao, on the other hand, directly engraved the primordial true solution on himself. Now Shi Jian had also learned the primal true solution. He can also carve the original true solution. But when it comes to formations, who could be stronger than this Tongtian Sect master? Especially his Immortal Execution Sword formation. If one were to inscribe the Immortal Execution Sword formation on one's body as well, it wouldn't be heaven-defying. Meng Qi's world was considered a variant world of the Flood. The reincarnation space had the unavailable Immortal Execution Sword. But if it was just a formation diagram, the reincarnation space should have it, right? End of chapter. UUU Novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I Joined the Chat group is wonderful, Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 71, The Great 5 Elements Technique can also be a 5 Elements Formation. Chapter 71 The Great 5 Elements Technique can also be a 5 Elements Formation. Meng-Chi finally found the Immortal Execution Sword Formation diagram in the Miscellaneous Items section after searching for half a day. Although the Immortal Execution Sword Formation is powerful, it mainly relies on the 4 Immortal Execution Swords. Nowadays, if there was only one sword formation diagram, its price was not too expensive. 100,000 good deeds. In addition to the Immortal Execution Sword Formation, there were many other formations. For example, 10,000 Immortals Formation, 9 Quarters Yellow River Formation. A series of familiar formations are above. The selling prices are tens of thousands of good deeds. Shi Jian naturally saw these formations when he watched the live broadcast. Why does it feel like a lowrider? Shi Jian frowned. These formations were indeed powerful formations from within the flood world. That seems a bit low for the asking price though. It's only a few tens of thousands of good deeds. Shi Jian dismissed the idea of exchanging it now. A penny for a penny. Think again. The next realm I cultivate will require me to brand divine patterns on my body and then form formations with myself. So I'll need some powerful formation diagrams in the future, so you can keep an eye out for this aspect. Shi Jian stated the reason why he wanted to see the Immortal Execution Sword formation inside the group. Hearing that the formation involved Shi Jian's future cultivation, the crowd sniffed and took heart in this. Yen, Shi Jian cultivation requires inscribing formations on the body? Do you have any powerful formations here? Fan Han was the first to inquire about his hangover. In his perception, Yen could be considered proficient in formations. Or maybe in the eternal world formations are also a foundation. All alchemy uses formations. Yen sniffed in some surprise. Branding runes and forming formations on yourself? This cultivation method is quite marvelous. I do have many spell formations on my side, but the most powerful one I actually gave to you a long time ago. Gave it to me? Fong Han was puzzled. Isn't the Great 5 Elements art, techniques, divine abilities, formations, these all utilize the laws of heaven and earth. Formations and techniques are connected, and the Great 5 Elements technique is a manifestation of the 5 Elements Great Tao. It can be both the Great 5 Elements technique and the 5 Elements formation. Yen blandly voiced his insight. Fan Han came to a sudden realization, and then hurriedly informed Shi Jian of what Yen had said. Shi Jian was enlightened after hearing this. Most of the formations utilized the power of the heavens and earth, and the essence of the power of the heavens and earth was the 3000 Great Tao. The Great 5 Elements technique was directly the technique of the 3000 Great Tao. That is, it can be a technique or a formation. It's your own narrow-mindedness. You help me thank Yen, and in the future I'll find him a corpse of a true dragon of my world for him. Shi Jian sent pop-ups for Fong Han to see. In that case, his next path of cultivation was sort of set. First use the primitive true solution and the Great 5 Elements technique inscribing their own runes. Wait until the future to get the Immortal Execution Sword formation, these formations, and then add these formations to add up. In the future, when he has inscribed enough powerful formations, he will be able to use the 10,000 formations coming toward you. I'll save up more good deeds and try to exchange the Immortal Execution Sword formation for you earlier. Munch sent a pop-up as well. As an anchor he is also allowed to post pop-ups. It can be sent at the drop of a hat. As a brother, Shi Jian needed formations, so he would get him formations. The main fight is a righteous one. Several other people also said that they would keep an eye out for formation aspects in their worlds. Thanks a lot. Shi Qin sent a thank you pop-up. After looking at the formation, Meng-Chi turned to the people in the reincarnation space. This Lord of Reincarnation's strength is extraordinary, able to captivate us into the middle of other worlds to do tasks. This kind of strength, I'm afraid that it has already surpassed the Golden Body Powerhouse, the stream of land deities. If you all want to reveal anything about the reincarnation space after returning to the real world, please be careful, he said very solemnly. This statement was mainly addressed to Qi Xia, who was thinking of revealing about the reincarnation space in front of the Golden Body Powerhouse in the middle of the original plot. As a result, she was obliterated. Zhang Yuanshan and the others nodded solemnly at his words, but what they were thinking in their hearts as their gazes flickered, Meng-Chi didn't know. After a reminder, he left it alone. Good words for a ghost who wants to die. The hints that should be given. He had already hinted. If there were still people who wanted to find death, then he couldn't care less. Redemption is complete. Choose the items to be stored. Then return to your own world and wait for the next round of reincarnation to open, during which time you cannot enter or leave this place. If you want to practice here, you must redeem the time. The grandiose voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation rang out. The people looked at each other and said their goodbyes. A ray of light then sprinkled down and enveloped the crowd in the middle of the square. and they all lost consciousness at once. Meng Qi always felt that there was darkness in front of him, and his entire body was stuck in a swamp. When he struggled and jerked up, he saw only a moonlit sky, peaceful and still. The slumbering breaths of the other monks reached his ears. Back, Meng Qi secretly said in his heart. He then closed the broadcast. Fenghan, this reincarnation space is quite interesting, grabbing people to carry out missions amongst the various worlds. Although the rules are a bit cruel, completing the mission will make you stronger. It's a paradise for the strong. The crowd shifted their chatting positions to the chat group. Fenghan took the lead. Shi Jian and also Xiaoyan disliked this reincarnation space a bit low, but Fenghan felt okay. Since he was a child, his father taught him, I'd rather be a beggar than a slave. If he wasn't the artifact spirit of the gate of eternal life, if he hadn't gotten the 9 orifices of the golden elixir, being able to enter a place like the reincarnation space was his only chance to turn around. There are plenty of people in the world who are not living as well as they should be. Although the reincarnation space was cruel, it was also an opportunity to change one's life against the odds. Yang Qi, Brother Fong is right. It would be great if there could be a reincarnation space for us to experience as well. Lin Dong, experiencing world after world, defeating a strong enemy. It's exciting just thinking about it. Which of the people inside the group are not the masters of the world's chaos? The reincarnation space was not a challenge but an opportunity for them. Shi Jian, there will be an opportunity. Chat group is not able to pull new members. When the time to pull a group member with the main god space. Meng Qi, this reincarnation space cannot even redeem modern items. Poor evaluation. Menchi, day 107 of wanting to watch the National Football League and drink beer. Lin moves, what is the National Football League? Shi Jian, dogs. Closing the chat group. Meng Qi looked at the moon in the sky and fumed. His mind was still thinking about the voices in his ears when he teleported back. Mong Kong. What's up with those jungle people? He himself had clearly displayed a wave of floating swordsmanship in front of them. It's fine if they don't call themselves Sword God or Sword Saint. Why did you even give yourself the nickname Mang King Kong? Although I used my left hand to press to death the hidden Emperor Castle Master, I clearly had a sword in my right hand. I am the one who killed the master of Hidden Emperor Fortress with a sword. Why do you call me Mang King Kong? Meng Qi couldn't figure it out. Am I not destined to be associated with the ethereal swordsman? Damn. In the future, I must be careful with my sword techniques and never use my physical strength again. I munch swear. End of chapter. Chapter 72 Medicine Old Man moving into Stone Talisman. Master Sable by Minotaur. Chapter 72 Medicine Old Man moving into Stone Talisman. Master Sable by Minotaur. Chapter 72 Medicine Old Man checks into Stone Amulet. Master Sable by Minotaur. After Shi Jian chatted with the crowd for a while longer, he put his energy into cultivation. Stone Talisman Collection 100%. A message flashed through the library of the heavens, and Shi Jian looked at it with a slight smile. The income from the stone runes is finally complete. Shi Jian threw his spirit into the library of the heavens, only to see a huge catalog appear in front of him. Library of the Heavens Magical Treasures Collection. Stone Talisman. Shi Jian's mind moved, and the shadow of a stone talisman appeared in his hand. This is a stone talisman copied from the library of the heavens. Not an entity, though it has all the functions of an entity. Shi Jian threw his mind into it, and 2 spirit grinders were reflected in front of his eyes. With this copy stone talisman of the library of the heavens, the original stone talisman could naturally be returned to Lin Dong. After all, this is Master Sable's home. Shi Jian is also embarrassed to keep making Master Sable homeless. Shi Jian, Lin Dong. Stone talisman. I'll return it to you when I'm done using it. Lin Dong, so soon? Lin Dong was a bit surprised after seeing Shi Jian's message. He hadn't even lent out this stone talisman for 2 days. As if he had thought of something, he spoke triumphantly. Lin Dong, is it that you can't stand that pain of the spiritual grinding wheel crushing your soul? Can't stand it normally? That feeling of your soul being crushed is something only a true man like me can bear. Lin Dong thought that it was because Shi Jian could not withstand the painful sensation of that spiritual grinding wheel. After all, this is something that even the arrogant Master Sable tried once and wouldn't dare try again. Shi Jian was a bit speechless after seeing his statement. Shi Jian, who are you looking down on? I've gotten a replica of the stone talisman, and the replica can utilize all the functions of the stone talisman. Lin Dong? Shi Jian, this is considered one of my talents, I guess, to be able to copy other people's Gongfu Shintong magic treasure physique. Haven't I mentioned this to you guys before? Lin Dong, no. Copying someone else's Gongfu Shintong magic treasure physique? What gives you the right to take other people's things just because you say so? Damn you. Why don't I have that kind of talent? Lin Dong was stunned as he looked at Shi Jian's reply. It was possible to copy other people's feats, aptitudes and physiques or even magic treasures. What kind of talent is this? The rest of the group was also shocked after seeing the chat. Yang Qi, on the contrary, had already learned Shi Jian's tactics a long time ago. After all, Shi Jian had replicated the divine elephant prison suppressing strength on him before. However, he didn't expect Shi Jian to even be able to copy someone else's physical mana. It's too counterintuitive, isn't it? Xiaoyan, envious Kuan air hair purple. Mingqi, envious Kuan hair purple. Shi Jian, so I told you guys to develop quickly get more physique treasures and whatnot. When the time comes I'll directly copy it with one click. What you have I have. What you don't have I have. Jia 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 jia. Xiaoyan, prohibits Soul Temple style laughter. Shi Jian had sort of given the crowd a glimpse of the bottom. Sort of introducing the functions of the Library of the Heavens. After all, it was inevitable that in the future, we would have to copy the physical treasures of the people in the group or something. It's impossible to hide it. It would be better to take this opportunity to say it. But after all, it's Goldfinger. So it's good to reveal a general idea without going into too much detail. Xiaoyan, I suspect that you are also a novel protagonist. Crossing over and still open. Fanghan, what Brother Xiao said is very true. It feels like our hangs are not as powerful as yours. Fanghan's chatting under the high-intensity water group was becoming more and more colloquial. Shi Jian smiled disdainfully as he watched the crowd's chatter. Shi Jian, if I were the protagonist of the novel, then the author of the novel must be a dead pouncing that. 24 years across the protagonists still have to fight monsters and upgrade themselves. The inside of the group was instantly filled with rapture. This stone talisman can sharpen the spirit? Should I borrow it and try it too? Xiaoyan considered the matter at hand after watering the group for a while. Now that he was attending an alchemy conference, his spiritual power had just fallen into a bottleneck. If he was able to break through his spiritual power with the help of the stone talisman, then his alchemy level would be able to go to the next level. He was mostly not too good at borrowing stone talismans. After all, this was Lin Dong's treasure. Treasures were not like feats. He borrowed them, Lin Dong just couldn't use them. As for Lin Dong's claim that using a stone talisman would be painful, Xiaoyan did not put it on his mind at all. No matter how painful that so-called spirit grinder was, could it be as painful as him conquering the foreign fire? After further hesitation, Xiaoyan still decided to borrow the stone talisman. He wants to get ahead so badly. Xiaoyan, Lin Dong, is this stone talisman of yours effective in sharpening your spiritual energy? Lend it to me as well. I've been stuck in the soul realm recently. In the martial arts Qinkuan world, Lin Dong was being pestered by Master Sable. Since the absence of the stone talisman, Master Sable's eyes open and close with. Master's home is gone, and Master's heart is broken. While saying that, he looked straight at Lin Dong. Giving Lin Dong all the whole won't do. Luckily, Shi Jian quickly returned the stone talisman. Stop chanting. Master Sable, your home is back. And look at this. Lin Dong took the stone talisman out of the chat group. Stone Runner, my home. After Master Sable saw the stone talisman, a bright light flashed in his eyes. A light of hope. You can go home now. Master Sable. Lin Dong greeted Master Sable back in the stone talisman. Master Sable was about to burrow into it and return to the warmth of his home. Suddenly, Lin Dong saw a message sent by Xiaoyan. He froze at the news, then looked to Master Sable. Wait a minute Master Sable. I'll put on a show for you. Your home. Gone. The stone talisman suddenly disappeared on the forest hand. Your home is gone. The words kept echoing in Master Sable's ears. Master Sable blew up. Lin Dong, you. Xiaoyan soon received the red packet. And after he claimed it, a stone talisman appeared in his hand. Pill Elder's spirit body appeared beside him. This is that stone talisman of Lin Dong's? Being able to refine spirit liquid also allows you to exercise your mental strength and cultivate martial arts? Pill Elder asked curiously. He couldn't see the contents of the chat group, but most of the things in the chat group Xiaoyan would talk to him. Xiaoyan nodded. Try this thing's function of honing your spiritual power. If the effect is obvious, it should be able to bring your spiritual power to the next level. Pill Elder couldn't wait to speak. Subsequently, the master and disciple duo entered the mental space of the stone talisman in unison. They soon found the great spiritual millstone. This is it, the spiritual grinder that hones your mental powers. Xiaoyan did not hesitate to step into it. In the next moment, his soul body was directly crushed by the spirit grinder and then reorganized bit by bit. Xiaoyan let out a miserable scream. He finally realized why Lin Dong had repeatedly mentioned that this thing hurt. This hurt more than taking in the foreign fire. Moreover, while subjugating the foreign fire was a momentary matter, Lin Dong treated this thing as daily cultivation. Tough guy, not bad for a military general. After crushing a turn in the spiritual grinder, Xiaoyan's spiritual body shakily retreated. Your spiritual power has indeed solidified a lot. The Pill Elder looked at Xiaoyan and said, after which he looked at the spiritual grinder. This thing is indeed awesome. It's simply a divine weapon for cultivating spiritual power. But the average person can't really play this. It could be heard from within Xiao Yan's miserable scream just now. I'll give it a try. Without saying a word, Pill Elder also tried out the spirit grinder's function. He thought that he was also a ruthless person who was able to take in foreign flames. Just as soon as he went in, Pill Elder let out an equally miserable scream. After a few revolutions, Pill Elder also withdrew from the spirit grinder. The look of heartbreak still lingered on his face. This Lin Dong is really something. He actually uses the spiritual grinding wheel for cultivation. This kind of pain, but anyone with a weak will can be instantly driven mad. Pill Elder couldn't help but lament. Xiao Yan nodded. Lin Dong was indeed a ruthless person. Pill Elder added. This spiritual grinding will hones the effect of spiritual power obviously, but the consumption is also quite large. This space seems to be greatly beneficial to the spiritual body. I will stay in the stone talisman for the next few days and not return to the ring. Master Sable, who was cursing Lin Dong, cursed as he cursed. A sudden uneasiness welled up in his heart. Why does it feel like your head is green? End of chapter. Chapter 73, Recreating the True Self to Perfection. Awakening the 35 Giant Elephant Particles. Chapter 73, Recreating the True Self to Perfection. Awakening the 35 Giant Elephant Particles. After honing his spiritual power with the help of the spiritual grinding wheel, Shi Jian exited the mental space of the stone talisman with a palpitating heart. This mental grinder hurts too much. It's really a test of the mind. After seeing that Xiao Yan had also borrowed a stone talisman, Shi Jian's mood then changed for the better. Xiao Yan had borrowed the stone talisman, so he must be using the spirit grinder for cultivation as well. The thought that there was another person across countless worlds who accompanied him to scream together in the midst of the spirit grinder made Shi Jian's mood a few points better. It doesn't feel as painful anymore. Shi Jian carefully sensed his current spiritual power. He was now considered to be on the path to remodeling his true self, and it's been down that road for a while now. Spiritually recreating the true self is a very scary process. The slightest mistake can hurt the soul, and it's a close call. Most people hammer away at this realm a little bit, and they're considered over the top. Then it was time to start working on breaking through to the next realm. Shi Jian's current level of mental power had already surpassed many people in this realm. His spiritual power was already naturally powerful, and he had cultivated the divine elephant prison suppression strength, carrying a trace of the will of the infernal hells, which had long since undergone a metamorphosis. An ordinary person in the extreme realm of reimagining the true self is no more than that, but Shi Jian's own limits went far beyond that. If an ordinary person wanted to carry out soul refining, they would have to resort to various caves and blessed places for cultivation. For example, Shi Hao in the original story was using the flames of the Yangji cave to scorch his flesh, then achieving the effect of honing his spiritual power. The flames produced by the Yangji cave nurtured immortal divinity, not only refining the physical body, but also exercising the spirit and making it stronger. Shi Jian could achieve the same effect using the spirit grinder, even more effective. His true spirit wrapped in the center of his soul went through 1,000 refinements and became more and more resilient and powerful. However, using the spirit grinder was also something that consumed a lot of mental energy. Although the spirit grinder could condense one's spiritual power, after hammering the spirit in the spirit grinder, one's mental state would inevitably wither. Even if Shi Jian had all sorts of elixirs for repairing his spiritual power, he would still have to recover for a while before he could continue to hone his spiritual power. And in the midst of this recovery process, Shi Jian was not idle. Instead, they cultivate the cave. Now his cultivation level is stuck in the realm of recreating the true self. Enhancing his spiritual power was a watered-down effort, and those cultivation resources in his hands were of little use. However, Shi Jian's awakening of the giant elephant embryo and condensing of the cave heaven was not restricted by the realm. He could awaken particles infinitely and condense countless caverns, awakening the particles and coalescing the cavities. There's no gold in that. Directly unfolding the hell's melting furnace and constantly devouring resources would be the end of it. The various precious medicines and the power contained in the precious blood were all very violent. It is difficult for the body to absorb if eaten directly. Not only would he not be able to refine the energy in it, not to mention, he would most likely be directly burst. Therefore, the pride of various ancient clans and ancient countries were careful when using these resources to enhance their cultivation. It is absorbed through medicinal baths and baptisms. Slow absorption is the way to go. However, Shi Jian had no worries about this at all. The hell furnace could refine all heaven and earth essence and then transform it into his own essence. Once the hell furnace was out, whether one was cultivating or fighting against someone, one was directly invincible. Shi Jian operated the hell melting furnace, and countless precious pills and precious blood were directly integrated into the hell melting furnace by him. The terrifyingly incomparable essence was poured into his body all of a sudden. These essences were infused into the particles of his body. The particles are beginning to awaken. Under the infusion of such powerful essence, new particles began to sprout. and the aura from the ancient giant elephant emerged from Shi Jian's body. Yes, this divine elephant prison suppressing strength is really awesome. Shi Jian couldn't help but open his mouth and lament. Among the many divine feats of the heavens, the one that left the deepest impression was this divine elephant prison suppressing strength. No wonder so many travelers were practicing this technique. This kung fu is just awesome. In addition to the feats themselves, there are countless divine abilities attached to them. Stygian Spear, Demon Wings, Stygian Guardian, Hell's Furnace. Any one of these divine abilities taken out would be a gaijin. Nothing else, just this hellish furnace. After opening the Hell's melting furnace, he didn't even need to continue to painstakingly sense his fleshly body and stimulate the fleshly particles. Simply devouring the resources and stimulating the flesh particles with a huge amount of essence was all that was needed. What a great word! Shi Jian cultivated like this for several months in a row, either using the spirit grinder to raise their spiritual cultivation, or devouring resources to awaken a new divine elephant particle as well as cave heaven. His cultivation went smoothly and he was hardly disturbed. Those who had joined the Deer Academy with no good intentions had long been shocked by the thunderous methods he had displayed earlier. Those who want to challenge Shi Jian's status as Junior Supreme, but their cultivation level is only moving Blood Cave Heaven realm. Instead, Shi Jian had already decimated the inscription powerhouse. The two are no longer in the same circle or anything like that. With the strength that Shi Jian had displayed before, unless an expert among the older generation made a move against him, otherwise no one in the younger generation would ever be his opponent. Even an expert of the older generation would have to be at least at the level of King Seal to be able to suppress Shi Jian. Just how could an existence of that level be good enough to make a move on Shi Jian? After all, Shi Jian's age was right there. Though he was strong, his age was that of a brother among brothers. As a result, almost no one was looking for trouble with Shi Jian. Why almost? Because someone is still after Shi Jian. Martial King's Mansion. Shi Jian had directly slapped the face of the Martial King's Mansion in front of so many forces last time, and the Martial King's Mansion had naturally shown something. After all, the Martial King's house wasn't a soft touch. The Martial King was even the best amongst the realm of the Liege. However, like his kind of existence, it was naturally not good to directly go up to Shi Jian's trouble. After all, Shi Jian is just too young. Calling him a teenager is a bit of a stretch. Dealing with him directly feels like bullying a child. It's natural to go to an adult for this kind of face-saving. As a result, during this period of time, the Martial King's palace hadn't rarely put pressure on the Deer Hunting Academy. But none of this affected Shi Jian's cultivation. A few months ago, Shi Jian, who had just broken through the spirit transformation realm, possessed the strength to kill inscription powerhouses. After these few months of cultivation, Shi Jian's strength had risen to the next level. Now, even if the Martial King's true body came, Shi Jian did not fear him in the slightest. Shi Jian even had the confidence to touch an existence at the level of an honored one. It is because he has reached the extreme realm of remodeling his true self. After these months of constant cultivation using the spirit grinder, his spirit continued to grow and then reshape itself, removing some of the series of impurities and becoming even tougher. The decision to copy the stone talisman was really the right one in the first place. Shi Jian couldn't help but lament in his heart. When he first borrowed the stone talisman, he only wanted to use the spirit grinder to hammer his spiritual power. After using the stone talisman, he realized that the stone talisman was a perfect match for the realm of reimagining the true self. The essence of remodeling the true self is spiritual growth, constant remodeling of the spirit, elimination of impurities, and constant metamorphosis. The cultivation method of the spirit grinder also happens to be to crush one's spirit and then continuously reshape it. Other people went through countless trials and tribulations and used countless heavenly materials before they could remake their spirit once. And as soon as Shi Jian lay down toward the middle of that spiritual mill, his spirit was remodeled. Other people in the realm of remodeling the true self can only remodel a few times, but Shi Jian has performed hundreds and thousands of reimaginings of his true self. Others are 10 forged steel, but he is 1,000, 10,000 forged. End of chapter. Chapter 74. No need for the desolate heavenly emperor. I alone can suppress the ages. Chapter 74. There is no need for the desolate heavenly emperor. I alone can suppress all the ages. Shi Jian has gone to a point where no one has gone before or since in the realm of reimagining his true self. Even Shi Hao couldn't match him, because the stone runes are so rascal. Or maybe the stone runes are too suitable for the realm of reimagining the true self. The original Shi Hao was able to undergo true spirit metamorphosis and then remake his spirit once more only after barbecuing his soul with the power of the extreme sun and burning most of it. Or perhaps it is by virtue of the power of extreme ice to freeze the entire soul, freezing the soul fire to death before being able to remake the spirit once. Shi Jian only had to make a trip to the spirit grinding wheel, and then a few times, and the spirit grinding wheel remodeled his spirit for him. Shi Jian, can lying down and spreading your legs reshape your spirit? Stone Runner, the pack's oldest brother. Shijian, we agreed not to lie to me. Stone Runner, ha 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 ha. Shijian, ah. Shijian sat quietly like this, but his spiritual energy was fuller than ever before. There seemed to be a divine fire burning wrapped around his true spirit seal within his skull. It's like a god's house. Not only had Shijian stepped into the realm of legends, he had created an unprecedented realm. Beside him, there was a Kuan-Pang vibrating its wings, another giant elephant hissing, and the light of the 5 elements looming. These spirits guarded around him as if they were guarding a central shrine. Now that I have reached the extreme of transforming my physical body into a spirit as well as remodeling my true self, I have come to the end of 2 of the 3 steps in the spirit transformation realm. Shijian mused. Having completed the transformation of flesh into spirit, there is also the remodeling of the true self. The last step of the spirit transformation realm was the cave heaven nurturing spirit. This was a realm that he had actually walked out of a long time ago. His cavernous heavens were fused with the giant elephant embryo, and the spirit of the giant elephant was guarding each of them. This is the cave nurturing spirit realm. Shijian's eyes flashed, and 35 caverns appeared behind him all of a sudden. In every cave, there were giant elephants hissing. After several months of cultivation, Shijian had not only completed the extreme state of reimagining his true self, but the divine elephant particles awakened within him had also reached 35. After these divine elephant particles awakened, the cave heaven automatically followed. The 2 then fused. Compared to spiritual cultivation, awakening divine image particles was nothing difficult. Just keep swallowing resources. The last thing that Shijian lacked right now was resources. However, the later the divine elephant particles got, the more difficult it was to awaken them, and the more resources they consumed. It's also a bottomless pit. I'm afraid that the resources exchanged for the primordial treasure bone could only be used for his preliminary cultivation. After all, what the primordial treasure bone could be exchanged for were only resources from the lower realms. The strongest people in the lower realms were only exalted. With Shijian's current strength, he was confident enough to arm wrestle with a venerable 35 cavernous heavens, 35 giant elephant embryos, and almost perfect cultivation in the spirit transformation realm, and mastering such a terrifying divine ability as the Great 5 Elements art. Unusual inscription realm powerhouses were killed in seconds with a universal attack. Stronger in the lined-up realm. Normal skill kills in seconds. Exalted realm. Big moves kill in seconds. Sure, how could never be his opponent in this realm either. Next it was time to set about breaking through the inscription realm. He also had a preliminary conception about this realm. He wanted to inscribe all the laws of the heavens and the worlds into his body. The idea works. With Shijian's realm of strength nowadays, he naturally couldn't withstand too many laws. But he's got a cave. He could also awaken the cave heaven infinitely in the future. He could completely inscribe all the laws of the heavens and the worlds on top of his cavernous sky. First, he inscribed the primordial true solution and the Great 5 Elements technique to break through the inscription realm. After that, they search for the 10,000 laws to inscribe on top of the cave. Awakening a cave inscribes a law. Awakening a cave inscribes a law. In this way, Shijian's Tao foundation would become stronger and stronger. There was a confident glint in Shijian's eyes. There was no need to invite the desolate heavenly emperor. He alone could suppress the ages. He had laid the strongest foundation from his cultivation until now. 200,000 pounds of moving blood level realm. The cave realm of infinite caves. After hundreds of times to reshape the spirit of the realm of the transformed spirit. In the future, there will be inscriptions of all laws. And with the increase of the cave, the realm of inscriptions and formations will continue to get stronger. Every step that Shijian took had already departed from the original cultivation system of the primitive world. Not to mention, even if he cultivated the cave heaven realm alone, he would be able to become an existence like a heavenly emperor in the future. After a long time of seclusion and quietness, Shijian was ready to get out of seclusion and go out for a walk. He walked out of the cave he was in. A few months had passed, and there was hardly much change in the Deer Academy. Shijian approached the dean of the Deer School. "You're out?" The dean of the Deer Academy looked around at Shijian after seeing him come out of the gate. He was inexplicably a little appalled. After only a few months of not seeing him, he felt that Shijian's strength seemed to have changed horribly. A powerful yet mysterious aura emanated from his entire body. And this aura was still growing, making him look deeper and deeper. Quiet as a true immortal, moving like a demonic god. The dean of the Deer Academy had a premonition that Shijian was afraid that he was going to make things happen this time out of the gate. Many days in seclusion. Slight gains. Shijian replied calmly. Slightly? That doesn't look like you're slightly. The dean of the Deer Academy looked at Shijian and secretly said in his heart as he organized his emotions. Do you need something this time out? Or did you run into any problems? If you have any doubts at the spirit transformation realm, I can guide you. Although his talent was not as good as Shijian's, His realm was there after all. There is certainly no problem in instructing Shurjian a thing or two, and they're in a bookstore. And those who come to the bookstore are students. Students, you're not allowed to attend classes? Shurjian came to the Deer Academy for so long, and never attended a single class. Having never heard the school's husband explain runes, the dean of the Deer School felt strange. The greatest pleasure of accepting geniuses was to teach them all kinds of divine abilities and precious arts. As a result, he was a good teacher. But Shurjian never asked for advice on cultivation. It dashed his expectations. I'm practicing well. Shurjian shook his head, stating that his cultivation could not be smoother. He practiced the original True Understanding. The Primal True Explanation is a book that directly describes the runes of the Great Tao, and practicing the Primal True Explanation is equivalent to taking heaven and earth as one's teacher. And why do we need to consult others? The Willow God could instead give him a few pointers. But now that Shurjian was on a completely new path, I'm afraid that the Willow God wouldn't be able to help him much in the future. The dean of the Deer Academy's expression lost all of a sudden. There was nothing better than being a teacher than teaching a genius. But unfortunately Shurjian didn't give him the chance to teach. Seeing this expression on the dean's face, Shurjian was also a bit unable to bear it. Although my cultivation is going well, I do have some doubts about the utilization of the lightning runes, so I just took this opportunity to ask the dean for some advice. Shekkin still gave Dean a chance to improve. After all, it was obvious from the look on Dean's face that Dean really wanted to get ahead. The dean rejoiced, stroking his beard and laughing. Ask. I have the deepest attainments in this aspect of thunder and lightning runes, and I once broke into the title of Thunder and Lightning Dharma King. With my guidance, you will be able to carry forward the Academy's Thunder and Lightning treasure art, and recast the prestige of the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King. The corner of Shurjian's mouth pulled out a smile. About that lightning running thunder fist. After asking the dean a few questions about lightning and satisfying the dean's quirk of being a good teacher, Shurjian began to talk about business. What? Do you want the Deer Exploitation Academy to give the Martial King a war letter for you? The dean of the Deer Academy looked at Shurjian in shock, then exclaimed, and 2 more at night. Please subscribe, and try not to skip subscriptions. Please. End of chapter. UUU Novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 75 Giving a Letter of War to the Martial King. Chapter 75 Giving a Letter of War to the Martial King. The Martial King is a veteran powerhouse amongst the realm of the Liege, and he even fought against the Stone Emperor in the beginning. You want to challenge him? The dean of the Deer Academy frowned and asked Shurjian incredulously. Isn't the Martial King's house going to hold the Deer Academy accountable? You want the Deer Academy to give him an explanation? This is the explanation I gave. Shurjian replied calmly. I know that you have unrivaled battle power and can fight against the odds, but that Martial King is after all a veteran powerhouse of the Liege realm, and if you were in the middle of the Void God realm, I believe that you would be able to decapitate him. But is the reality of ill-considered? The dean of the Deer Academy admonished bitterly. He felt that Shurjian was more or less arrogant. The spirit transformation realm dared to challenge a strong person at the Liege realm. If it was a normal array realm, it would be fine. But what kind of character is King Wu? That was a powerhouse among the realm of the column formation. There is also a difference between high and low in the array realm. A king can be crowned with a lineup, and King Wu was crowned with Wu. You can see his strength from the seal. The might of the Martial King was well known to the Stone Kingdom, a god of unstoppable valor who had stirred up boundless storms in his youth. He was inferior to even the Martial King. I've got it all figured out, Shurjian replied calmly. He was already powerful to an extremely terrifying point. With this kind of strength, there were no longer any rivals among the younger generation. Only a strong person of the Seal King realm, or even an exalted one, would be able to bring up a hint of interest in him. Hanging on to such a point, Shurjian not only wanted to suppress his peers, but also all enemies. After his strength increased, Shurjian's thoughts also changed a bit. In the past, he only thought about letting Desolate Heavenly Emperor grow up quickly and then hugging Desolate Heavenly Emperor's thigh, lay straight down flat. But now, Shurjian wants to try to suppress Wan Gu by himself. There is no need to awaken Gaozu. I will surpass him. Looking at the calm Shurjian, the dean of the Deer Academy could not help but feel a flutter. He inexplicably felt that Shurjian's aura had become much more overpowering. If you're confident, then I'll naturally support you. But I need to see how far you've gotten first. The dean of the Deer Academy no longer blocked the way, but instead looked at Shurjian with a burning gaze. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to try Shurjian's weight for himself. So practice? Jian looked at the dean of the deer hunting academy and revealed a harmless smile. In the next instant, the two people's figures changed, and they appeared in unison in the middle of the martial arts stadium of the Deer Academy. Both of them stood in the void, their stern aura spreading around them. What's going on here? Why are Dean and Bully in a standoff? Is it hard to believe that Baba is challenging the Dean? What a scary aura. Has Baba's strength grown to the point where he can fight against the strongest members of the Liege? Countless people from the Deer Academy were astonished after seeing this scene. Countless teacher-disciples had come over to watch the battle. The information that Jian had challenged the Dean of the Liege realm instantly spread throughout the entire Deer by Deer Academy. The two stood in the void, not caring about the surrounding onlookers. Today, I will teach you how to use this lightning rune. The Dean of the Deer Academy took the lead, invoking the runes within his body, which instantly transformed into thunderbolts that cut through the void and slashed straight towards Jian. At the same time, in the entire void, dark clouds rolled and heavy rain poured down, evolving heaven and earth visions. The thunder and lightning transformed by the runes were mixed in the heavy rain and poured down towards Jian in a furious and incomparable manner. The lightning contained a terrifying power. Even this heavy rain, any drop of rain seems to have the weight of 1,000 pounds. Anyone with a slightly lesser cultivation level who was half dipped in any drop of rainwater would have to be smashed to death. The rain and lightning ravaged the area, and with such power, even the lined-up princes had to be on guard. No wonder the Dean said he had been called the King of Thunder and Lightning. If the Jian of a few months ago had met this kind of lineup, then he would have felt more or less tricky. But nowadays, such tactics were not even considered appetizers for Jian. His palm was slightly extended, and a terrifying divine light was nurtured within it. If you want to test my strength, Dean, you must more or less take out some real ones. Jian's voice was crystal clear amidst the thunderstorm. In the next instant, Jian's large hand tore apart and obliterated all of these runic aptitudes. Tufro broke away the rune of the Dean of the Deer School. The rain disappeared and heaven and earth returned to normal. The Dean of the Deer Academy was startled at the sight, and even though he was only moving ordinary runes, he was driving them with his cultivation at the realm of column formation. Jian broke through so easily, something he hadn't expected. He had thought that Jian would have to use at least some treasure techniques, but he was only using normal runes. Ha ha ha, yes, the Dean of the Deer Hunting Academy let out a loud laugh. And then his entire body was shrouded in divine ringlocks that were brilliant and dazzling, and there was a terrifying aura twisting around him. Determining that Jian possessed the strength of the Liege realm allowed him to then have no more qualms. Give it all you've got. I never thought that I would be able to see the Dean strike in my lifetime. The husband and teachers of the Deer Academy shouted in excitement. The headmaster of the Deer Hunting Academy was also one of the few powerful men in this world, a strength that was thick and terrifying. Countless divine radiance shone universally, like a great sun falling. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky, and the entire academy trembled. The Dean of the Deer Academy, who was on fire, was like a god, taking in the hearts of the people and suffocating those present. Today, I'll let you see what a real parade is. The Dean of the Deer Academy opened his mouth in a calm tone, and his flat tone allowed people to feel a majestic majesty. In a flash, he slapped his palm out, flooding the front like a sea of runes. The entire heaven and earth rioted, and thunder and lightning ravaged the entire field. Flop flop. Countless people felt this terrifying pressure paralyze them and their flesh shivered. Jian swung forward with one arm, similarly manifesting endless runes, and the dense runes in the void collided with the brilliant light, exploding on the spot. The blazing runes obliterated after colliding in the void. It did not spread far enough to injure others. Good boy. The Dean of the Deer Academy's eyes lit up after seeing such a scene. Obviously, both of them had already reached the point where their control over runes was out of this world. Otherwise this fluctuation had just exploded, and even a mountain peak would have to be destroyed. How old is Sect Kin? His level of knowledge of runes actually caught up with his own. The Dean of the Deer Hunting Academy flung his robe, and the thunder and lightning in the sky intertwined to form a purple thunder and lightning augur dragon, which was majestic, as huge as a mountain, and terrifying to the heavens. Obviously, this was a manifestation of a thunder and lightning treasure art. The thunder and lightning scaly dragons made by the runic culture came to life and crowded the long sky. The eyes opened and closed as if they were alive. Jian was not the least bit afraid to face this lightning augur. Taking a step forward and flexing his fingers into claws, a sea of runes surviving in his palm, he grabbed straight towards the thunderbolt augur. Toda. Seeing this scene, the Dean of the Deer Academy faintly spoke out. How powerful is his Thunderbolt Jiaolong's treasure art? It's not even a problem if Jian doesn't use his treasure art to fight against it, but he actually wants to capture the dragon with his hands? What kind of flesh do you think you are? The Dean of the Deer Academy was determined to teach Jian a lesson, so that he would know the dreadfulness of the strongest person in the array. The lightning augur let out a hissing roar, and a streak of thunder light flashed out from its eyes, illuminating the sky. Click! With a crunching sound, Shi Jian grabbed a claw straight onto the Thunderbolt Augur. The Thunderbolt raging on the Thunderbolt Augur struck Shi Jian's body but was unable to inflict any bit of damage on him. Shi Jian flexed his fingers with force, and the Lightning Augur was crushed hard by him. His thin body was suspended in the void, yet his aura was strong and violent. How is this possible? The Dean of the Deer Academy was filled with incredulity. Shi Jian dispersed his Thunderbolt Augur hard with a single grab. Are you kidding me? What kind of terrifying flesh is this? The Dean of the Deer Academy looked at Shi Jian, and what responded to him was a slap from Shi Jian. Shi Jian's palm slapped out, the runes bloomed as if it was like a shocking wave beating the shore, so vast that it enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Yes, the Dean of the Deer Academy let out a roar. His voice was like thunder in the nine heavens. Countless electric lights flashed around him, and these thunderbolts converged into fists towards Shi Jian. In one fist, there seemed to be the sun, moon and stars surrounding it, thunder and lightning roaring, and heaven and earth raging. Heaven and earth in the palm of your hand. This was a great divine ability that could not be performed by anyone other than a supreme expert. Although the Dean of the Deer School used fists, the reasoning was the same. Formation realm. Runes can form formations. This is the true subtlety of the formation realm. The Dean of the Deer Academy spoke out, his fist enveloping the entire heaven and earth with a grand and boundless aura. Shi Jian rose into the air and struck towards a shadow above him. With a buzzing sound, the heavens and earth trembled as Shi Jian directly shattered all fist winds. The two faced off again. The shock in the Dean of the Deer Academy's heart at this point could no longer be continued. Shi Jian's strength was too terrifying. Using only some basic runes as well as the power of his physical body, he was able to pierce through his treasure art. The casual strike was incomparably fierce, as if it was opening up the sky and the earth. I'm not as good as you. The Dean of the Deer Academy spoke despondently. Stone-solid power is too scary. This age has such strength. I'm afraid that there is no such heavenly pride in the upper realm. It was unknown whether it was good or bad for such a genius to come out. He did have some tricks up his sleeve, and he hadn't even taken out his weapons yet. However, Shi Jian had pierced through his treasure art without using it, so it was already obvious which was stronger or weaker. The Dean of the Deer Academy didn't believe that a genius like Shi Jian hadn't mastered the treasure art. Even though Shi Jian was now a member of the Deer Academy, no one knew his true origins. This kind of genius, that is, there is a 10 fierce treasure art. The Dean of the Deer Academy also feels normal. Such a horrible strength. If in the performance of that 10 murderous treasure art, he had to be killed in seconds himself. Exalted level battle power. The Dean of the Deer Academy took a few deep breaths before suppressing the thought. Cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. Battle power at the level of an honored one. Scary as hell. He only practiced against Shi Jian to feel him out. Now that something about Shi Jian had been tried, there was naturally no need to fight any longer. It's not good to fight real fire. Being defeated by Shi Jian is even worse. Dean actually said he's not as good as Bully. The people from Deer Academy were completely stunned after hearing the Dean's words. Dean, that's a veteran columnist powerhouse. Something came up and I couldn't write the second shift, so I wrote a big 3,000-word chapter. Sorry. End of chapter. Chapter 76-76. First battle against the king of the lineup, Dean of the Deer Academy. Chapter 76. First battle against the king of the lineup, Dean of the Deer Academy. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dean of the Deer Academy. He was a veteran powerhouse in the realm of column formation, and only the sacrificial spirit was stronger than him in the Deer Academy. But now, he even admitted that he was inferior to Shi Jian? How is this possible? However, when they thought of the terrifying battle between the two just now, the crowd had to admit this fact again. Countless people looked at the young figure in the void with gazes of horrified adoration. Less than 10 years old. The battle power of the Liege realm. How amazing is this fact? Outrageous to the point where no one would believe it if they said it. No one has ever reached such an accomplishment in all of history. Looking through the canonical books, I don't see anyone with such a talent. Legendary gods. I'm afraid they're not as good as Shi Jian. Had completely ranked among the ranks of the absolute strongest, and no longer a supreme genius. Bully! Shouts of surprise suddenly rang out from the stage as some people looked at Shi Jian adoringly, chanting his title. Bully! Countless people chanted along with it. Many people had only met Shi Jian once or twice, but now, they were indeed completely convinced by him. It would be a great honor for a supreme being of this level to follow him. The frenzy instantly swept over everyone. Even those geniuses who originally had bad intentions and wanted to challenge Shi Jian were looking at the figure in the sky at the moment, the meaning in their eyes unknown. These people were born with golden keys in their respective families. From an early age, he was labeled as the pride of heaven, possessing the will to fight for supremacy. Now, All their pride was completely shattered by Shi Jian. Less than 10 years old. The battle power of the Liege realm. Such an existence is the true pride of heaven. They are but fireflies compared to them. Before arriving at the Deer Academy, they heard the legend of Shi Jian and saw him as if he were a frog in a well peering at the moon in the sky. Now that they had come to the Deer Academy, they saw Shi Jian as if he were a floating grain seeing heaven and earth. I'll give the Martial King's house a war cry for you. The Dean of the Deer Academy was even more joyful when he saw that the crowd was so madly worshipping Shi Jian. And then he opened his mouth to agree to the request made by Shi Jian. He had long been displeased that the Martial King's mansion was putting pressure on the Deer by Deer Academy. Now that Shi Jian had this strength to stand up for the Deer Hunting Academy, then he naturally had to support it. What? Baba still wants to challenge the Martial King? The crowd of the Deer Academy was even more surprised after hearing the Dean's words. Shi Jian was actually going to challenge the Martial King? They were instantly excited. If they hadn't seen Shi Jian's strength, then they would only feel that Shi Jian was too arrogant and cocky at this moment. He actually dared to challenge the Martial King. But now that they had seen Shi Jian's strength, there was only excitement in their hearts after hearing that he wanted to challenge the Martial King. A Seal King level powerhouse was also a C-pin in the midst of the major powers. Their presence is like an authority. An invincible authority. Now, Shi Jian, a toddler under the age of 10, is challenging this authority. If he succeeds, this will be a legend of sorts. Although Shi Jian had already fought with the old dean of the Deer School. However, this was very different from challenging a Martial King. The former is sort of a teaching of the elders to the younger ones. The latter, however, is the beginning of a legendary prologue. Countless people hurriedly sent messages to the forces behind them. They had a premonition that the whole world would soon be in chaos with Shi Jian's departure. The Martial King's mansion was destined to become a stepping stone for Shi Jian's rise to fame. If the Martial King lost, within a few years and decades, the Martial King and also the Martial King's mansion might become the laughingstock of others. However, as Shi Jian demonstrated more and more powerful talents, after becoming more and more terrifying, losing under him would also become an honor. The information of Shi Jian's exit from the customs quickly spread out, and the entire world was shaken by it. Taking on the Dean of the Deer Academy with the realm of the transformation spirit and giving the Martial King a letter of war. The crowd couldn't dare to imagine that this was actually something done by a teenager who was less than 10 years old. Countless people were shocked. Shi Jian had already brought them countless shocks since his appearance. Even though the crowd had already known that Shi Jian's talent was frighteningly strong. However, after learning that Shi Jian possessed the battle power of the Liege realm, they still couldn't help but lose their minds and their hearts. This horrible talent. This horrible battle power. Can the gods, can they do it? Arrogance. Arrogant. This Baba really doesn't know what he's talking about. Does he think he's invincible? Should he be so contemptuous of my Martial King's mansion? To challenge the Martial King, does he have the qualifications? In a large hall in the Martial King's mansion, a Martial King's mansion patriarch was furious. The rosewood table underneath him was smashed to pieces in one fell swoop. This man is called Shi Yuan, and he holds a great deal of power and pegs in his hands. That's right. It seems like it's been too long since we, the Martial King's house, have shown our fangs. And any cat or dog dares to stand on our heads and piss on us. Another patriarch said coldly, a battle power of the Liege realm? A child under the age of 10? This kind of outrageous legend, can he also make up the Deer Academy? This is not the way to build up momentum. Some people question Shi Jian's strength, but he did defeat the Dao protector of the inscription realm next to Ear last time, and now he's been in seclusion for a few months. Someone worried, even if he really has array level combat power. So what? There's also a difference between a column formation and a column formation. And it's not like I haven't killed any ordinary column formations in the Martial King's house. Someone is full of murder. If the previous incident of Shi Jian killing a strong inscriptionist of the Martial King's house was considered his provocation to the Martial King's house, then his challenge to the Martial King this time was riding on the head of the Martial King's house and ting on it. The Martial King was the person in charge of the Martial King's mansion, the core of the Martial King's mansion. By challenging the Martial King, he was challenging the entire Martial King's mansion. If he really dares to come to the Martial King's mansion, then just behead him. Another person spoke with a sneer. Hearing him say this, the others frowned. Should we inform the Martial King about this? The war letter that the Dean of the Deer Hunting Academy had placed for Shi Jian had already been sent to the Martial King's residence. It was just that the Martial King was still in seclusion and didn't know about these things. Why is there a need to inform the Martial King of such a trivial matter? If he, dares to come, my Martial King's house will directly behead him. If he can't even pass our level, what qualifications does he have to challenge the Martial King? Everyone quickly came to a consensus. As long as Shi Jian came to the Martial King's mansion, then they would join forces to behead Shi Jian. If Shi Jian wanted to challenge the Martial King, he just had to go through them first. Quite reasonable, right? If you can't even get past them, what right do you have to challenge the Martial King? After Shi Jian had asked the Dean to give the Martial King a war letter for himself, he himself entered the Void God realm. Shi Jian no longer stayed in the initial land, but appeared in a higher level of the Cave of Heavenly Bliss. He sat in the void, a terrifying aura emanating around him. In the distance, there was an old man slowly walking towards him. His Holiness, the Mountain of God. End of chapter. Chapter 77. 77. Seeing the Divine Mountain Venerable, preparing to open the Kuanpang Divine Burial. Chapter 77. Goodbye Divine Mountain Venerable. Prepare to open the Kuanpang Divine Burial. The old man's body is shrouded in clouds and mist, mysterious and terrifying, obviously standing there, but it seems to be like the chemical return in the dome of the sky above, difficult to sense. His Holiness, the Mountain of God. The Divine Mountain Exalt, who had promised to help Shi Jian break through the 10 great cave heavens in the first place. He had information about the place where Kuanpang had fallen in his hands. You are here. Looking at the Divine Mountain Venerable, a bright light flashed within Shi Jian's eyes. An existence at the level of an honored one. And I don't know which is stronger or weaker. Divine Mountain Venerable looked at Shi Jian's slightly changed color. Shi Jian raised his hand, and through his feet contained the strongest means of attack. The inner Rue rune outside to capture the creation of heaven and earth. This must have broken through the 10 great caves. I can't believe that you broke through the 10 great cave heavens so quickly and even reached the spirit transformation realm. The Divine Mountain Venerable spoke with a complicated expression on his face. At first, he was the one who saw the potential to open up the 10 great cave heavens in Shi Jian. That's why he's trying to recruit him. Wanted to use his hand to open the Kuanping secret realm. As a result, Shi Jian rejected him, but he still left some information for Shi Jian. It was agreed with Shi Jian that if he could break through the 10 great caves, he would be granted a great chance at the level of the 10 murderous treasure art. Originally, he had thought that it would take at least several years for Shi Jian to be able to condense the 10 great cave heavens. Who knew that it had only been less than a few months and Shi Jian had already broken through the 10 great cave temples? The battle power was even more terrifying. To cooperate with Shi Jian, the old man naturally investigated Shi Jian's situation in advance. Thus, knowing the battle power of Shi Jian, he came from the Mountain of God and had witnessed the sight of the gods. The gods, too, are no match for Shi Jian. Some basic realms are just that. Isn't it normal to break through? Shi Jian was not impressed. Back then, you told me that there would be a heavenly chance waiting for me if I condensed the 10 great cave heavens. Can you elaborate on that now? A hint of hesitation flashed across the Divine Mountain Venerable's face. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with Shi Jian because he wanted to borrow his hand to open the Kuanpang Divine Burial, and then seek the possible 10 foul treasures and other opportunities within the Divine Burial. As for Shi Jian himself, he didn't give it a second thought, but it was different now. Not only had Shi Jian condensed the 10 great cave heavens, his strength was also so terrifying. If this opened the Kuanpang Divine Burial, who could snatch the opportunity better than Shi Jian? One must know that there was a realm suppression in the Kuanpang Divine Burial, not to mention a Seal King powerhouse. A Seal Marquis level powerhouse would have to be suppressed when entering it. At most, only powerful people of the spirit transformation realm could be sent into the Divine Mountain. If Shi Jian only had 10 great caves, the many spirit transformation powerhouses in the Divine Mountain could naturally suppress him. However, he was in the spirit transformation realm and had a Seal King level battle. That's scary. By inviting him in, the entire Kuanpang Divine Burial would have to be in his pocket. However, the Divine Mountain Venerable One thought for a moment that his descendants wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain the Gaijin treasure art even if they entered the Divine Mountain. And without Shi Jian, the 10 cave heaven, they couldn't even open the ruins. It would be better to strike a good relationship with Shi Jian and let him shelter his own offspring for a moment or two. Moreover, the heavens and earth were going to be in great turmoil, and having a good relationship with a figure like Shi Jian would have only benefits and no harm. So he spoke directly. In the middle of the Taikushin Mountain, some people have discovered the god's legacy carvings, claiming that there is a Taiku Kuanping's legacy nest in the marina land of the desolate domain, and based on speculation, it is highly likely that there is a long-lost Gaijin treasure art hidden there. Venerable God Mountain revealed something. That's a forbidden land with a lot of requirements. Only those in the spirit transformation realm can enter, and they have to open up 10 caves to be able to open the passage. Shi Jian had known this information for a long time, but he still pretended to look interested. So, what you're saying is that it's highly likely that the Kuanping treasure art exists there? You want me to open the path for you guys? Venerable God Mountain nodded. The Kuanping treasure art came out, and this was something that absolutely shook the world. Even the ancient ferocious beasts couldn't sit still, going to have to fight on it. It was just a pity that Kuanping had set up a ban, and those with great strength couldn't enter. Yes, Shi Jian agreed straight away. Kuanping Divine Burial. He had decided to go a few months ago, It was just that at that moment, he was still weak and was worried about being backstabbed by the people in the Divine Mountain, so it also made a point of telling Ryujin about them. Hopefully, the Willow God will be with him all the way and open up a pathway for him, but now it doesn't need to be such a hassle. He already had exalted level battle power, and even if the Divine Mountain came out in full force, it would still be difficult to kill him. By the time he stepped out of the Kuanpang nest, it would be another few months later. He'll be a different kind of fighter then. A mere Divine Mountain can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. When I go to challenge the Martial King first and settle some matters in reality, I'll be looking for you guys to rendezvous then. Shijian stated his intentions. Martial King, that's a supreme powerhouse amongst the realm of the Liege, and it's only a step away from a venerable. The Divine Mountain Venerable One had long known about Shijian's letter of war to the Martial King, so he felt very incredible. Why are you challenging him? Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Don't jeopardize the sea voyage when the time comes? He said both inquiringly and testily. Shijian gave him a calm look. If you're curious about my strength, wouldn't it be better to wait until the rendezvous to test it yourself in the middle of the real world? A trace of surprise flashed across the Divine Mountain Venerable's face at his words. It's not enough to challenge a Seal King powerhouse. You want to challenge a Zuni? He really didn't know if Shijian was arrogant, or if he really had the courage to do so. If an unusual person who had opened up 10 cavernous heavens dared to say this, even if he had opened up 10 cavernous heavens, the Divine Mountain Venerable One would say that he was out of his depth. But it was Shijian who was the one who said this. Mysterious origin, breaking the record of 200,000 pounds of moving blood realm extreme. A battle power at the level of Seal King in just a few months. No matter how outrageous the words of such a being could be, it would be worth pondering. It was hard to believe that his really had the confidence to battle a Zuni-level powerhouse. The Divine Mountain Elder had survived for a long time and had seen generations of heavenly pride. An existence like that of the Martial King could only be described as not bad to him, but he had never seen a character like Shijian. If Shijian really did have a battle power at the level of a Zuni, it would really be too terrifying. Discovered that piece of sea is not only us, there are other is some forces. Then I am afraid that the competition will be very horrible. Hope that you move as soon as possible. Do not miss the opportunity in it. Although his heart was horrified, Venerable God Mountain nevertheless opened his mouth to remind Shijian. There were also many forces in the Taiku Divine Mountain. They're not the only ones. Others were preparing to explore that part of the ocean. Because the Koanpang treasure technique was so tantalizing, even if there was only the slightest possibility, it could make countless people go crazy for it. Inform me of the place of rendezvous. Wait for me there, and I will go to you. It won't take long. Shijian responded faintly. Afterward, the Divine Mountain Elder told Shijian about the place where they had set off for the sea. After the two unified their alliance, Shijian withdrew from the Void God realm. End of chapter. Chapter 78-78. Fighting the Martial King's Mansion. Challenging the Martial King. Chapter 78. Fighting on the Martial King's Mansion. Challenging the Martial King. Shijian consciousness returned to the deer school. In his hand he held a brilliantly colored hair. This is the hair of the Deer Academy's sacrificial spirit, the 9-colored deer. He was not in the stone village now, and was able to enter the Void God realm by virtue of this hair. The methods used by other powers to enter the Void God realm were not the same as the methods used by the Willow God to enter the Void God realm. Everyone else enters the Void God realm through the same method as the sacrifices. Those who open channels like the Willow God could only be described as ho-hum. And this 9-colored deer's hair is a medium to enter the Void God realm. Shijian communicated with it and the 9-colored deer would send him into the Void God realm. After returning from the Void God realm, Shijian once again approached the Dean of the Deer Academy. He told the Dean part of his agreement with Taikujin Mountain. The Dean was shocked after hearing this. Koanpang treasure art, this is one of the 10 fierce treasure arts. Even though it was just a nebulous piece of information, Dean was heartened to hear it. He said with a grave expression on his face, a supreme treasure art of that level, the people of the Swire God Mountain will definitely not easily give it up to someone else. Although they are going to open the passage with the help of your 10 cave heavens, but after the passage is opened that's not easy to say. The Dean was reminding Shijian to be careful of Taiku Divine Mountain's unloading. Shijian is naturally clear about this. The ones who can come out of the Swire God Mountain are only honored ones. If they want to turn the other cheek, that still owes some fire. He was just a bit weak against a false god of the Divine Flame realm right now. As for Exalted, although Shijian had yet to fight, he was confident in resisting it. When he came out from within the Kuanpang Divine Burial, the Venerable would be nothing more than a minor player to him. Just know in your heart. The Dean's mind was relieved after he saw that he had something to consider. Then wait for your triumphant return. The wasteland is big and vast. Riding on the 5-colored Luan bird, it also took Shijian several days to approach the royal capital of the Stone Kingdom. He'd be faster if he flew by himself, But why would he do that if he had a mount? Above the five-colored Luan bird, besides him, there was the female god of war. Behind them, on the other hand, there were some other powerful mounts. The people sitting up there were all from the deer school. All of them were from the younger generation, and they had followed Shi Jian here. Sort of came to make a big statement. There were also some experts who were hiding in the shadows. For example, Dean. They came to give Shi Jian the benefit of the doubt. When Shi Jian won the fight, they jumped out and laughed at a few kids for not knowing what they were doing. If you lose the fight, then they'll have to say even more that kids don't know any better. Shi Jian stood on top of the five-colored Luan bird and looked at the giant city in the distance. The city was magnificent and incomparable. Cast from crystal stone after crystal stone, the magnificent walls were like mountains, and the tall tiers of buildings stood across the city like a heavenly palace. Majestic. The city was heavily populated, and various runes flickered above the city as if it was one big star after another turning. Team after team of soldiers, patrolling above the city walls. They were disciplined, their weapons were sharp, and the armor on their bodies shone with a cold metallic luster. The void was filled with a murderous aura. This is the royal capital of the Stone Kingdom. Majestic. A lower realm's capital is so magnificent. And I wonder how that imperial passes? Shi Jian thought darkly in his mind. The appearance of the five-colored Luan bird caused a commotion among the soldiers on top of the city wall. They were shocked in their hearts while waiting sternly. The crowd of vehicles coming in and out of the city gates was inexplicably shocked. What kind of power is this? Such a big show? Some people with some status recognized that this was the team from the Deer Hunting Academy. Remembering the rumors from 2 days ago, his heart was instantly horrified. Bully really came to King Wu. A group of people dismounted from atop their mounts and later embraced Shi Jian in the direction of the Martial King's mansion. The Deer Academy's people are here? They really came to challenge the Martial King. Oh my god, is that person the legendary Baba? Looking at him as a kid, he actually has such terrifying strength. The place completely exploded, and everyone changed color. They couldn't believe that Shi Jian had actually come to the Martial King's mansion. He's really going to challenge the Martial King? People's scalps were numb. The Martial King was a supreme powerhouse, an existence that had once competed with the Stone Emperor for the world. And although he had failed, he was still divine and valiant, and had revitalized the imperial capital. It is a very terrifying figure, a representative of the strongest people in the world. And Shi Jian, no matter what, he was too young, not even 10 years old. At the age of 10, children among the first of the great tribes do not have their second baptism until that age. As for Shi Jian, he hadn't even reached that age yet. He wanted to challenge a strong king sealer, and it's still the Martial King. In the land of stone, when people refer to legends, they are bound to mention King Wu. He reigned supreme and had left behind many legends. And today, Shi Jian has left behind countless legends. Legends of the present versus legends of the past. What will be the outcome? Quickly, hurry to report to the family head. The powerful people present sent people back to the family to report the news. Some of the powerful people who had learned the information in advance and then ran to the Stone Country, rain or shine, were also excited. Hadn't they come early and waited for this moment? The entire Stone Country's storm clouds were stirred at this moment. Shi Jian didn't fly directly to the Martial King's mansion, but instead walked slowly down the street towards the Martial King's mansion. The streets and alleys are filled with people and stores. Shi Jian walked slowly through the crowd. It's kind of a sign of respect for King Wu, how the Martial King's house was for now. But the Martial King was his next opponent, the first column level opponent, and a powerful one at that. Shi Jian didn't mind being that slightly more solemn with him. Quickly, he walked in front of a majestic mansion next to a busy street. The mansion covered a wide area, and the vermilion gate had a copper ring withered by the Rue beasts. On both sides of the gate there are divine beasts carved out of white jade. There was a plaque above the main gate, and on the top of the plaque were the 3 big words Martial King's Mansion, Wang Ho, and sealed with the word Wu, enough to illustrate the bravery and power of King Wu. What man? Stop! The guards in front of the door immediately shouted after seeing Shi Jian. Deer Hunting Academy, Shi Jian comes to challenge the Martial King. Shi Jian's gaze became stern as he released a portion of his aura. The town guards at the entrance were instantly forced backwards. The commotion, all of a sudden, startled the people within the Martial King's mansion. He actually dared to beat down the door. The clan elder of the Martial King's mansion was furious, not expecting Shi Jian to really dare to hit his door. And it came so fast. What's the panic? If he dares to come, let him die. Open the door to welcome the guests, the other clan elders said with biting gazes, their eyes flashing with monstrous ferocity and killing intent. They had already prepared various means to deal with Shi Jian. Even if Shi Jian had the strength of the realm of column formation, he would still be able to chop him down. Oh, I'll make sure he doesn't come back. End of chapter. Chapter 79-79. I came to challenge the martial king. Why did the martial king avoid the fight? Chapter 79, I came to challenge the martial king. Why did the martial king avoid fighting? The gate of the martial king's residence opened, and an old man stepped out from it. This old man's beard and hair were all white. The martial king has already known your intention. Please enter the residence. Hearing his words, Shi Jian directly lifted his leg and walked into the mansion. The others from the Deer Academy wanted to follow him, but they were stopped by the old man. The king of martial arts only sees Baba alone. He squinted at the crowd of the Deer Academy. The Deer Academy disciple frowned. There was clearly a ghost in this attitude. Shi Jian, however, didn't care and just faintly instructed the crowd. You can just wait here. He then looked at the old man. Lead the way. That old man's mouth revealed a cold smile when he saw him in such a cocky stance. You take me as a slave to show you the way? What arrogance. I hope you're still cocky later. He led Shi Jian to a garden courtyard, where the figure of the martial king was not visible. There were only a few clan elders from the martial king's mansion. The old man who led the way before revealed a cold smile. Do you think anyone has the qualifications to challenge the martial king? If you want to challenge the martial king, you have to go through us first. He quickly took out a stone box and slapped his hand towards the top of it, and countless streams of light burst out from it. Then dozens of flying swords flew up from the stone box. All of these flying swords were treasure weapons. Each of them was only the size of the palm of a hand, but they were crystallized and blossomed with terrifying power. There seemed to be some other connection between these flying swords and the formations within the martial king's mansion. The power got some kind of increase. The flying sword had a powerful force bred on it. Some sword chi escaped, and the green stone on the ground was instantly sliced into pieces like tofu. You should know that these are the stone tiles from the interior of the martial king's mansion. There was a formation shrouded on it. It was difficult to leave a scar on it even if the inscription struck it with all its might. And Xian Su's escaping sword chi did. It was enough to see the terror of this sword formation. It's a big killer. The people from the martial king's mansion using the sword formation had once killed the king of the array. It was a gift they had prepared especially for Shi Jian. That's it? Shi Jian, who had waited for them for most of the day despite knowing that the people of the martial king's house might be calculating, was a little disappointed. He wasn't interested in playing these house-style games with the people of the Wuwang Fu. I'll be disappointed if this is what the martial king wants, Shi Jian said flatly, as he no longer collected the aura on his body. The aura erupted out like a volcano, and that blazing destructive aura instantly spread across the entire field. The terrifying aura shocked people's faces. Kill! Several clan elders saw this cold snort. Instantly a blue sword blade after another breaks through the air, sharp and incomparable, as if a divine light rising in the turquoise sea. Killing aura. A random sword blade had the strength to cut down a powerful inscriptionist. A weaker king of the lineup would have to hate drinking under this sword blade. Shi Jian, however, just flicked his fingers very blandly, and then snapped them on top of the sword blade. With a crunching sound, the blade hung upside down and went, listing chipped cracks on it all at once. The martial king's palace Zone Lao who was manipulating this flying sword was instantly revolted. How is that possible? This is a divine sword that was sacrificed from the bones of an ancient relic species, with supreme formation patterns engraved in it, and even the king of the array could not shatter it with a single blow. That clan elder was incredulous. The other patriarchs were also horrified in their hearts at this scene, but the movements of their hands did not stop. This sword formation is about a momentum. The sword light was like a shocking wave that set off a wave of horror, to get stronger with each wave. Wave after wave of swords could be stacked on top of each other in a continuous stream. The later the flying sword, the more powerful it would be. If Shi Jian can block the first handle, can he block them all? To this, Shi Jian responded with only a simple punch. A burst of divine light emerged from his body, followed by a punch. Terrifying waves of air instantly swept across the entire field. The sky-rushing baleful aura matched the ocean made by that roiling sword light. Bang! 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 Several consecutive collision sounds rang out, and all the remaining flying swords fell to the ground like broken copper and iron, losing their divinity. All the patriarchs suffered backlash and spat out blood. They looked at Shi Jian with horror, not expecting Shi Jian to be so strong. This sword formation could clearly shock and kill even an ordinary king of the array, but it was so easily broken through by Shi Jian. The clan elder of the martial king's mansion felt that he had already thought highly of Shi Jian, preparing him with sword formations capable of subduing the average array powerhouse. As it turned out, they still underestimated Shi Jian. I'm afraid that Shi Jian's strength has already reached the Seal King limit. A child less than 10 years old was comparable to a martial king. What kind of legend is this? The martial king's mansion. Nothing more than that. Looking at the fallen martial king's palace patriarch, Shi Jian said indifferently, "Don't you get cocky, bully, we've got more than that for you." A patriarch spoke in a fierce voice. In an instant, all the formation patterns in this courtyard were activated, emitting a blinding light. which instantly surrounded Shi Jian. It's haunted by scaly dragons and braves. The group of clan elders quickly retreated, then let out a loud laugh. This is the 3 great killing formations amongst my stone clan. You will surely die. They are not generally well prepared. In addition to the previous sword formation, 3 sets of the clan's ancestral killing formations had been laid down to suppress this place. Shi Jian happened to be in the center of the formation. With this, you want to kill me? Shi Jian's face was calm when he saw this situation. This formation had also been used by the people of the Martial King's house to deal with the great demon god. You can't even trap a great demon god and you still want to kill him? So much for being delusional. Where is the Martial King? Shi Jian let out an explosive cry, his eyes exploding with light as strands of runes instantly spread across the void, emitting a thunderous sound. Flexing his fingers and pointing forward, the piercing light of thunder instantly flooded the entire field. Countless lightning runes disintegrated the killing formation. Those beams of light that attacked Shi Jian, on the other hand, were about to land on him when they were worn down by an unknown force. Boom! There was a loud crash and the sky fell. The whole yard exploded and everyone fell back. Shi Jian stepped out of the killing formation as if he were a demon god descending into the world, and he walked straight out, his gaze still calmly scanning the crowd. Some people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to vanish immediately, but the result was that they directly exploded in place. Where is the Martial King? Shi Jian spoke again, and all the palaces swayed with him. A terrifying ripple spread, and countless people from the Martial King's mansion flew up horizontally before spitting out blood loudly and crashing on top of the buildings on the side. I came to challenge the Martial King. Why did the Martial King avoid fighting? Shi Jian said indifferently. The entire capital of the Stone Kingdom was shaken by him. After the countless powerhouses saw this scene, they weren't hiding, but rather converged brightly to watch the show. They were just shocked after seeing the scene here. It was instantly clear what was going on. The Wu Wangfu should have made a move on Shi Jian in private. They had definitely prepared killing moves capable of targeting the king of the array. Now, all of these killing moves were neutralized by Shi Jian. Does this mean Shi Jian really has the power to list the battle? End of chapter. Chapter 80. 80. Martial King descends to the world. Needle to needle. Chapter 80. Martial King descends. Tit for tat. What qualifications do you have to make the Martial King avoid fighting? We are only striking out at you to see if you have the qualifications to challenge the Martial King. If anyone can challenge the Martial King, then where is the face of my Martial King's mansion? Seeing more people coming around, another clan elder of the Martial King's mansion walked out and then said with cold eyes, if they dared to take a shot at Shi Jian, then naturally they had prepared to say something. And now what? Am I qualified to challenge him? Shi Jian stood tall in the void, his body blazing with light, making it difficult for people to look directly at him. A terrifying aura suppressed the entire field. Countless people from the Stone Clan were crushed by him and fell to their knees. The Stone Clan elder who had spoken out earlier was even under pressure that was unimaginable to the onlookers. He didn't expect Shi Jian's strength to be so terrifying. Even his aura alone could crush him. Now, naturally, you're qualified, he said through clenched teeth and stiffened. Then why don't we still go to the Martial King? Shi Jian spoke faintly. No need to invite. I'm here, came a dignified voice. Just listening to that voice alone felt like it sent shivers down one's soul. A figure in the distance, arriving from the sky. Martial King, you're finally here. Shi Jian looked at the figure and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The figure in the distance was bathed in a haze of light and descended on the Martial King's mansion as if it were a god. He exuded undisguised terrifying fluctuations. This was the Martial King, who was shrouded in divine light, making it impossible to see his true body for a moment, with only a terrifying aura flowing through him. Martial King! Many people shouted and bowed to the ground in excitement. The Martial King was the only true god to the people of the Martial King's mansion. The power of a Martial King was a suffocating power. The Stone Kingdom is well known. When he was young, he had fought for supremacy and stirred up boundless storm clouds. Even though they were not human emperors, their power was something that was known to the world. He is a terrifying figure who frightens the wind and clouds with his anger and breaks the sky with his whistles. And Shi Jian, a myth among legends. The gods are no match for him. Everyone believed that it was only a matter of time before Shi Jian surpassed the Martial King. But now, Shi Jian was about to go up against a Martial King when he was only at the spirit transformation realm. Between these two, who is stronger and who is weaker? Everyone was looking forward to the next fight. I am very happy that you challenged me. The Martial King's tone was calm and did not seem to be angry, but it revealed a majestic majesty. But I'm very unhappy that you trampled on the Martial King's majesty. Saying that he was unhappy, the Martial King's tone remained calm. Shi Jian looked at the Martial King and smiled. I have made great progress in my cultivation, and I need a king to verify my progress. Do you know why I chose you? When the crowd heard his words, they only felt that he was not generally arrogant, A great advance in cultivation requires a king to validate his progress? What kind of arrogance is that? More importantly, everyone knew that Shi Jian had been in seclusion for only a few months. You've only been in seclusion for a few months and you need a king to verify your cultivation? Then you're in seclusion for a year. So you mustn't use the gods as a stepping stone? Anyone else who said something like that would have been sprayed to death. But it was Shi Jian who said this. The crowd was simply powerless to refute it. This statement was indeed arrogant to the extreme. But Shi Jian was qualified to say it. I wish to hear it. The martial king was also curious about what Shi Jian had to say. Wasn't he looking for himself because the martial king's palace was putting pressure on the deer hunting academy? I think you're confused and don't deserve the position of martial king, Shi Jian said indifferently. The room fell silent at those words. It's too harsh and overbearing a statement. Think King Wu doesn't deserve to be King Wu and wants to abolish him? That's something the human emperor wouldn't even dare to say. Countless powerful people from the Stone Country stared at Shi Jian in death. If it was just him challenging the martial king, the royal family of the Stone Country's princes and lords would not intervene. But when Shi Jian said this, then the meaning of his challenge to the martial king changed. This kind of somehow has been considered a challenge to the Stone Kingdom. The martial king's emotions finally fluctuated after hearing these words, but instead of anger, he inquired curiously, why? Shi Jian's cold gaze swept over the kneeling people of the martial king's palace. I am also surnamed Shi, from the first ancestral land, and I have a little brother called Shi Hao. When I was young, I was gouged out of my supreme bone by the people of the martial king's house. As soon as he opened his mouth, he once again shocked all of them. Shi Jian's real name had been heard of by the people of the great powers. He was only famous as Bully. Therefore the people were accustomed to address him by this title. But that doesn't mean the crowd forgot his real name. The fact that his last name was Shi was something that the crowd had speculated about before. Thinks he's from Stone Country. Only, after discussing it, the major powers agreed that it would be difficult for the Stone Country to cultivate such a heavenly pride against the heavens. Nowadays. But I didn't realize that Shi Jian's was indeed a person from Shigui, the first ancestral land. That's where the legendary Stone Kingdom originated. It's a holy place in everyone's mind. Just, few people know where it is. Now, this Shi Jian had actually walked out from within the first ancestral land. No wonder it's so scary. It turned out to be from the ancestral land. In an instant, the entire Stone Kingdom's royal family was in an uproar of excitement. Even that secretly observing Stone Emperor was shocked at the moment. It's actually someone from the ancestral lands? Then it's family. The people of the ancestral land were the people of the Stone Country. And Shi Jian, the junior supreme, was actually from the Stone Country. Shikoku cracked up laughing. He instantly dismissed the decision of the martial king to step forward. He felt that Shi Jian was indeed right. King Wu was too unlikable. Not worthy to be king of Wu. This king of Wu has to be someone else. Emperor Shi felt that Shi Jian was imposing, which was quite suitable for the title of martial king. Even, martial emperor is not impossible. The king of Wu was a bit surprised after hearing this. He didn't think that Shi Jian actually had such an identity. I didn't know what happened back then. And when I did, everything was finalized. This is indeed what my martial king's house owes to 15th lineage. The martial king naturally knew what Shi Jian was talking about. But it was indeed as he said. When he learned of this matter, it was a foregone conclusion. 15. Referring to the great demon god. A family can do such a thing as digging up bones. Not only has your martial king failed in his duties, but the martial king's house is even more rotten already. Shi Jian said fatally. I challenged you, and it wasn't to take it out on Shi Hao. He'll take his own revenge on his own. I mainly just wanted to see what kind of achievements you've made after ignoring mundane matters and closing your eyes for so many hours. The aura on Shi Jian's body gradually turned bitter. I'm also curious. To what extent are you a genius? The martial king's aura was also terrifying, fluctuating like the sea, causing those nearby to tremble. Without talking about such trivial matters, he was also curious about Shi Jian's strength. Is a child less than 10 years old really as terrifying as the rumors say? The strength of the king of the lineup. The martial king didn't believe that there was really such a heavenly pride in this world. 5 shifts for monthly votes. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 8181. Duel in the God's Capital. Spear of the Underworld God broken. Chapter 81. Duel in the God's Capital. Spear of the Underworld God broken. Kill. The martial king finally revealed a strong scene. His voice was like thunder. His body's divine radiance skyrocketed, and the runes around him covered the sky. Come on. Shijian responded with the same simplicity. The martial king kept pressing forward and out. The sound of the great Tao's overwhelming sound rang out, and the terrifying runes instantly flooded the entire martial king's mansion. A piece of heaven and earth rioted, and everything in the heavens and earth seemed to be about to explode into pieces. Some people couldn't withstand this horrible fluctuation and collapsed to the ground. Shijian swung forward with one arm, and his terrifying physical strength instantly erupted, clashing with the brilliant piece of light. Red-hot symbols collided and then obliterated in the void. A simple exchange of hands, yet both of them were a bit grave. As the saying goes, once a connoisseur strikes, he will know whether there is one or not. Only such a hand-to-hand exchange. The king of Wushu knew that Shijian did have the qualifications to challenge himself. It was even possible that his strength was in himself. He attacked forward, carrying monstrous divine might, and killed directly in front of Shijian. Shijian was undaunted as he dueled with him, with bursts of divine and demonic shadows emanating from behind the two of them. Just as the martial king was shocked, Shijian also felt that the martial king's strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary array realm. In the blink of an eye, the two attacked several moves in the void. It's hard to tell if you're going to win or lose. It was just that both of them were simply bombarding each other now, without utilizing their powerful divine abilities. Yes, separating after another confrontation, the martial king let out a roar. His voice was like thunder exploding from the nine heavens, and he has countless golden lights bursting out, piercing people's eyes painfully. In the midst of this boundless golden light, a vast and boundless hand probed out. There seemed to be sun, moon, and stars surrounding this palm, mysterious and incomparable, causing people to palpitate. Heaven and earth in the palm of your hand. The experts among the crowd of onlookers sucked in a breath of cool air. They didn't expect that it was actually the martial king who took the lead in using a great divine ability, and it was still a great divine ability like heaven and earth in palm that was utilized. Even the stone emperor in the shadows changed color slightly after seeing this scene. The martial king had been in seclusion for so many years, and his strength had indeed refined and broken through quite a bit. Palm of heaven and earth. Shijian was no stranger to this move. When he had previously fought against the dean of the deer hunting academy, the dean had used this move. But deans is sort of a world in a fist. He and the dean were only sparring, so the dean had not pushed the power of this great divine ability to the extreme. Nowadays, the heaven and earth in the palm of the martial king was different. His large hand probed over, spreading forward, enveloping Shijian below, and there seemed to be endless space spreading in his palm, grandiose and boundless. His 5 fingers skyrocketed, and the heavens and earth trembled as each finger became golden, like 5 pillars holding up the sky. This divine ability is just like the Buddha realm in the palm that suppressed the monkey in the beginning. There is a heaven and earth generated within. The large hand covered Shijian, wanting to completely lock him in it. Shijian was not the least bit afraid in the face of this scene, rising up in the air, his body haunted with divine light, just like a god splitting the sky. In his hand, a spear appeared at some point. Supreme attacking avatar, spear of the Underworld God. The palm completely enveloped him, transforming into a palm world. Between the palms and fingers there was one sun, moon and star after another turning, mysterious and terrifying. How had the crowd ever seen such a scene? With the sun, moon and stars flowing in his palm, and being able to transform runes to such an extent, the martial king deserves to be a martial king. I'm afraid I won't be able to do well in his hands. There is the old columnist king sighing. They all pranced up to the high heavens and looked out at the martial king's mansion from afar. After many years, seeing the martial king come out again, they only felt that the martial king had become even more powerful and intimidating. They looked at the young figure that was enveloped by the world in their palms. The hearts are all wondering, can you block such a horrible blow? Star after star flowed, each star lit up with a rune, and these stars squeezed forward, wanting to completely block Shijian's path. Layer after layer of divine light poured down, the terrifying power wanting to ignite Shijian and turn him into ashes. Under this great hand, an ordinary king of the array would only turn into dust, with no residue left. There are also highs and lows between kings and kings. However, the difference between a spirit transformation and a spirit transformation could be as different as mud in clouds. The spear of the Underworld God in Shijian's hand emitted a bright light, and the dark golden rays on it converged to form hellish patterns that constantly intertwined. A note from the midst of hell began to ring out, dominating life and death. Shijian leaped high into the air, and then the spear of the Underworld God in his hand stabbed towards the stars in the sky. The spear shook and instantly stabbed out 1,000 spears, giving rise to a shadow that transformed into a portal like a peacock opening its screen. This portal was like the gates of hell, incorporating those stars in the sky into nothingness. This was the marvelousness of each of the divine elephant prison suppression strength methods. The various divine abilities were stacked on top of each other, complementing each other and multiplying their power. Shurjian was using the spear of the Underworld God to suck the palm world evolved by the martial king hard into the hell furnace. All the runes, stars, and essence were all suppressed and absorbed by him. That's the power of the infernal furnace. Able to absorb all the essence of the opponent and transform it into itself. Always be invincible by fighting the war. The firmament of this world in the palm changed completely, as one big star after another was crushed by Shurjian, and the entire world in the palm swayed as if it was about to collapse. A trace of shock flashed through the martial king's eyes, as he seemed not to have expected Shurjian to actually break his palm world so easily. But there's more to him than that. Transform! The martial king let out a loud shout, and the world in his palm instantly transformed. Countless suns, moons, and stars disappeared, and terrifying flames began to surface. Between the closure of his palms, heaven and earth turned into a furnace. This furnace began to refine stone firmament. The crowd of onlookers changed color. This was not an unusual world in the palm of your hand. The world knows that King Wu had a copper furnace weapon. Now with this move, he had clearly fused the world in his palm with the copper furnace. A supreme great divine power like the world in the palm, coupled with the power of the divine weapon. Ask how many people in this world can block it. King Wu deserves to be King Wu. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that it's not far from being exalted. The heavens and earth evolved by the runes trembled, and an eternal copper furnace appeared, with a mottled patina on it but with flames roaring inside. In the face of such might, Shurjian didn't dare to be arrogant. Dark golden precious Underworld God armor appeared on his body. Underworld God Guardian. The ethereal light above the armor flowed, constantly increasing the power of the armor itself as well as the spear of the Underworld God. There were demonic wings unfolding behind Shurjian. Now his devil's wings were already dozens of feet wide, and between the flickering of his dark golden and gorgeous wings, the whole world was blowing in endless gale. First I used the world in my palm to suppress it, and then I used the furnace to refine me. Do you really think I'm a monkey? Countless Underworld God vortexes appeared as Shurjian projected the Underworld God spear. Dang! A crisp ringing sound rang out. The heavens shook. The entire heaven and earth collapsed with it, and the bronze tripod of the martial king trembled violently. His form shifted as he finally let go of the hand, and the bronze tripod point disappeared with it. In the void, Shurjian, who was holding the spear of the Underworld God, had a biting gaze. This was the first collision of the two weapons. That bell rang as if it were a divine bell ringing in the sky. Shurjian killed his way out of the martial king's palm of heaven and earth as well as the copper furnace. The crowd watched the scene in shock. A great divine power like palm of heaven and earth coupled with the suppression of the copper furnace was so easily broken open by Shurjian? Rock solid is just horrible. At less than 10 years old, he was able to level with King Wu, or even beyond martial king. The crowd became even more curious about the next battle. One was a martial king, a king in the realm of column formation. One is a young supreme being with horrifying talent, who already possesses the strength of a ray formation at the age of less than 10, setting a record that no one has ever seen before or since. The two fought each other in what could be described as a dragon fight. Who, exactly, will win? Shurjian was the first to strike towards the martial king, the spear of the Underworld God in his hand crossed, and a spiral of chi rushed out towards the martial god to kill him. The blood in his body rushed, and the dark golden divine light in his body flowed even more incessantly as it was added on top of the demon wings, the Underworld God armor, and the Underworld God spear. The martial king didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly threw out a punch. The talismanic light on his body transformed into a golden red bravado, which had a body corded with mottled patterns and a terrifying aura. It seems to break open heaven and earth. This punch was incomparably stiff and fierce, straightening up against that Underworld God spear. The two collided, and berserk power instantly swept out. The martial king's braves coughed up blood in their mouths after the blow, and their internal organs were shattered. This was clearly a ferocious beast that had been transformed using a treasure art, but at this moment, it was as if it was real. From this, one could see just how deep the martial king's cultivation was. The true spirit he summoned using the treasure art almost came true. What kind of magical power is this? Vulcan's expression became even more serious. Demon wings, Stygian guardian, Stygian spear. These three divine abilities had similar breadths and complemented each other. It was clearly a divine ability that was a system of its own. It was just that I didn't know what level of treasure art it was that was actually so powerful. Many people watched this horrifying battle with shocked hearts. The martial king was not in the least bit worthy of his name as the martial king. With one move, the shocking move could shake everything away. And Shurjian is even more terrifying. He was actually able to battle a martial king to such an extent at the spirit transformation realm. The reincarnation of a god is nothing more than that. Let's just say, it's not bad for a bully. Seeing that the treasure art was ineffective, the martial king once again utilized his great divine power. His eyes were intimidating, and an opening suddenly appeared in the center of his brow, and a silver-colored eye was revealed to shoot out a rune as if it were a heavenly sword chi-cleaving towards Shijian. Shijian raised the spear of the Underworld God and stabbed, blocking all the sword chi in the blink of an eye. The two were like two lit divine flames that lit up the sky. They rushed towards each other, constantly rumbling with a storm of light. This battle is destined to stay in history. The martial king catalyzed his power to the extreme. His copper furnace once again appeared above his head. The rusty copper furnace emitted a dazzling light, and a path of divine light hung down from the mouth of the furnace to protect the martial king. Bah, your strength is really terrifying to such an extent, but if you don't enter the array formation, you don't know the subtleties of the array formation after all. He approached towards Shijian in large strides, swinging his fist out as a star appeared in the sky. The heavens and the earth crumbled. The martial king's strike borrowed the power of various terrifying ferocious beasts. Tongue snake, Jialong, Pi Shi, all kinds of ferocious beasts rotated around him, firing along with him. This strike was too terrifying, and in an instant it rolled up terrifying storm clouds as if it could break everything. The martial king unleashed his strongest strike. Martial king, are you afraid and want to strengthen your courage with words? Shijian responded faintly. The two hadn't spoken to each other since the start of the war. Now speaking again. It was clear that the time had come for a showdown. The spear of the Underworld God in Shijian's hand pulsed as if it had a spirit. The hell furnace became even more ferocious as it absorbed the many essences around it. This essence kept nourishing Shijian, making him even stronger. Shijian got stronger and stronger the more he fought, and his entire body was like a volcano about to erupt. This was the reason why the martial king had unleashed his final stance, because he could clearly feel that no matter what kind of treasure art he pushed, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, they could not break through the Underworld God armor on Shijian. Instead, it also made the guy fight more and more. If it dragged on any longer, the martial king would surely be defeated. That was why he used an explosive strike, borrowing the power of all the ferocious beasts. The power of the realm of column formation was used. Facing this terrifying strike from him, Shijian responded. He concentrated all of his power into the spear of the Underworld God in an instant, and in the next moment, the spear of the Underworld God viciously stabbed at the martial king with the aura of death. There were all sorts of ferocious beasts coiled around the martial king, and these beasts were obliterated by the spear of the Underworld God in the blink of an eye. But this strike from the martial king was too terrifying. It can be described as an extremely sublimated strike. The runes in his body were catalyzed to the extreme, transforming into a great formation. The terrifying grand formation combined the power of all the ferocious beasts. The terrifying power fought against the spear of the Underworld God. Click, click, click. The spear of the Underworld God first shook, and then the dark golden spear shattered and flew all over the sky. The spear of the Underworld God was, after all, only a weapon that Shijian had condensed with runes. Strong is strong, but there is a limit to how strong it can be. The stronger the Shijian was, the more power the spear of the Underworld God exerted. And now, after all, Shijian was only at the spirit transformation realm. The one who fought against him was a martial king of the liege realm. And it was still a supreme strike from a martial king that he was facing. Broken is normal. Seeing Shijian's spear of the Underworld God shattered, the people as onlookers instantly let out cries of shock. It's over. Baba's divine soldier was shattered by the martial king. Without the power of the divine soldier, I'm afraid he's no match for the martial king. What a terrifying strike. I'm afraid that martial king has touched the threshold of an exalted with this strike. Shijian, I'm afraid that he's going to lose. Not to mention the onlookers. Even the martial king had a moment of joy in his heart after seeing Shijian's Underworld God spear shatter. He had only just learned the power of this spear of the Underworld God, can fight against his copper furnace. Now that this spear of the Underworld God was shattered, the stone solid power would have to drop a level. One can completely suppress him. In great joy, the power of the martial king's hands all increased by a few points, and his terrifying power rushed into Shijian's body at once, burning the meridians and chi and blood in his body. Defeated. Ba defeated. Everyone sighed regretfully after seeing this scene. This astonishing and overwhelming battle had finally come to an end. It ended with the defeat of Baba. Baba did indeed have the terrifying strength of the liege realm, but after that divine weapon in his hand shattered, he was ultimately no match for the martial king. That last strike by the martial king was too terrifying. Various runes were inscribed as formations, and the strength of many terrifying ferocious beasts was utilized in the formations. One blow struck, and 100 beasts struck. This was the power of the realm of column formation. After all, Shijian had lost in the realm. Although the strength of his runes was very terrifying, these runes fought individually, and could not be inscribed into formations as the martial king was able to do, twisting their power into a ball. Formation. The word array is the subtlety of this realm. Countless people lamented. Even though the strength that Shurjian had displayed was already terrifying, the crowd still felt pity. If he could defeat the martial king, that would be the beginning of a true legend. Now that it's fallen, it always feels like something is missing. Everyone lamented. Even the shadowy Shi Huang, the dean of the Deer Academy, was already ready to step in at any time to save Shurjian. They were afraid that the martial king would take advantage of the victory and behead Shurjian. Just when everyone thought that Shurjian had lost, a bell rang out. Shurjian's figure once again appeared in front of the crowd, and behind him was an incomparably huge runic furnace. Within the rune furnace, countless ferocious beasts struggled within. Hell's furnace. The world only thought that when the martial king's power struck into Shurjian's body, Shurjian would be seriously injured. I do not know that this is just a means of inviting the king into the house. Shurjian's body had the existence of a hellish furnace, and any power that entered his body had to be refined. That infernal furnace imprisoned and refined the various ferocious beasts transformed by the martial king's power. In an instant, all the beasts wailed. Shurjian's body exuded a terrifying aura, and the hell furnace lava behind him churned. Shurjian flexed his fingers and another spear of the Underworld God appeared in his hand all of a sudden. No one who looked at this scene had their jaws dropped in shock. They had previously thought that the spear of the Underworld God was a divine weapon, but now they could sort of see it. This wasn't a divine weapon at all. It was just a weapon transformed by runes. As many as it takes. Not buddy. This kind of divine weapon you get wholesale? End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 8282. Defeating the Martial King, Going to Kuanpong Divine Burial. Chapter 82. Defeating Martial King, Going to Kuanpong Divine Burial. The silence of the Martial King was deafening. He is again fighting with all his might and extreme sublimity. It was so hard to break Shurjian's divine weapon. Now you're telling him it's not a divine weapon at all. Just a weapon made of runes? So what was he burning for most of the day? For the first time in his life, King Wu felt despair. The gap between man and man is even greater than the gap between man and dog. When he had failed to fight for the world with the Stone Emperor, he was not even as desperate as he was today. At least he could see Shi Huang's back. As for Shurjian, the martial king felt that he was not even qualified to follow him. Instead, Shurjian ignored the martial king's despair, and a distorted force field was created within a few hundred paces around his center. This terrifying force field was almost invincible. All runes, treasure arts, and divine abilities that came close to this stance would be distorted by the stance and then enter the hell furnace. These forces would immediately be transformed into Shurjian's own essence when they entered the hell furnace. And then Shurjian will get stronger and stronger the more he fights. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to fight against an exalted level powerhouse. As long as the opponent couldn't be instantly secured, then no matter how powerful the opponent was, the final winner would only be Shurjian. This is the horror of the furnace of hell. Shurjian no longer hesitated, and the power of the spear of the Underworld God in his hand skyrocketed. All of a sudden, it transformed into a spear that was tens of feet long and as thick as a pillar. Countless hellish whirlpools appeared. The chi exploded and the spear of the Underworld God projected out. With just one strike, the martial king could no longer resist this terrifying power. Blood spurted wildly. All the runes around him were disintegrated, and his entire body fell out of the sky all of a sudden, crashing to the ground. The appearance was miserable and unusual. After all, Shurjian stayed his hand and didn't completely decapitate the martial king. Martial King's strength is still possible. Not only could he be his own stepping stone, he could also be Shi Hao's sharpening stone. There are some debts that can be recovered by letting Shi Hao himself. He reached out and grabbed, and in the void, countless dark golden runes once again coalesced into a pillar-like thick spear of the Underworld God. With a casual throw of Shurjian's hand, this spear of the Underworld God was nailed on top of the gate of the Martial King's mansion like a heavenly pillar. The gate of the Martial King's mansion instantly collapsed and fell into ruins. A spear to completely suppress the Martial King's mansion. Shurjian looked faintly at the Martial King. If you Martial King's mansion is still not convinced, you can pull out this spear and then come and seek revenge on me. I'll let Shi Hao personally come to avenge the revenge of the past. And if the heavy pupil that you all regard as your hope can defeat Shi Hao, I can also take back this spear. Until then, you do not deserve to be called Martial King, nor does the Martial King's mansion deserve to be called the Martial King's mansion. Shurjian's short sentences were insulting, but extremely so, directly stripped of the honorable title of the Martial King's house. His spear of the Underworld God was even more of the dignity of the Martial King's house nailed to the ground in death. All the people from the Martial King's mansion had humiliated faces when they heard this, but they didn't dare to attack in the slightest. Shi Jian's strength was too terrifying. After saying his words, Shi Jian directly turned around and left. The faces of the people watching the battle were filled with shock and excitement. Shi Jian actually defeated the Martial King. They actually witnessed the birth of a legend. Looking at the spear of the Underworld God at the gate of the Martial King's mansion as if it were a heavenly pillar, a look of awe flashed in everyone's eyes. The Martial King got up with difficulty, his eyes scanning over the Martial King's mansion that was as if it was in ruins. The heart was bitter. He lost. So completely. And after one defeat, there is no more room to turn around. If a regular person had defeated him, he would still have the confidence to find his way back. After all, he was hopeful of breaking through to the exalted realm. Once one breaks through the exalted realm, it's a different world. Any humiliation can be washed away. But the person who defeated him was Shi Jian, an ancient demon who has never been seen before. Today, he himself was defeated at his hands, and he was still able to fight him for a moment or two. In the coming day, with the natural talent that Shi Jian has displayed, I'm afraid that even if he breaks through the exalted realm, he will kill himself like a dog. The Martial King looked toward the spear of the Underworld God that was like a pillar of heaven in the distance. What was shattered was not only the gate of the Martial King's mansion, but also his face as the Martial King. How humiliating was it for a Martial King to be stripped of his honorary title? Though Ishikuni didn't really strip him of his title, but he had already lost at the hands of Shi Jian, and this title of his existed in name only. The day the spear of the Underworld God was here, the people of the Martial King's mansion would not be able to raise their heads for a day. Defeating Shi Jian is almost impossible. The only chance to clear the shame of the Martial King's house was that child, the child who had his supreme bone removed. Let Shuri beat him. A last hope flashed in the Martial King's eyes. The whole world was shaken by the end of the great battle. The King of Wu was defeated. The King of Wu, who had crossed the world, was defeated by Shi Jian's hands, and it's still a fiasco. He was even stripped of the title of Martial King and reduced to shame. That's amazing news. Countless people even thought it was a rumor when they heard the news. It wasn't until they ran to the Stone Country and saw the spear of the Underworld God that was like a pillar of heaven that they believed that the Martial King had truly lost. With such terrifying strength at less than 10 years old, Shi Jian's great name is destined to resound throughout the entire lower realm. After the great battle came to an end, Shi Jian bid farewell to the people of the Deer Hunting Academy and then headed to the middle of the Swire God Mountain. He didn't really need to return to the Stone Village specifically to contact Ryujin. When he had left the Stone Village, the Willow God had once given him a willow leaf. Shi Jian was able to contact the Willow God through this willow leaf. Correspondingly, if he really encountered a false god at the divine flame level, he could also use this willow leaf to call for help from the Willow God. Ever since cultivating the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique, Lucian had received unimaginable benefits. Nowadays, its cultivation level has been restored to an extremely high level. Shi Jian traveled all the way towards the Swire God Mountain, and soon after, he arrived at a place where a large mountain was magnificent and imposing. This is the Taiku Shrine Mountain. He was extremely fast, and each spread of the demon wings behind him was a distance of tens of miles. Shi Jian soon arrived at his destination. Here, there was a waterfall hanging down above the rocky cliffs, various old medicines wafting at their feet, and various exotic beasts in the distance. The end is a scene of a secret place on earth. There were also many huts here, where strong people from among the various races practiced in depth. They were pilgrims who wished to worship at the door of the sacred mountain and make their huts here. The mountain of the ancient gods had a true divine spirit surviving. Some living beings were willing to be servants to enter the divine mountain in the hope of being instructed. You are here. A gentle voice came, and an old man silently appeared behind Shi Jian. Shi Jian did not panic and turned around. And the person behind him was none other than that divine mountain venerable. The divine mountain venerable looked very old and hunched over, but the aura flowing from him was soul-stirring and frighteningly strong. Unusual people are so intimidated by the sight of it that they can't help but submit. I'm coming. When do I leave? Shi Jian calmly opened his mouth to respond. The divine mountain venerable one looked at him like this, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He already knew about Shi Jian's defeat of the Martial King. This man's strength was horrible and terrifying. At the spirit transformation realm, one had the strength to list and seal a king. Even that Martial King has not forced out his full strength. This kind of heavenly pride, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Nowadays, Divine Mountain Venerable did not dare to treat Shi Jian as a junior. Shi Jian already possessed the strength to talk to him as an equal. Otherwise he wouldn't have come out to meet Shi Jian in person. All that was needed was for the divine servants in the Divine Mountain to come out and greet Shi Jian. Take you to meet some other people. And after that, you can leave. The Divine Mountain Exalt spoke out, then headed in the direction of the mountaintop. Shurjian followed him as he stepped onto the top of the mountain. And this Taiku Divine Mountain was worthy of being a Taiku Divine Mountain. The mountain was like a fairyland, with endless, divine springs of ancient medicines fragrant, white clouds filled, like a heavenly palace. The heaven and earth essence here alone was far superior to other places. No wonder so many people wanted to join the Swire God Mountain. When you practice here, your cultivation is naturally accelerated. With all the people here, I hope we can all work together to get our hands on that great divine power. There were quite a few people on top of the mountain, and they converged in front of a heavenly palace. There are a number of jade tables set up here. The crowd was entrenched, and the white mist did not go over their knees like a late night in heaven. There were some old men with terrifying strength hunched over, their bodies emitting a blazing divine radiance and a terrifying aura. They were the leaders of the major powers and were discussing how they should be harvested in the middle of that sea. It's an alliance of several forces. Everyone among the forces had a glorious past, unattainable to the beings in the mundane world. Now they are united, all for the sake of those 4 words, Kuanping Pajitsu. Behind these old men, there were some young boys and girls. These young boys and girls were each shrouded in blazing divine light, as if they were heavenly gods descending from the earth, sacred and terrifying, with amazing strength. Behind them all followed several old servants who were shrouded in holy light and powerful. Several great clans had set out together, and those young boys and girls of the spirit transformation realm would serve as the main force to enter the Kuanping's nest. On top of that, they had a large number of followers as well as servant divine guards to serve as receivers. This is the 10 Cave Celestial? What a big stance, actually making us wait here for him for so many days. Someone looked at Shurjian without digressing. They were ready to sail 10 days ago. It was just that Shurjian was late, so they had been waiting here. Shurjian's defeat of the Martial King was something that happened in the Stone Kingdom, but the Swire God Mountain transcended everything and was above many ancient kingdoms. What happened within an ancient country? If they hadn't paid special attention to it, they really wouldn't have known what kind of unbelievable myth Shurjian had created. Opening up 10 caverns and laying down a record of 200,000 pounds of extreme realm? It's only been a few months? Can this strength be real? Another person forced Shurjian to look at him. This group of people had not experienced Shurjian's severe beating, and had only heard others touting Shurjian from some rumors. Therefore the heart is not in the right place, only treating Shurjian as a genius, as someone of their generation. Unbeknownst to them, Shurjian was no longer on the same level as them. Now that they had spoken out to provoke Shurjian, they were undoubtedly looking for death. Shurjian looked towards the voices of the 2 men who had spoken, and with just one glance, the 2 men instantly burst into pieces on the spot. The other young boys and girls were shocked and angry. Shurjian, however, did not pay the slightest attention to them, but instead walked straight towards the several old men sitting cross-legged in front of the heavenly palace. These several old men, all of them with high magical power, were known as the most powerful of the party, the leaders of several great powers. All are honored. Little friend has not gone too far, has he? My junior just said 2 inappropriate words, one of the old men said with a cold gaze. The terrifying aura from his body instantly pressed down on Shurjian's body. Shurjian snorted coldly and fought against him without showing any weakness, and behind him, 10 great cavernous heavens emerged, and in the cavernous heavens, there were terrifying giant elephants afterward. You have invited me to help, and provoked me with your words, which is an insult to me. What is wrong with me killing him? If you want to stand up for him, you can try. Shurjian had no qualms about displaying his strength, and he hadn't utilized his cave heaven when he fought against that martial king. Now if he fought against this venerable one, then there would be room for his cavernous sky to power up. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed all the young boys and girls as well as the divine servants, excluding a few old men. A few old men of the Zoomshire realm were shocked beyond belief when they saw this. This is the ING spirit transformation realm? They turned their gazes to the divine mountain venerable who had led Shurjian in. Ahem. A little thing is just a little thing. Why do you need to care about it? Brother, silence? This point of contention is not even a small wave. Let's just leave it at that. The divine fairy venerable who had led Shurjian in hurriedly spoke out to ease the atmosphere. He consoled the old man who had just died and his offspring. Who hasn't been young? We, too, were once frivolous and nostalgic. Another old man spoke with a smile. He was also going to bring the matter to light, but he was telling the truth. If he had the strength of Shurjian in the spirit transformation realm, he would definitely be even more arrogant than Shurjian. The solid strength of the stone is terrifying, and its origin is even more mysterious. None of them were willing to tear themselves away from Shurjian. That old man's gaze was icy cold, but in the end, he let out a cold snort and withdrew his aura. Seeing this, Shurjian also retracted his cave. He was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was weighing his chances of winning a fight with a venerable. If you use all your means, you should be able to kill a Zuni, right? Since everything is ready, let's go on the conquest. There are other alliances that have already made their move. If we don't go, we'll fall behind. After seeing the atmosphere ease, another old man spoke. The rest of them nodded. And finally they opened a 5-colored channel. This is the path to heaven on God's mountain. A group of people left in great numbers. Where did you find this man? Is the strength so terrifying? Seeing Shurjian leave, the other venerables then asked their divine mountain venerable Shurjian about his origins. Originally, they were not interested in Shurjian. Think of him only as the key to unlocking the kunai's lair. Now that they had seen Shurjian's strength, several people were confused. He just defeated the Stone Kingdom's martial king. I'm not sure of his exact origin. He has the battle power of the Zun realm. Venerable God Mountain spoke out faintly. How can there be such a demon in this world? If you call this kind of existence, wouldn't this Kuan Pang divine burial be in his pocket? The others were completely shocked at the words and rushed to question the old man. Whether or not we can obtain the Kuan Pang treasure art is still unknown. But to be able to make friends with such a strong person, this is a good thing for us. After all, the Great Tribulation is about to begin. The divine mountain old man said calmly. After Shurjian displayed his terrifying strength, the group of young boys and girls were much more honest. They crossed the sea with Shurjian, passing through endless winds and waves to the depths of the sea. There are beings of the Sea Clan here to blockade the waters. There was a powerful sea demon venerable as well as a Jiao venerable who ordered a blockade of the sea, and a group of silver sharks guarded the place recorded in the ancient scrolls. The many divine servants in the Taigushan mountain had made their moves to fight against these sea creatures. Only this was the sea area, the home ground of many sea creatures. Very quickly, the divine servants from the mountain of the swift god were retreating. It was only when Shurjian stepped in that he was able to subdue many of the sea creatures. Seeing his terrifying and incomparable strength, those young boys and girls in the Swidden mountain were even more dumbfounded. No, old ancestor. You're asking me to compete with him for the chances within the Kuan Pang divine burial. After killing many sea race beings, the crowd continued towards their destination. Over the course of several days, the crowd saw many beings. There were all kinds of races, and they were all headed for one place. The Kuan Pang treasure art was too amazing. It attracts too many masters. These waters are destined to be colored red. Very quickly, the crowd arrived at the depths of this forbidden sea. In the distance, a huge withered cliff was located in the depths of the sea. It was even more majestic than the Taiku Demon Mountain. It was exposed to the surface of the sea, and on top of the walled cliff, there was an ancient bird's nest, which was ancient and unadorned. Wisps after wisps of chaotic chi hung down, and the sight was terrifying. This is the Kuan Pang lair, one of the 10 fowls of the ancient world. It just stood there across the front, and the jaw-dropping sight of it was mind-boggling. The entire surface of the sea here has turned red, with countless corpses floating around. There were all kinds of races. The shouts and killings shook the sky. The Kuan Pang treasure technique would come out, and the elites of all the races converged here. There were giant dogs with glowing bodies traveling with lightning, flashing above the sea, killing one green Luan descendant after another to refine their essence blood. Another green bird lifted its wings and the astral wind swooped out, causing the entire blue wave to stir. Lightning was intertwined in this place. Swords flew, and blood flowed. The sea area was colored into a blood area. There was no lack of Zunshur realm powerhouses coming to this sea, hiding in the shadows and quietly observing the situation here. The depths of the sea seemed to have a huge life form breathing immensely overwhelmingly. The entire heaven and earth resonated and undulated with it. Layer upon layer of ripples spread out in the void. After those powerhouses beyond the spirit transformation realm were impacted by the wave ripples, their realms were instantly knocked down and their strength was suppressed. It was then killed by a group of sea devils from the district. Shurjian then saw a king of the array being surrounded by thousands of oceanic beings at once after his strength was suppressed. There's nothing like a lot of ants biting a lot of elephants. If he was still at the array realm, he would have been able to subdue these thousands of marine creatures with a snap of his fingers. However, his strength was suppressed, and he could only exert the strength of the spirit transformation realm, even though he has extraordinary insight and unmatched battle power. However, it could only be considered the best among the spirit transformation realm, and how could it withstand the siege of so many harmonized spirit realm sea creatures? Powerful people beyond the transformation spirit realm can also come in, but their strength will be suppressed. After Shurjian saw this scene, a radiant bright light flashed in his eyes. His battle power was originally more than that of a Zuni, and now here those Zuni lined up for the king's strength and were suppressed. He kills them like dogs. Shurjian's eyes lit up for a moment. It was a monstrous feast for him. No doubt, those who were able to come here were all the strongest among the various clans. These existences had thick chi and blood and were covered in treasure, and there were corpses of powerful people from all races everywhere above the sea. These are all excellent resources for cultivation. Shurjian only needed to unfold the hell melting furnace, and it wouldn't take a moment to refine all of these demonic beasts' corpses, subsequently transforming it into essence to enhance their strength. How many cultivation resources should one save in this way? Shi Jian's eyes all lit up. He slowly stepped out of the ship that the people of the Taiku Divine Mountain were traveling in, and in the next instant, the domain unfolded. The incomparably terrifying Hell's Furnace instantly appeared behind him, and the furnace enveloped dozens of miles of the surrounding sea. Above the sea area, the essence and blood of countless dead beings and their cultivation was refined by the infernal furnace. A strand of essence infused into Shi Jian's body, and the divine elephant particles in his body showed signs of revival all of a sudden. Pieces of corpses on the sea were all refined by the infernal furnace. There are too many people who have conquered these waters. Bloodbaths of all races. Some for vendetta, some for dominance to eliminate competitors. As a result, there are bodies of dead beings floating around everywhere. Most existences are unable to utilize these corpses. It would take a certain amount of time to refine the essence blood out of these corpses. One slow step. No one was willing to miss out on a possible Koanpeng treasure art just to refine some corpses. This also cheapens Shi Jian. Once his hell's melting furnace unfolded, he was able to refine all the corpses in a moment. Shi Jian's refining of these corpses on such a large scale naturally drew the attention of many powerful people at once. Looking at the terrifyingly incomparable hell furnace behind Shi Jian, countless people were horrified. Where is this junior from that is so arrogant and cocky? 10,000 word update. Combined chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 83. You shared a copy of the Koanpeng nest with Yang Qi. Chapter 83. You shared the Koanpeng nest replica sea with Yang Qi. A huge auger dragon appeared in the sea. The waves were endless. The sea boiled, and the splashing water spread around like waves. Many living beings were slapped away by this wave, making it difficult to gain a foothold in this place. This is Venerable Auger, a dragon in the sea, an existence at the level of a Zuni. This auger dragon topped with two eyes the size of its head looked towards Shi Jian and the other ship. Junior, thou art truly arrogant, daring to devour my sea creatures like this. The Jiao dragon roared angrily, and then with a flick of its tail, which was like a heavenly pillar, smashed straight down towards the ship where Shi Jian and the others were. This augur saw that Shi Jian was powerful and wanted to suppress him before being suppressed by the Koanpeng nest. Otherwise, when their strength was suppressed, a heavenly pride with terrifying strength like Shi Jian would be their greatest enemy in the fight for the Koanpeng treasure art. His thought process was correct, but he had underestimated Shi Jian's strength. Shi Jian's strength had long been comparable to that of an exalted. Facing the attack of a venerable level augur, Shi Jian was not afraid in the slightest. In a flash, the domain of the hell furnace unfolded, and the demon wings and the Underworld God's guardian all appeared on his body. He did not use the spear of the Underworld God, but instead used another terrifying divine ability, Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. The Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist was one of the great 5 elements arts, both a set of boxing techniques and a supreme divine ability to control water. Now that the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist was being used in the middle of this endless sea, the power of the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist would be augmented. Boom boom boom. Above the surface of the sea, countless waves churned, countless oceanic chi responded to his call, and the water momentum within a radius of hundreds of miles was all for his use. A fist blasted out, and the wind rose. The Black Emperor's Water Emperor Fist killed people with momentum, and the atmosphere was majestic, piercing through the void in an instant. Jiaolong is originally a water genus, and in the water it is even more capable of utilizing the power of water to exert a terrifying power. Now, in front of Shi Jian's punch, however, Venerable Jiao felt the entire ocean's dislike for him. The heavens around them were rejecting themselves. It was as if he himself had been abandoned by the whole ocean. This kind of feeling was something that he, as an augur, had never experienced before. What made him feel even more intimidated was this punch from Shi Jian. For a moment, it was as if he saw the sun at dusk, infinitely better. A terrifying ancient deity appeared, sweeping an endless ocean to drown everything. Bang! A voice resounded through the sky trail. Venerable Mosquito didn't even have time to react before he was directly knocked out by Shi Jian's punch. The sea, straight out of a center parting, was combed out. It was only after a long time that the sea returned to calm, the water still glowing red, and the corpses were in pieces. Countless experts hidden in the shadows couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw such a scene. Venerable Jiao died just like that? Countless people even wondered if they were under an illusion. That was a Venerable Jiao. How could he be punched out so easily? The ocean was originally the Jiaolong's home turf, and in the middle of the ocean, all those other terrifying exalted didn't dare to compete with the Jiaolong. Now, this Venerable Jiao was being knocked out with a single punch. Who is this man? Really? Countless people stared at Shi Jian, who stood in the void with a terrifying aura, and a colorful look passed through their eyes. At this age, Could it be some kind of old monster who resides in the face? Or is it a deity? Countless people were curious about Shurjian's identity. It was only after some people who had seen Shurjian in the middle of the Void God realm took a closer look that they recognized him. This is Ba Ba? The one who broke the record of 200,000 pole realms? Why is he here? And he even punched out Venerable Jiao? People are clueless. It wasn't like they were circling around Shurjian, so of course they wouldn't be paying attention to him all the time. Therefore, after Shurjian made a commotion in the first place and subsequently joined the deer hunting academy, a lot of forces just stopped paying attention to him. After all, in their opinion, Shurjian was still just for a growing genius. It's not like there aren't any such geniuses. All the martial kings have a heavy pupil. Among the other forces, there were geniuses coming out. At best, it's a bit worse than Shurjian. Who knew that it had only been a few months before they saw Shurjian once again? And it's still in the middle of this kunai nest. What was even more terrifying was that Shurjian had smashed a Zunshur realm augur with a single punch. What kind of international joke is this? Breaking blood-moving realm records a few months ago and beating up Zunus a few months later. The sky's the limit in terms of facts. The group of young boys and girls from the Taiku Divine Mountain on the ship were even more terrified, though they came with Shurjian. But it's not like they're all in this together. At the thought of entering the Kuan Pang nest with someone like Shurjian to compete for the chance, they felt a pang of despair. The hell-melting furnace unfolded, and the essence within the corpse of Venerable Jiao was instantly devoured by Shurjian. Although Venerable Jiao had been smashed by him within the hell's melting furnace range. Thus once it was busted, the hell furnace devoured his blood essence in one go. Shurjian is a thrifty man and hasn't wasted a drop. A terrifyingly incomparable essence infused into his body, and in an instant, the 10 giant elephant particles awakened. Shurjian's awakened giant elephant particles instantly reached 50. So cool? Shurjian was surprised. The essence inside a Zunshur realm augur was too terrifying. After devouring it, it actually directly allowed him to awaken the 10 great particles. In one fell swoop it saved him months of hard work. That's the proper ING way to use the divine elephant prison suppression strength. Killing to refine its essence. This Kuan Pang nest was too suitable for him. If it was in the outside world, he wouldn't necessarily be able to behead Venerable Jiao even if he used all his means. But here, Venerable Jiao's strength is suppressed, and he is wary of striking. It's the home of the Black Emperor's water fist. Shekkin killed his holiness like a dog. He killed 2 more honored ones to raise his cultivation. At that time, even after leaving this Kuan Pang nest, killing an exalted one would be like slaughtering a dog. Shurjian looked into the distance with a divine light in his eyes, searching for the figure of a Zunshur realm powerhouse. In the distance, a sky-swallowing sparrow originally wanted to snipe and fish. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he saw the augur with the same strength as him being shocked to death. This heaven-swallowing sparrow was instantly terrified, even shrieked, rushed up at breakneck speed and flew off into the distance. He was already separated by a bit of a distance, and now that he was running, Shurjian could only see a dark shadow in the distance. This should be the heaven-swallowing sparrow that attacked the heaven-mending pavilion in the original. A thoughtful look flashed in Shurjian's eyes. A light smile pursed the corners of his mouth. Run, there will be a goodbye. There were quite a few strong people who came here to fight for their lives for the Kuan Pang treasure art. Those powerful people more or less knew some news. Knowing that the desolate realm was going to be in chaos, knowing that something big was going to happen, they were all searching for the Kuan Pang treasure technique, wanting to use it to strengthen their bodies. As long as these venerable masters refuse to give up the Kuan Pang treasure art, then they will meet again eventually. The ship continued to move forward, and Shurjian continued to unfurl the hell furnace to devour all the corpses on the sea. All at once, several days passed. On this day, Shurjian was in the middle of practicing when he suddenly received a private chat from someone inside the chat group. Yang Qi, Shurjian, could you have some time recently? I want to subdue Yunlan, but I'm worried about accidents, so I'd like to ask you to help me pillage. Shurjian rose a hint of interest after seeing this message. He had heard Yang Qi say before that he was going to suppress Yunlan in advance. Now is the time to finally make a move? Yunlan. This one is not simple. Her true form is a giant of the god realm. This one that Yang Qi encountered was just an incarnation. Shurjian, you've broken through the life-taking realm? Yang Qi, yes. I've joined the Heavenly Ranks Academy now, but I've hidden my cultivation, and now I'm an Outer Academy disciple. Yang Qi, I intend to kill Yunlan in that place where the horse thieves are in the middle of the future. I don't want to wait until I reach the legendary realm to kill her. Yang Qi responded with a face full of killing intent. Looking at his future, he knew that he would get this revenge sooner or later. In the original future, it was only after he had reached the legendary realm that he had subdued the Crown Prince and Yunlan. However, now that he knew the future and had gotten such an opportunity as a chat group, Yang Qi really didn't want to wait that long. He wanted to behead Yunlan in advance and then slowly concoct the crown prince. As for the matter of Yunlan's true body being a divine realm powerhouse, Yang Qi didn't care. He had killed the Yunlan of the lower realm, and the Yunlan of the divine realm couldn't immediately jump out to deal with him. When he went up to the god realm, the Yunlan of the god realm would also have to die. Still, he was a bit worried about an accident, so he wanted to find a helper. Inside the group, only Shijian had the best relationship with him. Yang Qi invited, and Shijian naturally wouldn't refuse, but he was busy eating the buffet right now, and Shijian glanced at the corpses all around him, as well as the many powerful people who were peering in the shadows. That said, Yang Qi should have turned on the hell furnace as well, right? Shijian, this is all trivial, not to mention this Yunlan in the lower realm. You can even call me when you kill the one in the god realm. Shijian, is your hell furnace on yet? Yankee, it's on. What's wrong? Shijian, I'm exploring the secret realm here, so come over and I'll treat you to a buffet, and then I'll go kill Yunlan after my cultivation level rises by a wave. Yankee, what is self-help? Shijian, you'll know when you come. A few moments later, Yang Qi, who had arrived at the perfect world, looked at the corpses all over the place and finally realized what Shijian meant by self-help. His eyes glowed. Brother Shi, you're this. Yang Qi gave Shijian a thumbs up. This was what he had learned from Xiao Yan and Meng Qi inside the group. The people inside the group saw the message alert that he had traveled across the world. Xiao Yan, hey, what are you two doing behind our backs? Secretly dating. Ha? Meng Qi, brother Shi, I'm the one who's your favorite kaba. Promise to call me often to play in your world? I haven't gone on it yet. How come Yang Qi went on it first? Lin moving, what's so fun that you won't take me? Fong Han? A bunch of chat immediately swiped out. Shijian, Yang Qi and the two of them looked at the chat inside the chat group, glanced at each other, then smiled helplessly. Relationships within the group are getting better, but the style of chatting is getting more and more crooked after the relationship has gotten better. Shijian had no choice but to open the live broadcast, and clarified the cause and effect of the matter inside the group. Shijian, I'm working on a copy over here. There's a copy of the Kuanping lair with the Kuanping law in it. Shijian, the people here are fighting for the Kuanping method brains out. Yang Qi and I both have hell furnaces. We can directly refine these corpses to cultivate. Everyone inside the group had cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, but others practiced the nerfed version of the chat group. The complete divine elephant prison suppression strength could only be cultivated with the seal of the gods. The divine elephant prison suppression strength inside the chat group could be cultivated without the seal of the gods, but the effect is no better than the original. Many of these divine powers the crowd could not use, like this hellish furnace, but that's not much of a problem. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength was originally a technique with stacked values. The weakened divine elephant prison suppressing strength still maintained this core. At most, you can't use some divine powers. Small cuts don't count as cuts. Anyway, Shijian himself didn't take a cut. The divine elephant prison suppressing strength included in the library of the heavens is consistent with the strength of the original. After the people inside the chat group saw that it was Shijian and Yang Qi who had made their copies, they rushed to flood into the live broadcast room. Xiao Yan, so many corpses. What a vicious fight. Meng Qi, Kuanping? Is it the one I know? The Kuanping? There is a fish in the northern underworld. Its name is Kuan. It transforms into a bird. Its name is Peng. The Kuan is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. Fong Han, is this Kuanping treasure art very strong? Lin Dong, how exciting. The crowd was sending out pop-ups. They pulled the view of the live feed with reckless abandon. And everywhere they looked, they saw beings fighting for blood. Seeing this scene, everyone inside the group became a bit emotional. The path of cultivation is too cruel. It's the same no matter what world. How could the cultivators among their worlds not beat their brains out for various feats and aptitudes? Divine weapons and magic treasures? Luckily they have a chat group. Luckily they are all destined to be. There is no shortage of all kinds of divine work. After showing the people inside the group the hilarity for a while, Shijian closed the live broadcast. There is a realm restriction here, and the cultivation of those who exceed the spirit transformation realm will be knocked down. Be careful yourself. Don't be underhanded. After closing the live broadcast, Shijian began to instruct Yang Qi. They're both going to swallow the body. Surely they can't go all the way down the road. There are not enough resources to divide. Definitely splitting up. It wouldn't be too late to rendezvous in the middle of the Kuanping's lair. Yang Qi naturally understood this. Alright, take care of yourself. He unfurled his demonic wings behind his back, and then he flew towards the distance. The immense and incomparable hell's furnace appeared around him. Shijian was also not worried about Yang Qi's safety. At this point in time, although Yang Qi's strength was still not comparable to his, he could still defend himself in the middle of this sea. The strength of those powerhouses above the spirit transformation realm were suppressed, and with the presence of the Hell Furnace and the Underworld God Guardian, almost no one was able to kill Yang Qi. As long as the seconds don't kill Yang Qi can't die. The two parted ways. Separately, they headed towards the direction of the Kuan Pang nest from different directions. The direction of that Kuan Pang nest looked extremely close, but in reality, it was difficult to ascend and get close. This walk was actually a full half a month. Along the way, there had been countless experts fighting. Shi Jian and others also encountered multiple attacks on their ships. All of these attackers had undoubtedly been turned into sustenance for Shi Jian's cultivation. There were even two venerable level powerhouses among them, but they were all killed by Shi Jian. By the time he arrived at the Kuan Pang nest, the number of particles he had awakened had already exceeded 100. The cultivation level had also come to the peak of spirit transformation completely and utterly, just waiting for some runes to be inscribed. Shi Jian would be able to completely break through the inscription realm. Shi Jian didn't directly ascend to the Kuan Pang nest, but waited for Yang Qi's arrival in the middle of the sea. The fluctuations above the rocky shore had become more and more frequent over the past few days, sweeping almost to a halt. The wave ripples kept spreading out, knocking people's cultivation down. The cultivation of the strongest people above the spirit transformation realm was greatly suppressed. Many people at the Zunshi realm could only retreat helplessly. On this day, Shi Jian was practicing with his eyes closed when fluctuations suddenly came from the distance. Shi Jian looked in that direction, and a figure came into view. Yang Qi. Behind him was a divine sparrow, the heaven-swallowing sparrow. The sky-swallowing sparrow was chasing Yang Qi. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 84. Joining hands with Yang Qi to suppress all enemies. Chapter 84. Joining hands with Yang Qi to suppress all enemies. Both the heaven-swallowing sparrow's appearance, or Yang Qi's appearance, were very wretched. Ever since separating from Shi Jian, Yang Qi had begun practicing recklessly in the middle of the sea. While refining the corpses of those dead powerhouses, he hunted various powerhouses. The number of divine elephant particles in his body also surged to 50 or 60. It even accomplished a second take. However, he was still much less powerful than Shi Jian. Even in the middle of the sea it was difficult to fight against an exalted level powerhouse. Normally when he encountered a Zunsheng level powerhouse he would hide as long as he could. As a result, he met the sky-swallowing sparrow. The heaven-swallowing sparrow met Yang Qi all of a sudden after being scared off by Shi Jian. The heaven-swallowing sparrow had seen Shi Jian cast demon wings as well as hell's melting furnace. Now that he saw these two divine abilities in Yang Qi again, he instantly became greedy. After all, this look showed that it was an extremely powerful treasure art. The heaven-swallowing sparrow then wanted to take down Yang Qi and obtain the cultivation methods of these two divine abilities from him. It's also very insidious to engage in sneak attacks, but Yang Qi reacted smartly and didn't let him get away with it. So one man and one beast fought above the sea. Yang Qi was no match for the heaven-swallowing sparrow and could only be passively beaten, barely saving his life. So you can only fight and run. After escaping for some distance, the fluctuations above the Kuan Pang's nest passed near them all at once. When he encountered this fluctuation, the strength of the heaven-swallowing sparrow was instantly suppressed. Yang Qi found an opportunity to just counterattack, directly giving the heaven-swallowing sparrow a large portion of all its feathers. The wind and water turned, and all of a sudden, it was Yang Qi's turn to chase and kill the heaven-swallowing sparrow again. However, the heaven-swallowing sparrow was at least an old exalt and a bird of prey, sort of a bully in the sky. Therefore, even though his cultivation had been suppressed, it was difficult for Yang Qi to kill him. Another chase. After chasing and fleeing, the wave passed, and the Kuan Pang nest's suppressive power for strong people above the spirit transformation realm was gone. The heaven-swallowing sparrow chased after Yang Qi to kill him again after realizing that the power had returned. One person and one beast. You chased me and I fled. I chased you and I fled, killing all the way to the vicinity of the Kuan Pang nest. Yang Qi's appearance was a bit lousy, and the heaven-swallowing sparrow was even more miserable. With all of its fur stripped off, both the man and the beast fought with real fire. This is the heaven-swallowing sparrow? Who is this person that can actually compete with the heaven-swallowing sparrow? The countless people surrounding the Kuan Pang nest were all shocked after seeing this scene. It's a sky-swallowing sparrow. A powerhouse at the exalted realm level had not entered the Kuan Pang nest, and the Kuan Pang nest was unable to fully suppress his strength. It can only be suppressed occasionally. In other words, the heaven-swallowing sparrow was capable of indirectly exerting Zunsheng level battle power, but Yang Qi was able to fight against him, and even pressed him. That's a little too scary, isn't it? If this person entered the Kuan-Pang nest, he would be a hidden danger. Countless people revealed a strange glow in their eyes. It was perfectly normal to kill each other for the Kuan-Pang treasure technique. The crowd killed all the way here and so many wars broke out. Apart from partly because of vendettas, the other part is all about cutting down the competition. And nowadays, in the eyes of many people, Yang Qi was an extremely strong competitor. He was able to battle the heaven-swallowing sparrow, who occasionally exerted the strength of an exalted. And how could anyone else be his opponent when he entered the Kuan-Pang's nest? In the midst of this sea, there were many people who had not ascended to the Kuan-Pang nest. There were pure-blooded beings of the sea, and then there were young faces said to be the descendants of the sea gods, and there were the descendants of the venerable ones who had taken on human forms transcendent. These people had hideous heads and horns, and they were all extraordinary heroes. All of them were supreme figures amongst the realm of the transformation art spirit. If he were to engage in a battle with someone, he could definitely sweep away many enemies. It's destined to be a battle for supremacy, with the strongest rising to the top. Only the strongest are able to obtain the treasure art. There is still a relative balance of power between the various coalitions. Each has their own self-confidence. However, when they saw Yang Qi, they all felt powerless to compete with him. This man, he's too strong and scary. Sure, Jian's beheading of a venerable had also been rumored above this sea. But this whole thing is outrageous. Except for those who witnessed it, no one else believed it. Instead, Yang Qi's battle power was solidly displayed in front of the crowd, against the heaven-swallowing sparrow of the exalted realm. Even though the strength of the heaven-swallowing sparrow fluctuated from high to low, it was a fact that he couldn't even kill Yang Qi even when he displayed his venerable means. The heaven-swallowing sparrow gradually fell into a downward spiral. The closer one got to the Kuan-Pang's nest, the more frequently one's strength would be suppressed. If this continued, his strength would be completely suppressed to the spirit transformation realm. Then he would be beheaded by Yang Qi in an instant. He felt the pressure. He turned his gaze to the distant sea. This sun's strength is terrifying. If we let him enter the Kuan-Pang's lair, we will no longer have any hope of obtaining the treasure art. So please join me in joining forces to kill him. The heaven-swallowing sparrow sensed the aura of several Zunas hiding in the shadows. He exclaimed in a rush. As soon as the words came out, there were immediately people who were intent on doing so, but none of them intervened. Seeing this, the heaven-swallowing sparrow's face sank, so he could only continue to yell. The treasure art mastered by the sun is very terrifying, not inferior to the Kuan-Pang treasure art. So if you get one, you can ask for the world. So why don't all of you still take action? The heaven-swallowing sparrow fought with Yang Qi and clearly felt the terror of this divine ability of Yang Qi. This was also the reason why he was still entangled with Yang Qi even after seeing the situation. He wants to get ahead so badly. Too greedy. He wanted to take down Yang Qi and then force Yang Qi to ask about this terrifying divine ability of Yang Qi. Greed was too much, and that's what led to this current downfall. Before his cultivation was suppressed, it wasn't very powerful, and he could escape anytime he wanted to, but he didn't run away. Now he was the one who didn't even have a chance to escape. Yankee wrapped around him tightly. The moment the heaven-swallowing sparrow said this, someone's heart was immediately moved. The heaven-swallowing sparrow is an honored one. This teenager's cultivation has not been suppressed, and at most he is in the spirit transformation realm. But he was actually able to suppress the heaven-swallowing sparrow by virtue of his treasure art. The 10 fierce treasure arts are no better than this, are they? Many beings were discussing, and the atmosphere was grave. The Hell Furnace, Underworld God's Spear, Underworld God's Guardian, and Devil's Wings displayed by Yang Qi were all extraordinary divine abilities. It was with these things that he was able to fight against the heaven-swallowing sparrow. Although the crowd is chasing the Kuan-Pang treasure art, chasing the 10 murderous treasure art, but they hadn't really seen the power of the 10 fierce treasure art either. I guess the 10 fierce treasures technique is nothing more than that? I'm interested in his divine ability. I don't know which alliance's genius. Take him down quickly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of someone's mouth before they spoke. He had many divine servants behind him. At his command, these divine servants instantly moved out. Another hidden Zunsha realm powerhouse was preparing to wait for an opportunity to strike, intending to behead the heaven-swallowing sparrow and then take Yang Qi captive. There are also those who wait for the yellow bird. In the sea area, a large group of powerful people instantly stepped out to prepare to unite with the heaven-swallowing sparrow to besiege Yang Qi. Exalted level powerhouses were hidden amongst these people. To be surrounded by so many people at once, even if it was Yang Qi, he would have to be decapitated if he was not careful, but he wasn't the least bit afraid, because that familiar voice sounded once again. I'll help you. Shi Jian slowly walked out from the void, approaching the sea step by step. Yang Qi has not forgotten the night when he was abolished his cultivation. the one that fell from the sky. Well, kids, this moment is just like the other moment. 10 great caverns emerged behind Shi Jian's back, and the caverns were linked together, transforming into a monumental divine ring with an aura of destroying the world. Countless people trembled after feeling this aura, as if they were facing a heavenly enemy. Without saying a word, the person who had once witnessed Shi Jian slaying Venerable Jiao with a single punch directly turned around and fled. They still have pussies in their hearts. Yang Qi, who was able to fight against the sky-swallowing sparrow for a moment or two, they were still confident to surround and kill. But Shi Jian, that's really not humanly possible. The rest of them were confused. It's just a kid. How strong can he be even if he's gifted? What are you running for? Facing the many stray fish, Shi Jian used a treasure art that he hadn't used in a long time. The undefeated King's Fist. The strength of this quasi-king level jutsu from Yang Qi was not high, but it was exceptionally domineering and majestic. A gigantic three-headed, six-armed Dharma phase was generated behind Shi Jian's back. This gigantic phallic phase spanned several kilometers of ocean. Like a giant in the sky, a terrifying aura swept across the field. The Dharma phase giant reached out into the void and grabbed, and a full 6 spears of the Underworld God that were like pillars of the sky coalesced in its hands. The Underworld God's guardian on Shi Jian's body diffused out, and all of a sudden, it was the Dharma elephant giant's body that was put on. A dark golden, hideous armor instantly shielded the Dharma giant's body. The three-headed, six-armed phallic giant summoned by the undefeated King's Fist was armed to the teeth with the spear of the Underworld God and wearing the Underworld God's armor. Each of the 3 hideous heads was among the others. One head had electricity flickering in its eyes, grasping the power of the lightning runes. A head spitting flames, red at the temples, mastering the power of the flame runes. A head glowing blue, with clouds and rain being generated between one breath and the next. Although the undefeated King's Fist rank was low, it couldn't resist so many enchantments from Shi Jian. In one fell swoop, he was transformed into a demonic godlike being. Come on, a big picture of the whole thing. The spear of the Underworld God in the hands of the Dharma phase giant swept across the sky, and 3 kinds of power poured out from the 3 heads. In the blink of an eye, countless powerhouses fell into the hands of the phallic giants. There was wailing everywhere, blood everywhere, countless limbs and broken arms fall above the sea. In a flash, all of these were again refined by the infernal furnace. Not a drop of essence blood was wasted. He's not a man, he's a god. What a terrifying strength. Old ancestor, save me. The sounds of pleading, shock, and wailing were all over the place. This horrible scene, these people were afraid that they would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. On the distant ships, those divine sons and daughters who had come with Shi Jian were even more frightened to the point that their entire bodies trembled. Luckily, they were barely in the same league as Shi Jian. Otherwise it's just a piece of East and a piece of West right now. Not to mention these people from other alliances. Even Yang Qi's eyes were glowing as he looked at the phallic giant. The undefeated King's Fist can still be used like this? He followed suit and condensed the phallic giants behind his back. Only his giant was one size smaller than Shi Jian's, but the configuration hasn't fallen off at all. Guardian of the Underworld. Spear of the Underworld. Hell's Furnace. A large and a small model of phallic giants directly wreaked havoc on the entire field. A master taught it. Yang Qi, Shi Jian and the 2 of them were rising towards their cultivation levels in a mischievous manner. The 2 of them were like gods and devils, just like demonic monks. They summoned their Dharma real bodies to clear out the small monsters, while their real bodies hunted up the venerable ones hidden among the many cultivators. Yang Qi got stronger and stronger as he fought, holding the spear of the Underworld God in one hand while the other hand executed the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. The Black Emperor's Water Emperor Fist was known for its power, using great force to oppress people, and it was most suitable for the 2 people who mainly cultivated the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength. Therefore, both he and Shi Jian cultivated the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. The 2 supreme divine abilities exerted their forces in unison, and the entire sea was tossing and turning at all times. The heaven-swallowing sparrow opposite him was instantly beaten back, secretly screaming in pain. Shi Jian was even more powerful, countless runes spreading around him, but whenever someone withstood the killing of the phallic giants, he immediately dodged over in a flash to make up for it. The Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist struck out with a single punch, sweeping the entire heaven and earth, a sea in which the waves rolled over. Countless strong people couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist and exploded before they even came into contact with it. There are hidden in the crowd of Zun Shi realm powerhouses in the face of this horrifying power. Instantly long whistle, no longer disguise the cultivation, all of a sudden display a horrifying breath. However, his display of power was not meant to be a confrontation with Shi Jian. Instead, they want to run away. In the blink of an eye, he had run thousands of miles above the sea, but it was useless. The Black Emperor's Water Emperor Fist swept through the entire sea. and endless waves tossed and turned blocking his way. The overwhelming waves of the sea suppressed and submerged this venerable person. The waves rolled over and there was not the slightest trace of this venerable man. Only the slightest hint of blood amidst the waves foreshadowed the end of this venerable man. Over the past half a month, Stone firmness had improved a lot more all of a sudden. Nowadays, he was killing Zunis like slaughtering dogs. Seeing Shijian being so powerful, Yang Qi was also stimulated. Both practiced divine elephant prison suppression strength, but Shijian was far ahead of him. How could he stand by Shijian's side if this continued? Yang Qi was furious in his heart, and the true Qi in his body exploded, and his entire body was energized under the powerful crushing pressure. A blazing sun, rising from above his head, shone through the ages. With him as the center, countless visions presented themselves around him. The pure land of the gods, kill the immortals and demons, and bury the heavens. Yang Qi raised his head to the sky and shouted with great vigor, an ancient and deep aura spreading out from him. The hell-melting furnace was catalyzed by him to the extreme. The demonic wings behind him flickered as Yang Qi grabbed with his big hand and the spear of the Underworld God coalesced once again. This spear of the Underworld God grew longer and bigger, stabbing out once again with a mighty power that could almost pierce through the sun and the moon. A miniature black hole even appeared above the tip of the spear of the Underworld God. It seemed to suck all the light into it. With this strike, the power of the giant elephant was manifested by referring to the creation of heaven and earth. Spear after spear, the spear of the Underworld God struck through the claws of the heaven-swallowing sparrow. Just now, the heaven-swallowing sparrow lunged over with a claw, evolving all sorts of demonic beast treasure techniques on top of its gigantic claw. But the millions of changes were pierced through by Yang Qi's spear. Ah! The heaven-swallowing sparrow let out a miserable sound, then burned its life force and catalyzed its power to the extreme to transform into a shadow. Each shadow transformed into a terrifying wind blade and then killed towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi felt a great pressure, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest, and was ambitious enough to fight the heaven-swallowing sparrow hard. 3 times you take a life and advance to invincibility. He yelled again. This sound gave even Shijian a jolt of fear. Then he looked over in Yang Qi's direction, only to see the huge heaven and earth Yuan Qi around Yang Qi storming out, and all sorts of essence Qi in the sky formed vortexes into all sorts of shapes, and these things transformed into all sorts of forms. Some are shaped like gods and demons, some are shaped like beasts, some are flames, and some are thunder. Various forces are mixed. The whole area, almost all of it, had turned into a Jedi. Yang Qi had plundered many life essence after completing the second life-taking, and now he was on a killing spree here. Therefore, he came straight to a clinical breakthrough. After taking his life 3 times, his strength instantly skyrocketed after that. The heaven-swallowing sparrow had only just killed him and was instantly repelled by him. The huge and incomparable body of the heaven-swallowing sparrow shattered once again. It's just a blink of an eye. When Shijian looked at this scene, his jaw instantly dropped. You're not the main character, are you? A breakthrough? Well, it's really the main character. That's fine. The heaven-swallowing sparrow had not yet completely died, and his figure reappeared, fleeing towards the distance as soon as he appeared. But it's already too late. Yang Qi reached out and grabbed it, refining it in an instant. His cultivation level, which had just broken through and was still slightly unstable, immediately stabilized, beheading demons and killing devils. Gaijin. Yan Qi laughed freely. Shijian was somewhat speechless as he looked at the incomparably middle-aged Yang Qi. There's a difference between their painting styles, and it shows. When Yang Qi fought, he would shout slogans like slaughtering gods and killing devils. God's pure land, unparalleled in the world, focusing on a boiling blood. The same goes for those of his opponents. When you use your Gaijin, you will shout some horrible slogans. Perfect world is a different picture. This son's strength is so terrifying. I'm afraid that the treasure arts he has mastered are no less than the 10 fierce treasure arts. Even the heaven-swallowing sparrow died in his hands. Where on earth did these 2 people appear from? Their treasure arts seem to be exactly the same. One is able to decapitate Zunis, and the other one kills Zunis like a dog. Could it be that the gods have descended to earth? With these 2 around, who can rob them? There was a series of gasps from those who had managed to escape with their lives in the distance. Stone Firm was so powerful that he heard what they said even from an endless distance. He pulled out his ears, a little speechless in his mind. It's the perfect old tradition. No matter what level of war, what level of divine power, there will always be onlookers talking and marveling. The entire sea was killed cleanly by the 2, but although the 2 were powerful, there were still some fish that escaped the net in the end. But I'm afraid that these leaks will have to have nightmares at night when they think of this scenario in the future. Prolonged breakthrough. Kid, you play quite flowery. As the battle came to an end, Shijian walked towards Yang Qi and pounded his shoulder, then laughed. Yang Qi smiled along with him, taking lives 3 times. This gives me more confidence in subduing Yun Hailan. He had gained a lot from coming to Perfect World and hanging around. In one fell swoop, he broke through from taking lives once to taking lives 3 times. The point is that he is anchored at a point in time in the middle of his world. By the time he returned to the middle of the Holy King's world, not a single minute had passed in the Holy King's world. Thanks to you this time, Yang Qi said gratefully toward Shi Jian. All brothers? No need to be so polite. Shi Jian waved his hand. In the Kuan-Pang lair, besides the Kuan-Pang law, there are quite a few other things. You've come all the way here, so come with me into it and explore. After we obtain the Kuan-Pang method and get out of here, we'll head to your world to behead Yun Hailan. Shi Jian made arrangements for the next move. Yanqi nodded without comment. Finally the two of them headed towards the Kuan-Pang nest. Here in the Kuan-Pang nest, a lot of people still converged. However, these people hadn't made a move against Shi Jian and also Yang Qi, so the two of them naturally wouldn't take the initiative to kill them to refine their corpses. After all, they are decent characters. Although they kill people, refine corpses, and devour them along with the essence of their flesh and the power of their souls, but they're still good people. Those alliances of forces that hadn't made a move were celebrating at the moment. With eyes of awe, reverence, and even some admiration, they looked at the duo walking towards them, having witnessed that amazing battle just now. Now in front of Shi Jian's duo, no one could rise up with the slightest bit of arrogance. Even they had to worry that Shi Jian and also Yang Qi had killed their heads and slaughtered them as well. It's atrocious. These two juvenile figures that were like gods and demons were deeply engraved in their hearts. Everyone knew one thing clearly in their hearts. It's going to change. Shi Jian and his duo ignored the people around them and walked in the direction of the Kuan-Pang's nest. The living beings above the vast stone steps hurriedly made a path after seeing the two of them coming. The blue sea was vast and crimson, and the two soon came to the end of the rock. This place was bare of grass. Only a little bit of haze was hidden, and there was a mysterious fluctuation spreading. There's an ancient legacy formation here. Shi Jian looked into the distance and spotted the ancient formation. Some beings were transported to other places after stepping onto the ancient array. Let's go. This is the passageway to the Kuan-Pang nest. Shi Jian faintly spoke to Yang Qi, who nodded. And then the two of them stepped on top of the ancient formation and disappeared from this place. After the two of them disappeared, it was only then that someone else cautiously approached. They had also discovered the ancient formation and knew that this was the entrance to the Kuan-Pang's lair. Only the people looked at each other, and none of them dared to enter it. If it had been before, they would have gone in hot and bothered, fearing that he would be one step behind others and lose the chance of the Kuan-Pang treasure art. But now, these two monsters entered into the Kunlun nest. Do they still have to enter? When they thought of the terrifying strength that the two had just displayed, the crowd could only feel their bodies trembling with fear. Let's grab the Kuan-Pang treasure art from these two monsters? Really? Everyone is in a state of self-doubt. None dared to enter it. 10,000 word update dedicated. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 8585. You shared the Extreme Young Cave copy with Xiaoyan. Chapter 85. You shared the Extreme Young Cave copy to Xiaoyan after a long time. A light came through in front of Shi Jian as well as Yang Qi. The two of them were imparted into an ancient land. This was a very small island, and there was a golden haze all over the island. Even the plants on the island were golden. Looking towards the distance, there were few similar islands, which glowed with light and were very dazzling. The Kunlun nest is above that sea. Shi Jian instantly saw where the Kuan-Pang's nest was located. Right in front of him, an immense nest sits atop a sea reef, almost level with the sea. Very grand. The nest is more majestic than any of the nearby islands. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi both saw countless people rushing into that nest with red eyes. There had been shouting and killing there for a long time. All kinds of living beings were fighting for supremacy, and the silhouettes were densely packed. These were the beings who had entered here before them. These people had been conquering this place for several days, all wanting to be the first to charge into the Kuan-Pang nest. But despite the shouts of murder, none of them succeeded. That island was drenched in blood, with countless floating corpses. Unusually tragic. After Shi Jian and also Yang Qi exchanged glances, they boarded this huge island. One by one, the sacred wood was forged into this vast and boundless nest that shook the ancient world. The sight was astonishing as the chaotic aura permeated everywhere here. Where the center of the Kuan-Pang nest was, a crack was being opened. This Kunlun nest is cracking open on its own. On top of that, there were also some divine mountains that had searched for the remnants of Kuan-Pang's bones. trying to open a passageway with the help of the Kunpeng's remnant bones. On top of a road, there was a teenager wearing a yellow battlesuit, holding a golden trident, his blue hair flying like a waterfall, and his voice was ice cold. Get out of here, all of you. This way. This was the descendant of a sea god. The Kunpeng nest was vast and boundless. There were dozens of paths to reach the entrance, and all of them were occupied at the moment. This Poseidon descendant occupies one of those lines. Someone was not convinced and roared. If you say it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense? The trident in the hands of the sea god's descendant shook, and golden light swept over like waves, instantly killing the man who spoke and all those around him. Being at the same transformation spirit realm, he killed these people, but it was like slaughtering a dog. There were people who originally surpassed the spirit transformation realm but had their cultivation suppressed, who couldn't tolerate a tiny junior being so arrogant and strong. Thus they struck out in defiance. The heavens and earth roared as pieces and pieces of treasures crushed forward. However, the trident in the hands of the sea god's descendant erupted with a heavenly light, and a terrifying aura spread out. With a great killing aura, no one actually survived. Those who rushed over died. No one was spared, and this invincible means deeply shocked everyone. Anyone who wants to live, back off. The descendant of Poseidon was incredibly strong, holding a trident and pointing at everyone. He is not very old, but he has an air of swallowing the mountains and being the only one to do so, good and bad. He just happened to point towards where Shi Jianyangqi and the two of them were. Near them, hordes of people fell back, not daring to face this terrifying descendant of the sea god. This teenager is too strong. In the realm of spirit transformation, one's ascent to the top is far beyond the ordinary. It was a god of the transformation spirit realm. Didn't you hear me? Why don't you back off? Stay and seek death? Another divine servant wearing golden armor appeared, each with a cold and arrogant expression, and shouted at Shi Jian as well as Yang Qi, who had not retreated. Me? Yang Qi stretched out a hand to point at himself in surprise. No immediate beheading of you, so why don't you thank me and get lost? That divine servant spoke with condescension and cold eyes. How dare a mere slave be so arrogant? Hearing his words, Yang Qi's face instantly turned cold. Fine, fine. Dare to confront my sea god lineage. Looking for death. That divine servant leapt high into the air and stomped over. This divine servant's battle power was considered powerful amongst the spirit transformation realm, having bathed in the blood of many living beings, following in the footsteps of the sea god's descendants. It had always been domineering and ruthless. As soon as he struck out, he wanted to stomp on Yang Qi with a high and mighty stance. The onlookers changed color. They were no match for this divine servant alone. No wonder he dares to speak so forcefully, and his style is cold and tough. He has that kind of strength. But it was clear that he had stepped on an iron plate today. For this kind of person in the spirit transformation realm, Yang Qi didn't even need to use any divine abilities. He blasted out a fist, and in an instant, the light skyrocketed through the heavens. Bang! With an explosive sound, that divine servant was directly shattered by a punch in midair, spilling onto the ground with a large rain of blood. What a domineering power! Actually able to punch out a sea-race divine servant. The eyelids of the onlookers fluttered as such a powerful sea-race divine servant was blown away with a single punch. You dare to kill my followers? Looking for death? That sea god's descendant turned around and looked at Yang Qi with an icy gaze. What do you think you are? Dare to be insolent in front of me? Yang Qi responded ferociously, then once again fiercely blasted out a punch. The wind of the fist raged, and a terrifying and incomparable power surged towards the front, exploding with a bang. A huge reef was shattered, leaving a huge fist print above the passage. The sea god's descendant, who had just been acting like a pussy, and his many divine servants were nowhere to be seen. A few specks of blood on the ground signaled their presence here. Countless people who were paying attention to the situation here all sucked in cool air after seeing this scene. It's a horrible sight. Knowing that this was the Kunpeng's lair, the mountains and rocks here were unusually strong. The crowd had been fighting here for a long time without causing much damage to the surroundings. And with one punch, Yang Qi directly effused a sinkhole in the ground. What was even more terrifying was that the sea god's descendants and the many divine servants were exterminated without even having the chance to fight back. This punch swallowed the mountains and swept through the 8 directions. This man is horrible. Move slowly. After suppressing the sea god's descendant, Yang Qi coldly snorted. A descendant of Poseidon? He specializes in killing the descendants of Poseidon. Yun Hailan had a sea god bloodline, and now this Lode was a sea god descendant. He and Poseidon were kind of related. The Kunpeng nest has opened. Let's go. Shi Jian, who hadn't intervened, looked into the distance and spoke out. In the distance, a group of strong people gathered around. They were obviously from a top-tier major power. They held a cracked bone in their hands that radiated divine light. The bone had created some kind of special connection with the Kunlun nest. It's the remains of a kunai. Under the effect of the Kuan Peng's wreckage, the hole above the Kuan Peng's nest that was originally sealed cracked open. Yang Qi nodded. Then the two of them headed in the direction of the entrance. Kill. The rest of the people obviously noticed this scene as well. After a short silence, the shouts and killings shook the sky. All of them killed red-eyed and rushed together in the direction of the entrance. The sound of killing boiled over, and the powerful fell in pieces. Countless amounts of blood bloomed, but none of this could cover up the Kuan Peng treasure art's allure to the crowd. In just a few moments, the corpses at the entrance of the Kuan Peng's nest were piled up into a small mountain. The two of them, Shi Jian Yang Qi, did not panic and unfolded their hell-melting furnaces to recycle the trash. Someone dared to make a move against them after witnessing their terrifying strength. However, all of these people were turned into sustenance for the two men's cultivation. After killing all the way to the entrance of the Kuan Peng nest and devouring countless blood and flesh, the two of them then entered the Kuan Peng nest. As soon as they entered this Taiku dojo, the two of them immediately suffered wave after wave of runic impacts. A group of strong men were engaged in battle, already killing each other, blasting people on sight. There were strong people who had suppressed their cultivation and surpassed the spirit transformation realm, unable to exert their full strength, and died in battle. He crossed his body on the ground and quickly transformed into his original body, which was a somewhat intimidating ogre that was 100 feet long and huge. The man who killed him was no weakling. It's not a big deal to be able to come here. It was either a supreme heavenly pride amongst the spirit transformation realm, or a gaijin expert whose cultivation had been suppressed. After Shi Jian and also Yang Qi looked at each other, they immediately separated once again. Then each of them beheads a strong person and devours their essence and blood cultivation. The strength of the two of them was too terrifying, and at the slightest strike, large swaths of powerful people fell straight down. In this Kuan Peng nest, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the spirit transformation realm, and amongst the spirit transformation realm, Shi Jian and Yang Qi were just absolutely invincible. In a few breaths of effort, thousands of strong people had died at the hands of the two of them. Subsequently, a body of cultivation was transformed into sustenance for the two of them. The two of them were too strong, and after they displayed their strength, they instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Jointly decapitate these two first, or else we won't be able to compete with these two for the Kuan Peng treasure art at all. Someone yelled and opened his mouth, trying to use the Sea of Men tactic to eliminate Shi Jian as well as Yang Qi. But where he had entered the middle of the Kuan Peng nest so much as a day or two later, and had witnessed the horrifying battles that had taken place on the waters, he would not have been able to say such words. The rest of them have moved on. The group then killed towards Shi Jian and also Yang Qi. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi were happy to see this scene. It's okay to have a buffet, but a buffet that's delivered to your mouth? The two men immediately and unceremoniously went into full conquest. In this place where they could only exert their cultivation at the highest level of the spirit transformation realm, these people's attacks couldn't even break their defenses. They were harvesting the essence blood of countless strong people without a care in the world, with hundreds and thousands of strong people dying every second. They are devils, not men. After a certain number of people had died, the people around them felt fear. Shi Jian, Yang Qi and the two of them are simply devils. Their strength was so terrifying that they were able to blast countless powerhouses to death with a single lift of their hands. Those divine sons with great strength and amazing backgrounds were no different from ordinary spirit transformation realms in front of them, only to be decapitated. Manoman tactics won't work against them at all. What was even more terrifying was that these two people also had the treasure art of being able to devour other people's cultivation essence blood. It's simply the devil among the devils. The more you play, the stronger you get. How can this be a fight? The crowd quickly fled away in all directions, not daring to surround Shi Jian as well as Yang Qi anymore. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi didn't rush the Kuan Peng nest, but just continued to head towards the interior of the Kuan Peng nest. Inside the Kuan Peng's nest, there were also many spirit medicines. All of these spirit medicines were pocketed by Shi Jian as well as Yang Qi. There were many cavernous places in the Kuan Peng's lair, and this was the place where the Kuan Peng used to cultivate when it was young. There is the Yangji Cave, with its surging firelight, which shines brightly at the bottom of the sea, a place of extreme sunshine where the deep sea is. There is the abyss of metaphysical ice, which freezes everything, where the sea freezes and freezes. Meteorite Valley, all the meteorites in the sky. Some dilute divine iron fell here piled up into a mountain. All of these places are terrifying, with bursts of aura that can crush a person if they're not careful. Honing yourself here is both heaven and hell. It was with these things that Kuan Peng cultivated and honed himself when he was young. If Shi Jian hadn't reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, this place would have been a holy place of cultivation for him, but the place was of little use to him now. Brother Shao seems to be able to devour flames to become stronger, right? It seems to me that the flames of this Yangji cave are also somewhat extraordinary. I wonder if they are beneficial to him. Yangqi looked at the Yangji cave and opened his mouth thoughtfully. Shi Jian looked at the flame in the Yangji cave, which was indeed not a mortal flame. Not only can it sear the flesh, it can even sear the soul. Ask him if he's interested and tell him to come and see. Shi Jian spoke after thinking about it. Yangqi called Xiao Yan inside the group. Yangqi, brother Xiao. We found a young pole cave in the middle of the Kuan Peng's lair. The fire in here seems to be somewhat divine. I wonder if you're interested. Xiao Yan, is it a foreign flame? Let me see. Shi Jian took a picture of Yangji cave inside the group. In the next instant, he received Xiao Yan's cross-border application. Shi Jian didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Subsequently, Xiao Yan walked out across the border. Where is it? Where is the foreign fire? Xiao Yan spoke out excitedly. Shi Jian pointed him in the direction of the Yangji cave. Terrifying flames raged in the Yangji cave. Normally, a strong person in the realm of transformation spirit was burned to ashes just by getting close. Only those who were truly powerful were able to hone themselves with the help of the flames within. This is the Yangji cave, and the flames in it are left over from the Kuanpeng's infancy when it was used to hone its flesh. Shi Jian opened his mouth to explain. Pill Elder's soul body floated out. What a terrifying flame. This flame is inferior to your green lotus earthly heart flame, but it can still be considered a foreign fire. Pill Elder opened his mouth after looking at the flames in the Yangji cave. He could feel that the flames of the Yangji cave were all vaguely dangerous to him. The flames seemed to be able to cause damage to soul bodies. After absorbing this flame, your cultivation should be able to rise to peak Do Huang. Pill Elder continued to speak again. After several months of cultivation, Xiao Yan had now broken through the Do Huang. Once he devoured this flame, his cultivation should be able to rise to the peak of the Do Huang. At that time, one could prepare matters related to breaking through the Do Zone. As long as it's not mortal fire, the burning technique is not fussy, and the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor Qi doesn't mind. Xiao Yan let out a heave and then opened his mouth. The flames he had taken in today were still only the Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame and the Bone Spirit Cold Flame. The 3-year period was almost up, and he was on the verge of fulfilling the 3-year covenant. Thus there had been no time to go to Canaan Academy to collect the foreign flames in the middle of the academy. There was also the Sea Heart Flame in Han Feng's hand. Once he had fulfilled his 3-year contract, he would go and plot the rest of the foreign flames. Peak Do Huang? Your cultivation level has risen fast enough. By the time your 3-year appointment comes around, you'll be able to break through the Do Zone anyways, right? Shi Jian inquired curiously from the side. It should work. Xiao Yan stroked his chin, a smug expression on his face. Then you have to be cool. Nalan Yenran to see your Do Zone cultivation is estimated to be confused. There's also that Soul Temple emissary hiding in the Cloudlands sect. Don't forget to ask me to come along for the ride then. Shi Jian laughed and then opened his mouth, not without some anticipation in his heart. The 3-year contract. This is one of the coolest points in the Double Star. Nowadays, Xiao Yan's cultivation is far better than the original, so I think this 3-year date will be even more exciting. Being able to witness this classic famous scene with his own eyes, Shi Jian naturally did not want to miss it. No problem. Xiao Yan naturally would not refuse. I'm going too. I'm going to back you up. Yang Qi also hurriedly spoke from the side. As the only 2 people in the group who had been injured by a female, there was a lot of common ground between him and Xiao Yan. Call everyone in the group when you get there. Xiao Yan opened his mouth. Others in the group had said they would back him up before. Although with his strength, he would have no problem pushing across the Cloud Heights sect. Doesn't need someone to hold up the fort, but of course he wouldn't say no if the people inside the group wanted to come. When the time came, as the host, he could also entertain the people inside the group. Pill Elder was listening to the several people's conversation from the side and didn't interrupt, but his face was a bit strange. It was also a virtue to the Cloudlands sect to be able to have so many supreme celestial pride from various worlds strike out against it. And the Hall of Souls. I guess the end of the Soul Temple is almost upon us. Who would have thought that a small place like Yunlan City would actually be able to come out with a supreme genius like Xiao Yan who was able to break through the Do-Di realm? What was even more unexpected was that this person had also joined a chat group that spanned the heavens. Hang on and hang on. By kicking Xiao Yan, the Yunlan sect and also the Hall of Souls were considered to have kicked the iron plate. How long until your 3-year appointment? Shi Jian once again opened his mouth to ask Xiao Yan. End of chapter. Chapter 86-86. Xiao Yan's arrival. 2-person copy becomes 3-person copy. Chapter 86. Xiao Yan's arrival. 2-person copy becomes 3-person copy. About a month to go. Xiao Yan opened his mouth with some emotion. His tone was a bit melancholy. And in a flash, 3 years had passed. 3 years ago he was a fallen genius. 3 years later, he had become a powerful man on one side. When he got the chat group, it was the 2nd year after he made his 3-year pact. After Pill Old Man awakened, he stayed in the Xiao family for more than a year and broke through to the Do Shi realm. And then that's going out on the trail. In the midst of the Beast Mountain range, he also met Yunji by chance. Now Xiao Yan had learned of her identity, the sect leader of the Yunlan sect. The real name is Yun Yun. Regarding Yun Yun, Xiao Yan's attitude towards her was also somewhat complicated. Even before he learned of his life script, he had bonded with Yun Yun. After that he searched for traces of the foreign fire, and just as he found a little trace of it, he was pulled into the chat group. Then it started its own open life. In the script of his life given to him by Shi Jian, his cultivation level when he hit the Cloudlands sect was only a grand duelist. Now he was a Do Huang. It was also only a step away from the Do zone. I wonder how Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun will react after seeing this cultivation level of mine. And keyed. Xiao Yan also had some expectations in his heart. 3 words summarize his mood. Want to pretend. Do zone cultivation to go to the 3-year appointment. This time is really for you to pretend to. Shi Jian opened his mouth next to him to move him along. Just a fluke. Xiao Yan was modest. Yankee. The 3 met and chatted a little, then got down to business. In this Kuanpeng nest, the most important thing was naturally to obtain the Kuanpeng treasure art. And the Kuanpeng treasure art is in the demonizer cave. Shi Jian was going to find a way to open the Kuanpeng nest completely. Only after the Kuanpeng nest was completely opened would the demon transformation cave appear. Yang Qi, on the other hand, went around conquering and plundering all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. Xiao Yan naturally wanted to devour the flames in the Yang Extreme Cave. The 3 parted ways. Shi Jian walked towards the center of the majestic ancient nest, which was the core of the Kuanpeng nest. The golden nest stood in the center as if it were a flower bud, surrounded by 10,000 lights, countless runes flickering and emitting sounds if nothing else. Above the ancient nest, some gaps appeared, as if a bud is ready to bloom. But looking at the situation, it would probably take a long time until it bloomed completely. Shi Jian wasn't in the mood to wait that long. He unfolded his demonic wings and flew into the void, then observed the runes above the Kuanpeng nest. With his strength, he was naturally unable to destroy this Kuanpeng nest. Kuanpeng was no longer a powerful person from the ancient times. His lair was not something Shi Jian could destroy just because he wanted to. However, this Kuanpeng nest had originally shown signs of opening. It is true that it is not difficult for Shi Jian to speed up the process. With a wave of his hand, several broken bones appeared in front of him. The runes on top of these bones seem to have some sort of mysterious relationship with the runes around the Kuanpeng nest. These bones are none other than the bones of the Kuanpeng. The Taiku Divine Mountain and those other powerful forces had gone to great lengths to collect these bones. However, they were all killed by Shi Jian, and their belongings naturally fell into Shi Jian's hands. Using the Kuanpeng's own bone text as a medium, completely opened the Kuanpeng Divine Burial. Shi Jian communicated the bone inscriptions on top of these Kuanpeng bones, and then caused them to reach some sort of resonance with the Kuanpeng nest. The runes were densely covered in the void, making a ritualistic sound. The cracks on top of the Kuanpeng nest were widening little by little. It's done! A hint of joy appeared in Shi Jian's eyes. Following this process, it would only take a week's time for the Kuanpeng nest to be completely opened. In the blink of an eye, several days of work passed. In the middle of the Yangji cave, a teenager walked out in a radiant manner. This person was no other than Xiao Yan. With the presence of the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, he easily absorbed the flames in the Yangpol cave. The flame in the Yangji cave was rigid and incomparable, and Xiao Yan named it the Supreme Yang True Flame. Although the true flame of the Supreme Sun was not considered a top-notch foreign fire, it could not help that it was in large quantities. Source: Xiao Yan had sucked it up for several whole days before he was able to suck it up. His cultivation was a logical breakthrough to the peak Do Huang realm, and the cultivation was still completely consolidated. He could start preparing to break through the Do Zone realm anytime now. Xiao Yan was so cool right now. There should still be a lot of foreign flames existing in Shi Jian's world. There's also Yang Qi, Fang Han and the others whose worlds are expected to have foreign flames in them. That guy Meng Qi's world is even more impressive. Similar to the Flood, Samadhi Flame, Sun Flame, Southern Brightness Flame, Red Lotus Karmic Flame. The more Xiao Yan thinks about it, the more excited he gets. And there are just so many foreign flames above the Dobao continent. But there are countless foreign flames that exist in the heavens and the worlds. In the future, even if he broke through to the sovereign realm, he could continue to devour powerful foreign flames from other worlds to become stronger. The future looks bright. Xiao Yan only felt refreshed. After refining the Fey Flame, he didn't go straight back to the Double Star world. Instead, he strolled around the Kuanpeng secret realm. Going down a copy or something was his favorite. 5 times to take a life. Yang Qi let out a long breath, decapitating the heaven-swallowing sparrow of the Zunshi realm, after which he devoured many qi and blood along the way. Nowadays, his cultivation level had also reached the point where he had seized life 5 times. With this kind of cultivation, when put into the Heavenly Plane Academy, it would be considered a top core disciple. When he completed the 9 life takes, he would be able to directly impact the legends. When he broke through the legendary realm, he wouldn't even need to complete the 6 transformations. He could challenge the Crown Prince with only 3 or 4 transformations. One must know that the current Crown Prince had not yet broken through to the Great Sage realm. The current prince could only be considered a half-saint at best. When he reached the legendary 4 transformations, Yang Qi was completely confident in suppressing him. Not a bad haul this time. Yang Qi laughed loudly and walked towards the direction where the Kunpang nest was heading. The kunai nest is open. The golden divine nest split into pieces and blossomed as if it were a flower petal, revealing the dojo within. The entire Kunpang nest is filled with a sound. This moment, as if back to the ancient times, the gods chanting. All sorts of mysterious runes were born from the void. The horrific vision attracted countless people at once. However, this time there were not many people who dared to rush towards the Kunpang nest. This was because the people who came to fight for the Kunpang treasure art were almost killed through by Shijian as well as Yang Qi. A bunch of them died while in the ocean, and then again after teleporting to the island. Another batch died when the outermost part of the kunai nest opened. It was ironic to say that when those levels outside opened, countless people fought and conquered for it. Now that the real Kunpang nest was completely opened, the people were all pretty much dead. Shijian stood on top of the Kunpang nest, and beside him was Xiaoyan who had just arrived as well as Yang Qi. Xiaoyan was not famous, but Shijian and also Yang Qi had already killed the crowd with chills. Now that the 3 of them were standing next to the Kunpang nest, for a moment, no one dared to approach. Shijian and the 3 of them didn't pay attention to these remaining minor characters, but instead directly stepped on the golden light path and entered the Kunpang dojo. Here is a pool of divine liquid. As soon as the 3 of them entered, they found treasure. A large pool of divine liquid. This was the sea god liquid, turquoise blue like jade, condensed from the essence of the sea. It can be used in medicine and weaponry, and possesses all sorts of magical effects. With a wave of his big hand, Shijian directly divided these spiritual liquids into 6 parts. 3 of them were taken by each of the 3 of them. The remaining 3 copies were sent to those within the group who didn't show up. Worthy of being a Kunpang that is too big to be stewed in a pot. This Kunpang ancient nest of his was originally a small world, in which there is actually an inner world. Xiaoyan lamented as he collected the divine liquid. This area they were in was originally a small world. Now, in this divine nest, there is another heaven and earth. Set small worlds inside small worlds. The Kunpang's strength was truly extraordinary. That's a nice light. While lamenting, Xiaoyan collected various treasures. No way. Man, not even a lamp for you? Shijian was a bit speechless as he looked at his gesture of flying locusts crossing the border. This guy even takes a lamp that hangs over a cave. The blood inside this lamp is extraordinary. Pill Elder said it can be refined into a top-grade elixir. Xiaoyan said without looking back. He used to be scared of being poor, and when he was refining medicine, the first startup capital was still borrowed from Keed. Don't dare waste a single point now. Makes sense. With a sweep of Shijian's hand, a jade pot and cup on top of a stone table was grabbed by him. This is the good wine left behind by the Kunpang. It is not a mortal thing. A sip of it can prolong your life for many years and increase your cultivation. What the kunai left behind? Not stuttering. Ah. Yang Qi revealed a speechless expression beside him. Finally hastened to look at a nearby medicine furnace. To say that there is really any treasure here, then surely what's inside the pill furnace is the treasure. There might be a divine elixir. Shijian and also Xiaoyan are still young after all. They don't know the real treasure. Yang Qi opened the pill furnace at once. An aura of dark light spread out all at once, and a terrifying and incomparable poisonous gas raged. Blah blah blah. It took Yang Qi a good half day to expel these poisonous qi from his body. Damn. Bad luck. There is no divine elixir, but there are a bunch of poisonous elixirs. It was also the divine elephant prison suppressing strength that he cultivated. Otherwise he would have been poisoned to death in this instant. He was about to crush all these pills when Xiaoyan's voice suddenly came from his ears. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Xiaoyan hurriedly put away these pills. What do you need this poison pill for? Yankee was confused. Had. This elixir contains a terrifying medicinal power. When I go out and re-refine it, I'll be able to. It will be able to re-energize its medicinal power and turn it back into a divine elixir? No. It will be able to forge it into a divine elixir and then give it to someone else to eat. This elixir is eaten, and the dozone will have to be poisoned to death in an instant. Xiaoyan revealed an obscene smile. Yankee. Shijian. Shijian flicked his hand and put away a futon, which was compiled from a strip of tender tree and emitted light. This is the futon on which Kunpang practiced meditation. It can make people meditate and concentrate on the Tao and stand in enlightenment, which is a treasure. Birth. Xiaoyan was remorseful after seeing his movements. What I thought of earlier. The most precious thing in a cultivator's cave is the futon. Can the futon used by that strong man for cultivation be simple? Hands off! Hands off! Shi Jian laughed out loud. The people inside the group shared resources, and the ownership of this point of magic treasure didn't really matter. But things like treasure hunting are about having fun. The three of them explored the cave together and climbed over each other to see who got more treasures, which was also a way to increase their feelings. It's like grabbing a coupon with a friend. Whoever has the larger amount of discount will be happier. It didn't take long for the entire cave to be harvested and left bare by the three of them. There would have been some things they couldn't see, but when I saw the other two collecting with vigor, I collected myself. In the end there wasn't even a stone table left. In the original, countless experts in the cave to fight for the treasure did not take the stone table away. Soldier refining ground. The three of them soon came back to the place where Kuanpeng had refined his treasures. There was a mouthful of cold tam here, with a bone-chilling cold that was capable of freezing people from a distance. In the depths of the bottom of the pool, several divine lights swam as if they were fish. These are the artifact embryos of divine weapons. All of them are cast with precious and incomparable materials. It is a priceless holy treasure. For example, a sword tire forged from dragon bone iron. Dragon bone iron was the iron material formed by the fall of a true dragon in the iron ore, and it belonged to the extremely precious material. Adding a small piece when refining a weapon is able to turn it into a supreme treasure. Now a large chunk of it has been practiced as a sword tire. Shi Jian casually fished out the sword tire. He threw the item to Xiaoyan. This thing is the embryo of a divine weapon. If you sacrifice it with your heart, you will be able to raise spirituality in it and turn it into a divine weapon. Xiaoyan, who was a mage, naturally did not have much of a weapon to hold. There's only one iron ruler. This sword embryo forged using dragon bone iron was much better than Xiaoyan's ruler. Good stuff. Xiaoyan unceremoniously put it away. Other treasures were also fished out by the three of them. Xiaoyan even filled the water inside this cold pool with a lot of water. Pill Elder told him that this water was very extraordinary and could be refined into a water attribute treasure. When the time came for him to absorb the foreign flames, he borrowed these cold waters to defend himself against the foreign flames. He had the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, so he didn't need to worry about absorbing the foreign fire and suffering a backlash. But this cold water could help ease some of his pain. After walking through the cold pool, the three of them arrived in front of a magnificent ancient palace. This palace is too big. The grandeur is boundless. In the middle of the ancient palace, there was a lifelike Kuanpeng, its golden eyes staring at the crowd as if it were the sun. Its form is constantly changing. One moment the body was golden with black stripes, like a rock, spanning the stars. A moment later it sank back into the chaos, like a big fish with a back width of tens of thousands of miles. There is a fish in the north of the underworld, and its name is Kuan. The size of the Kuan is unknown for thousands of miles. It turns into a bird, and its name is Rock. The back of the rock is not known for thousands of kilometers. This is a true reflection of the scene at this time. However, this Kuanpeng spirit body only appeared for a split second before disappearing. Without hesitation, the three of them walked towards the palace, towards the altar. There was a precious medicine at the highest part of the altar. This was an astral grass, an elixir that could be advanced. Growing to 4 leaves would be very rare, but now there are 7 leaves on it. All that is needed is for another leaf to grow to be a holy medicine. In addition to this holy medicine, there were many divine weapons above. This is a true weapon of myths and legends. Accompanying the Kuanpeng's battle weapon, it wasn't something that could be compared to the previous weapon embryos, the golden fan, the black measuring tape, and the dragon-tooth dagger, as well as a broken halberd, heavenly wasteland. During the ancient times, this weapon didn't know how much divine blood it had been stained with and how many experts it had killed. In addition to the treasures and holy pills, the very center of the altar also held a crystal-clear bone, the primordial runic bone of the kunai. These weapons had spirits, and Shi Jian's strength was not enough to take down these divine weapons. That's why he chose to pull outside help. Come out and decide it's you. Ryujin. End of chapter. Chapter 87-87. Acquiring the Kuanpeng treasure technique and the Immortal King's divine soldier. Chapter 87. Acquiring the Kuanpeng treasure technique and Immortal King divine soldier. Shi Jian took out the willow leaf that the Willow God had given him before he left. He then establishes a channel of communication with the Willow God through Willow Leaf. The divinity in Willow Leaf's body began to revive. You found the Kuanpeng treasure art? The voice of the Willow God came from above the Willow Leaf. And then its will descended on this side of the world. I have found the Kuanpeng's lair. And here are the weapons he left behind during his lifetime. Only there is a prohibition here, so I can't take these weapons. Shi Jian opened his mouth and voiced his predicament to Ryujin. The Kunside lair. The Willow God sensed his surroundings and spoke somewhat ruefully. It felt the kunai's breath here. That's the sky wastes? The Willow God set his gaze above those blades at the highest part of the altar. especially the broken battle halberd. As a weapon that had been invincible all his life following Kunpeng in battle, Lucian was also somewhat familiar with the heavenly wasteland. This was the Gaishur divine warrior, indestructible, capable of cutting down gods and killing demons, and unbreakable. During the ancient times, it made the strongest of the 10,000 races fearful, and anyone who heard the word heavenly wasteland would suck in their breath and tremble in fear. Now the weapon is broken into 3 pieces. Even the heavenly wilderness was shattered. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the great battle was at that time. It was no wonder that Kunpeng had fallen. Kunpeng has already fallen. He won't make things difficult for his descendants. This is an inheritance he specifically left for his descendants. You will be recognized by the heavenly wasteland when you comprehend the Kunpeng treasure art. With Lucian's strength, it would be possible to forcefully break the prohibitions here, allowing Shijian to obtain the weapons here. There's no need to do that, though. Shijian only needs to comprehend the Kunpeng treasure art and become the heir of the Kunpeng. Heavenly Wasteland will naturally recognize him. Just comprehend the Kunpeng treasure art? Shijian was a bit surprised. This was something that had not been mentioned in the original. That's easy. Shijian turned his gaze to a cave beneath the altar. This is the demonization cave. The entrance of the cave is very deep, penetrating the seabed, and in the darkness, there are bursts of sorrowful sounds, as if the wronged souls of the ancient times are crying. Inside, all kinds of shadows surfaced, miserable screams, openly dancing claws. It's like Moro hell. Legend has it that the demonizing cave imprisoned all the enemies that Kunpeng had killed in the beginning. You two wait over here first. I'll enter the demon transformation cave with the Willow God to enlighten the Kunpeng treasure art. Shijian spoke to Yangqi Xiaoyan and the two of them, then jumped down towards the demonizing cave. What Yangqi Xiaoyan and the two of them cultivated was not runes after all. The two of them went down to see the Kunpeng treasure art, and they couldn't comprehend anything. Might as well wait up there. When he had comprehended the Kunpeng treasure art, he would pass it on to the group and they would be able to learn it just the same. Yes, the Yangqi duo nodded. With that, Shijian no longer hesitated and directly jumped down with the Willow God's willow leaf towards the entrance of the demon transformation cave. It was a long time before he landed smoothly. The bottom of the cave of the transfiguration was somewhat light and green, like the eyes of one of those ghosts. A figure appeared, and from time to time, the sound of a giant beast hissing was heard. Phoenix, pixie, swallowed sparrow, green luan. The silhouettes of various ancient ferocious beasts appeared. These were powerful people who had died at the hands of the Kunpeng, who had once been so powerful that they had caused heaven and earth to tremble. However, all of the powerhouses of this level were ruthlessly suppressed by Kunpeng, and now only their obsessions remained unbroken, wailing here as if they were ghosts. They were merely the shadows of some ancient ferocious beasts, so Shijian naturally wouldn't be afraid of them. He kept walking forward towards the cave, sensing the aura of these terrifying shadows as he went. These silhouettes were lifelike, and even their breath came through, as if they had come across time and space from the ancient years. It is somewhat similar to the war map recorded above the original true explanation. Observing these shadows would allow Shijian to better understand the battle diagrams above the primal true solution. Very quickly, Shijian walked to the end of the demonizing cave. A pair of stone doors blocked his path, gently pushing it open. This stone door opened all of a sudden, and densely packed runes flickered. The scent here was different again from the eerie one outside. It was as radiant as ascending to the realm of the gods. Shijian felt a strong pressure as soon as he entered. If an ordinary harmonized spirit realm came here, I'm afraid that in the blink of an eye, he would be crushed to the point of having his bones shattered and his internal organs bleed to death by this pressure. Kunpeng left behind the Kunpeng nest in order for people to pass on the Kunpeng treasure art. However, not anyone was qualified to pass on the Kunpeng treasure art. Only those who emulated the Kunpeng's cultivation path when he was a young boy and reached the extreme realm of transforming his flesh into spirit and reshaping his true self were qualified to comprehend the Kunpeng treasure art. Shek-kin has clearly gone far beyond that standard. He surveyed his surroundings. It was a grand stone room with a blood pool in the center, where the blood was radiant, with occasional golden light emanating from the blood pool, and terrifying runes even distorting space. Kunzoku Pajitsu, the Willow God spoke out faintly. Such a terrifying rune was naturally that legendary Kunpeng treasure art. The runes of the Kunpeng treasure art are all refined in this side of the blood pool, and can be reproduced and reorganized at critical moments. So enlighten yourself on this. Don't miss your chance. The Willow God spoke of the mystery here. The Kunpeng treasure art was hidden in a pool of blood. With a clatter, thousands of runes rushed up from the blood pool, which were arranged in a special form. All of the runes took shape and finally quickly combined to form a Kunpeng. This was a supreme ancient bird made up of symbols, as if it had life and was proudly looking down upon the ages. Wow wow wow. The runes dispersed once more, then reorganized and sank into the brilliant pool of blood, turned into a big fish. Shurjian carefully realized the changes, and then continuously deduced and imitated them. It seemed like the blink of an eye, and like 10,000 years had passed. Shurjian was completely immersed in the runic evolution of the Kuanpang treasure art. Next to him, Ryujin was doing the same. The Willow God is also sensing the Kuanpang treasure art. The Kuanpang treasure art was very powerful and contained the mysteries of the heavens. Even Shurjian would have trouble comprehending all of it in a short period of time. He was mesmerized by his cultivation. His spirit and will all but disappeared into the runes. Feeling the mysteries of these runes, gradually, he came to a realization, and his entire body radiated a divine light. The kunai's rune felt something and began to break free from the blood pool, subsequently flying towards him. These runes didn't enter his body and fused with him, making it easy for him to sense more. The Kuanpang treasure art was too complex, and there were too many variations of runes. A heaven and earth roaring sound rang out, and the Kuanpang in the void completely exploded. All the runes entering his body and reorganizing on his body. The golden light was bright and incomparably dazzling, and in the end, these runes transformed into golden flecks on his body. Shurjian had obtained the complete Kuanpang treasure art inheritance. His entire body almost transformed into a Kuanpang, to spread his wings to the 9 heavens and fly to the outer domain. An aura of supremacy permeated his body. Not only did Shurjian obtain the Kuanpang treasure art, but he also saw bits and pieces of Taiku through the Kuanpang. You've comprehended the Kuanpang treasure art? Lucian's surprised voice rang in Shurjian's ears. Not yet enlightened, but close. Shurjian opened his eyes and then spoke. All of the Kuanpang treasure arts turned into a character inscribed in his mind. He had already learned the Kuanpang treasure art. That's good. This blood pool is made from a drop of the Kuanpang's true blood, so refine it. It's good for your cultivation. The Willow God suggested that there was a drop of Kuanpang's true blood in this blood pool. How precious is the true blood of the Kuanpang? Even after a long time, a large part of the divinity in it has been lost, but it is still the supreme treasure. The gods have to break their heads over this too. Shurjian directly unfolded the hell melting furnace upon hearing this, and then devoured all of the essence in the blood pool. The Willow God was a bit surprised after seeing his hell furnace. This is also a law from another world? It can directly refine true blood? Can there be hidden dangers with this kind of method? Normally, this kind of direct energy refining method had hidden dangers present. It will lead to an unstable foundation and a false cultivation. Hell melting furnace. Condense the hell melting furnace within the body. It can refine everything, devour everything, and massively plunder the life essence of heaven and earth, and even the essence of the sun and moon, and the power of the stars. All kinds of essences are melted through the furnace and then transformed into the life essence, without hidden dangers. Shurjian opened his mouth and replied. The Willow God was completely surprised. There's actually such a terrifying law in this world? It can devour and refine everything without any side effects. Yanagami's expression froze. This has been an absolutely invincible law. Cultivating this kind of law, even if there are no consequences in cultivation, you should pay attention to the cultivation of your heart, and it is highly likely that you will fall because of this by devouring the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the essence of life. In a single-minded manner, the Willow God admonished Shurjian very solemnly. This cultivation method called Hell's Melting Furnace was too terrifying. You can devour and refine everything without any consequences. As long as you have the resources you can keep getting stronger with no bottlenecks. This is terrible. If Shurjian were to immerse himself in it, he would inevitably turn into an overwhelming troll in the future. Today others want to kill you. You kill people to refine their bodies. Tomorrow someone curses you and you kill someone to make a corpse. The day after tomorrow when someone glares at you, you kill people and refine their bodies. In the back it's just indiscriminate. Cultivating this kind of method, it was easy to fall into the pleasure of plundering others' cultivation, and then break through one's own bottom line again and again. In time it will be a slave to power. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. Shurjian knew that Lucian was concerned about himself, but he wasn't someone who didn't have a sense of proportion. On the point of practicing Hell's Melting Furnace, he had the same concept as Yang Qi. You don't kill people and make corpses for no reason. But if you offend me, then hey. The Willow God nodded and said no more. It trusts Shurjian to have a sense of proportion. The two of them stopped talking and instead went out of the demon transformation cave to the top of the altar. The Kuanpang treasure art has arrived. I've uploaded the Kuanpang treasure art to the group, so you can just download it inside the group. Shurjian smiled and said to Yang Qi Xiaoyan and also Xiaoyan. See? The two nodded, indicating that they had seen the file that had just been uploaded inside the group. Shurjian walked up to the altar and looked towards the heavenly wasteland and the many other divine weapons. He activated the Kuanpang treasure art, and a faintly visible Kuanpang spirit body emerged behind him. The heavenly wasteland seemed to have sensed something and trembled. he then flew straight out with a whoosh, flying straight toward Shi Jian. It then stopped in front of Shi Jian. Without hesitation, Shi Jian reached out and took the sky wasteland. The heavenly wasteland shattered into 3 pieces, but now it was barely glued together by some kind of power. Shi Jian cultivates the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist, and the spear of the Underworld God. That's why he didn't use weapons before. But now with sky wasteland around, he could actually use a weapon. At his peak, Confronting seemed to be an immortal king giant on par with Lucian. This heavenly desolation was also an immortal king level weapon. Terribly powerful. It was broken into 3 pieces, but that didn't affect its power. Immortal king soldiers, not to mention in the lower realm, even in the 3000 Dao states, that was a descending blow. It can be kept as a base card. After Shi Jian put away the heavenly wasteland, he turned his gaze to those other weapons. A golden fan, a black measuring tape, a dragon-toothed dagger, a jade pendant, and a giant tripod. These things were not as good as the heavenly wasteland, but they were still very terrifying divine weapons. Willow God, could there be something you need in this? Shi Jian turned his gaze to Ryujin inquiringly. Lucian looked at the things on the altar, thought for a moment and spoke. These divine weapons are useless to me. I want that astral grass. I'm about to undergo a metamorphosis, and I need astral grass to help me. The star grass was about to become a holy medicine, and would greatly benefit the Willow God. With the star grass coupled with the green emperor wood emperor scripture, it wouldn't take long for Lucian to completely recover his cultivation. Then the star grass will be divided among you, and I'll split these other divine weapons with the people inside the group. Shi Jian sniffed and handed over the star grass to the Willow God before deciding where the other divine weapons belonged. The Willow God spoke again after receiving the star grass. These divine weapons are all quasi-immortal king level weapons. Although they have all suffered some damage, the power is still horrifying, and those of you inside the group who take them can also use them as a base card. Even if it was a damaged quasi-immortal king level weapon, the power was still terrifyingly strong. The power of the power is enough to kill all the strong enemies that the people inside the group can meet nowadays. Xiao Yan and Yang Qi's eyes both lit up when they heard this. They both picked it out right away. These divine weapons were all similar, just in different styles. Xiao Yan had wanted to pick that black heaven measuring ruler, but then thought that he had already messed with a sword embryo before, and that sword embryo would be a good divine weapon to raise. The measuring ruler and sword embryo positioning overlapped somewhat, so he chose the golden fan. Take a fan as a weapon. It's better to pretend. Yang Qi, on the other hand, chose the giant cauldron. He felt that the weight of this tripod was not light, and with the terrifying power of his divine elephant prison suppressing strength was just enough to smash people. One smashed a little kid. After the two had selected them, Shi Jian took out the 2 items and handed them to the 2 of them, then took pictures of the few remaining items and posted them to the group. Shi Jian, brothers, in addition to the Confronting treasure art in this Confronting lair, there are several divine weapons. You guys pick, one for each of you. Shi Jian, Yang Qi and the 2 of them have already picked. There were just 3 divine weapons left, the heaven measuring ruler, the dragon-toothed dagger, and a jade pendant. Munch, I want the dragon-toothed dagger. Lin Dong, I'll take the heaven measuring ruler then. Feng Han, looks like I'll have to go with the jade pendant. Munch, hands off. Hands off. The people inside the group picked quickly. Shi Jian took out the divine soldiers in turn, and then sent red envelopes to the people inside the group. A dragon-toothed dagger silently appeared in Meng Qi's hand. The dragon-toothed dagger contained an extremely powerful force. It was a pity that after the great battle, a large portion of the spirituality in the dragon-toothed dagger had dissipated. What a terrifying divine weapon! With just one glance, Meng Qi sensed the terror of this dragon-toothed dagger. If he were to activate this dragon-toothed dagger, he would probably be able to cut down a golden body powerhouse. One more piece of the bottom line. Meng Qi hemmed and hawed, then took this divine soldier inside his body to warm it up. I wonder if this dragon-toothed dagger is stronger or weaker than those weapons on the reincarnation space divine weapons list? Lightning blade, heavenly demon zither. Meng Qi thought of those divine weapons in the reincarnation space again. There were also many divine weapons in the reincarnation space. The Lord of Reincarnation had purposely set up a divine weapon list for this purpose. It has a series of divine weapons on it. Measuring tape. The black ruler appeared in Lin Dong's hand, and a terrifying power was contained within the ruler. Lin Dong established a trace of connection with the heaven measuring ruler, and something more was instantly added to his mind. Good treasure. It can be light or heavy, big or small. It will be convenient to use it to smash people in the future. If a ruler goes down, nothing will be left. Lin Dong excitedly all put the heaven measuring ruler behind his back. With his power, he could only exert a trace of the divine might of the heaven measuring ruler, but just this hint of divine might was enough for him to cross the continent. The spirit within this divine weapon had lost most of its spirit, and he could re-inhabit the spirit within it. The measuring tape may not be as functional as the stone talisman, but the power is more powerful. Where did you brat get that divine weapon from? It's actually so terrifying. A hint of the measuring ruler woke Master Sable up. He hurriedly climbed up from among the stone talismans. Xiao Yan had long ago returned the stone talisman to Lin Dong. Master Sable doesn't know how excited he is to have his home back after losing it. It had been staying in the stone talisman all this time, not even willing to come out. He was afraid that as soon as he left the stone talisman, this Lin Dong fellow would mess up the stone talisman again somewhere. However, he felt that the stone talisman didn't sleep as comfortably as before, and he didn't know why. If he had not felt the hint of aura leaking out from the heaven measuring ruler, he would not have been willing to speak to Lin Dong. Master Sable's eyes stared unblinkingly at the measuring tape. The aura that this ruler had just revealed was just too terrifying. Want to know, ah? Beg me. Lin Dong opened his mouth with a smile from the side. Beg your pardon. End of chapter. Chapter 88. 88. Going to the Saint King's world. Helping Yang Qi. Chapter 88. Traveling to the Sacred King's world. Helping Yang Qi. This jade pendant is of such a high quality. It can still have such a terrifying aura even after it's been damaged. Yen circled around the jade pendant. With this jade pendant in place, it will be much easier for you to act in the future. As long as you are able to utilize a trace of this jade pendant's power, you will be able to suppress a strong person of the 10,000 lifespan realm. That strong? Fang Han was very surprised at what he heard. The 10,000 longevity realm. That was already a powerhouse of the longevity mystic realm. Shijian really sent him a good one this time. I declare that this Kuan Pang divine burial replica ends perfectly. Pass rating SSS. Looking at the heavenly wasteland that had arrived, as well as the Kuan Pang treasure technique, Shijian was very satisfied with this trip to the Kuan Pang nest. Not only did he obtain the Kuan Pang treasure art as expected, but he also ate so much self-help that his cultivation improved greatly. More importantly, he had obtained the Immortal King Divine Armor Heavenly Desolation. The people inside the group each got a divine weapon as well. The operation couldn't have been more successful. Xiao Yan next to Shijian and also Yang Qi had satisfied smiles on their faces. They both made a lot of money on this wave as well. Xiao Yan waved the golden fan on his hand and made a dashing Shihangzi, tart, look. Hey, if it's over, I'm going back to the Double Star world, and I'll call you guys to come back when the 3-year appointment is next month. Be sure to come then. As soon as he spoke, his entire body retreated from the perfect world with the same tawdry gesture he had just taken. This guy. Yang Qi Shijian shook his head as he looked at his departing figure. It always felt as if this guy had unlocked some new and strange attribute after getting the fan. There should be a whole bunch of strong people gathered outside the Kuan Pang nest now. Do you want to go back to the Stone Village or go to the Deer Hunting Academy? I'll send you there? The Willow God spoke out to ask Shijian. It detected that countless strong people had appeared above the sea beyond the Kuan Pang nest. Shijian and also Yang Qi would definitely suffer a thunderous blow if they went out now. So, it wanted to pick the two up directly. It's just a bunch of honchos. Shijian opened his mouth without any concern. If he had faced a whole bunch of honored ones before coming to the Kuan Pang nest, then he must have panicked. But now, his cultivation has reached the peak of the spirit of transformation, and the giant elephant particles in his body have even awakened to a number of more than 300. If it weren't for the fact that many of the venerable lords among the Kuan Pang nests came in spirit bodies, Shijian estimated that he could be even stronger. The Zuni realm can be suppressed with the snap of a finger. In order to reassure the Willow God, Shijian directly opened up all the caves. A full 300 or so terrifying caverns fused with giant elephant particles appeared behind him. Densely packed, each cave was gulping down massive tanks of heaven and earth essence into Shijian's body. The Willow God looked at the cavernous sky behind him in concentration and confusion. Over the top, way over the top. Feeling this terrifying aura of Shijian's, Lucian knew that the Exalted One was by no means his opponent, unless it's a real god coming down to earth. Otherwise Shijian has no enemy in this lower realm. Spirit transformation realm to fight a deity? It's too over the top. How many months has it been since Shek-kin left the village? Surprisingly, that's a relief. The Willow God seemed to have suffered some kind of blow, and the spirit of the entire willow leaf fell silent. Shijian put away the willow leaf, then looked at Yang Qi. It's all come to this, so let's have another big kill and put an end to things here for good. And then to your world. Yang Qi was also a killjoy and directly nodded. He was also in great cultivation now and desperately needed a war to baptize him. The two walked out without hesitation. After they left, someone finally had the guts to enter the Kuan Pang dojo. They looked at the bear. Not even a single stone table left in the Kuan Pang dojo and fell into a state of confusion. Birth, don't even leave us a stone table. The crowd's mind fell apart. Originally thought that Shijian, Yang Qi two people is the world of heavenly pride. This kind of heavenly pride generally will be self-esteem is very high. Do not see the general baby. they come in behind them and can pick up the slack. As a result, these two didn't even leave them a stone table. What a birth! Someone stepped out of the sea and brought out the information in the Confronting nest. The information he brought out completely ignited the North Sea. Shi Jian, Yang Qi and the two of them killed all the competitors and ended up with the Confronting dojo all to themselves. The two of them with not inferior to the 10 murderous treasure art level of treasure art to transform the spirit realm to kill the respectable realm. Countless rumors circulated. When this news came out, the outside world directly exploded. The kunai treasure art would have lured in a lot of people. Now all of a sudden they heard that Shi Jian and also Yang Qi have treasure arts that are not inferior to the Confronting treasure arts. Who couldn't be crazy about that? As long as we take down Shi Jian, as well as Yang Qi, we will be able to obtain several 10 fierce level treasure arts at once. Various people of great power had sent strong men to the sea above, and a great battle for the ages was brewing. In this outside world, the real body of a venerable level powerhouse makes a move, and heaven and earth will be cracked, and blood and water will pour into the 9 heavens. Under the eager anticipation of countless people, Shi Jian and also Yang Qi finally made their appearance. They unfurled their demonic wings and flew out of the Kunlun nest. Demon wings have now become the symbol of the two. Therefore, as soon as they stepped out of the Confronting's nest, someone immediately recognized them. In the middle of the sky, a large silver hand fell down, a single finger bigger than a mountain. This was an exalted level powerhouse striking out. Another big paw slapped, covering the sky with purple. Leave the treasure art behind. A golden wing swept down from the 9 heavens, slashing straight down. In just a moment, the battlefield was directly detonated. Countless Zunja level powerhouses showed up wanting to take down Shi Jian as well as Yang Qi. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi were calm in the face of this scene. Shi Jian didn't need to say that his strength had long been able to crush Zunis. Yang Qi had now also grown to the point where he could fight against Zunis. And with the terrifying true Qi attributes of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, Yang Qi can exhaust all of this group of powerhouses to death by hard consumption alone. He certainly wasn't panicking, looking for death. Facing the attacks of many Zunshur level powerhouses, a coldness flashed through Yang Qi's eyes. In the next instant, the spear of the Underworld God appeared in his hand, and with a sweep of the spear, he instantly blocked all the attacks. Those Zunis who struck out were shocked. They thought that Shi Jian and Yang Qi could only deal with Zunis whose cultivation had been suppressed. But he didn't expect that now. In the middle of this outside world, Yang Qi would be able to block their attacks as well? In the next instant, the spear of the Underworld God in Yang Qi's hand swept and directly pierced through a venerable. This venerable person instantly turned into essence and dissipated between heaven and earth. Spiritual bodies again. Yang Qi was speechless in his heart after seeing this scene. Previously, he had devoured the heaven-swallowing sparrow and his cultivation had directly skyrocketed. Later, he rounded up and killed many more exalted ones in the Confronting nest. It had been thought that these Zunis could also make his cultivation skyrocket. Who knows? That these honored ones directly turn into essence and return to heaven and earth after death. It was only when I asked Shi Jian about it that I learned it was a spirit body. Something like a doppelganger. When the spirit body died, the heaven and earth furnace could only plunder some heaven and earth essence. This pissed him off. Isn't that bullying an honest man? I fought hard for most of the day and finally killed someone. So you won't make me a corpse? Now that Yang Qi was annoyed at the sight of a spirit body, he swept his harsh gaze over the crowd. It's not possible for all of them to be spirit bodies, is it? Kill. Yang Qi raised the spear of the Underworld God and directly killed towards the numerous exalted ones. Arrogant. Arrogant. Many venerable level powerhouses were enraged in their hearts at this sight. What kind of characters are they? The most powerful person in a great religion. Yang Qi actually dared to take the initiative to kill them? Isn't this looking down on people? Countless people drove their treasure arts and began to fight with Yang Qi. After Shi Jian saw this scene, he also did not hesitate and immediately made his move. Yang Qi's strength was only equal to that of these Zunis, and he was able to fight one against the other and make an even fight. Shi Jian, on the other hand, is an abject massacre. His hadn't utilized the Black Emperor Water Emperor fist, only using ordinary punches and kicks. A punch and a kick blasted out, and the entire sea shook with it. Countless venerable level powerhouses hardened. No Zuni was able to last a single punch in his hands. The battle was fought very badly. The unilateral slaughter was certainly gruesome. Those venerables above the overseas divine islands of the Taiku Divine Mountain were all killed by Yang Qi as well as Shi Jian. It was just a pity that most of these exalted level existences sent in spirit bodies. Their real bodies are hiding somewhere. Shi Jian Yang Qi slaughtered hundreds of Zuanzhan level powerhouses, but it turned out that only 6 arrived in their real bodies. Shi Jian killed 4 and Yang Qi killed 2. After each of them utilized the hell furnace, the strength of the two of them increased a lot more. Cultivation is greatly improved. It's a pity that these people are so refined that they send in spirit bodies. If I devour and refine them all, then I won't be far from the legendary realm. The great battle came to an end, and Yang Qi spoke with a bit of regret. Shi Jian nodded and spoke indifferently. Anyone who can cultivate into the exalted realm is not a good person, so it's normal to be a bit more cautious. Our harvest this time is already big enough. He. In a few days I'll be able to complete 6 life-taking. Chu Tiange is nothing but dirt. Yanqi laughed freely. The thought that he was about to meet with Chu Tiange and also Yun Hailan with a cultivation level of 6 times of life snatching was darkly pleasing in his heart. Chu Tiange had only taken his life once, and Yun Haigang was now only a chi zone. Instead, he has completed 6 takedowns. The difference is not insignificant. Having read the life script that Shi Jian had given him, Yang Qi knew the arrogant demeanor that Chu Tiange had towards him. Now that they met, Yang Qi wanted to see if he still had the same face from the book. You're smiling even more lewdly than Xiao Yan. Seeing him in this state, Shi Jian couldn't help but spit on the side. Yang Qi's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked at Shi Jian grudgingly. What's wrong with me having a good laugh? What's wrong with you? Just kidding. But both of you and Munchie are so indebted when you smile. Maybe this is the unique smile of the protagonist. Can't learn it. Shi Jian added. Yankee. After settling everything, the two of them used the teleportation function of the chat group to come together in the world of the Sacred King. The cold wind whistled and the sand swept across the sky. It was the ground of the northwest, and in the middle of winter the snow had not fallen. The arid climate of the northwest is such that at a glance, it's all loamy ground, with earth and sand dunes, and bare trees. Crows croaked in the trees, adding a touch of bleakness. I've taken on the mission to come to the Westgate realm to exterminate the blood-sucking horse thieves. The two of them, Shi Jian and Yang Qi, were walking in the midst of the windy sand. Yang Qi then stated the situation at this moment. He took on the mission to kill the blood-sucking horse thief according to the plot in the original story. According to the original, Chu Tiange and Yun Hailan should also be in this area. The only difference was that in the original, Yang Qi came with a few other outer court disciples. Now he is the one who took the assignment alone. Now, there's a Shi Jian. How are you going to do it? Shi Jian curiously asked Yang Qi. Directly use the Heavenly Plane Academy's distress talisman to lure them over. Then forcefully suppress them. Yang Qi opened his mouth with a murderous aura. I've brought enough dozens of distress charms. If I can't draw them over once, I'll draw them 10 times, 100 times. Obviously, Yankee was fully prepared. Inviting Shi Jian over was just a precautionary measure. Yes, Shi Jian nodded approvingly. The Celestial Bit Academy has special fireworks for distress. As long as it is placed in mid-air, the word heaven will continue to flash in the sky. It was able to be seen clearly for hundreds of miles around. If there were people from the Heaven's Position Academy around, then they would definitely rush over. That's how Chu Tiange was lured in the original. Yang Qi didn't hesitate after he finished his intention, and directly took out a firework, then threw it towards the sky. An intense divine light rushed up into the sky, instantly exploding. There was an endless stream of whistling sounds, and the word sky was constantly flashing in the sky. It was really visible for hundreds of miles around. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi both hid their figures and quietly waited for the hunter to take the bait. After waiting for only a few incense sticks, Yang Qi frowned. It seems like Chu Tiange isn't nearby. With Chu Tiange's strength in the life-snatching realm, after seeing this firework, even if it was separated by a distance of 100 miles, a few incense sticks of time should have arrived. Try and find the blood-sucking horse thief's base camp while you're at it. As long as they're here, you'll always run into them. Shi Jian spoke calmly. It's a pity that I haven't met Chu Tiange, and my cultivation was too low when I met Yun Hailan, or else I could have directly found their trail using the 1,000-mile soul lock as well. Yankee sighed. The Qigong system he practiced was a very powerful cultivation system. A strong Qi-zone practitioner can master the 1,000-mile soul lock skill. As long as one had felt someone's aura, one would be able to use the 1,000-mile soul lock to scout for them. But where he had seen Chu Tiange before, he could now directly lock onto Chu Tiange's location. He did know Yun Hailan, but his cultivation was too low at that moment. There is no mastery of the skill 1,000-mile soul lock. You two have at least had a conversation. Don't you have anything of hers on you? Shi Jian spoke after thinking about it. Move slowly. How could I possibly keep her things around? Killing intent flashed within Yang Qi's eyes. When he was young, he boasted of his outstanding talent and thought that there was nothing in this world that he could not do. That's why he fell for Yun Hailan's trap. Now that he hated Yun Hailan to the bone, how could he keep her things around? So it's no good being a lickspill. Seeing Yang Qi reveal such a look, Shi Jian spoke with emotion. I used to be a lickspill indeed, but I won't be in the future. The love of a man and a woman is nothing but vanity. The love of a brother is real. After hanging out in the chat group for so long, Yanqi also knew the meaning of licking dog. It's true that being a lickspittle doesn't get you killed. He used to be a licking dog for Yun Hailan. so he just about died. It's better to be a brother. You can live and die together. Especially the brothers inside the chat group. Yang Qi sincerely looked at Shi Jian and was about to thank him for a word or two. Who knew that Shi Jian had taken a few steps back without leaving a trace? Yankee, what do you mean you're covering your ass? Yang Qi, who couldn't keep up with Shi Jian's thought process, was a bit confused. Brother Shi, what are you doing? Shi Jian, who was afraid that Yang Qi would say brother hello fragrance, hurriedly spoke. That group of blood-sucking horse thieves should be capturing all over the place nowadays, so the two of us will fly to the sky to see what's going on, and find their traces first. Chu Tiange and the others have also taken on the blood-sucking horse thief's mission, guarding the blood-sucking horse thief. There's no fear of not being able to find them. You have a point. Yang Qi nodded, and then both of them unfolded their demonic wings and flew into midair. With the cultivation level of the two of them, their gaze was very amazing. Flying into the void, he could see for hundreds of miles. Quickly, the two found the trail of the blood-sucking horse thief. In the middle of a bazaar, a group of blood-sucking horse thieves were slaughtering the crowd in the middle of the bazaar. This group of blood-sucking horse thieves practiced evil kung fu, and anyone they killed would have their blood sucked out of their bodies. Sucking living people's blood to cultivate qigong is the continent's taboo method. Although the speed of cultivation is extremely fast, but sucking blood sucks more will be crazy, reduced to only kill the monster. Therefore, everyone will be punished. When all was said and done, Shi Jian and Yang Qi were the true great devils. These blood-sucking horse thieves just practice with human blood. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi but devouring everything in a person. Kill. After Yang Qi saw these blood-sucking horse thieves, he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately made his move. In the blink of an eye, all of these blood-sucking horse thieves who only had qigong cultivation were all beheaded by him. You can find the base camp of these blood-sucking horse thieves by following the trail they came on. The two didn't leave anyone alive, either. It's the same thing if you do or don't. When these blood-sucking horse thieves come out to hunt, they will definitely leave traces on the road. Go! The two immediately tracked out hundreds of miles in the direction the blood-sucking horse thief had come from. The sky was already dark at this time, but for experts of their level, it didn't matter if it was dark or not. Ahead, an ancient city. Very quickly, the two arrived in an ancient city. Shi Jian opened his mouth with a somewhat strange face. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, the blood-sucking horse thief Yang Qi met was also in the ancient city. Yanqi had obviously thought of that as well. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a coincidence. If this was the ancient city of the original, then wouldn't that mean that Chu Tiange was nearby? Above the streets of the ancient city, countless whirlwinds swept and whimpered. It's like a ghostly gateway to hell. The stores on either side have long since decayed. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi directly entered the ancient city. A smile grew at the corners of both their mouths. Gaga gaga gaga. What seemed to be a crow shrieking. That horrible sound that seemed to be the appearance of the devil's nightshade rang out, lingering on all sides. Looks like we got lucky. Finding the right place so quickly. A smile appeared at the corner of Yang Qi's mouth. In his perception, those who pretended to be gods and goddesses had nothing to hide. There just happened to be Qi Zone level powerhouses among them. Ancient city, blood-sucking horse thieves, Qi Zong strongmen. This place was obviously where he met with Yunlan once again. This time it's 100% certain. Shi Jian glanced back and then shattered a blood shadow with open teeth and claws. Playing God. Shi Jian let out a cold snort. And instantly, countless blood-sucking horse thieves hiding in this ancient city were instantly shattered and fell to the ground. This time it's a real ghost. He flexed his fingers and a black-robed silhouette was grabbed out by him. This is the strongest among those blood-sucking horse thieves, possessing the cultivation of a Qi Zone. My lord have mercy. The man yelled for mercy in a hurry. With his Qi Zone cultivation, plus many of his men, he could decimate the average squad of the Heavenly Plane Academy. Who knew that all of a sudden today I'd run into an ironclad? I'm afraid that the cultivation of these two has already reached the life-snatching realm. Yang Qi ignored this blood-sucking horse thief and instead released the distress fireworks once again. Vampire horse thief is still confused. These two people have subdued themselves. What else to set off distress fireworks? A long whistle then came from the distance. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi looked at each other. Here we go. Trudy Song. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 89-89. Yang Qi takes revenge. Seeing Yunlan again. Chapter 89. Yang Qi takes revenge. Seeing Yunlan again. This long whistling sound seemed far away at first, but after a few breaths it reached dozens of kilometers away. The sound waves were unceasing, and the next moment rolled like thunder, shaking the entire ancient city. The long whistling sound came to an abrupt end. A silhouette appeared on top of the city wall. It was a young man, imposing, dressed in plain linen clothes, carrying a sword on his back, as if he were an ascetic swordsman, with a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Trudy Son, an expert of the Life Snatcher realm, 10,000 heads of the great Sun Shinkuan, cynical as the thunderbolt hand. How many heavenly degree elites are there? Only I. Chu, sing to the heavens. That Chu Tiange was mulling over verses, and a vast sword aura emanated from beside him. It's full of compulsion. He stood on top of the city wall and coldly swept his eyes over the crowd, his gaze staying on the blood-sucking horse thief leader as well as Shi Jianyangqi. You are disciples of my heavenly plane academy? Did you guys send the distress symbol just now? Chu Tiange opened his mouth indifferently. The realm of life-taking. The leader of the undead horse thieves became even more desperate at the sight. Yang Qi and also Shi Jian were already experts in the life-snatching realm, and now there was another life-snatching realm from the Heavenly Realm Academy. How else is he supposed to play? He let out a loud roar and fled towards the distance regardless. A pair of bat wings condensed from blood-colored true qi appeared on his back, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Humph! Chu Tiange coldly snorted. As if a blazing sun-like swordlight shone universally, the entire ancient city was illuminated by his blazing sun-like swordlight, and all the ghostly qi dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the blood-sucking horse thief died with a miserable cry under his sword qi. A blood-colored demon core then flew out from the blood-sucking horse thief leader's body. Chu Tiange put away this demon core and then indifferently opened his mouth. It's really dangerous for you miscellaneous students to come out and purge these blood-sucking horse thieves. I've already found out clearly that these blood-sucking horse thieves have the support of the 72 Holes Demon King, the Blood Demon Cave, under the banner of Hanging Mountain behind them. You are no match. Go back quickly. Yang Qi didn't bother with him, but looked into the distance. Several black shadows appeared in the distance. These black shadows were individual behemoths that were lion-headed and bird-bodied monsters, a kind of flying demonic beast that had been domesticated by the Celestial Position Academy. From atop this demonic beast, several people jumped down, and these people were also students of the Heavens Position Academy. Senior brother Tiangu, you're awesome, killing all these horse thieves. None of these students had broken through the life-snatching realm, but their status surpassed that of the miscellaneous disciples as well. Yang Qi's gaze mainly stayed on a woman dressed in blue. Yun Hailan. Yang Qi only felt a rush of hot blood surging to his heart, and a roiling killing intent was brewing in his heart. It had been half a year since the incident, but the woman's face still lingered in his mind. The face with its scorn and mockery had become his obsession. Therefore, after his divine power became great, the first thing he plotted was to behead Yun Hailan. If he was in the original plot, he could only force himself to endure even if he saw Yun Hailan, because he's not strong enough. It wasn't a match for life-snatching realm Chu Tiange, but it was different now, as he himself was a powerhouse of the life-snatcher realm. Chu Tiange was nothing more than an ant to him. Shi Jian felt Yang Qi's fluctuating emotions followed his gaze and then saw Yun Hailan as well. I have to say, Yun Hailan does have a little something. No wonder he could play the previous Yang Qi like a dog. A treasure blue dress fluttering fairy, as from the ocean out of the fairy. Very outstanding. Dignified face. There is a kind of extraordinary temperament. There's a sense of virginity about it. The aura on her body was also very powerful, and the azure-colored true qi behind her could be vaguely seen condensing into an ocean, with a dragon-shaped true qi churning in the depths of the ocean. Strength, brains, and looks. This villain still has a segment. Shi Jian felt that there would be fun to watch next, and then hastily opened the live broadcast. Shi Jian opened the live broadcast and renamed the live broadcast as "It was you who wasted my cultivation. Now I'm killing your whole family. What are you crying for?" A message flashed across the chat group. The people inside the group instantly smelled something different. Then there was an influx of live streaming. After Yun Hailan arrived, she didn't look downward, but instead talked to Chu Tiangu. Senior brother Chu, your great son Qiankuan sword has already been cultivated to the peak. Right, and it won't be long before you'll be able to perform the second life-taking? By then, your cultivation will be twice as strong as it is now. Her voice was like heavenly music, which traveled throughout the room, making people feel very comfortable just listening to it. Segments are not normally high. There are 9 realms of life-taking. Each life-taking life will be greatly enhanced, but will also suffer from the backlash of the aura of heaven and earth. Many seniors were blown to powder because they could not control the violent aura in their bodies. My second life-taking is not a small thing, and I cannot act in haste. Chu Tiange shook his head humbly. He was a far cry from the domineering aura he had when he had just killed someone. He spoke gently. Rather, it's you, senior sister, Who has the bloodline of the sea god in your body? Legend has it that you are the descendant of a god. I'm afraid that your talent is still above mine. It won't be long before you can reach the life-taking realm. I'll take elder brother's good advice. Yunlan spoke very calmly. Yang Qi coldly looked at the two men talking. He hadn't even snapped yet when one of the group of disciples spotted him. The man then revealed a mocking and hideous smile. Yang Qi, it's you. I didn't expect you to actually enter the Heavenly Ranks Academy as well. This person was no other than Yunlan's cousin, Song Haishan. It was also the person who had personally ruined Yang Qi's cultivation in the first place. Yang Qi looked at Song Haisan and sneered. It's me, Song Haisan. You didn't expect, did you, that me whose qigong was completely wasted would actually be able to regain my powers again and enter among the Heavenly Ranks Academy? Yang Qi's voice rolled like a flood bell. Everyone heard what he said. He looked scornfully at Song Haisan before looking faintly at Yunlan. Yunlan, the two of us haven't met for half a year. And you mustn't be grateful for that one Voltron pill of mine if your cultivation can rise so quickly? Yunlan's face changed, then regained its composure. Yang Qi, you recovered your qigong and were able to join the Heavenly Ranks Academy. It seems that you have gained some strange encounters. Congratulations! But since you've entered this continent's #1 academy, just be a good student, don't make a fuss, and later on, when you return to Yendu City you can still revitalize your family and marry and have children. And this life will be over. Yunlan's voice was calm, and his words seemed to be lightly spoken, but he was actually warning Yang Qi that since he was fortunate enough not to die, he should be at peace. This life is over? Yang Qi smiled lightly. The splendor of my life is beyond your imagination. Time is infinite. Life is wonderful and endless. What I want is to reach the highest peak. Like you, this kind of cunning use of talent should be lifetime casually passed, because you can never impact the highest realm. Strong is the heart. Bold. As soon as Yang Qi's words were finished, Song Haishan jumped out. Yang Qi, what are you? A little miscellaneous disciple? How dare you talk to Hailan, who is about to become an elite disciple? Like this? You were an ickle little man before, and you still are. You think you can be wild just because you've gotten some small miracle and entered the Heavenly Ranks Academy? Let me tell you, a genius is always a genius. A waste is always a waste. A gap is always a gap. And Thai people like you won't understand. Song Haishan loudly mocked Yang Qi. You're right. A genius is always a genius and a waste is always a waste. And a waste like you is still a waste even if you enter the Heavenly Position Academy. Yankee makes a counter taunt. I'm an outer courtyard disciple of the academy. You're nothing but a miscellaneous student. What are you to dare call me a waste? According to my previous character, I would have directly scrapped you right now. But for the sake of you joining the Heaven's Position Academy, I'll give you a chance to reform yourself. Kneel down and bow to me 3 times. And I'll let you go. How about it? Song Haishan's eyes were hideous, as if a cat was looking at a mouse as he looked at Shi Jian. He was certain that he had eaten Yanqi. That's a good-looking girl. No wonder she can play my Chico like a dog. No, Yang Qi, what are you talking about? What is there to talk about with this kind of woman? Directly throw up a great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. This man is so arrogant, and he wants people to give him 3 kowtows, and this doesn't even kill him? People inside the group watched the fun and sent out pop-ups. Shi Jian just ate and watched the show without interfering. Yunlan as well as Chu Tiange didn't react as they listened to Yun Haishan's words, only looking down at Yang Qi with their hands behind their backs above the city. 3 kowtows? Good idea. If you kowtow to me 3 times, I might be able to spare your life today. Yang Qi looked at Song Haishan with an icy gaze, then spoke playfully. What? What did you say? Just you, and spare my life? Song Haishan finally couldn't hold back. His big hand opened up his 5 fingers into claws. His body's true chi rose, and all of a sudden he probed and grabbed down from high above the clouds, trying to take down Yankee. When he did it, he was murderous and wanted to put Yang Qi to death. Yang Qi didn't even look and flexed his fingers, and Song Haishan's entire body directly exploded in midair. Blood spilled horizontally and fell on the snow, extraordinarily bright red. Yunlan's expression finally changed, and the few inner courtyard disciples with him were dumbstruck. Song Haishan was a Qi zone level expert. And Yang Qi killed him with a single finger? More critically, Yang Qi actually dared to kill someone? He actually dared to massacre fellow disciples. Chu Tiange's brows also twitched. Yang Qi, you actually dared to kill my cousin. Yunlan stared at Yang Qi with an icy cold gaze. She didn't expect Yang Qi's strength to be so terrifying. More than that, I didn't think he'd dare to kill a man in pain. Those who kill people will always kill. Yunlan, you don't think that it's just a coincidence that you can meet me here, do you? Yang Qi spoke faintly, monstrous killing intent brewing in his heart. Yes, the mammary glands are open. Early killed not just, This kind of small character can still let him point at your nose. Brother Yang, you cannot kill the rest of them, especially this woman. Brother Yang, if you can't lay your hands on them, call me. Xiao Yan, where did you get the mammary glands? The people inside the group got even more excited after seeing Song Haisan die. Hurriedly, he urged Yang Qi to take revenge, but the live broadcast was opened by Shi Jian, so how could Yang Qi see their pop-ups? Humph. Yun Hailan's eyes narrowed after hearing Yang Qi's words. It was instantly understood that Yang Qi had come specifically to seek revenge on him. Her heart overflowed with murderous intent. Chu Tiange watched this scene with interest. He squinted his eyes and said gently to Yun Hailan, "Senior sister Hailan, it seems like there is some enmity between you and this kid? This kid's true chi is a bit thick. You may not be able to deal with him. How about I step in and help you settle him? And you owe me a favor?" Chu Tiange clearly didn't place Yang Qi in his eyes. It seemed as if Yang Qi's strength was not worthy of his hand, and he would only be willing to make a move if Yun Hailan owed him a favor. A trace of coldness flashed through Yun Hailan's eyes as she heard this. Originally she was a little concerned about Yang Qi's aunt who was in the life-taking realm. Thus when she first met him, she didn't think of killing him, but now Yang Qi killed Song Haishan and deliberately sought revenge on her. It has become a hidden danger. It would be good to let Chu Tiange remove him for himself. Then I'll trouble senior brother. She agreed without hesitation. Ha ha, yes. Chu Tiange immediately laughed, then turned his icy gaze toward Yang Qi. A mere miscellaneous student actually dared to commit the following offense and kill a disciple of the outer court. Let me clean up the door today. As soon as the words fell, Chu Tiange flexed his fingers and flicked out a strand of terrifying sword chi, wanting to directly kill Yang Qi in seconds. His sword chi was so terrifying that even 7 or 8 ordinary chi zone powerhouses would have to be killed on the spot. Thus Chu Tiange was confident in decapitating Yang Qi. But the next moment, something unexpected happened to him. Yang Qi's gaze was just a faint sweep, and his wisp of sword chi was directly obliterated. Chu Tiange? You just want to kill me even if you're a mere disciple of Life Snatcher one time? You simply don't know the heights of heaven. I'm going to kill Yun Hailan. Do you think I don't know you're next to her? Yang Qi no longer concealed his cultivation, and a terrifying cultivation instantly poured out. All of a sudden, he had violently transformed from a weak handyman student into an overwhelmingly strong person. The aura of his body had a radical change, and the ghosts and gods were hard to measure. The Chu Tiange, who had just been in a great deal of splendor, was suppressed to his knees at the mere sensation of this aura. The few disciples other than Yun Hailan were even directly crushed and exploded. A dark green bead appeared on Yun Hailan's head, which glowed with a ghostly light. It's the Dragon Ball. Yun Hailan relied on the power of the Dragon Pearl, which barely managed to stay alive under Yang Qi's aura. Taking life 7 times, taking life 8 times? How is this possible? How can you, a miscellaneous student, have such terrifying strength? Chu Tiange's entire body collapsed. To be able to suppress him to this realm with just his aura, this was at the very least a strong person who had seized life 7 times or 8 times. How could Yang Qi, a miscellaneous student, have such a terrifying cultivation level? He had been towering over Yang Qi from the moment he appeared on the scene and had never looked at him squarely. In the eyes of an inner courtyard student like him, miscellaneous students were trash. But now, what he thought was a waste of space has all of a sudden become a supreme powerhouse, become a terrifying existence that takes lives 7 times and 8 times. The contrast in his mind was palpable. How abrupt and painlessly uncomfortable is this? What's worse, Yang Qi was going to kill him. I have no relationship with Yun Hailan. I'm only taking care of her for a moment because of the Crown Prince party. Don't kill me. Spare my life. I'm willing to completely submit to you. Chu Tiange hurriedly begged for mercy. He's also a character who can bend. If Yang Qi had displayed the strength to take over his life once, Chu Tiange might still have dared to fight him in a life and death duel. However, what Yang Qi displayed was the strength to take over lives at least 7 or 8 times. How can this be a fight? Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Yang Qi just looked at him coldly. You don't deserve it. He then flexed his fingers and wanted to completely obliterate Chu Tiange. He deliberately slowed down his movements, wanting to let Chu Tiange die in despair. When Chu Tiange heard his words and saw him move against himself, his heart instantly despaired. However, he didn't sit back and wait for death, but exploded his entire body's true chi. His aura erupted violently like a mountain or a sea, and a circle of flames appeared behind him like a great sunlight wheel. 8 Desolate Fire God, Great Sun Fire Dragon, Essence of Yuan Shen, True Soul of my body, come out and destroy the evil demons for me. He roared violently, and a divine dragon like True Chi appeared behind him. This blazing sun True Chi evolved a divine dragon, huge dragon head extruded from the void, fiery red dragon eyes with a huge sun logo on the brow, long dragon whiskers and horns. The whole body burns red steel like scales are running, roaring to destroy everything in the world. You don't say, you don't say, you don't say. This kid roars with some gusto. That's a bit of a cool move. Great Sun Fire Dragon. Essence of Yuan Shen? I want to learn it too. The gazes of several people inside the chat group instantly lit up. Should not say. Chu Tiange, this move special effects is really pulling the wind. Xiao Yan was even more salivating as he watched. Wouldn't it be even more handsome if he learned this move and summoned the true dragon of otherworldly fire? But handsome is handsome. Handsome doesn't make a meal. This huge fire dragon rushed towards Yang Qi as if it was a fiery flame. The power of the fire dragon was considered very terrifying in the one-time life-taking realm. Unfortunately, Yang Qi had already completed 6 life takes, and due to the fact that he was cultivating a divine level technique, his 6 life-snatching attempts would be comparable to others' 9 life-snatching attempts. The district fire dragon was nothing more than a small insect to him. Yang Qi only glanced over and the fire dragon directly collapsed and disintegrated. No, Yang Qi, I am an elite student of the Heavenly Places Academy. Once I die, it will immediately cause a sensation among the Heavenly Places Academy, and at that time, it will surely be investigated to your head. You can't kill me. The life-threatening strike was disintegrated, and Chu Tiange once again opened his mouth unwillingly. Yang Qi ignored him and directly shattered his heart vein, and along with it, his meridians and Qi were blown to smithereens. It's your turn, Yun Hailan. Yang Qi turned his gaze to Yun Hailan on the side. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Killing Yun Hailan, returning to the perfect world. Chapter 90. Killing Yun Hailan, returning to the perfect world. Seeing Chu Tiange of the life-snatching realm die in Yang Qi's hands, Yun Hailan finally felt a deep fear. Yang Qi, you can't kill me. The Crown Prince thinks very highly of me. If you kill me, the Crown Prince won't spare you. Prince? Humph. If he doesn't come to me, I'll go to him. Yang Qi's voice was ice-cold as he looked at Yun Hailan in front of him, the hatred of the past surging to his heart. He reached out and grabbed it, and the spear of the Underworld God appeared in his hand all of a sudden. Die! Yang Qi killed towards the Dragon Pearl. This Dragon Pearl was also a supreme treasure that possessed infinite power. However, today's Yun Hailan only had the cultivation level of a Qi zone, and could not utilize much of the power of this Dragon Pearl. Bang! Bang! Yang Qi's terrifying and incomparable attack landed on top of the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl emitted a dazzling light. A small silver-white dragon swam in it, and an overwhelming aura swept towards the surroundings. The Dragon Pearl contains the power to suppress all evil and possesses the will of the divine dragon. Yun Hailan herself also had a dragon god bloodline, and her fit with the Dragon Pearl was very high. Thus she was easily able to borrow the power in the Dragon Balls. However, in the face of absolute strength, there is a limit to what external objects can do. Her own strength was too weak to utilize much of the Dragon Ball's power. In just a blink of an eye, Yun Hailan coughed up blood. Despite the Dragon Pearl protecting her, she was still shocked in front of Yang Qi's spear of the Underworld God. Yang Qi didn't say anything and just swung his spear again. Yun Hailan coughed up blood once more as she felt Yang Qi's monstrous killing intent. Boundless fear completely filled her heart. Under absolute strength, she realized at this moment that all plots and tricks were in vain. She used Yang Qi to cheat the Voltron Dan and was rewarded by the Crown Prince with the Dragon Pearl, possessing all sorts of chances. She was only one step away from the life-taking realm. But in front of Yang Qi, she was weak. Yang Qi, don't kill me. Yun Hailan begged for mercy again. I am willing to betray the Crown Prince and be your woman from now on. I will never betray you again. Spare my life. She lowered her stance and made a look like I'd never seen her before, then begged for mercy. However, Yang Qi didn't care and once again swung out the spear of the Underworld God. Boom! The light above the Dragon Ball finally became dull. The power above it depleted. Yun Hailan lost the shelter of the Dragon Ball. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have bothered? Yang Qi appeared in front of Yun Hailan, then stretched out a finger and pointed it on top of her head, and a strong air current hardened and pierced through her head sea of consciousness. Yun Hailan's soul was all worn out by Yang Qi. Ah! Yun Hailan let out a miserable scream, then spitefully left a curse. Yang Qi, you have a cruel heart. I remember you. I will be entangled with you for all eternity. Then, the entire body turned into ashes. Yun Hailan died in Yang Qi's hands. Phew! Yang Qi exhaled heavily. After killing Yun Hailan, he only felt that his entire mind had become incomparably free and easy. It seemed like an endless release of power and pressure. The cells in his whole body were cheering as the shackles of his mind were completely opened. Finally fulfill the heart's desire to kill this woman. Yang Qi was in a bit of a trance, and countless images surfaced in his mind. Spending time with Yun Hailan, then stealing the Voltron Dan for her, then finally being abandoned by her. He himself was struck by thunder to get the seal of the gods to get the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. And the chat group, countless memories come to mind. In just 6 months, Many things have happened. He killed his enemies handily, quickly, and made a lot of friends. Ashes to ashes. What shall pass away shall never return. Yang Qi's wish was finally over. Brother Shi, thanks for your help. After finishing everything, Yang Qi said gratefully to Shi Jian next to him. I came and did nothing but watch. Shi Jian smiled and spoke. He had originally come to press the battlefield for Yang Qi, preventing unexpected situations from occurring. There was no accident, so naturally he didn't have to do anything. So he watched the show from the sidelines from start to finish. There's even a live stream. Of course, he had gotten Yankee's permission to open the live broadcast. Yang Qi paid a false salute towards the void. Thank you all brothers for your concern. I have completely killed my enemy. From now on the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. Yang Qi said in a good mood. Xiaoyan, you're not giving us any help. Asking for help only calls Shi Jian and not us. Isn't this not taking us as brothers? Feng Han, that's right. To say feelings, I don't have much experience, but if you want to say killing, then I'm a connoisseur. Lin moved, you are too wordy. And such a group of waste still chat so long days. You should have called me to come. I a great desolate prisoner of heaven finger. Shi Jian closed the live stream, and the chat of several people was transferred inside the chat group. Yang Qi, where would I need so many brothers to kill Emir Chu Tianga and Yun Hailan? I've only asked Brother Shi to plunder the battlefield for me as a precautionary measure. Yang Qi, when I'm going to behead the crown prince, I'll ask for your brother's help again. Xiaoyan, prince? What a great name. Daring to take such an arrogant as nickname? Can he afford it? Yang Qi, the crown prince is the strongest person among the Heavenly Places Academy. The abundant continent has countless absolutely brilliant generations for thousands of years, and the crown prince is the existence that suppresses everyone among them. Yang Qi, he is a heavenly god from the upper realm who descended to earth, and legend has it that his mother dreamed of a star in the sky falling to the ground, and thus had a feeling of pregnancy and gave birth to him. Yang Qi saw that the people inside the group were curious, so he revealed the origin of the crown prince. Xiaoyan, so, his father is Star? Star Day. Xiaoyan's focus had always been different. Feng Han, dreaming of a star and giving birth to a child. That does sound extraordinary. Feng Han was rather decent. Lin moved, whatever he was born by his mother, or he has no father, to get him right when the time comes. Lin Dong played normally as always. Meng Qi, sounds so suspenseful. Among the Earth's mythological texts, someone stepped into the footsteps of a giant to give birth to a child, which is somewhat similar to, this prince sounds like something. Munch also commented on the sentiment. Yang Qi, within 3 years, I will behead him. After brewing for most of the day, Yang Qi finally said these words. Xiaoyan, emotionally, you have laid out most of the day just to show that within 3 years you will be able to decapitate such a powerful crown prince, right? Munch, loaded. Yankee, I'm telling the truth. After settling things on Yang Qi's side, Shi Jian returned to the perfect world. At this time, the perfect world had completely and utterly blown up. The news of the battle in the sea area spread, and all those who learned of the news were shocked. Shi Jian and also Yang Qi's identities have long been raked over the coals. One is Bully and the other is Black Emperor. Yang Qi had also shown his face in the Void God realm before, so there were quite a few people who had seen him. With the two of them going on a killing spree above the sea and killing hundreds of Zunshur powerhouses, the two of them's reputation was even more thoroughly spread throughout the entire lower realm, for no other reason than the fact that the two of them had such a glorious record. The strength is too terrifying. However, he was at the spirit transformation realm, yet he slaughtered Zunis like dogs. Such a genius has never been heard of. For a moment, the crowd was fearful and hateful of the two of them, especially forces such as the Swire God Mountain. These forces were the mainstay of this fight, and they had suffered the most severe damage. The spirit body was decapitated, and most of the geniuses in the clan died as well. And the culprits of all this were Shi Jian and Yang Qi. It's just that these two men cast such a large shadow over them. For a while, all the major divine mountain forces didn't dare to retaliate. However, there were some forces that had the shadow of the forces of the upper realm behind them. As a result, this news was also spread to the upper realm, the spirit transformation realm decimating a venerable. Such a terrifying battle record caused a clamor amongst the upper realm. There were some forces that had sent their transmitters down to the realm, wanting to get a glimpse of Shi Jian's reality. Shi Jian, however, did not know about this, and after he returned from the same king's world, he returned to the stone village at the first opportunity. From afar, Shi Jian saw a green haze enveloping the void. A few months had gone by and the willows had gotten even taller. That half of the charred black trunk now gained a new life. Black old skin, faded most of the time, showing vitality. The body of the black skin did not have many pieces left. Green willows hang down, their roots crystallized, like a radiant waterfall. The Willow God's branches had recovered to hundreds. I think back to the time when I was just revived and had no more than 5 willows on my body. Little Rock is back. Someone spotted him and immediately yelled. Shurjian had gone out to practice for a few months, which really worried the people inside the village. Although Shurjian demonstrated great strength, but in the eyes of the old village chief and the other people in the village, Shurjian was just a child at any rate. When a child leaves home, those who are elders are always concerned. Now that they see him return, a crowd rushes over to overwhelm him. You've gotten a lot stronger. After greeting the village chief and the others one after another, Shurjian turned his scrutinizing gaze to the little tyke. After a few months of not seeing each other, the little tyke has grown up a lot all of a sudden. My strength reached 80,000 pounds. Little Bit exclaimed, tilting his head back to look at Shurjian with some sort of anticipation in his black and white eyes. In just a few short months, his strength had actually broken through to the level of 80,000 pounds. This cultivation progress is a bit scary. He's been fighting ferocious beasts all this time. Lucian's voice rang in Shurjian's ears, revealing a few moments of appreciation for the little bitty one in his words. Obviously, during the time that Shurjian was constantly on the move, the Willow God was cultivating Little Bit, and it's happy with the performance of Little Bit. Shurjian sniffed and rubbed Little Bit's head, then complimented. Awesome. Looks like you have listened to me and cultivated properly. This is your reward. With a sweep of Shurjian's hand, a storage treasure appeared in his hand. Inside the treasure, it is filled with all the milk of the beast. The ferocious beasts that produced these beast milks were at the lowest inscription level of existence. This was a gift that Shurjian had specially prepared for Little Bit. Dot took the treasure tool and then saw canister after canister of beast milk piled up inside the treasure tool. He was so happy that he almost fainted. Come for a seafood feast today. Shurjian looked at him like this, and then looked at the others inside the village, then said to everyone with a smile. He came out from the middle of the sea with the help of the underwater race's teleportation array. Along the way, some demonic beasts in the sea were killed in passing. These demonic beasts are all inscription realm to array realm shall not. It is a top-notch ferocious beast. Shurjian did not refine them. With this horrible cultivation he is now refining these ferocious beasts wouldn't increase their strength much. Might as well give the people of Ishimura a big meal. He took out a bunch of ferocious beasts. Sea scaly dragons, giant turtles, silver white sharks, the villagers sitting in the middle of the great wilderness. Where have they seen the ferocious beasts of the sea? Curious people have come up to touch this and that. The ants in the village all smiled when they saw the mountain of ingredients and went to prepare the food. Shurjian, on the other hand, was surrounded by Dot and the other kids. These kids are asking him what the outside world is like. Shekkin picked something to tell the kids. The old village chief and some other adults were listening. Shurjian only spoke selectively, but this also made the people inside the village listen with fervor. Especially Little Bit. Little brother, take me with you next time you leave? He wants to go into the world together with Shurjian. I'll think about it. Shurjian stroked his head, then said with a smile, Shurhao is definitely going to come out as well. He had prepared a copy of the Martial King's house for him himself. However, with Shurhao's current strength out of the world fell short. This time, he came back just in time to boost his strength for him. Shurjian and the people of Shurtsuan recounted all the experiences he had during the months he had been away, and in the evening, he drank freely with the whole village, gathered around the campfire, and ate a big meal together, had an unbelievably fast night. It wasn't until everyone had eaten and drunk enough that the crowd dispersed to rest. Back in the middle of Shur village's familiar room, Little Bit fluttered her big eyes and came up to Shurjian. Little brother, can you help me see what's in my subconscious? I want to know what happened back then. Dot was a little nervous when she said that. It seems to be a fear of insight into a harsh truth, but then he's trying to figure out what happened in the past. In the time that Shurjian had been gone, Little Bit had grown a lot. As his strength increased, he also realized how unusual he was. From time to time he would dream of vague elements. These elements, it seems, are related to his birth. Have you thought this through? Shurjian was a bit surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Little Bit to explore his birth so soon. In your subconscious, there are memories of your past that are too painful, and someone has sealed this memory for you. Are you sure you can handle these memories anymore? Shurjian questioned him very solemnly. Dot hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously again. Although he was young, he could already wrestle the ferocious beasts in the great wasteland. I've seen blood on my hands. Those memories in his subconscious have always haunted him. He wants to know the truth. Well, since you want to know the truth, then I'll give you the truth. Shurjian looked at him and smiled after seeing this determined look, and then made a move to open the memories deep in Little Bit's subconscious. Dot was immersed in memories of the past. A child of about 3 years old appeared inside his memory. Although this child was young, he was very stable, with 4 pupils, and within the pupils, divine light flowed, and there was a vague sense of majesty. Heavy pupil. 3 words suddenly appeared in Dot's memory. End of chapter. Chapter 91-91. Shirhao learns about his life. 9 Revolutions Supreme Bone. Chapter 91. Shirhao learns about his life. 9 Revolutions Supreme Bone. The memories Dot saw within her own subconscious were simple. A natural-born supreme being was seized by his clan brother Shir'e and his mother for the supreme bone, resulting in a serious illness and dying, and was later fostered by his parents in a place called Stone Village. This born supreme was no other than himself. Shirhao. After learning about his birth, Shirhao shed tears. Father, mother, where are you now? It was as if he had grown so much in an instant. Shirjian looked at him in this state and inquired him. You lost the supreme bone. Do you hate it? The current Shir'e is shrouded in an endless divine ring. It's difficult for ordinary people to look up to him. I once met with him and he achieved the 9 great caves. Shirhao recovered some of his emotions as he sniffed, and he seemed to have calmed down. Isn't it just a piece of bone? The supreme is not sealed. It is not something that can be determined by a piece of bone, but it is something that one breaks out step by step. Little brother, you don't have heavy pupils. You don't have a supreme bone. Nowadays, you have also stepped out of the supreme road, haven't you? Shirhao naturally knew that Shirye's future was destined to surpass mortals, but he didn't care. A supreme bone didn't determine a person's future. It's like a stone hard. He didn't have a supreme bone, nor did he have a heavy pupil, but the achievements he had reached were incomparable to those with heavy pupils. Ha ha. You can say something like that. Then I didn't teach you in vain. Shirjian was satisfied with Shirhao's performance, and he pretended to be mysterious. Have you ever seen the grass wither and prosper? The autumn wind cuts down the yellow leaves, the wildfire burns the withered grass, and the cold wind whistles past, blowing to draw the branches. It is most natural for the grass to wither and prosper. Ryujin, who was secretly watching them from the side, was a bit confused when he heard this. How is this all it wants to say? It precisely wanted to use these words to teach Shirhao a truth. There are no absolutes in all things, and the supreme bone can be regenerated. Little brother, are you saying that the supreme bone in my body still has a day to regenerate? Shirhao still had tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, but at this moment, he revealed a vigorous vigor. He realized what Shirjian was trying to say. That's right, Shirhao gave an affirmative answer. Logically speaking, your supreme bone is no match for heavy pupil, but if your supreme bone can regenerate, then your supreme bone possesses the possibility of infinite growth. When you have practiced the 9 revolutions supreme bone, you will possess a talent that surpasses that of a heavy pupil, a champion of the ancient world. 9 revolutions supreme bone? Shirhao's eyes fluttered with a kind of light as he sniffed, a kind of longing and anticipation. The most simple and plain truth in this world is contained in ordinary things. The ancient tree broken may die, because the vitality is exhausted, but that leek yellow and soft when first planted. Cut a crop and a crop will be more and more thick green, more and more thick. A silkworm trapped in a cocoon will suffocate, but if it breaks out of the cocoon it will transform into a butterfly and transcend. And the Willow God. Shirjian's eyes looked out to the willows. It will become stronger in the future when it is revitalized in the midst of destruction. This is a kind of training, a different kind of cultivation. If you can achieve nirvana, you will surpass the past. If you can regenerate the supreme bone once, you can regenerate it twice, 3 times, until the 9th turn. Perhaps by the time you turn 3 or 4, the power of your supreme bone will have surpassed the heavy pupil. Shek Qin named a situation. This is not even the case in the original. This was a big pie he drew for Shirhao. 9 turns of the supreme bone. The supreme bone would be stronger after each nirvana rebirth. In the original, Shirhao's supreme bone was only reborn 3 times. At a later stage, the supreme bone couldn't keep up with Shirhao's strength. But what if we continue to let the supreme bone be reborn? 4 turns and 5 turns. Straight to the 9 turns of the supreme bone. Even 99 turns. Theoretically it works. It's just that it's hard for ordinary people to make the supreme bone nirvana once. But Shirhao was different. At least it is a son of heavenly destiny. All can live out 9 lives to achieve the red dust fairy. What's wrong with refining a 9 turns supreme bone? Yanagami, who was eavesdropping from the side, was a bit confused after hearing this comment. It's a novel angle it never envisioned. The 9 turns supreme bone did exist in theory. Each regeneration of the supreme bone was a nirvana on top of the original foundation, and the runes would be even more complicated, containing the secrets of the heavens and transcending the past. If you keep practicing turn by turn, it can indeed get stronger and stronger, but the odds of that happening are too rare. To be able to revitalize and regenerate the supreme bone once was already a heavenly blessing. You're going overboard by treating this directly as a practice. Where had the young Shir however eaten such a big cake? And he was instantly propped up. His eyes went wide. 9 revolutions supreme bone. Just listening to the kind of scene depicted by Shi Jian, he felt his blood boiling in his heart. Surprisingly, it can be 9 turns, so is it possible to be 10 turns and 11 turns? How strong would his supreme bone be at that time? Little brother, can this really be done? Shi Hao looked at Shi Jian with wide eyes. Yes, Shi Jian was very certain. If you can turn 3, then you can certainly turn 9. After saying that, he felt a bit uneasy and added, ask the Willow God if you don't believe me. The eavesdropping Willow God calmly transmits, the grass withers and prospers, this is the truth of the world, the unchanging cycle of the ages. Its words sort of affirmed the theory of the 9 revolutions supreme bone, the grass withers and prospers, and there has always been a constant cycle, blight and then prosperity, prosperity and then blight. It's not like the boom was gone once. So theoretically, the supreme bone can become more than just a 9-turn supreme bone. You can also become an infinite turn supreme bone. It's just that it's so hard to get to that level. Shi Hao instantly perked up. Both Lu Xun and Shi Jian were the people he trusted and admired the most. Since the two of them had said so, then one should be able to practice the 9 revolutions supreme bone, right? Seeing how excited he was, the Willow God couldn't help but strike out. I must remind you that nothing is absolute. Regenerating a supreme bone is a very difficult thing to do, and not many people have been able to do it since the time of the Swift Ages. In Lu Xun's words, Shi Hao was merely a child with good talent, wanting to accomplish such a feat as regenerating the supreme bone, or even the 9 turns of the supreme bone. Ryujin felt a little hungover. Shi Jian, however, was confident in the future desolate heavenly emperor, and he instantly became unhappy when he saw Lu Xun striking the desolate heavenly emperor. Difficult, yes, but I believe you can do it. Or rather, you already have. Your supreme bone was dug out. Under normal circumstances you wouldn't have survived until now, but you regenerated your vitality when you were about to be depleted, and little by little you grew stronger, and in the end you pulled through. You get to drink the milk of the beast for nothing for so many years, and this is what you get for being revitalized. Wasn't it the Willow God who saved me? Shi Hao was a bit surprised when he heard this. In his memories, he was indeed very weak at first. The body underwent severe degeneration and almost died. He thought it was the Willow God who saved him. The Willow God transmitted the truth. I didn't give you a chance to live. I just watched silently. The grass withers and prospers, and it turns out I've held my own. Shi Hao sniffed thoughtfully. It turns out that without realizing it, he had been rejuvenated once. It seems that you already have an idea in your mind? Seeing this look on his face, Shi Jian knew that Shi Hao already had a measure in his heart. Humph. Shi Hao nodded vigorously. The people of Ishimura have been very kind to him. And here's Willow God and Ishimkin, and the milk of the beast. He grew up happy and joyful. Childhood was not filled with hate. Now that he had learned of his origins, he was not blinded by hatred. However, in the future, he would definitely have to make a trip up to that stone country to get a statement. Little brother, Ryujin, I want to get stronger. Shi Hao wanted to become stronger. He had wanted to become stronger before, but the reason he wanted to become stronger before was more because he idolized Shi Jian. Want to become as strong as Shi Jian. He wants to go to the outside world with Shi Jian. But now, he's not just getting stronger for those around him, he's getting stronger for himself. That heavy pupil was already a powerhouse of the 9th realm of cave heaven, and could contend with the Swire heavenly ranked fierce beasts. Even more so, he possessed the same qualifications as the ancient saints and gods, and with the supreme bone, once he grew up, he would be as if he were a heavenly god. To compare himself to such a person, Shi Hao was still under some pressure, so he wants to be stronger. Looking at re-energized Shi Hao, Shi Jian was very satisfied. The desolate heavenly emperor's raising program is beginning to show results. You want to become stronger. The Willow God and I will naturally help you. I'll pass on a method named Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength to you. You should first cultivate this method to break the blood-moving extreme realm, and then you can go on to cultivate the primordial true solution. Shi Jian intended to pass on the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength to Shi Hao, the version inside the chat group. Of course, his private version. Shi Hao couldn't cultivate the divine image to suppress the prison strength. Shi Hao in the future and then comprehend a other transformation self-existence method. Shi Jian didn't even dare to imagine how strong the desolate heavenly emperor should be at that time. This gong method is a Geisher divine gong cultivated by someone named Yang Qi among those few friends of mine who came here last time. You should thank him when you see him in the future. Shi Jian flexed his finger to point at the center of Shi Hao's eyebrow, and the cultivation method regarding divine elephant prison suppressing strength was shrunk into runes and inscribed in Shi Hao's mind. He then took out the primordial true solution along with it and handed it over to Shi Hao. With primal true solution and divine elephant prison suppressing strength, Shi is no longer a match for you, but I expect more from you than that. Cultivate well. Jian patted Hao's shoulder. He was so swollen now that he felt that he didn't need to hug Hao's thigh anymore. However, if Hao was able to grow up, that was also a good thing. Nothing else. The Tathagata self-realization method was still quite coveted by him. Aha! Feeling the mysterious and incomparable gongfu in his mind, Hao secretly clenched his fist, resolving to cultivate properly. It was as much to fight for himself as it was to keep Jian's expectations from being dashed. Hao made up his mind. Jian didn't stay in the stone village for too long, and after he stayed for a few days, he left the stone village and once again returned to the deer hunting academy. The battle in the sea area had caused some turmoil, and he was still needed to sit on the side of the deer academy. After he left, Hao began his grueling cultivation, earnestly beating his fleshly body and strengthening his sinews, while cultivating the divine image prison suppression realm and sensing runes. With some resources provided by Jian, his cultivation was refining every moment. On Jian's side, he returned to the deer academy, where he met two characters that surprised him greatly. Witch and Moon Chan, two heirs from the great sects of the upper realms. End of chapter. UUU novels for the majority of book lovers to provide good-looking network novels full text-free online reading. If you like this site, please share it with more book lovers. If you think the novel After the Perfect Opening, I joined the chat group is wonderful. Please paste the following URL to share with your friends. Thank you for your support. The book is available at https://uuxs/xs_404240. Chapter 92. Sinful Blood Avalanche Clouds, a sign of great evil. Chapter 92, Sinful Blood Avalanche Clouds, a sign of great evil. Want to invite me to join the Heaven Intercepting Sect? Jian looked very playfully at the witch in front of him. The witch was in a bit of a sorry state at the moment, being firmly suppressed by the runes and unable to move. The way to invite me to join the Interceptor Sect is to sneak up on me? Hey, this is not I heard your great achievements after hard admiration. This is only out to test it too well. Want to see whether you really as powerful as the legend. Despite being suppressed, the witch indeed didn't have the slightest fear, but instead looked at Jian with a pair of seductive eyes, as if she was admiring him. Having read the original, Jian knew the nature of the witch, and then smiled disdainfully. Admire me? I'm 9 years old? You admire a 9-year-old child? TSK, do you people in the upper realms all play with such flowers? After his cultivation had skyrocketed, Jian's appearance had also changed greatly. He stood tall and proud like a pine tree. His dark hair hung casually on his shoulders. His eyes were bright like stars. His nose was high and straight. His thin lips were pursed, and he was as handsome as the reader. Just by looking at the appearance, anyone would have to say a handsome young man. This was the reason why the witch had spoken out and flirted. However, his actual age is only 9. The witch sniffed a moment of confusion. The extreme realm of the transformation spirit. Kill the venerable like a dog. That's 9 years old? The information she had gotten about Jian was indeed 8 or 9 years old. But who in the entire lower realm would really treat him as a 9-year-old? A wave of inexplicable guilt came over the magician. She straightened her demeanor and didn't dare to flirt with Jian anymore. The contrast is too great. It's a fact that I want to invite you to join the Interceptor Sect. As for making a move to sneak up on you, it's mainly because I want to see if you're really as powerful as the rumors generally have it. Slaughtering honored ones is like butchering dogs. She spoke the truth. After saying this, she looked around again. Now I'm sure, those rumors can't be false even if they are false. With your talent, it's too much of a waste to stay in a small power of the lower realm like the Deer Hunting Academy. Jian, with your talent, once you join the Intercepting Heavenly Sect you will definitely be appreciated by the elders of the sect, and you will have an even brighter future then. It was rare for a witch to have such a decent moment. Call me Dad. Jian looked at her and said faintly. The witch sniffed and stuttered, not understanding why Jian was obsessed with name-calling. He didn't like to be called by his real name, but rather by his title? Having investigated Jian in advance, the witch of course knew that Baba was Jian's title, though she, like most people, didn't understand what the title meant, but she did as she was told. Father, perhaps you think that you can shelter the deer school now. But how are you going to cope with the catastrophe in the lower realm soon? Can you still be stronger than the upper realms? You can beat an exalted one, but what if you meet a godly flame or even a powerhouse above the godly flame? Lower realm havoc? Jian sneered. That's nothing more than a harvest of your upper realm and the 3,000 Tao states for the lower realm. Are not all of us after sinners in your eyes? What? You Intercepting Heaven Sect dares to risk the world to accept me? The descendant of sinful blood? Or do you Mending Heaven cult dare? Jian coldly voiced out as he flexed his fingers, and a woman hidden in the shadows was knocked out. In a blink of an eye, the cultivation was sealed and suppressed just like the witch. Mendicantism. Moon Chan. As arch-rivals, Both she and the witch naturally sought out Shi Jian. It's just that the witch got the jump on them and then got suppressed. Yu Chan, on the other hand, hid in the shadows. How did you know? Yu Chan was not surprised that Shi Jian had detected his existence. Shi Jian's strength was so terrifying that it would be strange if he couldn't discover himself. But he would actually know the truth about the great tribulation of the lower realms. Moving slowly, the 8 domains of the great catastrophe, treating this lower realm as a place of exile, as a cage to hold the offspring of us sinners. Every once in a while to launch a great robbery is cutting leaks like harvesting. All the elite in one net, all the invented magical powers, treasures are all taken away. This is what you call the upper world. At the mention of the truth, Shi Jian only laughed coldly. The old perfect world routine. The upper world reaping the lower world. The otherworldly reaping the upper world. Those few quasi-immortal emperors harvest everything. The being above the plateau reaps the whole upper heaven above. Since you know the truth, you should know that the Stone Kingdom, the Fire Kingdom and several other kingdoms are the targets of the focus of the great calamity of the upper realm. You are the descendants of sinners. My heaven-mending pavilion will also have to pay a small price if I want to admit you into it. The sins of your ancestors are not your concern. But, Yu Chan's words were interrupted in mid-sentence by Shi Jian. Who set the Stone Clan guilty? The imperial pass still stands there, and the 7 kings of the border wilderness are still bathing in blood, yet their descendants have been vilified as sinners, exterminated and exiled. Shi Jian's gaze carried an extreme coldness within it. After the blood of sin? This is the mark of my Stone Clan's glory. Shi Jian communicated the power of his bloodline within his body. Huge chi and blood voices rushed about, and an ancient and mysterious symbol coalesced at the place of his frontal bone. Radiant and incomparable. It was like a river of stars spinning. Mysterious, complex and bizarre. The symbol released an incomparably bright light. The light shot up into the sky like a round of bright sunlight, soaring into the sky and reflecting the heavens, dispersing the clouds in the sky. Sinful blood avalanche cloud, a sign of great evil. Yu Chan and also the demoness were shocked after looking at this scene. This was the sin blood avalanche cloud vision that would only appear to those with a strong bloodline among the descendants of the sin blood clansmen. The sinful blood avalanches the clouds, and the upper world will kill them. This is the consensus of the entire upper world. The people of the sin blood avalanche cloud are the enemies of the entire upper realm. There was no telling how many people in the upper world would want to kill him. Such a person, they really didn't dare to accept in the heaven-mending sect and heaven-intercepting sect. Sin, countless blood-colored rays of light lit up in the sky, and the entire sky was illuminated in red. A large word appeared in the void. The descendants of the 7 kings of the borderlands were originally supposed to be an honor. Nowadays it has become a representation of sin instead. In the lower realm, the descendants of the 7 kings of the border wasteland were all branded with the so-called sin character. This word sin is the symbol of the sins of the Stone Clan. It was those everlasting clans, the shame given to the Stone Clan under those remnant immortals who had turned black and white upside down. Shi Jian coldly looked at the word sin. Who gave you the qualifications to convict the Stone Clan? A crippled heavenly wasteland appeared on Shi Jian's hand. This is the supreme divine weapon that once accompanied Kuanping to fight for the world, once decimated countless powerful enemies. Now, Shi Jian used it to cut away the word sin that had existed for almost an epoch and had been imprinted on the descendants of the 7 kings of the border wilderness. Chop. End of chapter. Chapter 93. 93. Stormy clouds in the upper realm. Opening the desolate realm cataclysm in advance. Chapter 93. The wind and clouds in the upper world. The early opening of the desolate domain cataclysm, heavenly desolate terror's power poured out, and the blood light in the sky as well as the immense word sin were instantly crushed. In its place was another complex ancient character. Stone. The stone of the Stone Clan. This was the commendation of heaven and earth to the 7 kings of the border wilderness, representing supreme honor. However, after the 7 kings of the borderlands died defending the imperial pass, those remnant immortals as well as the eternal life family turned black and white upside down. What was once glory has instead become a representation of sin. Now, Shi Jian has used the heavenly wasteland to cut away the word sin and bring back the word stone to the sky. Yu Chan on the side as well as the witch were both stunned after seeing this scene. What Shi Jian said was completely different from what they had heard in the upper realm. Right after the word sin was chopped off, the remnants of the immortals in the upper realm sensed and awakened. The word sin was their legacy. Now that the means had been broken, they naturally sensed something. What's going on? The branding I had left from the past has actually been broken open. Can it be that the 7 kings of the border wilderness have discovered what I've done? Impossible. If they return, they will surely find me first. Can it be that some extraordinary genius has emerged among the next Stone Kingdom, causing the bloodline to resonate? The eyes of the remnant immortal turned sinister as he cast his gaze down to the lower realms through the endless void. Sinful blood avalanche cloud. a sign of great evil, the remnant immortal muttered. He hadn't thought that the Stone Clan had been weakened to such an extent that they could still come out with this kind of sinful blood splash cloud level of supreme pride. Still a powerful race. If I wasn't afraid that the 7 kings of the border wilderness would notice the abnormalities, I would have completely severed this Stone Clan bloodline long ago. A hint of ruthlessness flashed within the eyes of the remnant immortal. The main reason why he kept the lower realm Stone Clan was because he was afraid that the 7 kings of the borderlands would sense something after the bloodline was severed. Otherwise, he would have long ago driven the Stone Clan and the other descendants of the 7 kings of the border wilderness to extinction. So what if it's the sin blood avalanche cloud? The big deal is that if I behead you, the genius of the Stone Clan can't grow up. This remnant immortal made up his mind, and he hurriedly communicated up to the other everlasting families as well as the remnant immortals. They decided to harvest the lower world early. Unleash the great havoc in advance. Do your best to open the passage to the lower realm and send strong men down to destroy the sinful blood geniuses. All of the Eldritch families as well as the other powers of the upper realm were instructed. They're going down early. Looking at that brilliant and incomparable stone character, the witch and Yu Chan were complicated inside. Is everything you say true? Yu Chan spoke with a complicated expression. Shi Jian gave him a faint look. No eyes, can't see? You don't have a pussy in your heart about what the Eternal Life family's remnant immortal forces in the upper realms are like? The witch and also Yu Chan naturally knew this. Descendants of heroes vilified as sinners. What was a mark of honor became a mark of sinful blood. That's probably the truth. The Eternal Life family and the remnant immortal forces did indeed come up with this kind of thing. The descendants of the 7 kings of the borderlands are sinners. This started out from among the Eternal Life family and the remnant immortal forces. How the truth for the moment. You have already displayed the vision of sinful blood avalanche cloud. The upper world forces will kill you. After they learn about your battle power, I'm afraid they'll send strong people at the divine flame level or even higher down to the realm ahead of time. A magical girl on the sidelines spoke up. It doesn't really matter what the truth is. The important thing is that the upper realm will surely kill Shi Jian at all costs. The sin of blood avalanches the clouds, a sign of great evil. If what Shi Jian said was false, then the offspring of sinful blood must die. If he's telling the truth, it's even worse to die. The Eternal Life family and the remnant immortal forces wouldn't sit idly by and watch Shi Jian become stronger. It's just right that they dare to send people down. I'll collect some interest first. When I get to the upper realm, I'll liquidate all the forces one by one. Shi Jian sniffed in disbelief. After experiencing a copy of the Kuan Peng divine burial, his strength had been completely transformed. His holiness is nothing more than a plaything in his hands, the limit of his own battle power. He himself didn't know. If the upper realm can send down a powerful person from the divine flame realm or the true one realm, then he couldn't wait. Just the thing to test your strength. Besides, if he really couldn't beat them, he still had the Willow God behind him. Isn't this the time for hugging? When the Willow God strikes, even a crippled immortal coming over would have to become a dead immortal. In the original story, the Willow God left the lower realms with Xiaota after recovering some of his cultivation, but not anymore. Shi Jian had already told her a few things. That's why Ryujin will wait until Shi Jian grows up, waiting for the people inside the group to grow up, then push across. The witch and also Yu Chan didn't understand where Shi Jian got his confidence. The gap between the exalted realm and the divine flame realm is huge. It's not as simple as you think. Even if you can kill an exalted realm, it doesn't mean that you can match the divine flame. Igniting divine fire and transcending mortals. The divine fire realm has been called a god. The witch struck out. Do you think that I have not seen the power of the divine fire and am therefore sitting on a well and being arrogant? Shi Jian slowly stood up, his eyes looking straight at the witch. A terrifying and incomparable aura rose up in his body. He approached the witch and then picked her chin. You're not qualified to witness my limits, so how can you assert that I'm no match for divine flame? You'll say that again when you've seen my limits. Patty! Shi Jian patted the witch's face. He then put away the ban on the witch as well as the 2 Yu Chan. I spare your lives. You go back to the upper world to tell those eldritch families in the upper world and the remnants of the immortal forces. When I arrive in the upper world, I will please count everything in the past one by one. The 2 resumed action. Yu Chan glanced deeply at Shi Jian before leaving invisibly. On the contrary, the witch who had just been taunted by Shi Jian not only did not leave, but instead came up. He, little brother is so powerful. Looking at my slave's heart will melt. She was back to the way she was when she first appeared, even boldly pulling on the lapel of Shi Jian's chest with a winking look. Shek Qin's age seemed to excite her even more. He directly called Shi Jian little brother. Shi Jian gave her a calm look. Then his mana transformed into a large hand that slapped her to the ground in one go. Will you talk properly? The witch rubbed her ass and finally couldn't help but curse out in pain. My mother is trying so hard. Why don't you bastards understand at all? You talk about flavor with a 9-year-old? Shi Jian looked at the witch speechlessly. There's a story that says it all. Witty Koishur, confused Xiaoshur, the boulder of awakening, chagrin Nakanishi, regretful old stone, the dead stone of death. Shijian surely doesn't want to be the prison stone of remorse, but when he got the chat group, it said inside the chat group that the river crab god was always aware of the chat group. Without growing up, he didn't want to try river crab great gods 404 light. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Breaking through inscription. Inscribing the Great Five Elements Technique. Primal True Solution. Chapter 94, Breaking Through Inscription. Inscribing the Great Five Elements Technique. Primal True Solution. I thought you said I didn't understand your limits? I just want to stay by your side and see where your limits are. The witch rubbed her ass and came back up. Her eyes lashed as she opened her mouth to Shijian. She was sure Shijian was definitely not as decent as he appeared to be. Who's decent enough to beat someone's ass? Shijian frowned at the sight, and was about to suppress the witch once again. The witch, however, sensed his intentions and bit her lip. Turning around and bending her waist, she brought her arse over in winks. Lighten up! Shijian was speechless and dismissed the idea of continuing to do so. He was afraid of giving the witch a good beating. With a flick of his fingers, he took out a mountain-sized beast claw and threw it in front of the witch. The Deer Academy doesn't keep idle people. If you want to stay in the Deer Academy, then work. I'm missing a cook. Seeing that he didn't make another move, the witch gave a winning smile. What a brat! You're still being pinched by my sister? But this smile of hers lasted only a second before it was gone. She looked at the mountainous beast's claws in front of her and fell into a state of confusion. I'm a hallowed witch cooking for you. The cook? A look of annoyance flashed across the witch's face. Just do it. This beast claw was at least the beast claw of a king of the liege. It is very beneficial to cultivation. Let me cook for you? Eat poor you. Stand down. Make dinner and bring it here. Shijian said in an old-fashioned manner, completely treating the witch as a servant. Move slowly. The witch snorted coldly and put the beast claw away, then walked out of the palace. She built a residence on top of the mountain peak where Shijian was and stayed there. Leaving the witch behind was not something that Shijian did on a whim. The witch and also Yuachan were both heirs to the great sects of the upper realms. They hold the ways of the upper world. In the future, if Shijian wanted to go up to the realm, he might use the witch and also Yuachan. Shijian began to prepare to start working on breaking through the inscription realm. He had already reached the pinnacle in the spirit transformation realm. It was time for him to step onto the path of the inscription realm. Shijian began to try up inscribing runes within himself. It's a path he's long since settled on. That was to make a breakthrough by inscribing the primordial true solution as well as the great five elements technique within his body. Later on, the immortal execution sword formation, the perimeter star dipper formation, the 12 heavenly god fatalities formation and other formations will be inscribed on top of their own cave. At that time, his cavernous sky would be able to form a terrifying formation. When the cave came out, 10,000 formations came in. Shijian didn't even dare to imagine how strong he would be by then. Wisps and wisps of runes appeared on his body surface, as if they were as dense as tattoos. It's superficial. Inside the body, both in the flesh and blood and in the internal organs, there is the same pattern. These runes flickered and emitted a dazzling light. Inscription realm. This realm is the real contact with the primal mysteries of bone text. Stepping onto this path will no longer draw on the runes of various ferocious beasts and raptors. Instead, he began to inscribe some runes of his own within his body. Of course, as the saying goes, your own runes are simply combined, not a groundbreaking creation. This realm was incomparably difficult. To inscribe runes within the skeletal caverns in your body, not only did it require you to be extremely knowledgeable about runes, it also required that your physical body was strong enough, otherwise it could not withstand the runes. But none of this was a big deal to Shijian. With his strength, breaking through the inscription realm would be very logical. His fleshly body that had cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing strength was incomparably powerful, and he could inscribe runes as much as he wanted. Having cultivated the primordial true solution, he had a profound understanding of runes. It won't be inscribed wrong. The densely packed runes were all inscribed in the bones and internal organs of his body. The first thing that Shijian carried out the inscription was the original true solution. The primordial true explanation was about the most primitive runes between this heaven and earth, and Shijian had long since realized the primordial true explanation, so he quickly inscribed all of them. What was really difficult for him was the Great Five Elements technique. If the primordial true solution can directly decipher the Great Tao, that Great Five Elements technique is the Great Tao itself. It was 1,000 times more difficult to inscribe the Great Five Elements technique on one's body. However, in the process of inscribing the Great Five Elements technique, the primordial true explanation that he had previously inscribed played a great role. The primal true solution explains the runes that underlie all things. This naturally includes the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The 5 elemental runes had long been inscribed by Shi Jian. Expanded interpretation of the Great 5 Elements technique based on the 5 elements runes above the original true interpretation. In that case, Shi Jian's inscription of the Great 5 Elements technique became much simpler, but it's a relatively long process. It took Shi Jian nearly a month before the primordial true solution and also the Great 5 Elements technique were inscribed on his body. His body glowed, the potential of his entire body blossoming, all sorts of runes densely covered within his body surface and body, his aura powerful and surging. Shi Jian stepped into the inscription realm. The inscription realm was categorized into 4 realms, the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage, the consummate stage. Cultivators all had the consensus that within these 4 realms, each small realm that one advances in consumes a great deal of time over the years. Because it's a realm of laying foundations, each minor realm consumes about the same amount of time than the past major realm. That's why there are no teenage princes and lords. Even for a heavenly pride like the heavy pupil, when he crossed this hurdle, it would have to be after he reached adulthood. However, Shi Jian broke through this realm with ease. Breaking through the inscription realm, Shi Jian was in a great mood, and he summoned the witch who was staying put. Can word come from the last session? Has the passage been opened? Has anyone from the divine flame realm come down? Shi Jian inquired about the situation in the upper realm, his heart a little foolish. By breaking through the inscription realm, his strength went even further. Now he had itchy hands. Desperately want to carry out to find someone PK to test their strength. You've broken through the inscription realm. The witch looked at him in surprise. She stayed here for the past month and teased Shi Jian every now and then. She naturally knew that time was breaking through the inscription realm. Now Shi Jian opens his mouth to ask about the divine fire powerhouse. Obviously a breakthrough. More self-confidence. Shi Jian nodded slightly, and he wasn't afraid that the news of his breakthrough would be exposed. The difference between his paper strength and his real strength is too great. It was an impossible thing for an onlooker to speculate on his battle power based on his realm. Even Shi Jian didn't know how strong he was in battle. Receiving an affirmative answer, the witch's eyes became a bit mesmerized. A 9-year-old inscription powerhouse that was extremely likely to rival the battle power of a divine fire powerhouse? It's just horrible. But if someone had said something like that to her a month ago, the witch would have had to stomp on him and spit on him. You don't make up myths like that. It's outrageous. However, after spending a month with Shi Jian, the witch deeply felt Shi Jian's power. Shi Jian gave the witch a feeling as if she was a glacier in a place of extreme cold. You can only see the part of him that shows the surface. More parts are hidden beneath the surface of the sea. You can't even imagine how powerful he is. Just the part of him that shows the surface is enough to make you look away. The forces of the upper realm are already joining forces to open the world passage. But world passages aren't that easy to open. Even if they spared no expense in investing resources in them, it would still take at least 3 months before the passage could be opened. The witch gritted her teeth. I really don't advise you to fight them hard. I believe you have the battle power of a divine fire level. But even if you killed the divine fire that descended to the earth, so what? If you can kill the divine flame, can you still kill the true one? True one? Shi Jian stroked his chin, thinking hard. You don't say. You don't say. He now has the confidence to abuse the divine fire. But the true one realm. Never tried it. Don't really know. But it should be beatable, right? The witch was a bit helpless when she saw him thinking seriously. Even if you can kill the true one, what about the heavenly god? The void Tao? You always need time to grow. With the limited resources in the lower realm, you're already at your limit if you can grow to the exalted realm. Sooner or later you have to go to the upper world. The witch stepped on her jade feet and walked in front of Shi Jian, then hooked his chin. Little brother, how about you go incognito and join my heaven intercepting sect? It won't be too late to take revenge after you achieve supremacy in the future. Or even become an immortal? There was a certain anticipation in the witch's eyes. Shi Jian didn't expect her to not give up on pulling herself together. He picked the witch's hand away from him, then choked her back. Sinful blood great foul. You intercepting heaven cult dares to accept me? Perhaps your intercepting heaven cult is all one of the accomplices in defaming my stone clan. Not only did the witch not panic after being choked, a hint of redness appeared on her face instead. The heaven intercepting sect doesn't dare to accept you, but I'll accept you? You disguise yourself as the attendant next to me, and who knows your true identity? Shi Jian looked at the witch, fearing that she would lick her hand, and hastily withdrew his hand. That's M. It took me a second to guess the answer when I was guessing SM properties. You give it a try too. He looked at the witch with a smirk. You've been a servant with me for a long time, and you want to reverse the Big Dipper and become my master? Which see him close his eyes seem a little regret. But she is rare and serious. I am talking to you seriously. With your talent, beyond those eldritch families and the remnants of the immortal forces is sooner or later thing. Why fight for a moment? If you're not relieved, You kill all of the divine flame strongarms they sent down and then play dead. We'll slowly collect the debt when we get to the upper world. Witch's advice is indeed good. This was also the path that Shirhao took in the original story. Die once, then take on the name of desolation and crisscross the upper realms. But that was the situation. With the Willow God standing behind them, the ones who should be worried are the Eldritch clans, and the remnant immortal forces. Why is he incognito? If he comes here and has to follow the same path as Wasteland, won't he come here for nothing? Your advice is good. Don't suggest it next time. Shi Jian spoke faintly. The witch knew that Shi Jian hadn't listened to anything when she saw him like this and could only smile helplessly. Then little brother, you have to be careful yourself. When you get to the upper world, don't let people collect your corpse, they will be sad. As a servant, when I die, you are definitely going to be buried with me. I will definitely kill you before I die, and then make a big ceremony in your honor. Shi Jian didn't hesitate to kick the witch out of the palace. The defenseless witch looked at the closed palace doors and touched her kicked ass and stomped her foot in anger. After dealing with the witch, Shi Jian opened the chat group. An important message just flashed among the chat group. Xiaoyan's 3-year appointment has arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 95. 95. Xiaoyan's speech. 3 years promise. Chapter 95. Xiaoyan's speech. 3 years promise. The fiery red sun broke through the boundaries of the horizon and leapt out, and the warm sunlight shone on the earth. Within the room, the youth slowly tore off the skin from his face and threw it into the nascent soul. From now on, the identity of the Rock Lord can be temporarily retired. His real name was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan took off the long pill refiner's robe that had been concealing his face, revealing his clear face. The sword embryo that he had obtained in the middle of the Kuan Pang nest last time was carried on his back. His hand grasped the sword embryo, and the powerful force of his spirit set off a swirl in the middle of the room. He had already broken through the Dozong realm. If he used the Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus and various other means, a Dozun powerhouse would not be his opponent. Having such terrifying strength was also thanks to the feeding of the brothers among the chat group. And today was the day he and Nalan Yenran agreed to a 3-year engagement. He was ready to walk up to the Cloudland sect and end this matter. Then, it will keep getting stronger and stronger to completely destroy the Soul Temple. Before the departure, Xiaoyan sent a message inside the group. Xiaoyan, brothers, the 3-year appointment is here. I'm going up to the Cloudland sect. I wonder if you would be interested in coming to join in the fun. Shijian, the package. Lao Tai. It's coming. Lindong, old Xiao. That Yunlan sect is bullying you for being an honest person. When the time comes that you can't lay your hands on them, just tell me. I'll pack to help you exterminate the sect. Fang Han dared to withdraw from the marriage to make her regret. A group of people responded in a rush to the group. Xiaoyan's 3-year appointment was something they had long been looking forward to. Shijian, open the teleportation channel. We're coming over. Shijian spoke, and then in less than a few minutes, all of them appeared in an inn on the Dochi continent. This is the Dochi continent? The crowd curiously surveyed their surroundings. It doesn't seem much different from their world. Thanks for coming out to help. Xiaoyan cupped his fist and thanked the few people. Hey, does assisting count? We're actually just here for the fun. Shijian responded after smiling. With Xiaoyan's current strength, there was no need for a sidekick to assist him in dealing with a mere Cloudland sect. They came mainly to have a good time. It's a show of support for me that you guys are here, and I'm taking advantage of being inside the group. Though it is too shallow to say verbal words of thanks, I would still like to thank you all sincerely. Without the help of all of you, I definitely wouldn't have today. Xiaoyan thanked the crowd very seriously. Dookie buddy, you say these. Shijian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for more words. Hurry up and get on Cloudland sect. I can't wait to see the face-punching bridge. Good. Xiaoyan did not make any more pretense when he heard this, but turned around and walked towards the Yunlan sect. Shijian and the others followed in its wake. The Yunlan sect was the most powerful force in the Gamma Empire and had been passed down for several generations. This ancient sect stood at the top of the Gamma Empire, with a status even more powerful than the Gamma Empire's royal family. Every generation of the Empire's royal family was extremely fearful of this behemoth that was so close at hand. If it wasn't for the protection of the mysterious foreign beasts, I'm afraid that the Gamma Empire would have long been controlled by the Yunlan sect. Xiaoyan and the others arrived at the foot of the Yunlan sect. Here is stationed the Imperial Legion of Generals of the Empire. Nominally, this army was trying to protect the Yunlan sect, but in reality, this army was defending the Yunlan sect, forcing an empire to send people to station at the foot of the sect. It seems that this Yunlan sect still has something, Lin Dong said with emotion. That's right, to be able to serve as a villainous force among Brother Zhao's words, there must be a bit of strength, but not much. Shijian also smiled and spoke. Clans are above dynasties, and it's the same situation above the bountiful continent, where the Celestial Position Academy is the strongest. Yang Qi remembered the bountiful continent. The crowd chatted as they headed towards the Cloud Landscape sect. Xiao Yan did not insert himself into the topic of several people as he walked in the forefront, stepping unhurriedly towards the mountain peak at the end of the world that was sticking straight up into the clouds, carrying a huge sword. Like an ascetic, he had been waiting for this day for 3 years. On top of the unobstructed main road, the young man wearing a black robe carrying a black sword embryo was particularly eye-catching. Shi Jian and a few others consciously lagged behind him and followed his back. Many astonished eyes looked at them. Xiao Yan disregarded as if he had not heard the general footsteps were not light or heavy. One step at a time, not in a hurry, with a side-splitting ease and spontaneity. It feels like Brother Xiao is a bit hot today. Ha, kind of cool isn't it? Gee, I'm getting a little excited just thinking about what's about to happen. Shi Jian, Meng Qi, and the others were quietly cricketing behind him. It was rare for Xiao Yan to have such a serious moment, but it's normal for him to have this kind of heart. Reduced to an invalid for years and experiencing the shame of door-to-door withdrawal. Now that his cultivation has greatly improved, it's time for a clean slate. It's certainly a time to be faced with great solemnity. At the foot of the mountain, the largest barracks appeared in a rolling pattern on top of a flat meadow, next to the countless white tents. Soldiers who were practicing were faintly visible. The barracks here were extremely heavily guarded, but there was nothing to stop these people who were on their way. The soldiers standing guard next to the road only casually scanned a few eyes before sparing Xiao Yan and the others passage. Xiao Yan did not have his Do Qi transform into wings, but instead walked steadily. Shi Jian and the others followed him leisurely, as if they were shopping. Lush colors appeared on both sides, and the figures of those soldiers gradually began to disappear. The lapis lazuli steps appeared in front of the crowd as if they were the land of the sky. Xiao Yan paused slightly when he was on top of the ancient stone steps that had existed for an unknown number of years. There seemed to be a faint sound of a sword chime ringing out all around, and it came down crisply from the end of the stone steps. Xiao Yan paused for a little while before this stepped on top of this ancient stone step. At this moment, the 3-year appointment officially arrived. The moment his footsteps fell, Xiao Yan seemed to feel that his soul was spitting out a breath that had been suppressed for 3 years at this moment. 3 years ago, he left home carrying a reckless and childish irritation, went into the mountains, broke into the desert, and amidst the swords and blood and fire, as if he were a chrysalis worm, he constantly transformed himself. His metamorphosis was very powerful because of the chat group. It was so powerful that the entire Yunlan sect was no more than occasional in his eyes. But he had done all this for today's engagement. A 3-year engagement. An engagement only yet to be fulfilled. Filled the place of his chest with an inexplicable emotion. Xiao Yan's eyes jumped over one frame of steps after another, piercing through the obstruction of space and fixing on the woman sitting cross-legged on top of the mountain. Nalan Yenran. Xiao Yan spat out her name without any emotion, and then kept crossing the stone steps one step at a time. The remaining few followed closely behind him. At this moment, it was estimated that only Yang Qi could relate to some of Xiao Yan's emotions. The two are a little different, but some of the emotions are the same. Where the stone steps ended, countless clouds shrouded it. Behind these clouds was a huge and incomparable square. The square is paved with a kind of green stone, very ancient and atmospheric. At the very center of the square, there was a huge stone monument. On top of the stone monument were the names of the successive patriarchs of the Yunlan sect as well as those who had made great contributions to the sect. The stone monument told of the Cloudland sect's former glory. On either side of the plaza are a number of towering steps that gradually rise upward in a circular fashion. At this point, the top of these steps were almost full. At the very front of the steps were the low-level disciples of the Yunlan sect. A little further back, that's senior disciples, core disciples. On top of the highest stone platform, there were a dozen white-robed old men sitting with their eyes closed. These old men couldn't see the slightest characteristics on the surface, but their cultivation strength was very profound, and they were the elders of the Yunlan sect. Below these old men, there is a separate step. On the step sat a woman in a moon-robed dress robe. The woman closed her eyes tightly. The breeze blew through the robe close to the delicate body, showing its perfect curved body. This woman is no one else. It was Nalan Yenran who had withdrawn her marriage to Xiao Yan. Above the square there are thousands of people. At this moment but the crows are silent, in addition to the sound of the wind whistling, and then there is no half a bit of noise. Occasionally, the wind blew across the square, and the white robes of thousands of disciples fluttered as if clouds were descending from the sky. Very shocking. There was a sound of breaking wind in mid-air, and some figures suddenly appeared above some of the huge trees around the square. These were all powerful people in the Gamma Empire. Garrett, Farmer, and a few other heads of families in Late, and, of course, Angel Investor Hippodrome. These people were all invited over by the Yunlan sect to watch the battle, both because they wanted them to be a witness and because the Yunlan sect wanted to show off their muscles in front of them. Obviously, the Cloud Lantern sect had achieved their goal. In the view of experts of High Bodong's level, the thousands of disciples in the square breathed in exactly the same rhythm, and each other's breath lingered with each other, which was some kind of combined attack formation, and no matter where you move, you will be subjected to a continuous renewal of counterattacks. This kind of formation made the people watching the battle fearful. The whole square was quiet and uneventful, and time passed quietly. The sun climbs to its peak and the warmth pours down. Light footsteps gradually sounded from the steps below the square. Eyes opened among all the disciples of the Yunlan sect, their gazes locking at the green stone steps. Nalan Yenran on top of the stone platform also opened her bright eyes violently. Her gaze stopped at that place, and her heart, which was originally somewhat indifferent, suddenly disordered and jumped a few times. The sound of footsteps was getting closer, and those white-robed old men on the stone platform opened their eyes to see there. Hai Bodong and other imperial powerhouses also turned their gazes there. Under the gaze of nearly 1,000 gazes in the square, the black-robed teenager carrying the sword embryo finished the last step. His gaze swept across the square without any sadness or joy, and then met the beautiful young girl. Xiao family. Xiao Yan. End of chapter. Chapter 96-96. Fulfillment of the 3-year promise. Dozong vs. De Do Sure? Chapter 96. Fulfillment of 3 years promise. Dozong battling Great Do Sure? The people of the Yunlan sect were no strangers to the name Xiao Yan, because the relationship between him and Nalan Yenran made him the talk of the town, the laughingstock in the mouths of many Yunlan sect disciples. Usually a disciple of a small family, and still a waste, actually wanted to marry Nalan Yenran, whose status in Yunlan sect was as noble as a princess. This was undoubtedly a very unself-conscious joke. Having a marriage is eye-catching enough, not to mention the 3-year covenant between the two. After the rumors of the 3-year appointment spread amongst the sect, the mocking voices towards Xiao Yan became even more intense. Of course, there may have been a few hints of jealousy embedded in that mockery. Nalan Yenran was the goddess in the hearts of all Yunlan sect disciples, unattainable, facing that exquisite cheek that always remained light. Any person who wanted to make further contact with her would fail to return. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, almost became her husband. How can that not be jealous? And today, this usual laughingstock in the mouths of the disciples had come to the Yunlan sect as promised. They realized that this person was not what they usually thought. Doesn't look like a waste. He simply stood there with that bland attitude that overpowered everyone. Thousands of disciples were surprised that none of them dared to meet his eyes. Only Nalan Yenran firmly stared at the slightly thin teenager, her gaze remaining above that clear face. She could vaguely recognize the outline of the teenager from 3 years ago. However, 3 years had worn away the tenderness and sharp edges of the teenager. The Xiao Yan standing in front of him nowadays did not have the sharpness that had erupted in the middle of the Xiao family hall. Instead, it became more introspective. It's not because he's afraid or has suffered a social beating. Rather, he seems to not put the Cloudlan sect in his eyes at all. He has really changed. Nalan Yenran's emotions were a bit complicated. The waste of that year had fearlessly come to Yunlan sect to fulfill the 3-year contract. Nalan family. Nalan Yenran. She alone slowly stood up, her petite body erect as if it was a proud snow lotus. Her gaze leveled at Xiao Yan, and a strange calmness was carried in her voice. Is this that punk from the Xiao family? Didn't they say he couldn't store do qi? Some murmurs came out from the crowd of onlookers above the giant tree. Looking at this aura of his right now, it doesn't look like he's strong from the outside. And to be able to remain calm in the overall momentum purposely formed by these old men of the Cloudlan sect, this person is by no means mortal. For some reason, there seems to be a familiarity with him, the crowd murmured. Most of these people who came forward to watch the play had been in contact with Xiao Yan. It was only that they were in contact with Xiao Yan's other identity. Rock Lords. His cultivation should have been restored. If he has regained his previous talent, then this person basically has all the conditions to become a strong person. Another person exclaimed. The determination of mind that Xiao Yan displayed now was extraordinary. His persistent struggle for 3 years for an engagement shows that the man's perseverance is also extraordinary. Another gift to add to the list. It will become strong in the future. After Nalan Yenran stood up, the dozen or so white-robed elders on top of the high platform also slowly opened their eyes. Their gazes turned to the black-robed youth at the plaza, and they glanced at each other with surprise in their hearts. Their thoughts had the thoughts of those on the sidelines much the same. The current Xiao Yan could not be seen as the Xiao family's waste that was subjected to ridicule back then no matter which way he looked at it. You, are that Xiao Yan of the Xiao family? The white-robed old man located at the very center looked at Xiao Yan and slowly opened his mouth. This person's status in the Cloudlan sect was not low, and after he opened his mouth, all those surrounding old men in white robes remained silent. Xiao Yan knew who this person was. Cloud Prism, Grand Elder of the Cloudland sect. He didn't pay any attention to Yunling. However, Yunling did not think of waiting for Xiao Yan's reply. He opened his own mouth. I am Yunlan. Today the patriarch has not yet returned. Therefore this 3-year appointment is hosted by the old man. This competition is intended to be a cut and thrust competition. Point 2. Life and death. Each to his own. Xiao Yan interrupted. All the gazes in the arena instantly rested on his body in its entirety. Everyone did not expect Xiao Yan to say such words. You have to know that his opponent was a key sect successor that the Yunlan sect was cultivating. The boy with the spunk. Dare to live and die on someone else's turf. Or be young. Those who were watching the show could not help but laugh out. Some felt that Xiao Yan was arrogant, while others felt that Xiao Yan was bold. However, none of these people's remarks could affect Xiao Yan. Nalan Yanran raised her eyes and gazed at the black-robed youth. At his dark eyes, there seemed to be some undulating waves that were hard to hide dancing in those pitch-black eyes. I don't know if it's resentment or some other emotion. Whatever. Nalan Yanran gave her answer. Yunling saw this scene but frowned. Young man, leave a thread in everything. But since you ask for it like this, let it be as you wish. Life and death are each at peace with God's destiny. Yunling also knew that Xiao Yan had shed his name as a waste. But so what? Nalan Yanran's talent and it's comparable to a genius from a small family? Plus, she had the resources of the Yunlan sect to cultivate her. The progress of cultivation was divine. When they really fought, Yunling didn't think that Nalan Yanran would lose. Since this kid is looking for death, let him have it. Xiao Yan stopped talking nonsense. His eyes looked straight at Nalan Yanran. 3 years appointment. I am here as promised. Today I will settle the grudges of the past. The shame you gave to my Xiao family back then. Return it today. Nalan Yanran touched an emerald-colored nascent ring on her hand. The light flickered, and a slender, light green-colored long sword appeared in her hand all of a sudden. The sunlight poured down, and the long sword reflected an eerie. Nalan Yanran's eyes confronted with those dark eyes, and sighed slightly regretfully. I will make my own decision on my own marriage. Even after the past 3 years, I still don't feel that I did wrong. I have the right to decide on my own destiny. Perhaps there were some misdemeanors at that time, but the time is reversed. I will still make the same decision. Improper demeanor? Xiao Yan smiled disdainfully. It seems to be too simple for you to push away your brash behavior with a single sentence of improper demeanor, right? There's no point in talking more. Let's use strength to speak. Nalan Yanran hand holding a light green long sword. A green wind scroll from the sword body above the tumbling. These harsh wind blades stretching and spitting in the hard lapis lazuli plate left a not shallow not deep scratches. Then come and fight. Both of them had fighting aura rising from their bodies. The atmosphere above the huge square became heavy in an instant. The surroundings became quiet, and all eyes were betting on the two. Everyone knew that the teenager who had been subjected to blank stares and taunts in the Xiao family at the beginning was completely different now. But how much has he grown in 3 years? I know you've broken through the great Dosha realm. Do your best to struggle. If you don't do your best, you won't have the chance to do your best. Xiao Yan looked at Nalan Yanran calmly with his gaze before opening his mouth indifferently. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of anger when she heard such arrogant words from him. She did not expect Xiao Yan to treat her with such contempt. In an instant, the long sword in her hand slashed out horizontally, taking advantage of the tiny wind blades at the place of impact of her stance to cut towards Xiao Yan's neck. Xiao Yan casually waved his hand as if he was repelling mosquitoes, and with a clanging sound, the countless wind blades all disappeared into the air. I said, I'll give you a chance to do your best. Xiao Yan slightly raised his eyes and his indifferent eyes swept over Nalan Yanran's delicate figure. He only slightly raised his hand, and a strong air pressure instantly pressed the skirt and robe on Nalan Yanran's body tightly against her skin. Feeling this terrifying and incomparable strength, Nalan Yanran raised her eyebrows slightly. The long sword in her hand exploded and stabbed out, and the light green longsword left a green-colored arc in the void of air. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the obstruction of air. It stabbed straight toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his hand and extended 2 fingers to hold the long sword between his fingertips. The slender long sword was pressed into an extremely alarming arc in a split second. In the next instant, the long sword directly exploded all at once. Nalan Yanran's feet lightly ground borrowed the power of the long sword blowing up a bullet to swept up into midair. And her face looked at Xiao Yan with a gloomy and unimaginable expression. The expressions of the people watching the battle were all grave. How is this possible? Nalan's senior sister just made out of the wind spirit branching sword. This is the Xian rank middle level fighting technique. The power is incomparable. The long sword in her hand is even more rare divine weapon. Xiao Yan bare hands will long sword collapse? His strength has actually reached what kind of level? Right at the beginning. Senior sister Nalan used this level of fighting technique, obviously wanting to have a quick battle. But how can the strength of this Xiao family brat be so terrifying? The Yunlan sect disciples were shocked. Brother Xiao just likes to pretend. If I were him, I would directly reveal my Do zone cultivation and directly shoot the entire Yunlan sect out. The few people watching the battle from the side, Shi Jian, also quietly transmitted their voices. The one who said such words was naturally Lin Dong. In his opinion, this Nalan Yenran was weak beyond weak, something you can run over with one finger. Xiao Yan favored having to fight her. What do you know? This is at least Brother Zhao's fiancé, not yet retired. This is called flirting, understand? Which is like you. You just know how to fight and kill. Meng Qi breathlessly responded to Lin Dong. He really did admire Lin Dong a little. At least 5 out of 10 sentences are shouting fights. Flirting is not so bad. But Xiao Yan has suppressed himself for too long in order to wait for this day. What fun would it be to directly display his cultivation? Shi Jian also answered from the sidelines. I thought of a fun one. A moment until Xiao Yan has finished the 3-year contract. We several such and such and such. Shi Jian remembered the video of the Dragon King's return and then said to the remaining few. The rest of the group's eyes lit up as they listened. They then all looked at Xiao Yan wistfully. Nalan Yenran stopped in midair, no longer concealing her cultivation. Her body's doqi surged, and a long sword instantly reappeared in her hand. But the quality of this long sword was clearly not as good as the last one. An incomparably sharp sword blade flew out from the long sword in her hand. However, Xiao Yan only gently waved his robe and all of these sword blades were obliterated. This Xiao Yan's strength is extraordinary. At the very least he is a grand combat master. However, he did not show his full cultivation. Exactly how many stars he has reached is yet to be known. The onlookers murmured. Nalan Yenran isn't bad either. The energy in her body is increasing rapidly, vaguely breaking through the boundaries of a dou shi. What a profound method of hiding her strength even I haven't discovered. She should have already broken through the great dou shi realm long ago. Strange. According to Xiao Yan's words just now, he should have known that Nalan Yenran had made a breakthrough long ago. What is going on here? Hai Bo Dong plus Ting Tian and the others discussed amongst themselves. It seems like this battle should be a vicious one. Just what exactly is this little guy relying on to be able to shed his reputation as a waste within 3 years and catch up so quickly with Nalan Yenran? Who is the key cultivator of the Cloudlan sect? They only felt that the battle had gotten more interesting. 2 grand duelists. Nalan Yenran's breakthrough to the great dou shi realm was not a surprise. But what does Xiao Yan have? Nalan Yenran, who displayed her dou shi cultivation and slowly fell, flashed a trace of gravity in her eyes as she looked towards Xiao Yan, whose face was still calm and unparalleled, and softly said, You really surprised me. At least I believe that you are no longer the wasteful young master of the Xiao family at the time. Xiao Yan looked at her faintly. Grand dou shi. Too weak. With such strength, you cannot even rise to the pleasure of making me take revenge. Xiao Yan elaborated on a fact. He was a little despondent for a moment. It was as simple as stepping on an ant for him to kill Nalan Yenran. Can't really feel the thrill of revenge. He now felt as if he had accidentally lit on a human animal and then blown up the chamber in the animal's face. Say it's cool. It's kind of cool, but it's not that cool. One look at the ending and no suspense. Invincible is too lonely. What is this Xiao Yan pretending to do? Isn't he himself a dou shi at most? He was clearly offended by this statement. Before Nalan Yenran could say anything, the disciples of the Yunlan sect were already furious. Senior sister Nalan has advanced into a grand dou shi. What are you, Xiao Yan, going to compare with him? All you do is talk big, punk. Countless people stared at Xiao Yan with crimson eyes. MD, a grand master is still weak? Does that speak human language? Not to mention the anger of the disciples of the Yunlan sect. Even the people who were watching the battle, such as Galiathi and Haibuodong, felt that Xiao Yan was a bit arrogant. And Nalan Jie was feeling somewhat sorry for Xiao Yan. After all, he was the one who initiated the marriage contract in the first place. As a result, Nalan Yenran went back to withdraw from the marriage. But now that he heard Xiao Yan's words, he also felt that Xiao Yan was a bit pretentious. Big Dipper is too weak. If I remember correctly, your father, Xiao Zhan, is only a grand combat master. Great Elder, the competition has only begun for a short time, and Yen Yen was forced to reveal her true strength. On the contrary, the Xiao family's kid has been very calm. He dared to say such words. He must have an undercard that we don't understand. A white-robed elder sniffed with anger in his heart as well. But there were a few more points of worry. Yunling was unimpressed when he heard his words. If he dares to go up to my Yunlan sect alone, isn't it normal for him to have some undercards? No matter how strong his cards are, can they still be stronger than Yen Yen? You should know that Yen Yen's progress over the years has surprised even us old farts. Not to mention the fact that the patriarch has taught her some of the sect's secret techniques. Even if his cultivation is stronger than Yen Yen, he's a wild boy whose methods are absolutely no match for Yen Yen. Yunling said in a very calm manner as he had a good plan. Now that Yenya has displayed her full strength, he'll soon be defeated. When the white-headed old man heard Yunling say this, he felt that he had a point, so he no longer dwelled on it and turned his head away, his eyes glancing at the stone platform below, and suddenly spoke out. Gu Yi, what's wrong with you? A silver-robed old man turned back, and the old man's face looked a bit strange. Gu Yi, the person who accompanied Nalan Yanran to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage in the first place. After he saw Xiao Yan, he felt that the youth in front of him was also somewhat similar to the mysterious black-robed man that he had seen at the Mo family in Salt City. The strength of that black-robed man was extraordinary. At the very least, he had the strength of a Do Wang or a Do Huang. With Xiao Yan's age, even if he had heavenly talent, he would never be able to go that far. Guyi shook his head to get rid of the absurd thoughts in his mind, but the two faces were constantly merging in his consciousness. When the two faces merged completely, Guyi shuddered and gasped back. His entire body was soaked through. What's wrong with you? Dozens of people opened their mouths in unison to question him. After Guyi hesitated for a moment, he still decided to tell this matter. When it was in the middle of Inkopolis, Nalan Yanran took a slow breath, the bland color on her face gradually fading away. I hope your strength is as sharp as it is with your words. Her jade hand tightly gripped her slender long sword. Xiao Yan's words were a little arrogant, but her did feel an extremely strong pressure on leisure. I'm afraid that the only way to guarantee victory in the competition is to give it everything you've got. The long sword in her hand vibrated, and a sound of sword tones instantly rang out as the green-colored dochi on her body skyrocketed, and a green-colored dochi armor appeared on her body. This was the mark of the Grand Duelist realm. Fighting spirit transforms into armor. The majestic true chi was rushing in her meridians as if it was a river, and she lightly tapped the ground on her toes as her body transformed into a ray of light and shadow, instantly sending an attack against Xiao Yan. A dozen meters passed in the blink of an eye. The sword body was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, and with a sharp wind-breaking sword just stabbed at Xiao Yan's chest. Xiao Yan indifferently looked at the tip of the sword that was continuously enlarging within his pupils. A hand was then extended and flicked. Nalan Yanran only felt a huge force acting on top of her long sword. Her dochi was useless in front of this terrifying force. The long sword shattered once more. The broken longsword blades went in all directions, shooting away. A few of the sword blades even didn't enter within Nalan Yanran's body. Her figure flew backwards all of a sudden, and Nalan Yanran exhausted a great cost this stage to restabilize herself on the battlefield. She coughed out a mouthful of blood as she looked at Xiao Yan with a horrified gaze. One strike. It wasn't even a blow. Xiao Yan had simply melted away her attack and the aftermath had seriously injured her. What kind of horrible strength is this? What kind of level had Xiao Yan's cultivation actually reached? 5-star Grand Duelist? Or a 7-star Grand Duelist? The countless people watching the battle were also completely shocked after looking at this scene. Nalan Yanran, who had displayed her Didou cultivation, was actually powerless in front of Xiao Yan? End of chapter. Chapter 97-97. Nalan Yanran, are you worthy? Chapter 97 Nalan Yanran, are you worthy? How is this possible? How could senior sister Nalan lose to Xiao Yan so easily? Countless disciples were shocked. Even those few Cloudlan sect elders were all standing up incredulously at this moment. Especially Yunlan, whose hands under his robes were clenched tightly together. He had just said that Xiao Yan was not a match for Nalan Yanran. Now it's an immediate slap in the face. Can it be that Xiao Yan is really that black-robed person with a mysterious origin? Yunling's heart flashed with thick killing intent. Guyi had just told him about that Mo family. However, he didn't really believe that Xiao Yan was that black-robed person. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. But now, there is definitely a force behind the Xiao Yan that supports him. Otherwise he absolutely could not have such strength. That black-robed man is not he is probably related to him. Yunlan guessed, already having some decisions in his mind. This fighting spirit is interesting. It can also be transformed into armor. Yang Qi spoke with interest. The fighting system is not as good as the Qigong system, yet some of the characteristics are the same. Fighting spirit transforms armor. Qigong can also be transformed into armor, and all sorts of blades. Shi Jian smiled when he heard this, as if he had thought of something interesting. It's not just Do Qi transformed into armor, but also Do Qi transformed into wings and Do Qi transformed into horses. Yanqi inquired curiously. I know about the Do Qi transformation wings. Brother Xiao once said that if the cultivation of the Do Qi system breaks through the Do King realm, one can transform Do Qi into wings and have the ability to fly. But what do you mean by this doujinshi transforming a horse? It's a joke on earth. I'm a fighter and I'm being chased by a Dodi. But I'm not panicking because a Dodi's horse doesn't run as fast as mine. Shi Jian told the joke to Yang Qi in a way that Yang Qi could understand. Yang Qi Fenghan was barely able to get the punchline of the joke. Meng Qi, who completely got the punchline, smiled disdainfully. Isn't it normal for novels to be filmed like this? Movie and TV movie of novels is to ruin the original. Where those movie and TV companies can afford to spend money on these grandiose battle special effects? I cross the novel film and television only have a seed, but I estimate that the development is also this filming a ruin. This time it was Shi Jian's turn to laugh. Movie and TV commercialization of novels does ruin the original. It's so unkind to fiction lovers like him. When he crossed over, he heard that Perfect World was being filmed as well. Jian then turned to think that he was wearing it now, and it didn't matter to him if the shadow was visualized or not. It's the original that people ruin. Even if he's a character in a novel like Munch and the others, then this is also homoerotic fiction. Homoerotic novels still want to be filmed? Want a fart to eat? Thinking so, Jian was in a much better mood. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Lin Dong over there with his big teeth bared looking at him with joy. Laugh 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 laugh. You Dukiwa horse are not even as good as still laugh. Jian uploaded a few clips from the movie and TV movie of Wu Dong Xian Kuan. Lin Dong instantly couldn't laugh. Where the hell is your old home planet? Is this still ing me? I'm going to ing reward him with a great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Lin Dong's words were as beautiful as ever. Xiao Yan, who did not know in the slightest that he had been cricked, calmly looked at Nalan Yenran in front of him. I know you still have a hidden stance. Use it. Nalan Yenran's polished forehead vaguely appeared above some sweat, her teeth tightly biting her red lips, breathing a little sharply. The pressure Xiao Yan gave her was too great. What's even scarier is that he seems to know himself very well. Not only do you know your own strength, but you also know your own cards. Nalan Yenran used her soulful eyes with some complex emotions to look deeply at the cold-faced youth on the opposite side of the room, and she slowly drew out the green belt that bound the 3,000 green silks, and her hair poured down as if it were moonlight, until it reached the place of her slender willow waist. Under the scorching sun, the young girl unraveled her hair with green silk hanging down, displaying a dusty and spiritual atmosphere. What a wonderful scene this is. It made the hearts of countless people who already had a crush on her beat faster. Xiao Yan, however, was unmoved and only looked at her coldly. She's going to move that thing? Yunlan and the others looked at her sudden action with some surprise. They were obviously aware of Nalan Yenran's undercard. To be able to force this girl to this point, this Xiao family's kid is really strong. They, the elders, sighed. Although Haibo Dong as well as Gargantuan and the others didn't know exactly what cards Nalan Yenran had, they could see the situation today. Clearly, it's going to be a showdown. On top of the venue, with the green silk hanging down, Nalan Yenran slowly closed her eyes, and a few moments later, she suddenly opened them again. Her long hair flowed down her back, and as it did, her body levitated into the void without the aid of any bouncing or winged effects. The energy around her rioted as if it was boiling water. A circle of light green cross ripples spread out within her body. Obviously, it's a big move with a long forward swing. If this is a life and death duel, using this kind of move is obviously looking for death. Before she can brew up, I will press her into mud with one finger. Lin Dong commented. The others nodded. Ma Bao's forward swing isn't even that long. Finally using the bottom card, Xiao Yan calmly looked at Nalan Yenran, and there was a crazy amount of energy converging within that piercing light. These energies were irrelevant to him, but this was already Nalan Yenran's limit. Little by little, he would personally crush Nalan Yenran's pride. Xiao Yan, decide the winner. Nalan Yenran's fair and pretty face looked transparent as it was reflected by the light, and she shouted out the name for the first time as she looked distantly at Xiao Yan below. She headed towards Xiao Yan at a speed so slow that one could barely feel the movement, and the energy ripples that spread around her became more and more intense. After the terrifying power around her had brewed to its peak, she finally stopped suppressing it, and with a crisp blast, the piercing daylight violently skyrocketed and killed towards Xiao Yan all of a sudden. Winds pull, sunset Yao. In the sky, the sound of a delicate drink fell, and a terrifying energy rioter power descended from the sky, streaking towards Xiao Yan. A crack appeared on the hard floor in an instant under this terrifying force. The crack spread to the end of the square. This terrifying power even forced the Yunlan sect's bystander disciples to rush out, a strand of Do Qi rising out from their bodies, condensing into an energy cover that encompassed half of the square, which was able to get rid of the pressure of that terrifying energy. It's actually the wind pole. Elder sister Yenran has actually mastered the wind pole. Ha ha, elder sister is going to win. Even if senior sister can only utilize 1/12 of the power of the wind pole, this Xiao Yan is definitely not its opponent. The Yunlan sect disciples were happy to see this scene instead. Wind Extreme, that was the most powerful fighting technique of the Cloudlands sect. With such a terrifying power, what could Xiao Yan use to block it? Countless people stared at the scene above the battlefield with wide eyes. They all knew that the decisive moment was coming. The fight wasn't really that exciting to say the least. From the time of the battle until now, it was only a few breaths of effort in total. Nalan Yenran suppressed her cultivation and attacked once. She displayed her grand duelist cultivation and attacked again. As a result, both times he was easily repelled by Xiao Yan. And then to make the wind pole now? Now that he was facing this terrifying strike, would Xiao Yan still be able to deal with it as easily as before? Or, How much of Xiao Yan's bottom could this strike test? Xiao Yan could have extinguished this strike with a single finger, but he did not do so and instead stretched out his right hand. A cloud of violet fire suddenly appearing above his right hand. He's going to kill the heart. This pose, this flame, the eyes of the onlookers, such as Gargantua, almost narrowed at the sight of this scene. That day on top of that royal plaza, that youth called Rock Lord was also like that. A few people looked at each other and finally determined one thing. The Rock Lord was Xiao Yan. In the sky, Nalan Yanran looked at Xiao Yan below in a daze. That familiar green flame left an extremely deep impression on her. The Rock Lord's figure appeared in her mind, and the two figures merged perfectly, other than the face. But yes, Xiao Yan was no different from the Rock Lord who had defeated countless young pill refiners with his own strength above the royal plaza regardless of his aura and expression. Xiao Yan, Rock Lord. It's just the names reversed. At this moment, Nalan Yanran came to the realization that the mysterious young man who became the leader of the younger generation of the Gamma Empire by virtue of the Pharmacist Trainer Conference, even for a haughty nature like hers, could not help but feel admiration. It was the same teenager that she had once viewed as trash 3 years ago. Nalan Yanran bit her lips tightly, the expression on her pretty face constantly changing, her body stiffening as if struck by lightning, almost numb and out of control. This sudden revelation turned her mind to mush for a moment. The original somewhat calm expression was also pale at this moment. The first person of the opposite sex to inspire admiration and alienation in her in so many years. It was the same teenager that she had seen as trash and trampled on her dignity in the first place. How ironic is that? The gap between heaven and earth was like two worlds, causing her to have a dizzying feeling as if she were dreaming. It made her wonder if she'd gotten up too hard this morning. Hallucinating. Xiao Yan, Rock Lord. We are still really old and confused. I didn't expect that this little guy's talent in alchemy is so terrifying. Even his cultivation talent is also so outstanding. It's true that heroes come out of youngsters. Gargantua and the others marveled. Indeed, a person with extraordinary potential. The Nalan family as well as the Cloudland sect have picked the wrong target for oppression this time. Hai Bo Dong bloated and opened his mouth. The cool wind blew across the sky, and the disoriented Nalan Yanran came back to her senses. She subconsciously wanted to take back the wind pole, only with her strength nowadays. Being able to cast the wind pole was already a great deal more than she could manage. Trying to wield it like a command to take it back is clearly a delusion. She could only watch as the wind pole with oppressive force that covered the sky smashed towards Xiao Yan above the square. Nalan Yanran's pretty face was a bit pale. Her mind was as busy as a mess. She had too many mixed emotions about the one called Rock Lord. There's a good feeling and a defiant climb up the ladder. It was the first time in years that she had been gentle with a male other than her elders or relatives. Even though she had now learned that the Rock Lord was Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran still had a kind of admiration for the Rock Lord. Xiao Yan used this identity to display those excellent abilities of his that shocked people without any fear. Commonly difficult to grasp the foreign fire, the horror of the alchemy. From all over the country alchemists stand out, with their own strength to save the tide for the Imperial Alchemists Guild to reclaim the honor. One heart-stopping feat has made many a fancy girl fall in love with it. Under such a splendid aura, Nalan Yanran was also fascinated by it. Now that she learned that the Rock Lord was Xiao Yan, the emotions in her heart were even more incomparably complicated. A love-hate relationship? Regret? The pain of deception? Even Nalan Yanran herself couldn't tell the emotion apart. After being unable to retrieve the heaven's pole, she bit her lip and gazed down below. Various emotions intertwined in her eyes. Didn't this woman look down on Brother Xiao for withdrawing from the marriage? Why are her emotions so complicated all of a sudden now? It feels like love and hate at the same time. Lindong's few people had sensed Nalan Yanran's move of wanting to close her stance, and were somewhat puzzled in their hearts. What's with the big move that's been brewing for so long that you suddenly want to take it back? Xiao Yan had broken into the world for a period of time under the pseudonym of Rock Lord before, and in my opinion, Nalan Yanran should have fallen in love with Rock Lord? Now that she knows that Xiao Yan has a dual identity. Holy, are you saying that she withdrew from Brother Xiao and then fell in love with the reformed Brother Xiao? Am I supposed to say that Brother Xiao is unattractive or charming? Damn, it's still Xiao Yan who knows how to play. He can still open a trumpet. Feng Han's few people felt like they had learned a new posture. Xiao Yan did not pay any attention to the fluctuations in the outside world, as ferocious and incomparable energy rushed out from the violet fire in his hand, and then that incomparable berserk energy collided with the overriding and incomparable blazing breath in the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the overpowering and incomparable blazing breath in the sky disappeared. There wasn't even energy spreading around to impact away. Both have similar energies to create an energy shock. With so much difference in realm between Nalan Yanran and him, how was it possible to form an energy shock? Seeing that her wind extreme was so easily received by Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran's face became even more miserable. The wind extreme was already her full strength strike. and her full-strength strike was so easily blocked by Xiaoyan. How can this be a fight? She's already defeated. She raised her head and her pupils contracted violently, only to see the black-robed youth in the distance with his arms wrapped around his chest, and his pitch-black eyes were staring at her indifferently. With her eyes locked in the air, Nalan Yanran bit her red lips tightly, and a sudden irritation arose in her heart. Shame welled up as if she had been seen naked. Large swathes of light green-colored wind blades appeared out of thin air in front of his body and then swept towards Xiaoyan. She's still struggling. She knew in her heart that this struggle was powerless, but for some unknown reason, she just did not want to admit defeat in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan just remained indifferent as he looked at her. He did not even move and all those wind blades disappeared in midair. It's over. Nalan Yanran. Xiaoyan no longer looked at her, but tilted his head and said, "This moment finally came." 3 years of bitter cultivation was for the sake of being able to truly defeat the young girl who had recklessly left him in disgrace in the middle of the Xiao family hall today, even though long ago he had the strength to defeat the young girl. But today, the day is truly upon us. Nalan Yanran gazed at that clear face. The vague outline of the teenager's stubbornness at the time surfaced in her mind, her eyes a bit mesmerized. This face in front of him, the ordinary teenage figure with a pharmacist robe, the teenage voice that stubbornly shouted 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river in the beginning. Blended together. Is this your revenge? Constructing a brilliantly illusory person who mesmerizes me, and then breaking it, but I know that the trash I despised at first has now become unattainable. Xiaoyan, I did look down on you back then because of your strength. I was indeed short-sighted. However, it seemed that cause and effect were reversed, and the stubbornness on Nalan Yanran's face was the same as Xiaoyan's at the time. But I said long ago, even if I start over, I will still go to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage. I don't need anyone else to make decisions about my marriage. Xiaoyan looked at her calmly before a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I never said you were wrong to withdraw from the marriage, and the pseudonym Rock Lord was not meant to make you regret it. See, you're still so high and mighty, never envisioning anything but your own position, envisioning that I couldn't afford to lose such an excellent fiancé as you, and thinking that I wouldn't back out of the marriage if I were approached privately. I made a big deal out of the withdrawal in a desperate attempt to use my power over me, trample the dignity of me and my father and the entire Xiao family underfoot. Imagine I purposely took on the name Rock Lord to get back at you, just so you could fall in love with Rock Lord and then reveal my identity to humiliate you? Xiaoyan's voice revealed a calmness within it. Nalan Yanran is indeed not a bad person, but it's too self-righteous, doing strong behavior while treating yourself as the weaker party. This has led things to where they are now. When she had quietly and privately come to withdraw from the marriage in the first place, it was unlikely that Xiaoyan would refuse. Too bad she's so high and mighty. Make it known to everyone. Stomping on the face of the Xiao family. Maybe she didn't think about it that much, but without thinking about it so much, she displayed her condescending attitude. It's not worth thinking about before you don't think about it. Xiaoyan's tone paused. The world says I'm not good enough for you. It's only right to withdraw from the marriage. Now then, I'd like to learn your character and ask you the same thing. Are you worthy? Nalan Yanran. End of chapter. Chapter 98-98. Greeting Dragon King Xiaoyan's return to the Dragon King Hall. Chapter 98. Greeting the Dragon King Xiaoyan returning to the Dragon King Hall. Xiaoyan's words caused Nalan Yanran's pretty face to turn pale. A muffled grunt containing the sound of pain emanated from her throat, followed by a drop of blood sliding down the corner of her mouth. The bright color set off the red lips miserable and enchanting. Her beautiful eyes contained complex emotions, and then slowly closed. Her body was like a remnant of flowers, following the wind powerlessly to the ground. Thrown down. The moment was filled with silence. 3 years ago Xiaoyan was nothing more than a waste that was not even a dosher. But 3 years later he had easily defeated Nalan Yanran of the dosher realm. If Nalan Yanran's cultivation speed made people feel awe, then Xiaoyan might make people feel fear. Under the eyes of all, Nalan Yanran stood up with some difficulty, and her slightly hoarse voice carried a hard-to-conceal bitterness within it. Xiaoyan, you have won. And according to the agreement of that year, if I lost the final match, I should have been a slave and a maidservant. However, for the sake of the clan's reputation, please forgive me for not being able to fulfill the agreement as promised. Anyway, my impression of being unreasonable in your mind is already deeply rooted, so I will be capricious once more. The matter back then was indeed mishandled by me, and I will say sorry to Uncle Xiao in the future. Nalan Yanran's hand made a move towards the distance, and not far away. The long sword beside a Yunlan Sect disciple was instantly pulled by a suction force. Quickly grabbing the long sword with her palm, Nalan Yanran clenched her velvet teeth, and the sharp tip of the sword slashed towards her slender, snow-white neck. The action is decisive. Xiaoyan calmly looked at her without making a move. The long sword with cold sword chi cut through the air, about to touch the snow-white skin of the moment. A pale old hand appeared. With a crisp sound, sharp sword chi in the blowing neck left a shallow blood mark. Yunlan struck out. He spoke with hatred. It's just one competition loss, and you actually did something like killing yourself? None of the people watching the battle were in an uproar. Cloudlan's sect lost even if, before the battle, said life and death regardless of. Now that he was really going to die, Yunlan, the Grand Elder, shamelessly stepped in. Countless people spat at Yunlan in their hearts. Blood slowly spilled from her neck, leaving blinding bloodstains on her snow-white skin. Nalan Yenran smiled miserably. Eldest Elder, I have already lost the face of the Yunlan sect. If I give Xiaoyan as a slave and a servant, then the Yunlan sect will even lose its reputation. Now the only way to save the clan is to die. Yunlan sniffed in disbelief. Why does the reputation of the Yunlan sect need you to sacrifice to protect it? This Xiaoyan has malicious intentions towards my Yunlan sect, and his coming to the appointment was something that was premeditated. Yunlan said while staring at Xiaoyan's figure with a deadly stare as a terrifying dochi brewed in his hands. As long as Xiaoyan made any attempt to escape, he would immediately block him. The atmosphere in the quiet square became even more dull and eerie. Great Elder, today's matter is indeed Yin-Yan's skill is not as good as others. Don't do it because of me. Nalan Yin-Yan wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, then continued to open her mouth. Yan, this is not because of the tournament, so stand away a bit. Yunling's face was grave, and he looked as if he was about to make a move with Xiaoyan at any time. What's going on? Does this Yunlan still want to force someone to stay behind because he lost the competition? The Gargantuan Heaven and the others watching the battle from above the giant tree were puzzled. Countless puzzled gazes in the square gazed at the motionless back. Under the eyes of all, Yunlan slowly stood up straight, his body staring viciously at Xiaoyan. I wonder if Mr. Xiaoyan has heard of the news of the death of Mo Chang of the Mo family, the outer door deacon of my Yunlan sect, a few months ago. As soon as his words came out, a murmur of whispers instantly resounded in the square. Mo Chang's status in the Yunlan sect was not low, and he had excellent means of socializing, so he was well connected within the sect. When he died in the first place, he even caused a commotion within the clan. The law enforcement team had deliberately gone to Salt City to investigate, but they knew very little news, only that two extremely strong mysterious people had killed him. At a time like this, it was a bit oxymoronic for Yunlan to bring up this matter. Did he think that the person who killed Mo Chang was Xiaoyan? Isn't this a joke? Mo Chang had been promoted to a Douling powerhouse for many years. Xiaoyan was at most a didosher. The gap between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. So how can there be a relationship? Xiaoyan smiled without panic. His face was very calm as he opened his mouth. Heard. More than heard. At that time I was still on the scene. I know what you're suspecting. Mo Chang. I killed him. When the words came out, the entire room fell silent. The aura of the entire square froze at this moment in general, and the expressions on everyone's faces appeared stiff as a dull gaze stared at Xiaoyan. None of them had expected Xiaoyan's reply to be so straightforward. He's the one who killed Mo Chang. A Douling powerhouse? How is that possible? If this was true, this Xiaoyan was too terrifying. The strength he's showing now is just the tip of his iceberg? Even Yunlan did not expect Xiaoyan to admit it so painfully. He was confused for a moment. Then he was furious. This was clearly not placing the Yunlan sect in his eyes. Killed the outer door deacon of Yunlan sect, and also came to rush to the 3-year appointment with honor. Now that the killing has been exposed, he's still admitting it outright. But whenever he was slightly scornful of the Cloud Landscape sect for a moment or two, he had to defend himself with some sophistry, having never been so belittled. Yunlan coldly drank with a wave of his palm. Enforcement team, leave him. The sound of Yunling's words had just fallen, and a dozen white shadows exploded out from amongst the nearly 1,000 disciples in the square, fighting chi surging wildly. Between the movement of the figures, they instantly surrounded Xiaoyan. Surrounded by so many people, Xiaoyan's expression remained calm. Are you sure you want to make a move against me? For Yunyan's sake, I can disregard your offense this time and let them back off, and the Yunlan sect can still continue to exist. What Xiaoyan said was the truth. He didn't have any feelings for Nalan Yenran at all. There had been hatred, but now Nalan Yenran wasn't even qualified for him to hate. However, for Yun, Xiaoyan's emotions are still somewhat complicated. This was also the reason why he didn't just beat the Cloud Lantern sect to death. However, the Cloudland sect continues to be guilty of. Then he would have no choice but to erase the Cloud Lantern sect. He meant what he said, or meant it kindly. But these sincere words fell into Yunling's ears and became a heavenly mockery. No offense? Spare the Yunlan sect? What a big mouth. Who do you think you are? Xiaoyan? Do Huang or Dozong? How dare you say such a thing? Take that. Yunling spoke in a violent rage. The personnel of the law enforcement team stopped talking nonsense and flipped their hands as their long swords flashed and a dozen sword shadows killed towards Xiaoyan. The law enforcement disciples were selected by the elders in the sect from amongst the outstanding disciples, and their strength could be ranked in the upper class in the Yunlan sect, and their power was extraordinary when they struck out. However, this kind was nothing more than a mole cricket to Xiaoyan. He just coldly grunted as a strong forceful aura spread out from where he stood. Bang! 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 A dozen or so law enforcement disciples instantly exploded into plasma in place. Blood spilled and landed on Yunling, who was covered in blood and looked at the scene in front of him with an unbelievable face. A dozen law enforcement disciples died just like that? A dozen or so law enforcement disciples who were united and were even able to fight against a Douling powerhouse were killed by Xiaoyan just like that? It wasn't just him who was confused. All the others on the field were. They did not expect Xiaoyan to be so terrifying the moment he struck. It directly beheaded a dozen or so law enforcement disciples. How strong is he? Moreover, with such behavior, was he going to be immortal with the Cloudlan sect? Ugh, Xiaoyan sighed. Isn't it good to be alive? Why make the situation like this? I've given you guys a chance, and you can't even grasp it. Then today, Yunlan sect, destroy the sect. Staying with the people inside the group day after day, Xiaoyan had also contracted some hostility. Since they insist on seeking death, let them have it. Killing a disciple of my clan, you have already taken the way of death. After Yunling came back to his senses, he was incomparably furious. Do Qi surged out wildly in his body. His body was like a sword that had left the string, and he swept across half of the square to kill Xiaoyan. Between the entanglement of the powerful Qi vaguely blocking Xiaoyan's retreat, this kind of fast and stern means, worthy of being a strong person of the Douling level. Xiaoyan, stay. On top of the stone platform, the three oldest old men were also in a triangular position at this moment, killing towards Xiaoyan, and the wings of Do Qi behind them were slowly flapping, the huge Do Qi making the surrounding space slightly illusory. 3 Do Wang powerhouses. The Cloudland sect's strength is truly extraordinary. Gargantuan and the other onlookers had some ugly faces when they saw this. The Yunlan sect's strength was too terrifying. No wonder it was able to overwhelm the royal family. With these 3 old guys making a move, even I would have to be dragged for a while. And if this little guy doesn't bring out the strength he had when he killed Mo Chang, I'm afraid he'll have to be left behind in the Cloudlan sect. Gargantua's tone was a bit grave. You won't step in to save him? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Farmer asked him from the side. Galing Tian shook his head. He is now immortal with the Yunlan sect. I am afraid that if I make a move at this moment, the Yunlan sect will have to go to war with the imperial family. But it is you. Aren't you going to make a move? Xiaoyan is now a member of your pill refining guild. I also have to consider the overall interests of the alchemy guild. Farmer sighed. Both men loved it. Only Hippodrome next to him shook his head helplessly. The worst case scenario had still happened, and as he was on good terms with Xiaoyan, he could only bump his head into it now. I've told you that I killed Mo Chang, and you, a Do Wang, want to take me? Xiaoyan was disdainful in the face of Yunling's oppression, lightly pointing out a finger. The forceful qi easily pierced through Yunling's armor of fighting qi, and then entered his body to run amok. In just a split second, a large portion of the organs in Yunling's body were destroyed. Bang! His body smashed out faster than it came. Xiaoyan had purposely left him breathless, wanting him to witness the destruction of the Yunlan sect. His Do Qi transformed into wings and flew into the void. What? Do Wang? Xiaoyan is actually a Do Wang powerhouse. A 17-year-old Do Wang powerhouse? The Great Elder. This son is even as terrifying as this. The situation changed too quickly, and countless people stared dazedly at Xiaoyan, who flew into midair. Do Qi transformed into wings, and with a single strike, it sent the Do King realm's Yunling flying. This was a Do Wang powerhouse without a doubt. Still high stars. Xiaoyan is actually a Do Wang. How old is he? Countless people looked at the figure in the void in shock and fear. You are a Do Wang. Yunling, who only had one breath left, looked at Xiaoyan and opened his mouth incredulously. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. There was a touch of remorse in his eyes. He thought Xiaoyan had killed Mo Chang only by virtue of what means, or maybe he has someone behind him. That was why he dared to turn on Xiaoyan, wanting to use this to force out the person behind him. However, he had never expected that Xiaoyan himself was actually a Do Wang powerhouse. This son is as terrifying as he is. A 17-year-old Do Wang is simply unheard of. Offending a man like this, once you let him grow. The remorse in Yunling's eyes was immediately replaced by hatred. 3 supreme elders, please also kill this son at all costs. Otherwise, when he grows up, my Yunlan sect will not be protected. He braced himself and said to the 3 Do Wang powerhouses. Those 3 Do Wang powerhouses naturally understood this, and they blocked Xiaoyan's path of retreat from 3 separate directions. but such a move on their part was clearly redundant. Xiao Yan had never even thought of trying to escape. Until now you cannot see who is the chopper and who is the fish. Xiao Yan sighed. The three old men ignored him and looked at each other from a distance. Three different colors of fighting chi surged out of their palms, and then spread out in the form of a film of light lightning, forming a triangular energy film of light between the three men. It was Xiao Yan who was at the center of the light membrane. Seeing this, the disciples of the Yunlan sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three greatest elders of the Dowang realm shot out and trapped Xiao Yan again. This Xiao Yan was now like a bird in a cage, unable to go anywhere. He's supposed to lose, right? Alas. A somewhat helpless sigh rang out, and the sigh fell. An icy cold chill instantly made the temperature of the entire square lower. An old figure, as if it were a ghost, slowly surfaced near the energy wall. It was as if the energy wall had suffered some irresistible obstruction, and was instantly eroded by this cold air. The energy wall could not withstand this terrifying coldness and was hardened and forcibly shattered. A figure appeared next to Xiao Yan. The faces of all those who looked at this scene became very brilliant. Old man Hai? He actually made a move. Gargantuan and the others were filled with dismay. It seemed that he did not expect Hai Bodong to actually risk a conflict with the Yunlan sect to help Xiao Yan. Among the three Do Wang realm elders, the oldest elder's face changed drastically. Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, you are actually still alive? Why did you help Xiao Yan make a move against my Yunlan sect? Hai Bodong sighed and did not reply, but turned his head to see Xiao Yan. Is everything alright? Xiao Yan looked at Hai Bodong and smiled. There is no need for you to make a move. Three Do Wangs are just, I want to kill them earlier. The reason why I don't. Xiao Yan's gaze looked deeper into the Yunlan sect. It's because I'm fishing. Fishing? Hai Bodong was completely confused at his words. Fishing for what? Tell me honestly, what exactly is your realm now? He inquired Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not say it outright, but only rumored two words to him. Hai Bodong's entire body froze in place when he heard those two words. Cloud Lan sect disciples listened to the order. Form the Cloud Lan mist formation and surround the two. That Do Wang old man knew that this matter could not be settled when he saw that Hai Bodong would not retreat, so he ordered it in a hurry. At some point, hundreds of middle-aged looking or so Yunlan sect disciples had already gathered around, and they let out a loud cry in unison after hearing the words of that Do Wang elder. A path of white mist energy gushed out from his palm as if it were a waterfall, and then spreading for a few moments, a huge energy cover enveloped the entire square. Hai Bodong shot out a huge icicle of about 1 foot. The energy smashed on top of the shield, but only managed to shake it for a while. What a hard turtle shell! Hai Bodong cursed. He couldn't break the turtle shell, but he wasn't panicking at all in his mind. Those two words from Xiao Yan just now injected him with endless confidence. It's just a little fight. Bullying the few with the many? This is something I can't stand to see. I'll go and help brother Xiao. After watching the bustle for most of the day, Lin Dong, who finally saw the fight, could no longer hold back, and a pair of feathered wings appeared behind his back and flew into the air. After Shi Jian and the few others saw him strike, they also followed suit and flew out. It is said that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. They all took on feathers. Do Qi transforming into wings? These are all powerhouses of the Do Wang realm. The remaining disciples of the Yunlan sect as well as the onlookers, such as Gargantuan, were confused. Shi Jian and the others came up after Xiao Yan. They had noticed it before, but it was only assumed that they were people who had come to see what was going on, so they didn't bother much. Now looking at the situation, they were with Xiao Yan, and all of them are strong Do Wangs? This, how is this possible? None of these people look older than 20. A fighting king under the age of 20, and a whole bunch of them at once? End of chapter. Chapter 99. 99. Nalan Yenran's death. Yun Shan's death. Chapter 99. Nalan Yenran dies. Yun Shan dies. A few people flew close to Xiao Yan. Shi Jian reached out his hand and patted Hai Bodong's shoulder. Sked. Worthy of being an angel investor. Ah, just now you have that one. Do Di. Steady spicy. Hyperion scratched his head in confusion. What are you guys doing out here? Xiao Yan smiled towards the several people. Several people. Shi Jian looked at each other and then said loudly towards Xiao Yan. The 3-year appointment has arrived. Welcome the Dragon King back to the Dragon King Hall. Xiao Yan was confused. The onlookers were also confused. What kind of power is this Dragon King palace? Why have they never heard of it? And Xiao Yan was still the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? Couldn't it be that he had joined some hidden terrorist force, and that's why his cultivation had advanced so much? Who are you people? Are you sure you want to assist this Xiao Yan and make enemies of my Yunlan sect? Those 3 big Dowang realm elders see this scene heart feel some bad. A few so young Dowang. Could it be that Xiao Yan had really joined some terrifying force? Shi Jian sniffed and slapped his face, then stormed out. What kind of thing are you that you dare to call out the Dragon King's name? That old man of the Douwan was nothing but an ant in front of Shi Jian, even if he had a great formation to add to it. A slap in the face. A Douwan powerhouse was slapped to death like this, and none of the onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. Slap the king of the fight to death with a slap. I'm afraid that this teenager's strength is above that of a Douhuang. Cloudwind. Seeing that Douwang powerhouse being slapped to death, Yunlan on the ground let out a mournful cry. Shi Jian turned his gaze to him and then slapped him. Pop. A crunch. Arrogant and domineering. With no eyes. This slap I'll hit you for not knowing manners and offending the Dragon King. Pop. Another slap. Arrogant and arrogant. With an ugly face. This slap I'll hit you for having no upbringing and bullying the Dragon King for 3 years. Pop. Another slap. The Dragon King endured your Cloudlan sect for 3 years, and now that he's fulfilling his 3-year promise, your Cloudlan sect is bitterly pressing for this slap. I'm hitting you for bullying people too much. Slap after slap was soothing to hear. Yunling's face was slapped red, and the whole man was too angry to speak. Hiss. Dragon King Hall. Just what kind of terrifying force is this that is actually able to cultivate such a supreme heavenly pride? This Xiao Yan is even more terrifying. Didn't you hear that teenager call him the Dragon King? Dragon King Hall. Dragon King. Obviously. Xiao Yan has an extraordinary status in this Dragon King Hall. Is this not a power in the central state? Listening to the meaning of the teenager, Xiao Yan was already a Dragon King 3 years ago, and became the heir of such a terrifying force. But he did not say anything, and even endured 3 years of shame, and was reduced to a laughingstock in the mouths of the onlookers for 3 years. This kind of heart, no wonder it can become the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. The onlookers were talking in awe. They looked at Xiao Yan with incomparable envy. The Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. How majestic and how terrifying a power it sounds. Hiss. Why do you have the urge to give a crooked smile? Yangqi's few people all inexplicably had the urge to smile crookedly after hearing Shi Jian's words. They forced themselves to hold back their laughter, and then together they said towards Xiao Yan, the 3-year period has come and gone, so please return to the Dragon King Hall to preside over the situation. What? Xiao Yan was a little confused as he looked at the scene in front of him. Okay. You guys are playing like this, right? Xiao Yan was somewhat helpless in his heart. Shek Qin and others are helping him play hard to get, but this Dragon King of the Hall of Dragons sounds weird. Okay. Those slaps were pretty cool though. A mysterious Do Huang powerhouse hidden in the shadows was confused at the moment. Dragon King Hall? What kind of power is this? Is it possible that it's a power left behind by the Xiao family? This matter seems to have to be worn to the family head. The mysterious black-robed man who was the first Do Huang powerhouse of a certain clan thought so. Shi Jian hadn't hit Yunlan hard at all. Otherwise how could Yunlan withstand 3 slaps from him? He even injected some vitality into Yunling's broken body. After being insulted by 3 consecutive slaps, Yunling's eyes became crimson as he used the last of his strength to shout at the nearly 1,000 disciples on the field. Cloudlan Sect disciples listened to the order to form the smoke overlaying sun formation. This is the Yunlan Sect's protector formation. It will never be used until the clan is in a life and death situation. Upon hearing this bellowing cry, countless Yunlan Sect disciples froze slightly, and then they closed their eyes, as strands of white energy seeped out from their heads. The constant flow of power enveloped the entire sky, looking as if it was in a sea of clouds. The remaining dozens of white-robed elders stood up and quickly spread out, forming seals in their hands. Those 2 Do Wang powerhouses were presiding over the formation at the very center with grief. A white energy spiral sphere that was several feet in size appeared in front of the 2 Do Wang powerhouses. This energy ball condensed the strength of all the disciples, and its power was terrifying. Even a Do Huang level powerhouse would find it difficult to receive this strike. The energy ball flew towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face was calm as he reached out and grabbed this terrifying ball of energy in his hand. He then clasped his backhand in a false grip. The ball of energy instantly obliterated. How is this possible? The strike of all disciples joining forces is comparable to that of a strong Do Huang. To be obliterated by Xiao Yan so easily, could it be that he was not just a Do Huang, but a Do Huang? This time things have gotten completely out of hand. Gargantuan and the others sighed as they watched the scene. For the sake of a mere Mo Chang, why would you do that? Not only did you offend a future powerhouse with terrifying potential, you also offended a mysterious power. This is not for Mo Chang, but for the sake of reputation. Nalan Yenran lost. Yunlan Sect lost some face, and coincidentally, there is the matter of Mo Chang. Yunling wants to take advantage of the issue, to get back face. It turned out to be a direct kick in the teeth. Law spoke bitterly. Xiao Yan stopped talking nonsense and directly pointed a finger towards the Yunlan Sect Mountain Protector formation. The energy shield that was formed by the convergence of the power of several thousands of people was turned into a sky full of energy fragments with a bang. Countless people turned pale and spat out blood furiously. Xiao Yan had defeated thousands of Yunlan Sect disciples with his own strength. The entire square, once again, fell into a silence. The Yunlan sect disciples looked at the figure in the void with terrified and incomparable eyes. Xiao Yan's strength was too terrifying. The sect protector formation that had gathered the strength of all of them was not worth mentioning in front of it. TMD joke. What the is this? That's not ing good enough for Nalan Yenran? You have the strength to be all ing worthy of the patriarch. Resentment towards Nalan Yenran suddenly arose in the hearts of some disciples, hating this senior sister who was usually unattainable to them. You're so gifted and discerning. You're reckless with us. We understand that this is the way it should be, but you can't even look at Xiao Yan? You can't even look at a 17-year-old Do Huang? You want to be ing immortal? You're ing diamond encrusted. To cause our Yunlan sect to get into this kind of big enemy. Nalan Yenran's eyes were numb at the moment, and she looked at the terrifying figure above the sky, all kinds of emotions surging in her heart. Fighting Emperor, Xiao Yan was actually a Do Huang. When she thought of the fact that she had actually competed with a Do Huang just now, Nalan Yenran felt the irony overwhelm her. I'm afraid Xiao Yan looked at himself as if he was looking at a clown who was putting on a show, right? At this time, looking at this 3-year contract, Nalan Yenran only felt that she had become a complete joke. Withdrawal from a 17-year-old Do Huang. That he's not good enough for him? Nalan Yenran looked at Yunling, who was already as crazy as a demon, and the many severely injured Yunlan sect disciples. The death wish in his heart was even more triumphant. Xiao Yan. Withdrawing from the marriage in the first place was my business alone. Please do not implicate the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yenran swung her sword once more, the long sword slicing through her snow-white waiting neck, countless amounts of blood crashing out. The vitality in her body was dissipating little by little. Xiao Yan, please, let the Yunlan sect go. Nalan Yenran's pair of eyes stared tightly at Xiao Yan before her aura was completely severed. Granddaughter, senior sister Yen Yen. Countless people cried out in pain when they saw this scene. Nalan Jia was even the first to come up and hug Nalan Yenran's body and cry bitterly. The whole square above was sad. Countless people looked at Xiao Yan with resentful eyes. It was as if he was some kind of tenfold villain. Oh no! Brother Xiao won't have a soft heart, will he? Lin Dong and the others felt a great sense of misfortune when they saw this and looked at Xiao Yan. I'm afraid he's going soft. Among the several people, Xiao Yan's nature was probably the softest. Yang Qi was a heaven-refining demon exalt like Shi Jian. Back then, he alone had slaughtered thousands of people from another big family, killing everyone from the old to the young. After that, he and Shi Jian killed countless people in the Kuanpong divine burial. There was no need to say much about the gold content of the alchemy heavenly demons. Fang Han was also someone who took people to practice blood pills and had a flexible moral bottom line. Lin Dong, needless to say, encountering things was the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. If there is anything that can take the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, then we can talk about it. Meng Qi's reincarnation space, the moral bottom line is even more repeatedly jumping horizontally. Shi Jian was also a heaven-refining demon exalt. In exchange for any one of the several of them making a move, these Yunlan sect disciples wouldn't be as simple as coughing up blood. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Yan had been leaving room for maneuver from just now until now when he struck out. Now Nalan Yenran is pulling such a stunt. It was really possible that Xiao Yan would let the Cloudlan sect off the hook as soon as his heart was softened. Xiao Yan stood in the sky in vain and looked at the messy square indifferently. His voice was not hurried or slow. I gave the opportunity. It's you who didn't appreciate it. As I said, after today, the Cloudlan sect no longer exists. Xiao Yan's voice was calm. Nalan Yenran's death did not affect him in the slightest. After all this time in the water cluster, he had learned a concept from Shi Jian that Earth hadn't had when he crossed over. Moral kidnapping. Isn't this moral abduction by Nalan Yenran? What do I care if you die? It's not like I made a move against the Cloud Lantern sect because you withdrew from the marriage. Wasn't it because you guys were being and trying to pin me down, and then I fought back? Can't beat it now. Suicide one to get me to stop. What do you want to eat? First, they use their power to oppress people, and when they realize they can't oppress people anymore, they engage in moral abduction. You think I, Xiao Yan, don't have a temper? Shi Jian looked at Xiao Yan with the eyes of an old father who was pleased after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Ha! Grow up! The disciples of the Yunlan sect were horrified. It wasn't until after hearing Xiao Yan's words at this moment that they realized. This fight has escalated. What started as a contest has escalated into the current battle of life and death. Ha 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 ha. Yunling stared at Xiao Yan and suddenly laughed out loud. The sound of his laughter tugged at his injuries, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood once again. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and raised his head openly. His eyes were as fierce as a wild beast. At the moment, he was in a sorry state, but he was also ferocious. Do you think you've settled for my Yunlan sect? If you want to destroy my Cloudlan sect, no matter what kind of power you have behind you, Today you won't be able to. Want to. Leave. Leave. Yunlan opened his mouth with fierce and incomparable eyes. Apparently, he still has unknown undertones. He suddenly took out a flute from within his nascent ring in full view of everyone. And then the sharp sound of the flute lingered throughout the mountain for a long time. Gargantuan and the others looked grave. It's that old guy. He really hasn't died yet. A majestic aura as if a giant dragon had awakened enveloped the entire Yungang mountain in the blink of an eye. And a powerful pressure instantly filled the entire square. All the Yunlan Sect disciples couldn't help but kneel on the ground as they felt this aura. Dozong powerhouse. Gargantuan and the others let out cries of shock. The previous Yunlan Sect master Yunshan didn't die and even broke through to the Dozong realm. The Yunlan Sect's disciples and elders were making happy noises. Old Patriarch. It's Old Patriarch. He's broken through the Dozong realm. We're saved. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan. So what if you are a Do Huang? With the Old Patriarch taking action, you will definitely die. The sky cleared and the rain stopped. The Yunlan Sect disciples felt like they were doing it again. With a Dozong realm Patriarch backing them up, they instantly branched out again. A white shadow dressed in a plain white robe, holding the wind, floated in, with a feeling of being out of the dust and floating. Above his face does not have the old man should have the folds, but instead is like warm jade, if not that full head of white hair. The crowd may also want to think that he is a teenager Lang. Dozong. Yunshan. Old Patriarch. You can finally come out. Any later and the clan will be destroyed. The many elders hurriedly knelt down and said. Yunshan swept his gaze over the miserable Cloudlon Sect crowd, then frowned. What happened? He wants to destroy my clan. Yunling said as he directly pointed at Xiao Yan in the sky. Yunshan's stern gaze instantly looked at Xiao Yan when he heard this. Breaking through the Dozong realm was just the time for him to be complacent. Want to destroy my Yunlan Sect? Have you asked me? Yunshan said as he looked at Xiao Yan indifferently. He slowly raised one hand and was about to make a move. Bold. How dare you speak to my Dragon King Hall Dragon King like that? Eat my great desolate imprisoning Skyfinger. Suddenly, Lin Dong interrupted him. Yunshan looked over in search of the direction of the voice, and straight away, he saw a finger that almost covered the sky and had a terrifying and incomparable aura sweeping towards him. Yunshan felt death in a flash. In his haste, he hastily mobilized his fighting chi to fend off. Bang! With a crunching sound, it was actually Lin Dong who flew out backwards. He slammed onto the ground at once and coughed out a mouthful of blood from his mouth before looking at Xiao Yan in grief. It is actually a Dozong powerhouse. Lord Dragon King. Avenge me! With that, he gulped and fell to the ground. Yunshan was confused. Am I so strong for breaking through the Dozong realm? What was that death threat just now? Feeling wrong? After Shijian saw Lin Dong gulping his breath, he touched his buttocks with great speed, seemingly scratching it. He was so fast that even Yunshan, who was in the Dozong realm, couldn't see him. Obviously, it's playing dead, and it's the Bowie style of playing dead. Shijian felt a bit speechless, but he also shouted, Brother Lin, killing my brother? You deserve to die. Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. Kill. Yunshan had once again seen the great terror between life and death, and his entire being seemed to be shrouded in death. Once again, he subconsciously imperialized his fighting aura. Bang! Shijian flew backwards. The fighting clan. Shijian said something very unwillingly, and then collapsed on the ground. The rest of the few people have glanced at each other and have shouted in grief and indignation, Brother Shir. Brother Lin. Then they all killed towards Cloud Mountain. There were a few more bodies on the ground in an instant. Yunshan was confused. Was he this strong after breaking through the Dozong realm? Why did it just feel like a turn at the gates of hell several times? Could this not be a hidden danger to breaking through the Dozong realm? 5 experts of the lowest Dowang level were killed by Yunshan just like that? Is this the terror of the Dozong realm? The onlookers were once again stunned. The situation flipped and flipped again. Originally, the Cloudlon Sect was on the verge of being destroyed, but it turned out that Yunshan had come out of the gate. He also broke through to the Dozong realm. In the blink of an eye, he had exterminated 5 experts on Xiaoyan's side who were at least at the Dowang level. The situation was instantly reversed. Countless people looked at Xiaoyan, facing the Dozong realm Yunshan. How should Xiaoyan, who only had the cultivation of a Do Huang, deal with it? In one fell swoop, 5 heavenly pride who broke through the Dowang realm at less than 20 years old. Is Xiaoyan going to follow in his partner's footsteps? Yunshan was also a little confused in his heart about the matter of killing 5 strong people of at least the Dowang realm in the blink of an eye. He didn't doubt it, though. The Dozong realm should be this powerful. He looked at Xiaoyan indifferently with his arms crossed. Next, it's your turn. Xiaoyan sighed as he looked at the several people lying on the ground pretending to be corpses before looking at Yunshan. I'm kind of speechless right now and don't want to keep playing this boring game. So, please go to hell. The words had just fallen. and Xiao Yan no longer concealed his cultivation. The terrifying cultivation of the Dozone realm instantly poured out, enveloping the entire arena. Dozone? Countless people trembled under this terrifying aura. They looked at Xiao Yan incredulously. Xiao Yan was actually not a Do Huang, but a Dozone? This, how is this possible? Not to mention that the onlookers were shocked. Even Yunshan was filled with incredulity at this moment. How much effort had he put in to break through the Dozone realm? Even went so far as to defect to that power. Giving up an unknown number of things, this was the only way to break through to the Dozone realm. Nowadays, this Xiao Yan is only 17 years old. He's actually a Dozone powerhouse as well? That's impossible. You're so young. How could you be a Dozone powerhouse? I don't believe it. You must have used some special secret technique means. It's all a blindfold. Yunshan said incredulously. A trace of calendar color flashed in his eyes, and with a fling of his sleeve robe, a deep green energy poured out, transforming into a long green sword, which then killed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan only looked at him calmly before extending a hand. Terrifying fighting chi coalesced in his hands. In the next instant, his hand transformed into a heavenly hand and ruthlessly slapped down. Bang! Yunshan's green-colored longsword was worn out of its energy the first instant it touched this large hand again, dissipating into the void. The palm wind did not diminish, and it continued to slap straight down towards Yunshan. No! It can't be. Feeling the terrifying do chi within this giant hand, Yunshan's face instantly changed drastically. Xiao Yan is not just a solid Dozone cultivation. The strength was actually far superior to him. How is that possible? How old is he? Yunshan gritted his teeth. His hands immediately formed a seal, and his stern huff filled with eerie killing intent resounded through the sky. Windbreak Annihilation Gang. As the words fell, an unusually sharp sword sound appeared in the sky, only to see a huge sword, once again appearing in the void, spinning crazily. Strange shrill noises were coming from it. The entire space was stirred by this giant sword as it rotated. A terrifying and incomparable tornado appeared here. Even space was twisted into it. A Do Huang level powerhouse would be killed in seconds if they touched the slightest edge. However, this terrifying dragon scroll was no different in front of Xiao Yan's huge palm. Once again, Yunshan felt the aura that was close to death. But this time, no amount of running the do chi in his body would help. Xiao Yan was not killed by him all at once as the others were. He could only watch as the huge palm landed on his body. Bang! As if swatting a mosquito, a huge and incomparable palm print instantly appeared above the entire square. In the palm prints, there were some specks of blood. This palm not only slapped Yunshan to death, along with all the other Cloudlan Sect disciples and elders who had just made a move against him. Yunlan Sect, near extinction. Countless people looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air, too shocked to speak. One move, and the Dozone realm Yunshan dies. Gargantuan muttered his words, and a fine layer of sweat emerged from within his forehead. Hardwired to be scared out of their wits. It could scare a Do Huang level expert hard enough to break out into a fine sweat. The gold content of Xiao Yan's strike was self-evident. Yunlan Sect. Just like that it was destroyed? Countless people stared in awe at the figure in the void. Waste 3 years ago. Now, Zong. With his own strength, he overthrew the Yunlan Sect, which had been passed down for countless generations, and he's just 17 years old. How horrible a fact is that? Countless people held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Fear of angering Xiao Yan. Everyone realized one thing clearly. The sky is about to change in the Gamma Empire. Among all the shocked people, only Hai Bo Dong's face remained unchanged. This was because when he had asked Xiao Yan about his cultivation earlier, Xiao Yan had transmitted his voice to tell him 2 words. Fighting Sect. 17-year-old Dozone. Hai Bo Dong realized that he had really pressed the right buttons this time. Jialintian and others at this moment incomparably regret why they just did not stand out like Hai Bo Dong to support Xiao Yan. That would have been if they had stepped up. There was a hint of incense and fire with Xiao Yan right now. This one's a Dozone powerhouse, and a 17-year-old Dozone. Let him have it. Gargantua and the others looked at Hai Bo Dong with jealous eyes. Xiao Yan, this terrifying talent and strength. For Hai Bo Dong to be able to get involved with him. I'm afraid that in the future, Hai Bo Dong would become an existence that they would need to look up to. Galiathian and the others glanced at each other before deciding that they would go up and climb into friendship with Xiao Yan. Even if you can't snowball like Hippodrome, the ones that only slightly deepened their feelings with Xiao Yan were also heavenly benefits. If word gets out about what's going on today, this Gamma Empire did not know how many people would want to hug Xiao Yan's thigh. As for face or not face, status or not status doesn't matter at all. How can their face be as big as that of the fighting sects? How much higher could their status be than that of a 17-year-old Dozone? Having made up their minds, several people were about to go forward when a voice suddenly rang out. Jia. I didn't expect to meet a genius with this kind of talent in such a small place. The crowd's hearts flinched at the sound of this unsavory voice. And the masters? End of chapter.